Spectrovision Radio.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
M. Night Shyamalan's alien-themed 2002 film, Signs. So kick back this week, rewatch Signs, and then come back and listen to our review. And let me know what you think on Twitter or Facebook. Do you think Signs is rewatchable? And be sure to check out all the reviews from Rewatchability right now by subscribing on all podcast apps, or listen through their website, rewatchability.com. Keep looking up, and I hope you enjoy.
Welcome to Rewatchability, the podcast where we rewatch old movies and TV shows to see if they hold up over time. My name is Blaine Waters. With me, as always, is
Robert Larone
and
J.M. McNabb.
And this week on the podcast, we have a special guest, Ryan Sprague.
What's up, guys? I'm so honored to be here. I've been listening to you for a while now, so to actually have the tables turned and be the guest on a podcast, nonetheless yours, I'm a little nervous, I must admit, but we'll get through this, and we'll get through Signs as well.
The tables are turned. Yeah. Sounds very dramatic.
Yeah, we're like a Bond villain. This is great.
I like to start with a bang, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And we like to start by thanking our sponsor, HelloFresh. You can go to hellofresh.ca and type in rewatch50 for 50% off your first order. It's fresh food that comes to your door, and you can cook it yourself. It's pretty great. And thank you to our Patreon sponsors for giving $1, $3, $5 a month to keep the lights on here. We really appreciate it. And in return, we get the podcast early to you guys and other little perks, like maybe coming up some back catalog stuff.
Yeah, not our show. Like, we'll send you old catalogs.
Yeah, like Sears
I
catalogs.
got a bunch of them from Rob's been using them as furniture and toilet paper. So.
Exactly.
I got them from Mike Myers' brother.
And this week on the podcast, like Ryan said, we're going to be talking about M. Night Shyamalan's
Shyamalan.
Yeah, we've done like 3 of his movies. You can't pronounce his name yet. He's your favorite director.
He's your favorite person.
I just call him M.
Because you feel like James Bond.
The divine Miss M.
Exactly, yeah. We're doing his 3rd movie in his oeuvre. Well, it's kind of his 3rd movie. It's like his 4th or so, if you count other like that.
The romantic comedies.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, didn't he write a Rosie O'Donnell movie or something?
First Kid? Yeah.
Yeah, but this is his first... or his 3rd directorial movie, right?
Exactly, yeah. And like part of what's considered his oeuvre. So it's Signs with Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix and aliens.
And some kids.
Oh, and some kids.
Not just any kid. You got Little Miss Sunshine and a Culkin.
A Culkin.
And we should mention the tie-in why we're doing this and why we're doing this with Ryan is because Ryan hosts a podcast on our network, the Antica Network, called Somewhere in the Skies. Mm-hmm. Do you want to give us just like a quick summary of what your podcast is about, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely, man. So I have been, interested in the UFO phenomenon ever since I was a kid. I did have what I perceived to be a UFO sighting when I was 12 years old. Actually up near you guys. This is off of Lake Ontario.
What, really?
And,
like on the U.S. half?
Yeah.
Or on the Canadian side?
On the U.S. half, yep. I used to camp right on the border, and I was fishing one night. I look up, and I see these 3 white lights in a triangular formation, that red light in the middle, just floating over the water, completely silent. It was terrifying. I didn't know what the hell I was looking at. I called for my dad to come out, see what it is, and he's watching a Yankees game inside, so I couldn't really pull him away from that. But he did eventually come out. He did see the tail end of this thing as it floated towards you guys, and I was hooked after that. Yeah, right towards your house. And that fear kind of turned to an obsession. I started looking into the phenomenon ever since, and that led to, interviewing people about having seen UFOs in my hometown of Syracuse, Syracuse, New York, and sort of branching out from there. AOL was big at the time, chat rooms and message boards, so I started going on there, and the rest is sort of history. I heard about more and more sightings that people were having. I started writing for magazines, and that led to a book, and then eventually the podcast, which is where the book ended and the journey continued in just, hashing it out with people, having a debate about what these UFOs could be. Are they alien? Are they top secret military technology? Are they demonic? I mean, the possibilities are endless about what these things could be. Whatever they are, they're unidentified. We don't know what they are, but that's kind of what the podcast is about. I bring people on in every walk of life, whether they're, an academic, a scientist, a musician, your local barista at your coffee shop. Whatever. I just want to hear what everyone thinks about this topic and what profound implications it could have if we did discover that, maybe this was alien. Who knows? So, yeah, that's what Somewhere in the Skies is all about.
That sounds intense.
It's really intense.
Have you interviewed any lapsed priests who flipped back again after a UFO encounter?
Oh, I've interviewed someone who actually became a priest afterwards.
Oh, really?
So that was pretty interesting. Yeah, this guy, he claims that he was abducted by aliens, all right? During his abduction experience, he says that he saw a symbol by whatever these creatures were that abducted him, and it was, it was a fist, or excuse me, it was not a fist. It was two hands clasped together, like praying, and a lightning through it. So he perceived this as, I got to start praying. I got to become a priest.
Oh, man.
It's like alien emojis.
If the symbol for Christianity was like a fist and a lightning bolt, I might be at church right now.
Yeah, better
sounds
than a
awesome.
dead guy hanging off a cross. Although Mel Gibson loves that.
He sure does. We should probably get into the movie. Well, that sounds great. I think you're going to bring a level of expertise to this stupid movie that we're going to talk about.
Yeah, and intensity to usually just gags from us. So let's go around and talk about the first time that we saw signs, and maybe if we had anything with aliens or what we believe in.
Yeah.
Rob?
Did you see the signs? Did it open up your mind? You saw signs?
I was going to make a Ace of Base reference.
I'm sorry.
So I never saw the sign. I never opened up my eyes.
You've never
and
seen
saw the
signs?
sign. No, I didn't see it. No, I loved the first two. I mean, I loved Sixth Sense and Unbreakable, and I guess I might have missed. I can't remember whether Mel Gibson was already awful at this point. Maybe that was the reason.
We'll get into it maybe a bit more later, but to give you a bit of a context, this movie came out in 2002.
Right.
Passion of the Christ came out in 2004.
Right.
And I believe his DUI, where he said that Jews were responsible for all the wars in the world, was 2006.
Oh, okay.
So just to give you a little
Right.
bit of a timeline for Mel Gibson's
It's hard
awfulness.
because our feelings have changed about him. But for some reason I missed
what?
this movie.
Oh, you mean since then?
Since
Not
then,
like we're
yeah.
okay with him now because he's
No.
in Daddy's Home too.
I thought that's why we were doing this. No, I know. I saw the trailer for that, and I see John Lithgow and Will Ferrell. They're just keeping an eye on him so he doesn't say anything bad.
Yeah. Actually, I've been doing some writing for another podcast, and I spent the day researching the atrocities of Mel Gibson for a piece.
God.
And then forgot. I was like, okay, time to distract myself with this week's podcast movie. And I had to look at Mel Gibson for 2 hours more.
But for some reason,
Everywhere you turn, he's there.
but for some reason,
He's on my roof outside my window.
I didn't see this movie, and then M. Night Shyamalan became ridiculous.
Right.
His movie, people just started to question whether or not he was a good director.
Yeah.
So I didn't see this one, and I sort of thought that maybe this was on the precipice of him starting to become ridiculous or something. So I never saw it, was sort of interested in it, but just never got around to it. As to the other question, I haven't personally had any experiences with the UFOs or anything like that. My dad's really into a lot of the subject matter, and I remember definitely having old alien magazines lying around the house and spending a lot of time watching the skies and, looking to see what lights were moving and in what sort of patterns. So the subject matter, I think, is interesting to me as well. I don't know whether I believe in all of in everybody's like story about encountering aliens.
You don't think Jodie Foster's dad is out there on a planet somewhere?
Yeah. My dad's on a planet somewhere.
What about you, JM?
I saw this movie in the theater.
Yeah.
Because I really liked M. Night at this time. And I really liked this movie at the time. I remember not liking the ending because it felt like the twists had become such a prescribed component of his movies. And I was so into it when they were just kind of barricading themselves in the basement, which we'll get into, obviously.
Oh, great scene.
Yeah, so I felt like the end just kind of it felt like something that was tacked on out of some kind of need to fulfill the audience's expectations that there would be a twist. But I remember really liking the music especially stuck out for me. The haunting music felt very Twilight Zone-y. So yeah, I really like this movie. As for the UFO question, I've never had any experiences. I don't know that I would qualify myself as a believer per se. I do remember when I was a kid, we had a book about UFOs in like our school library.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was like 7 or 8, and I just thought everything in it was true because it was a book and it was in the library. I just assumed it was there to educate me. And I didn't realize till much later that it was like, oh, there's probably, it was just one of those picture books. They probably got it like the discount section of, Kohl's or whatever. But I've certainly always been drawn to stories of UFOs and the paranormal, even though I don't necessarily count myself among the believers. What about you, Blaine?
You can be honest.
Well,
you were taken.
We're in a safe space.
Honest if I've seen Signs here or not. But, I saw Signs when it came out. I loved it. I loved M. Night Shyamalan a lot, and I'm still a Shyamalan apologist. I think he's so great. And yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I think he's a great writer, and I think when he's given time to come up with a good script, he usually does. And I love his direction, especially in this movie, so we'll talk about that. But yeah, I liked it. I wanted my friends to watch it. It made me want to watch all the rest of his movies. Unbreakable was so good that I don't know. I just like everything he does. And as for the alien question,
you can be honest.
I used to be a person that definitely believed in that.
You lost your faith
when I was, and you guys are here to haunt me.
You've never talked about your wife's passing on the show before, have you?
So yeah, when I was a teenager, I wanted to be an astronaut. I got all the books out from my grade school library on astronomy, and they were all alien books beside them. So I was like, yeah,
don't trust books.
I know, that's the worst thing. But yeah, so I was obsessed with aliens when I was a kid. I watched every episode of X-Files twice. I watched the Alien Autopsy on Fox and convinced my friends on the schoolyard that it was real. They
were only wearing wristwatches because, they had wristwatch technology in the government years before they released them.
Exactly. And I
digital wristwatches, I mean.
Yeah, exactly.
I know wristwatches have been around for a while.
I find that stuff all really intriguing now. I listened to your, Ryan, your episode on the Andreasen incident. And that stuff is still fascinating to me.
I was listening to that too.
Yeah. And whether there's any kind of factual evidence for it or not, I still like that the rumor is out there to make us think that, there could be something more. And I kind of like that. So what about you, Ryan? When did you first see Signs?
Yeah, so just like you, I did see this in theaters. I tried to pull everyone I could think of to go see this. Friends, family, anyone I could possibly think. My baseball coach. I just wanted people to go see this thing and be like,
leave me alone, kid.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss.
You're asking me to go see a movie, yeah.
It's like Field of Dreams if someone did something else to the cornfield.
Yes, many people believe this is a sequel, actually.
Yeah. You show it to your coach and you're like, see, I was supposed to hit that kid with the baseball bat.
Yeah, swing away. Come on.
But yeah, I did see it in theaters, and by the end of the movie, I kind of had that same feeling of that tacked on ending or whatnot of, oh, okay, this isn't really what I was expecting. So, but I did really enjoy the film for what it was, for kind of the theories that M. Night brought to it in terms of the mythology behind ufology. the study of UFOs, the decades and decades of research into crop circles and UFOs and alien abductions. They did their homework, definitely, for sure, but we can definitely get into that.
Yeah, we didn't even really talk about crop circles so much in our intro, but yeah, this is kind of like all coming from the sort of, I guess some of them have been exposed as hoaxes, the whole crop circle phenomenon. Maybe you can illuminate what is kind of the history of crop circles that he's kind of riffing on.
So, I mean, crop circles have been around for centuries at this point. It's a very Eurocentric sort of thing. They were seen all over England. And like you said, yeah, a lot of them have been proven to be hoaxed by people who go out there at night and they use these wooden boards and attach them to their feet and they're stomping the corn down. And they do. They get groups of 10, 20 people to go out and do this, make these very intricate designs that take all night and precise measurements, and there's a lot of preparation. It sounds so fun. Can you imagine, like, just getting drunk and going out and doing this, and then the next day people are saying, "Oh my God, aliens are invading." It seems like a really good time. They clearly did,
because it kind of doesn't even really make sense. Like, even in this movie where the crop circles are made by the aliens. That should have been the twist. Like, oh no, it was just the drunken neighbors. It has nothing to do with the aliens.
The Wolfingtons, yeah.
Yeah, no,
right.
but because they say like, oh, they were using them as maps. And it's like, well, how did they master space travel, but they don't have like GPS? Or like, why is that the best method for?
Also, just use an arrow. It's more specific.
I thought like the crop circles were supposed to be like where the spaceship landed and flattened the corn. Is that not what?
No, because they're intricate designs. Oh, in
history.
In history, maybe, yeah.
I mean, the first ones before they got all fancy.
Right. Before they got super,
Before
super
Banksy got into it.
It's like doing latte art for your drink, But yeah, there's many theories on, why these things are showing up. If they were alien, is it a message? If so, what kind of message are they conveying with these super weird things? Like, who's going to decipher this? So I thought it was interesting in the movie how it was a map that they used to look at from above as they're invading. So I actually really enjoyed M. Night's take on that, for sure. Whether that's true to any actual theories on what it could be, who knows? And honestly, there's so many theories, nobody really knows anyways. So I enjoyed that aspect of it.
Great. Well, let's get into the movie. Let's do a little bit of a rundown, Rob.
Okay, so it sort of starts with Mel Gibson. He wakes up. I know. Already. He hears a scream and he his kids are calling for him. So he wakes up his little brother, Joaquin Phoenix, and they go running out into the cornfield and he's realized that someone has flattened his corn. And that makes him really upset.
It takes a while to grow.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Is he farming that corn?
Oh, yeah, maybe it isn't his corn.
I was confused about that because he's like a priest.
Yeah, there's no farmer in his family. Unless the little kids are farming. I don't know. They don't seem to go to school.
Hey, that's confusing.
It's a pretty big plot hole. We don't know whose farm this is. Is this Mel Gibson's livelihood? Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe his wife was a corn farmer.
Oh, yeah.
It's really sexist of us not to assume that his wife could be a corn farmer.
My wife planted this corn before she died. Yeah. And anyway, so it's like this weird symbol. And Mel Gibson, I mean, the character doesn't know what to think, but, we bet Mel Gibson probably has his ideas of what these weird symbols were made by. Some of the jokes just are too obvious.
Yeah. God damn.
But so he actually thinks it's probably just some local kids or something like that. So he calls somebody. But then some other weird stuff starts happening, the dog pees on the floor. So
the weirdest thing to happen in this movie. Yeah.
It's pretty spooky. And, we get to sort of see his family a little bit. We get his kids. There is Little Miss Sunshine and the youngest Culkin.
Little Culkin.
Rory, I believe his name is. Are they all weird now? Did they all turn weird, or is it just
they all have bands?
They all have food-related Lou Reed bands.
Food-related band, yeah.
But animals seem to be acting weird. At one point, the dog attacks the kid, and they have to stab the dog.
Yeah,
the kid stabs the dog. The
kid
Culkin
takes down a dog. Yeah, it's crazy.
They're weird kids.
Yeah.
He's working his way up to battling home invaders, micro machines.
So he files a police report. We get like the police officer. I don't know if she's the sheriff or whatever.
She's a great actor. I've seen her in like a bunch of stuff. I like her a lot.
She's the professor on Transparent.
Yeah.
Oh, is she?
And I was like, why is she so familiar? And then
She's
I
in an episode of
realized-
Black Mirror, too, as like a trucker.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cherry Jones. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
she's
yeah,
so
yeah,
she's great, yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of didn't like her in this.
Well,
Oh, really?
No.
it's hard because M. Night Shyamalan gets the most wooden performances from, he's like, hey, what you're doing is acting, and I don't like it. Stop it. Just say the lines without any emotion.
Act in a weird, stilted way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe is it okay to talk about it now? Because it is weird how still and like dry and airless everything is right off the bat. Like I was watching, my wife watched the beginning of it with me, and seeing it now as parents, like the scene where the kid has stabbed the dog.
Yeah.
And Mel Gibson just kind of slowly walks over and stands there for several minutes. Just like,
Right.
What happened?
He fell on us.
And you're like, a parent would stab that dog again and again.
Well, you'd run over, you'd hug your kid, like, oh my God, what happened? Like, holy shit, you stabbed a dog. Are you okay?
You have PTSD?
Too bad you don't have a mom to comfort you.
Just rubbing in his kids' faces all the time.
Yeah.
Everything seems very posed.
Yeah, and like the dialogue is like very like scripty, like he fell on us.
Yeah. Well, and it's
The dog attacked us.
and other filmmakers do it too, like Largos Lanthimos or what?
Yorgos Lanthimos.
Yeah, the guy who does.
I just saw Sacred Deer.
Yeah.
Oh, was it good?
Oh, cool.
I kind of liked it. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Yeah, and The Lobster was a big one.
Yeah.
He does like really still scenes, and people don't emote at all, but like when they do, they do. And that's like they break, and that's so lovely to watch. And it's kind of played for comedy.
But I
too.
think it's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
I don't think this is supposed to be funny.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, some parts
It's
are supposed to be
interesting.
funny.
Yeah. I mean, this takes place in what? Pennsylvania, I believe it is.
45 miles outside of Pittsburgh.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
so you
give
have
the
this
exact
very-
location. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's very rural town. I wonder, like, is this a family who's so down on what's going on around them? You got like the failed baseball player in Joaquin Phoenix. You've got the failed priest, as it were, and these two kids who are just so naive at the time. Like they have no idea what's going on. I feel like, the energy in the beginning of this movie is just non-existent, and then as it progresses, we'll get some pretty emotional scenes with Mel Gibson later on in the film. But it is very interesting how dull they seem to be in the beginning.
Yeah.
And like the colors kind of washed out of it too. Like it's a pretty dull movie to start with.
I'm glad that these crop circles showed up. Jesus, give these people life.
Yeah.
Well, I was glad that dog peed on the floor.
Yeah. Add some color to the scene.
Yeah.
Well, I think as we'll find out, it all happened for a reason. It was meant to be.
But Cherry Jones is kind of the first person that comes in and gives some comedy to it, because she's saying that like there are women high jumpers that can jump
that
on the
was
roof.
so weird.
Yeah, it's weird, but it's meant to be weird.
I don't know.
Okay, so we should say Mel Gibson sees an alien outside of his window and runs out
Yeah.
and chasing him.
Yeah, and then they're like describing
Presumably
it-
because he thinks he's some kind of minority.
Well, aliens on this planet are.
He is.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, maybe this is a metaphor.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Yeah, but she like says like, are you sure that it was a man you saw? Couldn't have been a woman.
Yeah.
And then Joaquin Phoenix is like, it sure wasn't no woman, because I haven't seen a woman run like that or something like that.
Yeah.
And then she's like, well, I've seen women Olympians, and they got them Swedish high jumpers.
Yeah.
But you know what? I kind of like that for a character, because she's a small town cop that's probably had to talk about what women can do for the longest time. I don't know. I like it.
I don't know.
But I feel like if she was a real person, she'd be like, well, I can run pretty fast. I'm a police officer. And she's like, I saw the Olympics once and there were women on
Them
it.
Swedish women.
It is strange. It's really weird. And then Joaquin kind of calls her out for it. He's like, yeah, can we get past this to talk about what really happened?
I did read that one of the original designs for the aliens was going to be like this
high
feminine. Yeah, it was going to be literally just Swedish high jumpers. No, it was.
We jumped too high. We went to another planet.
No, it was going to be like this more feminine physique, maybe to play with the idea that it's all a metaphor for Mel Gibson's haunted, being haunted by his dead wife, almost like a Solaris thing, maybe.
Oh, right, yeah.
But also that would make that scene make a little more sense if it was kind of could have been construed as possibly a female.
Right. But they're not.
character.
The guy's like 6 feet tall and he's on a roof.
Yeah.
And he ran.
And he ran.
Unlike, that thing women don't do. Except for in the Olympics.
Well, they have those heels on all the time.
Yeah. They could do it in Jurassic World, so.
Yeah. Anything's possible.
So we've talked a lot about what the alien looked like in this movie. What's kind of the theories behind, or what have people seen in abductions and stuff in your experience, Ryan?
Yeah, are they like feminine?
Yeah, are they Swedish high jumpers that don't like water?
I mean,
Are they
okay.
available?
Are they on Tinder? Yeah.
Tinder for aliens.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really runs the gamut here, guys. I mean, I've heard everything from these prototypical greys, these small, skinny, very androgynous creatures with the big black eyes. We know it. It's so big in pop culture. That's the main one that I've come across. And they seem to be like drone-like almost, that they don't have any emotion. They're just sort of acting very robotically.
Are we sure they're not in an M. Night Shyamalan movie? Because that could be the...
Yeah, he's directing them.
Yeah.
But
They never wear pants.
They never wear pants. Yeah.
They're like Donald the Duck. It's fine.
Yeah.
Donald the Duck?
Yeah. Donald the Duck. He never wears pants.
It's just Donald Duck. There's no the.
He's not
His
Donald
last
the Duck?
name's Duck.
I think it's because your mom bought you some weird off-brand Disney products where they couldn't say Donald Duck.
Yeah, and Neptune the dog. It's fine. It's all. Yeah. Sorry. So we have the grays. I know they're kind of like the tall green guys too, which is
Got
kind
the
of
tall green reptilians. Yeah, these lizard-like creatures.
Well, those are just our overlords that control
Exactly.
the government, right?
Yeah, they have a human mask on.
When are they going to do something about Donald Trump? You think our lizard overlords would be getting a little bit concerned?
The Democrats? Yeah, probably.
That's literally where we are right now.
Guys, I mean, as an American, if they haven't done it by now, I have no faith in these higher intelligences. That being said, those are another one. And then it's funny you mentioned the sort of Swedish tall thing. That's another big one in alien mythology, are these Nordic, tall, blonde, blue-eyed, humanoid-looking things that are often reported in abduction experiences, overseeing what these little gray aliens are doing to the humans. So it's fascinating.
Oh, wow.
Man, they're
An
complicit.
interesting thing. Yeah. They're all working together, this galactic federation.
I didn't know that white supremacy was like intergalactic.
It is galactic, man, at this point.
Wow. So at this point, they've started, it's not just happening to them in the movie. There's been other occurrences that they see on TV. I think at this point, there's a whole bunch of ships over Mexico City.
Oh, yeah.
And they're just sort of floating there.
Yeah, they can't get into the States because of that wall.
It's 20 feet high. They'll build it bigger.
That's what it's to keep out aliens.
Right, yeah. Saw it on the news.
And we also learned a bunch of stuff about the characters too. Joaquin Phoenix's character used to be a baseball player.
Well, in another weird scene, they all go into town. And they all kind of split off and
the
get
weirdest
these.
thing.
It's such weird scenes. The scene with Joaquin Phoenix is.
And the army guy.
He's considering
Army recruiter office.
Yeah.
I guess he's considering joining the army to fight the aliens. I don't know why this is coming up now, but
That's
then
seen Independence Day.
the army guy's one of those weird things where he's like, "Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?" And then a minute later, he's like, "Hey, you're Meryl, whatever." It's like, "I saw you do this." And then he knows all his statistics. It's like, wow, you really jumped from not knowing him at all to knowing everything about him.
Yeah,
But then he
it's
doesn't
weird,
know
man.
that he swings at swinging.
Yeah.
That's his
I remember you swing
statistics.
really far.
But also, it's like the weird dialogue because he says something like, "Hey, why aren't you in a bed full of money with women licking your toes?"
Oh,
It's
man.
who thinks that's a thing?
And weirdly delivered, because this actor is taking such delicacy with every line. Is so weird. It's I know you. It's such a weird delivery.
Yeah, if the reveal had been that was an alien who had killed the real army guy in town, I would not have been surprised.
Yeah, he's just sitting in IKEA furniture.
And then, if the scene wasn't weird enough, a guy that we hadn't seen in the scene prior, played by Michael Showalter for some reason, is like, he's a terrible baseball player. He swung at every pitch. And then Joaquin Phoenix says, it felt wrong not to swing. At which point I said, then you do not understand baseball. That's not how baseball works. I understand
not to swing.
It's a nice metaphor, but it's literally not how the game is played.
It's like a race car driver. It felt wrong not to crash. It's like, you don't know the whole thing of your sport.
It's like a hockey player being like, I don't want to use a stick. It's a metaphor for life or something.
This was like the meanest way to give exposition to a character ever.
I fucking hated learning about these characters because it was always delivered in this really odd, stilted way.
Yeah.
Let's get the guy from Stella to shit talk Joaquin Phoenix for some reason.
I was like, that can't be him. It must be like just someone who looks like him, because it's such a bit role in this weird movie. Like, it's not anything up his alley. He's never done another movie like this.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's so weird.
And the next weird thing that happens after that is because they're all in town and they see M. Night Shyamalan walking to his car with some groceries. And then they're like, is that him?
Yeah.
Like, yes,
The director?
Yes. That's the man making this terrible movie.
It feels like a scene from like a freaky 60s postmodern play where everyone realizes they're in a movie.
Yeah. Is that our author?
Yeah.
But then, what we find out eventually is it's not just like a cameo, like a Hitchcockian cameo where he, shows up holding groceries and then we're never going to see him again.
Or like an Unbreakable when he's like a doctor, or like in Sixth Sense.
Yeah. Mel Gibson's big thing is that he lost his faith when his wife died. She died in this terrible car accident, and we later find out...
And we don't know how terrible it is yet.
Oh, no.
It's so terrible.
Give M. Night Shyamalan credit. He definitely, ramps it up and, feeds us the information in little bits.
Oh, it's so great.
But we find out that M. Night Shyamalan is the guy who killed his wife.
Well, he needed to start the story somehow.
Yeah, but he probably actually did kill someone's wife.
And he said, it's all happening for a reason. I want to put in a swimming pool. This movie's going to be big.
It's weird.
It is weird.
It's really weird. And I learned recently that M. Night actually didn't tell Mel Gibson that he was going to be playing that role until moments before they started filming.
No
So
kidding. He would have been like,
That's
what?
weird.
You can't get me Ian Holm or somebody?
It does feel like this first run of movies that he had, he was almost just making movies to Trojan horse his acting career in a way. Yeah. Like he's just building up a reel for himself and accidentally making hit movies.
Yeah, at least Sylvester Stallone did it in earnest. You're like, all right, that's good. I know what you're doing. Yeah.
Have you shown James Cameron my audition?
The other problem is he's not very good.
Oh, yeah.
He's the most wooden of them all. It's like he gives line readings to everyone. They're like, oh, just do it like that. But he's actually just a bad actor.
That's why he directs actors in that way. He's like, he doesn't want anyone to give a better performance than him.
Right.
That's great.
But my other big thing is when we realize that he is the person who killed his wife, Mel Gibson's wife.
Accidentally.
Is he not? Yeah, it was an accident. But I mean, was there no repercussion to that? I know he feels that inner guilt, but it seems like he's just running around town, getting his groceries.
Putting
He seems to be the only non-white.
I think he lives next door.
Town.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't he at least get his license suspended or something?
Yeah.
You do have to wonder, yeah.
If I killed some guy's wife in my town, I would probably relocate.
Well, also,
or apologize.
Or apologize. Well, that's the other thing. We find out that later in the movie he hasn't apologized. He hasn't apologized. He's been waiting to apologize all this time.
So yeah, it's just weird. I just thought I would, see you randomly and stare at you weirdly.
Yeah, and then I'd, say sorry, and you'd be like, "Cool."
I'm sorry for locking you in the bathroom. No, you killed my wife. Oh, right, sorry. But then, okay, we should probably get into some of the themes of the movie. And the way I want to go about that is by mentioning, well, first there's the conversation between Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix where, Mel Gibson's kind of talking about how he lost his faith and saying there are people that see things and think they're luck, think they happen for a reason. Yeah. Others see signs. Some people just see coincidence.
Some people don't see signs and then they kill somebody in their car. Is that what this movie's about?
Yeah, there was a speed limit sign right there. No, but Then when M. Night Shyamalan talks to Mel Gibson, it's like, I'm so sorry and all that, because he's kind of called him to his house. And then he says, he's describing, he was on that road and there was no car for miles. He's never fallen asleep before. And he's like, it's like it almost happened for a reason.
Yeah.
And if I was Mel Gibson, I'd be like, fuck you.
Yeah. Boom, punch right in the face.
Yeah,
Like,
we know he has a temper. Why isn't he using it now? It's tough.
That's so insulting to say to someone.
Yeah, I
Don't
know.
you think?
Yeah. No, it's pretty bad.
They keep saying, like, it was meant to be. Like, that's the phrase that you say when you, like, fall in love with somebody. Like, I saw him from across the room and, I just knew it was meant to be. I was meant to kill his wife.
Yeah. Exactly.
In the most brutal, gruesome way possible, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
But my God, I feel like that's an interesting observation, because we often hear, with religion and whatnot playing a big role in this, like, oh, it was, it was meant to be. Like, God wanted this to happen. And I often, say to myself, isn't that just an excuse for the way humans behave? Is you're pinning the blame on something else?
Yeah. Does everyone who suffers tragedy have this? Are there always clues given out before someone dies? And
like animals going to
alien invasion. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, like I don't
Whenever
know.
your dog pees on the floor,
Yeah.
call around.
Then your wife's about to divorce you, so watch out.
I don't know. I just found that kind of insulting.
Yeah, no, it's
for
pretty
sure.
bad. The other thing that I found insulting was that he just says, "Oh, and they don't like water," boom, and drives away. And I was like, as a viewer, I was like, well, shit. Like, we could have kind of maybe figured that out later in the movie without you saying it.
He also says he caught one in his pantry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Mel Gibson goes in and, takes a look at it.
I kind of feel like the other
Which
thing
is a great scene. I really like that scene, personally.
But, like, are people doing this all over the world? Because on the news, they never say, like, we caught one and here's what it looks like. It's always just, like, shaky birthday party. But, like, this random veterinarian is able to capture one. So, I don't know. It just felt like almost like I wish they had just
Well, what does he have in his pantry? That's the question. Like alien
Well,
bait.
that's a good point too. Again, like you guys mentioned earlier, these things, whatever they are, traveled how far to get here. They have the intelligence to do that, to get here, and then they're getting locked in a wooden pantry and they can't figure a way out.
Yeah.
Or they can't they don't know that this one thing on Earth supposedly is their weakness, which again we'll get to. But
The thing that covers 75% of the globe.
how dumb these aliens are. Why did they pick this planet if, like you said, 75% of this planet is what could feasibly kill them? It just that part
and there's
makes
humidity.
Yeah.
And also-
that's like a riff clearly off of War of the Worlds, like with the
with
air.
the germs.
But that's a little different. And the other thing is,
Well,
like,
it's a little better.
because at the end of
Orson
the
Welles, come on.
at the end of the movie, they shut themselves in, and the aliens are trying to attack their house. What is the aliens' plan? They're just like they're going house to house and
I think it's spooky.
killing
people.
everybody.
They
No,
just
they
wanna
need to
spook
steal
people.
the souls of asthmatic children. That's clearly what is happening in that one scene.
Look, I don't want to be a bother, but our ship is powered by the asthmatic gasps of small children.
You got any Culkins around?
Man.
But the other thing, like, because I really liked this movie when I was younger, like I said, but I feel like a lot of people were turned off. A lot of people that weren't religious were turned off by what they thought was very kind of preachy.
Yeah, it was a religious message. Yeah.
And I always saw it, I kind of dug it because I saw it almost more as a metaphor. It was almost more about like believing in yourself or not like torpedoing your whole life and your path just because, tragedy befalls you.
Yeah.
And just the idea of a priest losing faith is kind of like a very extreme version of that story.
Yeah.
So I kind of connected to that. But watching it now, like with the thing, saying like, oh, it was meant to be and all that. And at the end, Mel Gibson says like, someone did save us or something. Like it felt more preachy to me now than it did then.
Well, and that's what happens when you have like a theme that you're setting up and you're really strong arming it and you want everyone to know what your theme is.
Like, why does he have to be like a priest?
Yeah. Yeah.
And why does Joaquin Phoenix have to be like the best baseball hitter?
Yeah. Well, because like other movies have themes and then we can pick them apart on podcasts like this. And it's really fun to like get into the nitty gritty on that. But there's no wiggle room for people to kind of talk about the theme and be like, maybe it meant this and maybe he saw signs here. No, right. It's called signs.
And he says some people look for signs.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing is that like, the kind of problem with all of M. Night Shyamalan's movies, which I think we've talked about, is that, like, yeah, they sort of rely on, like, on these writing tricks, right? Yeah. But, I mean, they're just kind of like, they're just sort of tricks, you know? Once you sort of, like, see the mechanism, and, like, it's easy for M. Night Shyamalan as an author to, like, write in all these coincidences at the beginning and then sort of fill them out at the end. But in a fiction film, like, that doesn't seem like a miracle. That just seems like, oh, he, like, made a very easy connection.
Yeah.
Well, not even cleverness.
Well, I think that there was a twist in Unbreakable and there was a twist in Sixth Sense. I don't know if I'd call this a twist. I think that's what kind of really people hated from this movie too, was because they went to see a big twist at the end, and this was just kind of like, all these things are coming together, and now you understand what we've been saying the entire movie.
Or should we get into the ending then? What happens at the end? Because after they barricade themselves in, and it seems like the aliens have left.
Yeah, the aliens just sort of like leave on their own accord around the world.
Yeah, but they leave someone behind.
Yeah, well, they leave
like E.T.
Yeah.
The news tells
like
us
another
that
Culkin, you know?
people that the wounded have been left behind.
Yeah.
And so they're still, like, attacking. And at one point, like...
they're still raiding pantries, which was their main objective.
If you got caught in a pantry, we don't want you on our arm anymore. We're out of here.
Well, so, they just, like, spend the night barricaded, and, like, Mel Gibson has his, like, crisis of faith. Maybe we should, like, play a clip from that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Breathe like me. Come on.
I dreamed this.
Stay with me. I know it hurts. Be strong, baby. It'll pass. It'll pass. Don't do this to me again. Not again. I hate you. I hate you.
It's like, you know, some powerful Mel Gibson-y acting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, like, sympathize with him, but yeah.
Well, as an actor, for sure. But as his character, I don't know. I think it's kind of easy. For me, it was easy to sympathize with his character.
Well, no, for sure. Like, he's, like, his kid's having an asthma attack, and he doesn't have the medication, and he can't go to get it because the alien's out there. And so he's, like, holding his child to his chest and trying to get him to relax.
Well, and saying, like, please don't do this to me again. Like, that's that, like... That's that thing where he starts to believe again right then and there, because he thought he was at rock bottom, but this is worse. And I think that's what people do with religion. They turn to it when they're not feeling great. And so it's that moment that I think is so beautiful in the film, when he hates God, but because he hates God, he believes in him. And so there's this kind of like thing where he believes again, but also he hates that he believes again at the same time. And I think that's a really beautiful moment.
Yeah. But then, so they survive the night and they go out, and the alien is still around, or he actually, like, sees the reflection in the TV.
The alien's just watching TV. He just wants to see what's on, you know?
Yeah.
Try to find his fingers.
And he picks up... The alien picks up Rory Culkin and is, like, holding him, like, but he's about to take his bride over the threshold or something like that.
Well, I kind of like the way he's holding him, because it's reminiscent of every alien abduction ever, where people are pulled up by their chests and their arms and legs are kind of splayed out to the side. I thought that was kind of like a cool image.
But the alien is also, like, you know, like, sort of, like, rhythmically sort of, like, moving
He's
in a
dancing.
sort of weird sort of dance
It's a
way.
samba. Yeah.
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 And then he has, like...
I was just gonna add, guys, this is the part where I think the movie kind of really let everyone down, because it was all CGI, and up to this point, you know, he was pretty ambiguous with these aliens. Like, we never truly see them. We see them in a small home video thing, which was terrifying in my opinion.
It's like Jaws, right?
Yeah, exactly. But this is another case with, you know, many films where they're showing so much at the end that, like, there's nothing left to the imagination at that point.
Yeah.
He tries to see the alien through this television screen, which really dims the alien. He tries to backlight the alien so we don't see too much definition. Like, I feel like he tries as a director to hide as much as he can, but still show the whole thing, which is hard.
But there's so many great scenes earlier where we just get those glimpses, like the home video in Brazil, and like when he's out in the cornfield and he just sees the leg.
Yeah.
It just kind of disappear. And and also the pantry scene, I remembered them all being like big jump scares, but there's no sound accompanying them. They're just, but I think people in the theater when I saw it were, reacting as if there was a crazy noise. Yeah. They paid people to sit in the theater and
go, like, who the fuck is that?
Yeah. But I think the twist, if it is a twist, is that all of the coincidences are all the little minutia of the movie, he's a baseball player. Yeah, the kid leaves the water around. And it's all to come down to this moment where he remembers the last line that his wife says. And there's a flashback to it while the alien is holding the kid for 5 minutes. He's wait, I gotta remember my wife dying.
Just remember his whole life before he goes on stage. No, for sure. And then it's a long flashback.
And then he puts together his wife's dying words were to tell him, hey, tell Joaquin Phoenix to beat that fucking alien to death with a baseball bat.
No, Rob, she was vaguer than that. So she actually just said swing away, which was confusing for a while because it had no specifics.
Said C, swing away, Meryl.
Why didn't you say something about the aliens? I told Meryl to sign up for swing dance lessons. He's swinging away down there.
We got a swing set in her backyard that I won't let him off. It's horrible.
No, but it's just, I don't know. Actually, I still think the moment kind of works just because the formal elements of it are so great. The music's so great. The way it's edited.
The direction is so great.
It makes it feel like something huge is happening.
Yeah,
even
the
though
vertigo shot that goes right up to his face, the extreme close-up.
Yeah.
I
love it. I'm too close to Mel Gibson.
Way too close for Mel Gibson. I think my favorite line in this whole movie where you really get your heart pulled is when Mel Gibson says to the sheriff, is this the last time I'm ever going to speak to my wife? And that moment alone just got me so much. And she says, yes.
Yeah.
I can't imagine being in his shoes at that point. Of course, I would lose my faith after that. But yeah, this whole flashback scene was very interesting. And then you get the whole swing away aspect. Supposedly in that moment of trauma to her, and the neurons are, firing in her brain, and she thinks she's at one of Meryl's old baseball games.
Well, that's what he thinks is happening.
Right, and then we find out, no, she's actually supposedly.
She's at St. Peter's gates, and God's like, hey, here's a message.
I like the thing of,
I'm going to be sending aliens to Earth, and one of them is going to get, real close to killing your kids. You better tell Mel Gibson.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of the daughter because she never finishes water because she says it's contaminated. So there are all these glasses
Omnibus.
of water in the room, and that's like we find out the alien's weakness that they're able to use. I like that.
Yeah.
But the swing away thing just seemed weird because it's it almost feels like they shouldn't even need a clue to be like, hey, grab a baseball bat and beat the shit out of this thing.
Yeah.
Why do they need a hint?
Use anything. Use your fist, for Christ's sakes.
I wish you hadn't have said that because we had a gun upstairs we could have gotten. If I wasn't thinking about swinging away, I could have gotten the shotgun from the bedroom.
Yeah, there was 5 minutes while I was just standing there. He had a long time to do that.
My question is, if all of this trauma and everything, if his whole wife's basic existence was just for this moment, what the fuck's going to happen when they run into problems after this movie? He's going to be like, oh, I remembered another thing my dead wife said. She was dying.
Signs too.
And also sucks for the wife that this was God's design, and I don't know, maybe Mel Gibson could have gotten hit by the car and she could have told Meryl to swing away.
Or God could have been like, aliens don't go to Earth. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
There's a lot of things God could do.
Well, I mean, that brought up a lot of questions for me. If this is indeed a movie where God exists and God is doing all this for a reason, he must have sent the aliens. Why? That seems like a pretty dick move. And also,
he wanted to ruin a 5-year-old's birthday party. That's the only thing he wanted to do. It's
or make that 5-year-old's birthday party awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we couldn't afford a magician, but look, it's a 7-foot-tall lizard man.
I've got a pretty, I don't know if you guys will entertain this, I've got a pretty big theory on why this all may have happened. I don't know.
It
So
was because Mel Gibson was a piece of shit.
yeah, pretty much. I feel like Bo, the little girl in this movie, is probably my favorite character by far. A lot of people have theorized that she is. Even Mel Gibson says at one point, when you were born, everyone just said how much of an angel you were, and this and that, and then she's got this water all over the place, and the theory's out there that she's almost this angelic figure and that these aliens are demonic in a sense. And this is all a test of faith to see how humans would react. And we're getting
they're
this
sent by Satan.
They're sent by Satan.
Well, yeah, this was the first time I'd watched this movie since I'd read that theory too. And it does factor into it. Especially I was noticing in the way everyone keeps talking about it like it's the end of the world, which is a weird way to just react to like lights in the sky. So I think that's definitely there. Yeah.
Well, and part of it, like even hearing them being like, well, we've 3 cities in like near Jerusalem figured it out. Like it kind of like it kind of feels like, well, they're trying to do that.
A child was born.
Yeah. There's one big light in the sky. Yeah. It's
one guy led the way, but then we crucified him.
Yeah.
Mel Gibson crucified him.
Well, and it kind of
very violently.
And it kind of speaks to like maybe they weren't allergic to water coming to this planet, but they were allergic to like holy water. And if this young girl is an angel, then she like already like sanctified this water, and so all this water was holy water that they were splashing.
But M. Night Shyamalan says that they don't like water. Did he make holy water too? He's just a veterinarian.
I don't know. Maybe it was
they make holy water for dogs.
He had like a holy water thing in his pantry.
Yeah, he had
that'll come in handy.
He had a can of holy Pringles in the pantry to do the alien.
Yeah,
holy pork and beans. Yeah.
I think the weird thing about like having like a faith-based sort of message in this, other than Mel Gibson being like kind of like a religious zealot, so it sort of feels uncomfortable, is that like by having M. Night Shyamalan in this movie and by having him play like such a integral role, I mean, metafilmically, he's God in this movie, right?
Yeah. Definitely, like, because he had to kill that character's wife in order to start the story.
Yeah.
He told them how to get rid of the aliens, so he knew something that no one else could possibly know.
And he wrote a scene where everyone's like, it's him.
Yeah, he wanted to feel important on set for a day. Yeah, for sure.
That's weird and, I don't know, just kind of lame, I think.
I don't know. I think it's kind of fun that he puts himself into the movies like Hitchcock did with like this whole like kind of spot him thing.
Yeah, but if he could act...
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear.
On one hand, I like it.
Yeah, Hitchcock is a huge inspiration. I mean, that whole scene where the aliens are invading the home is right out of Birds. There's no denying that whatsoever. And I feel like, yeah, he goes that extra step where it just becomes annoying when he has more than a minute of dialogue in his own movie. Whereas Hitchcock, you just might see him in the background somewhere walking by or doing whatnot. So,
or in like a newspaper or something, yeah.
The other thing that occurred to me I wanted to mention is, speaking of the Birds, it felt a lot like the short story The Birds, which all takes place in a farmhouse and is about a family. So in a way, it almost feels like an alternate version of what The Birds could have been.
That's cool. Yeah. That's a cool way to look at it too.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it also borrows a lot in non-Hitchcock from War of the Worlds. Like, there is the original radio play, not the original radio play because it's from a book, but the radio play version. Like,
well, that should have been the twist. The twist should have been like they were just watching a mockumentary on TV.
Yeah, that's right. They weren't paying enough attention to the commercials. Yes. Media literacy, folks. But like that part where they deliver like all of the news through. I mean, the news on TV like feels very much like the radio program.
Yeah,
it's good. Or also, like, there's like little bits where they're talking to like the people on the ground, and they're just like regular people going about their lives and not knowing how to like sort of like deal with this sort of crisis. And that's sort of like feels like a microcosm of what's happening with Mel Gibson. Like, his isn't the main story. He doesn't kill all the aliens and stop the invasion like Will Smith does.
Right.
He's, just like a small sort of like adjacent sort of story, which was really interesting.
We barely even see like the alien get killed. Like,
yeah,
he kind of leaves the house with his kids and we see through the window.
Well, we can't see
the alien
smashed in face or whatever.
No, but the alien takes so many hits. It's really tough.
My question, what do they do with that body? Like, did they give it
alien
a
autopsy
buried in the cornfield?
Put a wristwatch
Did they bring
on
it to Area 51? Yeah, you don't know at that point. It's like, where does Earth go from here? They were just invaded. We have an alien body. Like, what do we do now?
Yeah.
Science too.
So do we want to go around and talk about if we thought this movie was rewatchable, Rob?
I'm going to be honest, I did not love this movie. And I sort of feel like there are parts of it that I just don't want to like. I don't want to like the theme of like faith, and I don't want to like Mel Gibson, and I don't want to like an M. Night Shyamalan movie for some reason. So it's kind of hard to get around
There's a lot
that.
going against that,
Yeah, and like so much of like the acting is like wooden and the script is like weird, but at the same time, like I feel like I should probably give it another shot at some other time, and maybe I might enjoy it at that point. But I don't know. I was really on the fence. I'm gonna say like mildly rewatchable because I think there's a lot of really good stuff in here. I think even Mel Gibson's pretty good, but it's not. I don't know. It was kind of a chore to watch.
What about you, Jam?
That music's so good. I love
It's
the
so
music.
good.
I think there's
Over the opening credits too.
Yeah.
Like just that little touch of piano and
it's great music. There are some scenes I just think are fantastic. Like that scene where he's out in the cornfield and he sees the leg.
Yeah.
I thought were so suspenseful and so scary, and the restraint that they have by making them silence. And I don't know. And if it had ended with with just them in that basement or what have you, I think it would be a better movie. Also, Mel Gibson's hard to watch. It's hard. I mean, I feel like I can still watch Lethal Weapon because it's just like he just feels like Riggs. But watching a movie where I know the character less, it just feels like it's just that guy I don't like.
Yeah.
And now he's in movies again, and it's weird. I hope he's not listening. No, I hope he is listening.
He's our
Fuck you, Mel
biggest fan.
Gibson. No, I don't know. So it's a lot of contradictions watching this movie, and I do feel like I think like UFO culture, like a part of me, like I love stories, even though I'm not religious. I do love stories of religion if I don't feel like they are being preachy, like,
if it's not like God is not dead or whatever.
well, as long as it's not like trying to preach to me directly, like even the setup.
Change your ways, Jam.
Kevin Sorbo
really
just
weird
looking at you.
Well, speaking of Kevin Sorbo, that I was going to just say, like the kind of setup of this movie, I feel like has been really adopted by like Christian film.
Yeah.
Like
Though The Exorcist did it first.
The Exorcist did it too, but it was like the guy's mom or something. But the similar kind of thing, like the Kevin Sorbo movie, that movie The Shack that came out, it's always like the guy's got a dead kid or a dead wife, and
Dead wife syndrome.
and he's become an atheist. And
It's weird that they named a very religious movie The Shack, because that's like a horror movie title, or like a porn movie. Like it just feels like it's not a religious movie title.
that is the least of that movie's problems, by the way. No, so I don't know. Like I didn't feel like it was always that preaching. I do like movies that are kind of, that play with the mythology of religion or the message of religion, even though I'm not necessarily religious. So I didn't, but even like the ending where he's like, I would have liked the ambiguous ending where we don't totally know where we're left with this character's spirituality. But in the end-
He's going to find his faith at the end. They always do.
yeah, but literally
Like, I don't believe it still.
the last shot of the movie is him trying on his priest outfit.
Yeah.
That was just a little
And then
too
going,
much.
yay, church, running up the door.
Would you like to learn more about your local church?
Go to www.god.com.
Oh, God has a website now?
Yeah.
So yeah,
And Instagram.
I'd say mildly rewatchable. I still think it's got enough really good scenes housed inside of a movie that's off and on for me.
Right.
What about you, Blaine?
I love this movie. I really think it's a great movie. I think the direction is amazing, not of the actors, but of the camera. Tak Fujimoto was the DOP, and he's amazing in this movie. And I think the acting is wooden, but it's not as wooden as like all his other movies from here on out. Where like the Airbender was just cardboard cutouts, people mouthing words.
Yeah, when they ran out of planks of wood to barricade the house, they should have been like, can we use the wooden acting and somehow nail that to the door?
Right. Yeah. But I love the story. I think it really does come together in the end, and I think people were disappointed because it wasn't quite a twist, and it was also too heavy-handed to be like not a twist. So he just kind of fell in this weird area, which I forgive him for. And
love him.
I do. I really like him. I like him. What about you, Ryan?
Yeah, I would have to agree. I definitely think it's rewatchable. I love the score. There's some wonderful vignettes, like you said, the leg leaving the cornfield and the fingers under the. I think there's some amazing images in this movie. Now, in terms of like the overall message, I do struggle with that, and I struggle all the time with just this whole UFO thing. You know, what I believe versus what the hundreds of people are telling me on a day-to-day basis that they're seeing. So I think this was the movie where M. Night really started to try something new. But at the same time, I struggle with that third act where it's all kind of spoon-fed to us. I don't know. I don't know if I like the message the movie was trying to convey, but I certainly liked the whole alien aspect. So, yeah. It's rewatchable. For sure.
Awesome.
Well, thanks, Ryan, so much for coming on the show.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan.
Thank you again, guys. I mean, I've been listening forever, and it was an honor to finally come on. And of course, it would be an alien movie.
Yeah, but we did Fire in the Sky, and we.
I would have loved to have done that. I've met Travis Walton on several occasions, and I'll tell you right now, if there's any alien abduction case, I genuinely believe that would be the one, and I would stake my quote-unquote UFO career on that.
Oh,
well, the
amazing.
movie's convincing.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for coming on. Where can they find your podcast?
All my episodes, bonus material, all that can be found at somewhereintheskies.com.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. And you can find us at rewatchability.com. You can go on iTunes and subscribe and rate us at 5 stars. You can go to patreon.com/rewatchability if you want to throw us a bone. And you can go to Facebook and Twitter to talk to us.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, we don't want actual bones.
No.
No? Okay.
That would have worked if this was a dog movie.
Greetings, everyone. Ryan Sprague here, host of Somewhere in the Skies. For over 7 years and more than 400 episodes, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast has always been free to listen to, but it's not free to create. So we offer several ways to help support our efforts and get rewards in return. If you listen to the podcast on Apple, you can click the subscribe button at the top of your Somewhere in the Skies feed to become a premium Apple subscriber. Or you can join our Patreon campaign with several tiers available. Both of these options give you the same benefits and rewards: ad-free episodes, early access to the main show, and bonus episodes and content. Help keep the lights on at the Somewhere in the Skies HQ, and help us continue to grow by becoming a Patreon subscriber at patreon.com/somewhereskies, or by clicking the subscribe button at the top of your Apple feed. Thank you for your continued support, and keep looking up. Hey guys, Ryan here. And before we get to this week's episode, I have to warn you, it's going to be a movie review episode. I'm joined by my good friend and fellow Mysteries Decoded co-star, Andrew Sanford. And we're going to be discussing the 2013 sci-fi horror film, Dark Skies. So, if you haven't seen the film, press pause on this episode and go watch. It's available on iTunes, Vudu, Hulu Live TV, and Amazon. Give it a watch and then come back for our very spoiler-heavy review in great, probably too much painful detail. But hey, it was a lot of fun, and it is also a super fun movie, and we had a blast reviewing it. So, I hope you enjoy our review as we venture bravely somewhere in the dark skies.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Welcome to a very special episode I am titling Somewhere in the Dark Skies. That's right, today we are going to be reviewing the movie Dark Skies with my good friend, fellow podcaster, cryptozoologist, and all-around just amazing guy, Andrew Sanford. How's it going, buddy?
Hi, Ryan. I'm great, man. I don't know why it was hi, Ryan. I'm excited to talk to another human being who isn't my poor wife who's been just trapped in here with me.
Yeah. For those who don't know, we are in lockdown here in New York City, so we are not allowed to really leave our apartments. It's not as Thunderdome-esque as people think, but
no,
we definitely it's an interesting energy right now. I don't know about you, but here in Queens, it's silent. I mean, you can hear the train going by, obviously, every now and again. But yeah, how are things up in Manhattan?
It's interesting, and I'm in the Washington Heights area. We're actually fairly close to a hospital, so we do hear sirens pretty often. But it's police cars, it's fire trucks, it's everything. But it is pretty dead, and also like not as dead as I would like it to be. Like we still, there's still people. My wife and I, we went for a walk. God, this was last week at this point. That shows the most recent time I went for like a full walk was almost a week ago.
Last time you saw the sky.
Yeah, right. Well, I've been trying to go up to my roof I'm lucky enough that my apartment building has like a roof that I can access fairly easily. So I ate ramen up there the other day just to break the monotony.
Good change of scenery.
Yeah, exactly. And we went for a walk, and there were just people. This is probably the day before we got the shelter-in-place order, which for those who don't know, it's basically saying that you don't leave your apartment or your home except for things that you absolutely need to do, which is if you want to exercise, like going for a run is fine. There are things like that. They just want you to stay away from people. And if you need to go to the grocery store, obviously. Like the next morning, I actually went to the grocery store at 7 a.m. when it opened just so I could avoid being around other people, which I know people usually get up at like 6:30 and stuff like that. My clock is all over the place right now, so it was a challenge, but it was worth being in a fairly empty grocery store. But we go for this walk, and there are people at the park near us playing volleyball on this court. And so they're literally passing around something that they're all touching at the same time. And then lined up on the side as if waiting to play are like 10 to 12 people, not exaggerating, shoulder to shoulder, just standing there waiting to play. So you see some of that stuff. I wish you could see me shaking my head right now. Bro, it is very frustrating. But it's one of those things where unfortunately, it just is what it is, and there is a reason we have been called the epicenter of all this. Let's just put it that way. But I do not envy you, because apparently Queens is getting it the hardest. So please stay safe. It's been a red zone here, which is a little scary, but, I'm doing the same thing, man. I haven't left the apartment in 2 days, and I will only go out to get groceries or to, walk around the block a few times. Just like you said, break the monotony, get some whatever fresh air New York City has ever had. And and it's the same here, man. You walk by areas that people usually congregate, and there are still people out there. I just don't get it. And these are the people traveling and spreading it to other places. So New York City, stop being dumb. Stop being stubborn New Yorkers and just stay in place. That's all I could say to any of my New York people out there. But and I know it's hard too, but it's just something that we got to. It's only going to get harder if it has to go into August and September and things like that. We're looking at like a maybe some sort of normalcy in July, unless certain people force us to open up ahead of time, but we don't need to get into that right now. Nope. But if at best case scenario, I think we're looking at maybe close to end of July, hopefully, for things to return to some sense of normalcy. Yeah, maybe the cure I've been working on with vanilla extract and cocoa butter and flour will work. It tastes great. I don't think it's going to cure anything, but I'm doing my best. Oh, good, man. At worst, you've got the trappings of some good chocolate chip cookies going. Oh, that's what it is. just load people full of sugar and flour. Well, before we
Before we get to the movie we're going to be talking about, Andrew, I've been seeing you posting a lot about this phenomenon that's going around Netflix right now that I have not checked out. And I got to ask you, man, what is Tiger King and why should I watch it?
Ryan. There is a gentleman by the name of Joe Exotic. And I remember hearing about him for the first time on an episode of Last Week Tonight back in 2016 when he was going on a certain political run. I don't want to spoil anything, but this man was an attempted politician. He was also, he owns what he claims to be the largest tiger zoo in North America, or possibly the world, in Oklahoma. And he is very flamboyant, proudly so. Has a big old mustache, a mullet, wears fancy clothes, fanciful anyway. And he is, this isn't too much of a spoiler, he is currently in prison. Okay. And I originally heard about him about a little over a year ago. There was a podcast called Over My Dead Body, which is a great podcast, who did a special on this man, on Joe Exotic series, which I think they have since taken down, which is smart because I think they're like re-releasing it to just capitalize on the fame that this documentary has brought on. But there's a documentary series currently on Netflix, 7 episodes long, fascinating watch, incredibly trashy, incredibly crazy, and something that you literally, like, you can't turn away from. And it's got hills and valleys. And I will say, if people can try to re-listen to the podcast, there's elements of the podcast that I liked a lot more. But to see these people and also some other people that they introduce into the story as part of all this it's fascinating. And it was, for those of you who have watched it, my wife and I, when we finished the series, she is just this wonderful, hilarious and supportive person. And she was like, we should dress you up like Joe Exotic and take some pictures. She's like, cause you got a wig. I got some shirts. And I was like, oh, absolutely. And she's like, yeah, maybe we can do that tomorrow. I was like, no, we should do it like right now. Like literally, we finished the last episode and went and snapped some pictures, which are currently on my Twitter at Sanford-Son, or on her Instagram, joy.mayweather. There's like, you can find them, you can track them down.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now on your Instagram. Right, they're incredible, man. I have no words.
She's a genius. She is better than my better half. And it's something that, like, she had the idea, and I thought it would just be kind of fun. I was like, yeah, I'll throw the wig on. And she's like, no, we got to tie it back so it looks like a mullet. We got to do this. We got to do that. She taped little safety pins to my ears to make them look like earrings. Like, she went the whole nine. She's a wonderful person. And
we've got a budding costume designer in the making.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, I'm definitely going to check it out. It's next on my list. There's so much time to finally consume more than we could ever possibly consume. But
oh, hell yeah.
Looking forward to it. But getting back to your podcast, now you are a master of horror review podcasting. You do a month of this every October. Can you tell us a little about what Shocktober is?
Yeah, absolutely. So my podcast, Half White Son of a Black Man, is usually we take an improv spin to the news of the week. Me and my 3 main hosts, who are currently Mikhail Page, Aaron Lee Schmoyer, and Jamie Lamchick, 3 very funny people. We sit down, we take some news items from the week. I throw some negative stories at them. They got to spin them to me in the positive, or I give them just a headline, and they got to fill out like the story for me on the spot. And doesn't matter. We we do like a top 3, which is like a listicle type thing where we do our top 3 favorite things in a certain topic. We are on a smidge of a hiatus right now because it's hard to get us all in the same room, which is how I like to do the podcast with my wonderful engineer Gage, engineer and producer. But every October, I completely throw the purpose of the podcast out the window, and we talk about horror movies. This year in particular, Mikhail and Jamie, and this was before Jamie joined as a full-time host, came on and were on almost every episode. They had to watch several some very scary, some not so great horror movies, and then sit down and talk to me about them. And they are not big horror movie watchers themselves. I think the most horror movies Mikhail has watched has been doing the podcast. Back through the years, the podcast is over 5 years old at this point. That has been my favorite part of doing the show. And if we go back, we've got episodes with you that are fantastic. And we used to do where it would be like we talked about 3 episodes, 3 movies an episode. You and Nick Westermeyer, another good friend of ours, have the record for there was one episode where we talked about 6 movies.
Oh my God.
I
must have blacked that one out of my memory.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, we were drinking while we did that one. I remember that pretty specifically.
Oh, okay. Yes.
It's starting we did that to come in the office of one of my old one of the places I used to work.
Yeah.
We sat down and we talked about a movie and its remake. So it was like The Fly and the remake of The Fly, Night of the Demons and the remake of Night of the Demons, and Invaders from Mars and the remake of Invaders from Mars. Right. I can't believe I remember all of those.
That's amazing, man. Yeah. Some of those I wish I'd blacked out. Yeah.
4 years ago. Oh, brother. Y'all, if right now, Night of the Demons is currently on Amazon, I believe. It is not a good movie, but it is. Can I swear on the show?
Absolutely.
It is batshit crazy, that movie. So if y'all want something that is just going to, like, be so insane that it takes your mind off of things and you're currently social distancing, go on Amazon Prime or just try to, I'm sure there's an easy way to find it. Find Night of the Demons. I believe it's 1988. It tries to be tongue-in-cheek and it just does not work. I absolutely love horror movies. I love horror. It's my favorite genre. Good, bad, scary, not so scary. Like it's sometimes the worse the better for me. Like I just was watching Child's Play 3 with my morning coffee yesterday just because. And so it's something that I love, and I love seeing horror movies that I've never seen before. I love when something like really, really scares me. Most recently, I watched The Autopsy of Jane Doe, which I had never seen, and it's currently on Netflix. That's one you should definitely check out. Even though what's his name? It's got Brian Cox and a dude who I try not to support too much. He was Speed Racer. We just won't say his name. It'll be easier that way.
Yes,
so I don't. Yeah. It's you look into the dude who played Speed Racer in the live action Wachowski's movie and look into some shit that he did back in 2015 and you'll understand why I don't want to give him too many props. But wonderful movie, really, really scary. And I love when I feel like I'm at a movie's mercy. And more often than not, horror movies are the movies that will catch me off guard and will make me not sure what's going to happen next. And I love that feeling. It's like it's the purple dragon that I chase. To just keep finding movies where I'm not only scared but just unsure of what to expect.
Well, we're gonna find out if you're at the mercy of dark skies today. So, a little rundown here. We've got the 2013 horror sci-fi movie Dark Skies, directed by Scott Stewart, who also directed
written and directed.
I'm sorry, I forgot that. Yeah,
that's all right.
He also did Legion and Priest. Have you seen either of those movies?
I've seen Legion. You know what? I like Legion. Legion's a crazy movie.
Yeah, from what I remember. That was
it got a TV show spinoff, too, on Sci-Fi for a while. Yeah. I think it only lasted a season, but I have a soft spot for, horror adventure movies, like horror things that it's like, oh, it's horror, but it's also got this big, like, lineage and like lore and stuff like that. And Legion checks off a lot of those boxes. It's also a fun bottle movie. Yeah, because it all takes place in that diner. Did you see what his earlier career stuff included?
I mean, some television and special effects, but what am I missing?
Well, yeah, he was a visual effects artist, apparently, or a visual effects person. And one of his first movies he worked on was Mars Attacks.
Really?
He worked on Superman Returns, Sin City, and at least according to his Wikipedia page, the last movie he did visual effects on, strictly as visual effects person, was the first Iron Man movie.
Wow.
So so this dude is a part of cinematic history.
Wow.
For better or worse. I'm sure he was able to just write his own ticket after that, because you see after Iron Man, within the couple of years, he gets to just start directing his own movies.
Yeah,
so he gets to make that jump.
He's the next Taika Waititi for sure, or
Yeah,
the
there you
first
go,
Taika
yeah.
Waititi. Yeah, I mean he's had a long career. Well, this movie was produced by Jason Blum, Blumhouse Productions, and Dimension. I forgot that.
Yeah,
They-
it's got the Weinsteins in there too.
Ooh, okay, we won't go there. We're gonna forget that part of that.
Yeah.
Who do we got? Yeah, Kerry Russell, who was just on Broadway, Josh Hamilton, Dakota Stewart, and holy shit, J.K. Simmons. So
Yeah,
we
buddy.
know that's what we got to look forward to. But I got to ask before I was wondering if you could give us the official synopsis, Andrew. But have you ever
Oh,
seen?
I would love to.
Have you seen the movie before?
I
gotta
am not.
ask.
I
That's your
just
first
watched
time?
it this morning, actually.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so it's nice and
Yep.
fresh.
Yeah. So, yes, it is. Yep. I had not seen it before. I think I had heard of it. I feel like I remember when it came out, but I just never saw it.
All right, well, good. This will be fun then. So yeah, if you don't mind, can you give us the official IMDb synopsis for Dark Skies?
Sure. As the Barrett family's peaceful suburban life is rocked by an escalating series of disturbing events, they come to learn that a terrifying and deadly force is after them, one which may have arrived from beyond the stars.
Beautifully done. I couldn't have put it better myself.
I've been doing a lot of cold reading as part of my social distancing as well. So you got to keep that muscle warm.
You really do. You do. Well, I want to bring this up before we even get into sort of our review and we're going to do kind of a play-by-play of the movie if anyone hasn't seen it. If anyone hasn't, I definitely recommend stopping this episode now, go watch, then come back. This is going to be full of spoilers, obviously, but this is interesting. A lot of people get confused because there was also a television series in the mid-90s with the same title, Dark Skies, and it also was about aliens. And I've actually had the creator and writer of Dark Skies, the television series, on the podcast many times.
That's awesome.
He's a colleague, a friend, and for a while he protested this movie because he believed that they intentionally lifted the title after someone saw the show or was connected to the show. But either way,
you know what? What's that guy's name? What's his name, if you don't mind me asking? Who did the TV show?
Bryce Zabel.
Bryce Zabel. I think Bryce might be onto something, because my first question after finishing the movie is, what does the title have to do with the movie we saw? Like, does it have a deeper lineage in UFO stories or things like that I'm not aware of, or is it strictly just the only other connection you could make is to a TV show in the 90s that was about UFOs?
It has absolutely nothing to do with anything UFO related that
See,
I've ever heard.
yeah, like then I think Bryce might be onto something, because not only do we, whenever it's nighttime, we primarily see inside the house. There's like one moment where we see a guy looking up into a quote unquote dark sky, but there's nothing that the title has to do.
Yeah, I don't get it. So, Bryce is pretty bitter. He's probably not happy I'm reviewing this movie, but that's going to depend on the review, to be completely honest.
Yeah, listen, Bryce, I'm just going to say I am on Bryce's side.
Me too. Me too.
I've never met the man. Sounds like a real smart guy.
It was a brilliant series. Definitely check it out if you can, man. It only lasted one season, but it's some of the best historical preserved television I've seen in a while. You know, it aired in the 90s, but it took place in like the 60s and 70s, and it's just beautiful to look at. So yeah, check it out if you can. Okay. So we open in the movie Dark Skies with an Arthur C. Clarke quote, and this is one of my favorite quotes. It's, "Two possibilities exist. Either we are alone in the universe or we are not. Both are equally as terrifying."
I love that quote too. I think I've brought that quote up on this podcast.
I think you have, yeah. It's one of my pickup lines, yeah. As long as my girlfriend doesn't hear me say that. Yeah.
Right, of course.
Yeah, so as soon as I saw that, I'm like, okay, I'm down with this. They looked at some good inspirational sci-fi writers of the time. So let's run through our characters quick. We've got Daniel, who's a dad. Lacey is the mom. Jesse is an older brother, and Sammy is a younger brother. So we've got pretty small family here, and
pretty standard suburban fare. They live in like a nice, quiet little suburb, as the breakdown suggests. They've got their nice dynamics. There seems to be some worry in the family of where the next paycheck's going to come from, which was odd. But that's, yeah, we get a pretty standard family dynamic in this movie.
Typical white suburban family at their finest. The brothers get along really well. They have this really strong bond. They talk to one another at night over walkie-talkies and from across their bedrooms, which we'll get to. This plays a big part in the movie. But then you have sort of this deterioration of the parents who are kind of falling apart, The dad's unemployed, the mom is carrying the family, he just can't find work, he's insecure. So you start to see the family isn't exactly as perfect as we would like to think.
Right, yeah, and it started very much like, I was like, this is an interesting way to start this movie with just this very, a little bit more contained family drama, where it's just like, it's suburban family, but not everything's as good as they'd like it to appear, and the son isn't listening to them, or the older son, Jesse, isn't listening to them very much. It seems like he has a hard time fitting in, but yeah, there's this dynamic between the parents where they're freaked out because the dad's unemployed. I think there's one point where the mom is Carrie Russell's trying to work on something, and the dad's like, come on, put it away. And she's like, no, we need this. Because she's a real estate agent. So it's like, it's quick to establish that everything is not happy at home already.
Exactly. And then on top of this, we start to get these weird things happening in the home. And it kind of starts with what they think was like someone burglarized their house while they were home. They wake up and the refrigerator's open. Everything's all over the place. So, and
there were a lot of eaten watermelons, and apparently they think it's an animal, but she's like, what kind of animal comes in just to eat the lettuce and doesn't eat the meat? So my question right off the bat, Ryan, is there some kind of UFO story to attach to this where aliens are vegetarians? Because it seems like they just eat the fruit and the romaine lettuce or whatever.
In all of my research, I have never come across definitive proof that they're vegetarian. But
interesting.
Look at it this way. I mean, if a lot of people believe that these gray aliens are actually us from the future, they are a either evolved or devolved version of us coming back to look at how were we at this point in time? Where did we go wrong or where did we go right? So maybe these aliens are so evolved and enlightened that they realize they no longer have to eat meat.
Interesting.
Maybe it's something like that. But no, there's no specific lore in terms of that.
There were such strong decisions made in this movie, quite a few of them that I feel like didn't pay off wholly, and trying to fill out what these aliens were like that was one of them. I was like, why bring up the fact that they don't eat meat?
Yeah.
It seemed like just such an odd specific to not have pay off later on. You know what I mean?
Right. There were a few moments in this film where that definitely happened, where you're like, why? Why was that even in there? But,
right. Yeah.
To me, it seems like, Stewart, the writer, he kind of looked at the surface level, phenomenon when it comes to aliens and UFO encounters or alien abductions, and just lifted some first sentences and threw it all into one family's experience. That's what I'm gathering.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that 100%. And there's elements. The snag is because you have some of those elements that are very surface level, and then some of the family drama that comes across very surface level as well, at least in the sense that I thought it was kind of interesting where they're literally we can't pay for our security system even though this is happening right now, which, don't get me wrong, still kind of a champagne problem kind of a thing. But it was interesting to me where I was like, wow, this is, they're struggling and they can't do something that would take care of them in this moment. They have to sacrifice something else to make that happen. He goes to a job interview that doesn't work out well, but they still don't seem as stressed out by that.
Yeah.
It's like the movie is constantly juggling being two different things. where it's like, oh, it seems like they're stressed out by money, but really they're stressed out by aliens, but really they're stressed out by money, but really they're stressed out by alien. Like, it just keeps kind of bouncing back and forth. I never felt like it comfortably got its footing in either side, for me personally.
It seems like two almost cliche stories being mixed together.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And while I enjoy the performances, I think the actors did a really good job. It does comes across a little less than genuine to me. But that being said, once we get to sort of the paranormal aspects of this is like straight up poltergeist, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. You know, Stranger Things is known for doing things like that. Right. And one of the first ones, besides the breaking in at the home, you mentioned the alarm system. This was interesting. So their alarm system goes off, they call the place up, and the woman says it looks like it was tripped somehow, but it's all 8 alarms in all 8 points of entry in your home. So that gave me chills when I first heard that.
Yeah. No, that was pretty cool. And it was a good example of like, ooh, we don't know what is doing this or how it's doing it. And the idea that you keep having the police officer being like, "You sure it's not your kids? Are you sure it's not your kids? Are you sure it's not your kids?" Right? And I was like, bro, you could not have a more dismissive police officer who's just there to be dismissive and then leave. Makes his partner wait outside, which I thought was funny.
Right, when clearly something's going on.
Yeah, something's going on. Like, and there were a lot of elements kind of thrown in the first act that I was like, this could maybe pay off later. And then some that were thrown in that were specifically set up to pay off later in a way that you would have not expected or seen coming. We don't have to get into that right at this moment. Yeah. But when you have stuff at the beginning with the son, Jesse, and his awful, terrible, stereotypical, I'm going to use the word wigger, even though I hate that term, kid, like gangsta friend who's just, they call him rats. The dad calls him rat face. Like, it's just this like shitty friend that he has that he is unquestionably and for some reason just straight loyal to.
Right. And they sort of go into it saying, the son Jesse, he's a little younger, so he's kind of like he's in that age where he's starting to mature. He's got a crush on a girl, and he's trying, there's one point when him and the friend, I don't even have his friend's name written down. You said Rat. We'll call him Rat.
It's like something Ratzner is his last name. It's like I forget what the first name is, but they call him Rats.
Yeah. So there's one point where they're watching a porn together, and this is like, the kid, Jesse, he's trying to see how to become, the next level of a teenager, I think. And this person he's chosen to sort of emulate is the last person he should ever be emulating. He's a complete sociopath.
Yes.
This is funny. So the second sort of, or maybe third, I don't know at this point, there's so many, sort of paranormal-esque moments in the film is Carrie Russell, the wife, is at home, and she's looking out the window, and then a bird crashes into the window. And then another, and then another, and then another. And literally hundreds and hundreds of birds start just basically dive bombing into their home, all dying, and just, it's complete pandemonium. It's very unsettling. What did you think of that scene?
I liked that too. It was something that felt familiar to me. You know what I mean? Like, and again, it is kind of that successful version of like an homage type of a thing. It's like, it's almost becomes clear then, like, oh, this is an otherworldly situation. Even if it's not aliens, even if it's something supernatural, what have you, there's something going on that's being implied when a bunch of birds start flying at one direction, like they trying to get through it almost. And again, I thought, like, Carrie Russell's the GOAT, man. So she plays it off very well and reacts in a way that makes you feel scared for her. And I found that moment I found as well to be very effective in what it was trying to do, which was to show that, like, something weird is going on here. What that is, we may or may not ever really get an answer to. But at the time, it's to kind of throw these people into hysterics. I liked the randomness of what was going on, the fact that they couldn't really nail it down to one specific incident. Because I believe the next thing that happens is the dad takes the kids to the park, or takes Sammy to the park, the youngest one. And this is some things I understand. Maybe they made certain choices. Maybe the actor was trying to convey something that they couldn't get across. Because Josh Hamilton is another guy, the dad. He's a Broadway actor. He's done a lot of movies. He's done a lot of TV. Dude knows what he's doing. But there's a moment where Sammy starts screaming. Like, he looks off, opens his mouth, and starts screaming and can't stop screaming. And this is, I think, one of the next paranormal. It either happens right before the birds or it happens after the birds. He starts screaming, and the dad is just yelling at him to stop in a way that seems like he's almost mad. He's like, Sammy, stop. Stop. Sammy, stop. And I was like, bro, you're not concerned right now?
Your kid just pissed his pants in public and started screaming.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, like, it was just one of those moments, and maybe they could have, we see later on that it's hinted that the dad may or may not be abusive, or like, at least that's what people, like, it's almost seems like the things doing this are trying to make people believe that he's abusive for some reason, or at least that's the misconception that happens. So it could be planting the seeds for that, but I really doubt it. To me, it just struck me as a very odd choice. One thing I also love is, and it's hard to make movies in general. Making a movie is very hard. And getting it to come out good is even harder. But there are little things that are just speed bumps along the way. And one of them, for me at least, was her search. when she goes to search what's going on to her, and it looks like a Google page, but instead of Google, it says search in big letters. And I was like, oh boy, guys, you didn't need to show us that page. Like, it's just one of those weird things where it's like, listen, nobody's got Google money. I get it, but you don't have to. You ain't got to show me that she's like she's clicking on the computer. Next thing you know, she's on a page that is what it is. I don't know.
Yeah, very strange. I mean, a lot of horror movies do this, where they do a search for the most random shit out there. Like, my son is talking in a voice of a 45-year-old man, and then the immediate response is, "Oh, he's possessed." Like stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough too, because I feel like, back in the day, in the 70s and 80s and 90s, maybe 60s, like, it hasn't been until this, like, last decade, like, in the mid 2000, like, once we get into 2007, 2008, you can't really send a character to the library anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can't send them to another location to look something up. It would probably be costly. B, it's a little unrealistic because, like, libraries aren't as important as they used to be anymore. But C, it's really just nobody would do that. Like, so but unfortunately, the alternative is, at least to me, not as interesting. Like, especially because we live in a world where anybody can put whatever the hell they want on the internet. I'm not saying libraries are like the end-all, be-all source of information, but when you have a character that's just clickety-clack-clack-clacking on a keyboard, it's hard for it to come across as scary to me.
Well, let's get to sort of beyond these little teasing things that whatever lay behind this is doing. There's another interesting one where all the photos in the frames in the house just disappeared. That was pretty interesting. I'd never really seen anything like that done before.
Yes, and I also feel like possibly it is playing into the big twist at the end of the movie.
Okay.
Whether or not that twist is clear, we'll get into later, but that was something... there's always fun to be had when you have a twist in a movie towards the end, and then you look back or think about the movie afterwards and go like, oh man, this happened that kind of relates to that. This happened. Sometimes that can be done really strongly. I do not feel it was done as strongly in this, and I do believe that was to set up the twist at the end. I could be wrong. It could have just been like, oh, here's another random weird thing that happened.
Right.
But I do think part of it was that to set up the twist. Again, if anything, the twist made it less effective, because in the moment I was like, oh, weird. They just took all their pictures. Like, that's creepy. Like, it's a weird thing, and it's a weird way to mess with people. That was another effective moment. I also thought we see Carrie Russell, one of the times she's trying to sell the house, she talks to this mother, and the mother says that her kid gets sick a lot. The kid almost has an asthma attack, in one of the weirdest ADR moments that I've seen in the movie. That girl was not making that noise. They were clearly like, we'll just throw it in post.
Put it in post.
But she tells the mother, like, oh, we find out that Jesse was sick a lot when he was little, constantly, like he was allergic to the world, she says. And the mother is like, oh, how'd you get through it? Carrie Russell basically convinces this woman not to buy the house because it won't be good for her. So it's a nice little moment to show us that Carrie Russell gives a shit about people. Later on, she's showing the same house to somebody, and we start to get into some of the even creepier moments. And I liked this a lot, because she just all of a sudden starts twitching and losing it, and then she walks towards this glass door in the back of the house and starts banging her head against it until it breaks.
Hey y'all, Ryan Sprague here. As you all know, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast is always free to consume, but it isn't free to create. That's why I've started the Somewhere in the Skies Patreon campaign. On a monthly basis, you give what you think the show is worth. You'll be helping the show continue, grow, and to be something truly communal. And remember, there are rewards for each level of contribution, and the list is only growing. So please, help Somewhere in the Skies now by becoming a patron. To contribute and to learn more, visit www.patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support. And now, on with the show. Yeah, it was very unsettling to watch. I thought that moment when she just it was like a flip got switched in her head, and she just was immediately just frozen and had almost a stroke in that moment. And it was very there's imagery in this movie and visuals that just go beyond giving me the creeps, and they made me so uncomfortable. So kudos for that. No matter what people end up thinking of the movie, there were some really effective moments, I think, and that was definitely one of them.
Yeah, and I appreciated that she does that and then wakes up in her bed thinking it's a dream, and then a call from her boss that's just like, why did you start having a nervous breakdown in that building, in that the house that you were showing this morning?
Right.
And she sees that it's 3 p.m, so it actually happened, but she woke up like it was a dream. It was just a fun, it was a great way to show how much they're losing control in what's happening.
Exactly.
In my opinion, that was one of the most effective moments in the movie.
Yep. And it sort of spirals from there. Each member of the family starts to sort of have these moments where they seem controlled by something, an unknown force. The dad, Carrie Russell, goes outside and finds him frozen in place outside. And when she, it's one of these typical horror moments where you can't see the person, they have their back to you. And then when she goes around, his mouth is just wide agape and he's frozen. Yeah. And then, boom, his nose just starts pouring blood out. And then he just runs back inside, really quickly, as if controlled by something. Again, these moments were some of the best in the movie, I think, where the director was like, I know what I'm doing here. I definitely know how to do horror. Now, how is it going to connect to aliens? That's a question we'll get to. But, that was one. And then each of the sons had those moments, too. The youngest son pees his pants, starts screaming. Jesse is just got his first kiss, and then
after he awkwardly, and again, this might be to lead into towards the twist, but because of the porn he was watching, he just reaches out and touches calls this girl a bad girl and touches her boob, and then she's furious, understandably so. And then it's like, God, have you ever even kissed a girl? Like, just mad. And he's like, and makes it clear that he hasn't. And she's like, aw, well, in that case, like, it's just like, whoa, no.
No, that's not how this works.
Show a little bit more self-worth. This kid's a creep. But he gets like chased when he's right, because again, and that's what I love. Like, I wasn't like a sheltered kid, but I was definitely like somebody that I didn't smoke pot or anything like that until I left to go to quote unquote college. But I like to see a kid that's like 13 years old, that this kid's friend pull out like a bong and a huge bag of weed and just be like, yeah, let's rock, man. I was just like, what is this?
Oh, we have to go back and, since we're talking about the friend, during this scene where the birds all crash into the house, like the people show up who deal with like outbreaks or whatever.
I think it's the EPA, right?
There we go, the EPA.
No, yeah.
And
is it the EPA?
that's a good question. We'll have to look that up. We'll fix it in post.
Yeah. Listen, if I learned, I hope not, because if I learned anything from Ghostbusters, it's the EPA or the bad guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to
always the bad guys.
Always the bad.
We after the bird thing happens, we find out it was 3 different migrations of birds that crashed into the home, and they think maybe this could be some sort of weird airborne virus. Not to get too current, but
right.
The friend has a line right here, and I gotta read it. That is so timely. He says, "Bitch, you're gonna get quarantined," and that would be the first of 5 times he says "bitch" throughout this movie. That was kind of his only thing he had going for him.
They really, like, in a movie full of characters that felt like they were like somewhat fully defined, like, and really like at least moderately fleshed out. The parents felt very fleshed out to me. Jesse was what he was, but again, that might have been intentional. Sammy was your classic little kid. That kid, I was just like, man, I always say to my friend, to Mikhail, my friend and co-host on my show, Hollywood has no shortage of shitty 10 to 13-year-old kids that have red hair and freckles, and this kid is no different. I don't know what it is. It's like they got a factory that just spits them out. Yeah. But look over the last like 30 years, and you will just find kids that are from even, I would say, 8 to 13, redhead and freckles, and they are always the worst. You just always make these kids shitty. And this one wasn't even in like a fun way. It's like, I think you said it the best. He's a sociopath.
Yeah, he's horrible. He's absolutely horrible. Like, if the aliens, if this movie is about aliens, which we'll get to, wanted to take someone, that's the person you take to find out what not to become.
Yeah. Because then we see him shooting poor Jesse with an aerosol rifle.
What the hell?
Because it's funny. Yeah, and then Jesse starts floating in the because whatever. It's at this point that the movie really started to go off the rails for me. Okay. Because this happens moments later. Jesse he's like, "What? He's my best friend." Because then the dad goes over and tries to beat up the rats, like the kid. Yeah. And I was like, okay, that seems like a jump. And then rightfully so gets punched in the face by the dad, and that's all that comes of it. And then, if I remember correctly, order-wise, moments later, the dad has a successful job interview and gets a new job. So all of a sudden, all the family problems are thrown out the window.
Yep. Yeah, it's
like just gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. I actually have that written down. There's a moment where he gets a job, and he's so happy he goes home, and then we get like the most tame sex scene ever in cinema history. But it's like,
you know what? I might not have gotten that, because the version I watched was on Hulu Live, and it's the sci-fi, the version that they show on TV. I saw no sex scene, at least from my recollection.
When I'm saying tame, I'm talking like they kiss, and then you hear a little like wah wah sort of.
Oh, gotcha. Okay,
cliche,
no, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah, fair enough.
No,
fair
you
enough.
didn't miss anything. But you're right. They sort of all this like crazy, scary, weird shit has happened, and then it's all just forgotten for one night of like, yay, things are okay in our regular lives. But now we got to deal with this other shit.
which it seemed like an odd choice. Like, if you're trying to reach a sense of calamity that they're shooting for at the end of the movie, I feel like you don't dismiss the real problems so easily and so readily. They're just like, all right, we got all that human stuff out of the way, and now let's get into the alien invasion. And it's just like, oh, but why? So what was that stuff for? What do we go through all that for?
Exactly, yeah. Well, we'll get to that. But I do want to mention, too, Daniel the dad, he is, he's really trying to not believe that any of this stuff is paranormal or weird or unexplained. And he even ends up getting security cameras installed. I don't know how that happens if, they have no money. But he gets these installed to look in every room. And this is where one of the first kind of big, I guess, alien abduction tropes comes in. He's looking at these videos, and they all go static for a moment, and there's a half an hour missing on the videos. Now, this is a very common occurrence in alien abduction that we call missing time. So, yeah, what did you think of that moment?
That was another one where I was just like, at that point, it was almost a little too late for me. Like, I felt like that should have happened a little bit earlier on. At that point, I was like, all right, clearly something weird is going on here. I forgot that they even had the security cameras. Speaking of like weird, that was a lot of cameras. It was like 8 camera screens. Oh yeah, that's a lot of cameras to set up in your house when you can't afford the security system to begin with.
I know, it's like straight up Walmart or something.
Yeah, exactly. Sitting there like Ozymandias. But he's. That one, like, while it was like fun, and I hate to compare things to other movies, but that was a moment where I was like, I've seen this done better. It felt like less like an homage. I say what you will about the movie. There's a moment in the M. Night Shyamalan movie Signs where you have the alien reveal, or the alien caught on footage reveal, and it walks across the screen and kind of looks almost like Bigfoot. Like walks across the screen at this like birthday party and just looks dead at the camera. And it's like this very unsettling, like, whoa, this like pop moment. And in this, at that point, like, because it's so blurry and he's literally just seeing this blur, like it's like him realize that moment feels like it's for the audience, when we already know that there's been somebody else in the house. Like, I feel like we had already even seen one of them at that point. Like, because the kid sees one or something. Or Carrie Russell thinks she sees one in the kid's room or something figure, like that. Yeah. Like, yeah, exactly. So we already know we had that moment, and yet it lingers on there like that's information that we need. But we know that already. It's fun, and again, he's playing it up as best as he can, but it's... As far as moving that plot line forward, I was like, nah, we already, like, we know this.
Yeah.
We got it.
I get that. From a structural standpoint, I think, it was a little too late. Someone like me who's knee-deep in abduction lore, like, it was our moment of, like, oh, good, they got something right. Like, missing time is a huge part of all this.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there are ways that they could have shown that, like, the missing time element almost, at least for me, gets lost in the like, oh yeah, a half hour went past, but what you really want to know is like, look, there's something standing in his house at like 8 different points. Right. And I was just like, well, no, the missing time is the interesting part, like at this point.
That's a good point,
because I do agree that that's interesting, and it's cool to like, I was wondering how many, if you had to say, like in a percentage between 0 and 100%, what percentage of the alien stuff that happens in this movie is based on things that have happened in real life?
Almost all of it.
Really?
Like 100%. The problem, though, is that it's all happening to one family. In like,
gotcha.
I'm talking like decades and decades of small, subtle things happening to quote-unquote experiencers, and it's always like one of these elements, or maybe two. Again, this is where I think the writer just looked at all the bullet points of alien abduction and said, I'm putting them all in one movie on, like, maximum drive. Yes, I mean, it's crazy. We have the markings behind Daniel, the dad's ear that he finds, and then these weird geometric shaped wounds on one of the kids. Now, yeah, these are actual.
Yes.
These come from actual accounts of people, and I've seen them. I've seen implant incisions, and I've seen markings on people's bodies that are perfect triangles or octagons or almost like crop circles dug into a frickin' person's skin. It's very unsettling. Whether or not it came from an alien or an alien abduction was involved, it's fascinating that the human body could create something like that, or if a human being self-inflicted themselves in that way too.
Right. Yeah, and I guess that leads to the point, too, which is because they spread themselves so thin with all these different, like, ooh, this kid's got bruises. This guy's got a thing behind his ear. There's birds. There's all the... Well, when you get to the climax, there's nothing for them to really hang their hat on. Because they go so many different directions that it's hard for that to, like, focus at the end. I think now would be as good a time as ever to talk about when they try to go and get some advice.
Yep.
About all this. And we get our sweet J.K. Simmons scene, who I just have to assume is good friends with Jason Blum to some extent, because Blumhouse did do Whiplash.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which was his big, like, one of the biggest movies I can't remember if he won an Oscar for that. He at the very least got nominated.
Wow.
But that was one of J.K. Simmons' career roles. So I'm sure Jason Blum was like, listen, man, you come in, we give you this much money, you just score.
Sit there.
And then you go home.
Yeah. So, so he is, I guess, basically, the family's sort of accepted at this point that there is definitely something going on. And because of Carrie Russell's Google searches, or searches, as it were, she comes to the conclusion that it's alien abduction. And the husband finally is like, all right, I'll entertain this. I can't deny what I've seen and experienced. So they go to enlist the help of Mr. Pollard, J.K. Simmons himself, Mr. J. Jonah Jameson in the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
If anyone remembers that. And this is like where we start to get the really big history of the Greys, as we call them, the aliens. Mm-hmm. And
well, he gives 3 different explanations.
Yes,
though,
he does.
Which I thought was again speaks to the movie and how scattered it is, because he's like, oh, they're Greys, insectoids, or reptilians. There's 3 basic. Now, I my first question would be, are those the 3 basic things that go on, or did he just pick, like, okay, we got Greys, I need 2 other examples because we got rule of 3s. We'll go with insectoids and reptilians.
It was interesting, the 3 he chose. I mean, I've heard accounts of every kind of race of alien you can possibly think of. So why they chose 3 that almost all look similar to one another was an interesting choice. But maybe they were the most effective. So, I don't know.
I really feel like the reptilian one was thrown in because Jason Blum is very left-leaning, very liberal, and will often take shots at right-wing people in his movies, at least far right-wing people. That's what we have. That dad at the random dad at the beginning who's talking about. He's like, you want to hear 2 scary things, China and Iraq or something. Or he said something, or China and Iran or something like that. He's like, oh yeah. Like, so they make him look like a crazy person. And then with the reptilians, they say, like, he's like, reptilians are the ones I least believe because it seemed like he was saying that because correct me if I'm wrong, a lot of the reptilian things has a very, like, anti-Semitic base, correct?
Big time. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that felt like him taking a shot at another fringe belief.
Interesting.
Just because. Yeah. And then we get into my next question would be, have you ever used anything akin to this UFO test that J.K. Simmons has printed out?
Oh my God. So these do exist. I mean, there was a famed...
They do, really?
There's a famed UFO abduction researcher named Bud Hopkins. He passed away not too long ago. But, I mean, hundreds and hundreds of people would come to this guy. He lived in Manhattan, and they sought him out. He would hear out their stories and record it, and he started to compile like a list of like questions to ask if you think you've been abducted by aliens. So I mean, yeah, it makes sense if you're gonna compile stories. It's the same with UFO reports. If you go to the Mutual UFO Network and report a UFO, there's like strict guidelines, like what time of day was it? How big was the object in relation to the distance you were? How many lights? And then you literally just tick off the boxes, and then the investigators decide if it's worth going out to pursue or not. So when he did that, it seemed a little dumb at first, but then the more I thought about it, I'm like, no, that's what you would do to try to as he says, weed out the crazies. I think what he says.
Oh yeah. And I will say, I thought I was like, my first thought was, you know what? I bet this is real.
It is
the thing that's done. It
totally
seemed so on the nose that I was just like, you know what? I bet you there was somebody who did this. So yay, good, I was right.
Yeah, you were right. Another thing I wanted to add, which I thought really warmed my heart, was the state of Mr. Pollard's apartment. It is like littered from wall to wall with UFO photos and the strings connecting like every conspiracy tinfoil hat person's dream. And seeing it somewhere else besides my own apartment really put it into perspective for me, to be completely honest. So recently I've let my girlfriend start to redecorate our place so that people will actually come over. So yeah, that was cool to see. I'm like, okay, so this is what happens when you get too obsessed with this stuff. Good to know.
Yeah. And I will say, before we move on from him, I do want to say I have lived in quite a few apartment buildings in New York City since I've lived here. Some big, some not so big. Some like 7 floors high, some like 3 floors high. I have never been in an apartment building that was as noisy as his building. When they are standing outside of his door to go into his apartment, when they meet him there, he comes back from the grocery store, and there's just this ambient chatter going on throughout the building, and it was such an odd choice to me. It was almost like he lives in a hospital or a school, and maybe I missed something, and he does.
Yeah.
But it was like it felt like he lived in a building that was just buzzing with people out of their apartments talking to each other and walking the halls.
Who does that?
So strange.
I couldn't even tell you what my neighbors look like. I mean, I never see them. Nobody ever interacts. That's a good point. I didn't think about that.
So strange.
That is really strange. Okay, so Daniel and what's her name? Lacey. They sit down with him. He starts going through the list of like, I'm going to see if you guys are actually abducted. And the more he ticks things off, the more he realizes, and they realize, like, this is what he thinks is going on. And he decides it's the Greys, which is the most common alien in abduction lore. Everyone knows, gray body, big black eyes, skinny body as well. Very, very iconic. And it was interesting to hear him describe like what they do and their place in all of this. I thought that was creative. They're almost like these the worker bees, I guess, of the alien races.
Yeah, absolutely. And I liked the whole like they're like, well, why did he choose us? And they choose us. And he's like, fuck if I know, man. Like,
that's a good point.
It's like really, there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Right, because, a lot of these people who are abducted, they say, like, oh, I was chosen for a reason, or I was special, there was something unique about me they wanted to experiment with, and this Mr. Pollard tells them straight up, there is nothing special about you people. Like, they take who they want when they want.
But, again, almost all of that is done away with the twist at the end.
Yeah, we're getting so close, and I know the people listening are like, just get to the fucking twist. We will. We will get there. We will get there as fast as the movie decided to get there. What was the other thing? Oh, he found... This is where we kind of seep back into the relationships between the family. He tells them, you can't stop this from happening, but your best defense is to stay unified. They use fear, and that's how they take one of you. They clearly want one of the people from your family, and they're going to fuck with you until they get the person they want. So Don't be
Right.
scared. Don't give in to that, and stay unified. So now we have the family having to sort of. They've gone through all this crazy, traumatic, weird stuff. Now they got to be a family again. So this is kind of as we're inching towards, I guess, the climax of the film. It's now the 4th of July. At this point, Daniel, he has boarded up the house. He buys a guard
Which I really
dog.
don't get. I from him being able to see clearly that these things just appeared in his house instantaneously. Like, I don't understand why he put the boards on the windows, but then I don't
point.
think the movie understands as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And he gets a shotgun, and I was like, okay, I kind of get this. And then they go and get a dog,
Yeah,
like an attack dog, and I'm like, okay.
it's very primal. I feel like we've resorted back to like.
Yeah.
You remember
yeah.
remember that time I told you about the Hopkinsville goblins case? With the
Sure.
the floating alien goblins and the family was shooting at him and they terrorized this family. Like there was a lot of callbacks to that in this movie, especially in the last scene, where I think the movie Signs also got a lot of its inspiration as well. This
Nice.
remote area where a family is being hunted or terrorized by these aliens. Now, in this movie, it's not a remote area. They live literally within feet of other people. And that's my next question for you, Andrew. So it's the 4th of July. There's clearly people outside doing fireworks and everything. And then you have this family holed up in their house waiting for a pending, like, alien invasion of sorts. So, I mean, the juxtaposition there is interesting, but I don't think it was well thought out either.
No, I feel like it was just a lot of the stuff in the last like 20, 15 minutes felt like it was like, all right, we are just going to barrel through to make this ending as explosive as possible. Here's all these set pieces. Here's a shotgun. Here's a loud dog. Here's boards that can be stripped off the walls and have the screws come out and stuff like that. It's 4th of July, so we can have fireworks going off. Like, it felt like they were like, we need to make this finale bombastic.
There's not a lot of substance, but at the same time, I will admit I did fall victim to it. Like, my heart was pounding in these last few minutes because you're right. They throw everything at you. It's clear the family cannot stop this force coming into their house. Why they didn't just go outside where there's other people, I don't know. Again, this idea of of isolating themselves seems like the worst thing they could have done in this situation. But again, then we wouldn't get to the climax that we have if they had done that. And again, we're kind of at the writer's disposal at this point, I would say.
Yes, and because we've gotten no clear idea of what these aliens are doing, though, it seems odd that the family's like, well, we need to do this, this, and this, and that's exactly what will help. Like, oh, hide it. She tosses the little kids in their room at one point, which apparently doesn't matter because moments later when they're given back to her, she's like ecstatic. And it's like, I thought you wanted them to hide in her room. There's one moment that really I thought was fun and well done, which is that she's walking down the hallway when, like, shit's hitting the fan, the aliens are showing, there's lights outside, I guess. Again, things that no one else is seeing for some reason in a very populated suburban area. And it's 4th of July, so it's not like people are probably, like, awake or asleep yet because this happens over, like, dinner time.
Right.
She throws the kids in a room while the dad's downstairs with the dog and the shotgun. And she's walking down the hall, and we see one of these grays behind her. So one's already in the house. And it just follows her, reaches towards her, almost touches her, and then pulls back for no reason.
That was weird, yeah.
It's not even like she sees it or, like, it becomes aware to its presence. It's like, oh, nah. And it's like, well, why? Like, what are we doing here? Why? If it was so easy for them to do what they eventually end up doing, why didn't they just do it? Like, it's this weird idea because we never get a clear definition or a clear answer, even a simple answer as to what these aliens are doing. Their motives and their actions make no sense.
Yeah, I would have
like
to
it's
agree,
just
yeah. It's messy.
I mean, he says they're like, oh, he says that they use fear to pick on them, but the things that they do, like the all they do is like slam a door closed and lock her in a room. which is like they're freaking her out, but she's not the one that they eventually take. They're breaking into the house downstairs, but then we find out that the dad is eventually fine.
Yeah.
Like he runs upstairs like nothing happened.
Well, let's get to who they want to take. Now, this is where it just kind of goes completely in overdrive, and
bananas, man.
The aliens start to close in on the family. We see like a shit ton of them, like I guess a gaggle of greys we call them in the
Love
home.
it, love that.
You like that? I'm gonna copyright that.
Gaggle of greys, man.
Gaggle of greys up in this bitch.
That's the next somewhere in the skies t-shirt. Gaggle of greys.
I'm doing it. Done.
Yep.
So, okay, let's go back to these aliens use fear. So, we think they're possibly going to take Sammy, the youngest kid. That seems to be where the movie was heading this whole time.
Yes.
Youngest kid is the most vulnerable, and let's do it. Let's take him. And as the family is fending off the aliens, Jesse gets transported to some weird nightmare, I guess, where his mom is dead.
Yeah.
His dad kills himself. It's very Amityville horror almost.
Yes, yeah, and it's insinuated that the dad killed the mom, and it was honestly for a moment, because when the ply boards came down and he fired the shotgun, I was like, ooh, I hope he shot somebody that's not an alien.
Yeah, that would have been a really interesting choice.
If they're just doing it like the Twilight Zone set the scene for a lot of stories to come from American pop culture and cinema and writings and literature and what have you. The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street is one of my favorites, which is a Twilight Zone episode where it's a similar thing where these people like something shoots across the sky and all the power in the street goes out. And all the people that live on the street start blaming each other. And eventually somebody gets killed by accident that they sent off to like investigate the next block. And then it turns out that it was literally just these aliens going like, oh, like, you know, we shut off their power and look what they did to each other. Let's move on to the next block. Like it's a similar idea of like these aliens using fear to just observe the human race. This felt like it was going in that direction, but then everything has kind of a simple answer. Like, I guess he shot at nothing and he just went upstairs and the kids were in their room, but then they're out of their room because they're just okay. And then this kid sees what we thought might be like the things going awry, to put it mildly, and then it just ends up being, like a nightmare, I guess.
It's some weird nightmare. So yeah, Mom's dead, Dad kills himself, Sammy's running around the home, clearly, like, possessed, and then he sees the girl he kissed with his friend. They're watching the porn that they watched in the beginning of the movie. It was so weird. And it you know, like, okay, we have all these images of what could be or what has happened mixed together, and Jesse is just having this really strange nightmare. Or is it real? We don't know. And then the moment he sort of snaps out of it, we see him separated from the family. They're all staring at him, and this is the moment where you're like, oh my god, this was like, was it or was it not? Maybe their plan all along. They finally got the fear induced into this kid so much that he's lost in another world, and they use that to take him.
Yeah, and then we see that like the next thing that happens is we see J.K. Simmons' character reading a paper just so they can throw him in there one more time. And it says, he cuts out an article that says like, oh, parents blamed for a child's disappearance. And then he puts it up on his wall of stuff. But then it goes 3 months later, and it seems like there were no repercussions from that at all.
Right. We get like one off line of the dad being like, the Child Protective Services are stopping by today or something. It's like, oh, okay.
Right, yeah.
So there was no investigation into...
No.
Like, what?
And guess what, bro? If they're coming by, they're going to take your kid because you've got a bunch of crazy shit pinned up on your walls. Like, I feel like they were going for fun, like, oh, now the parents are like J.K. Simmons' character, and because they were affected by this, they want to start looking at all the details and looking at all these different stories, and they've got their own map and pinups and stuff like that. But it doesn't really add to anything.
Yeah.
Because we don't really see... They seem fine.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's 3 months later, but they still seem like they've recovered pretty well. And they have an incredibly recent picture of Jesse hung up in their house.
Yeah.
That looks like it was taken on a cell phone, but it's a huge picture. And then we go from that to her going. Now, like, a running thing that we see earlier on is that Sammy is doing drawings of himself holding the hands of a tall, thin man, a gray, presumably. So here we have Kerry Russell going through Jesse's old box of stuff, and she finds pictures of him when he was younger, and then she finds similar drawings that he had done when he was a little kid. And then she starts going back and having these flashbacks to the conversation that she had with the mom about Jesse being sick when he was little and maybe being allergic to this world. And there was something else that's brought up where and I could be wrong about this, and I will say that this was a twist that I found hard to interpret, that either he had been targeted his whole life or Jesse is not human.
Yeah. So this is where I, too, am like, what the fuck? I don't get... What are we supposed to know the answer or not? Because it was not clear in any way, shape, or form.
At all. And then when I started to look back, I was like, I think it's erring on the side of him not being human, because most of the stuff about his character is him adjusting to being a teenager, but you could just have that be interpreted as him adjusting to being a human being.
Yeah.
And he was allergic to the world line, I was like, oh, so is he not from this world?
Right.
Like, that seems like a specific line to bring back.
It's a little too on the mark, yeah.
Yeah, and then we get this last little tag with the Sammy's walkie-talkie going off, and I guess it's apparently Jesse.
Communicating back to him,
yeah. So then I'm just like, okay, and then it just ends.
Yeah, so, I mean, we are left with the question, was Jesse an alien? Were they coming back to get him? Or was he some sort of... there's a lot of research done in the abduction realm where people believe they're taken, and either from men, sperm is taken, or women, their eggs, and they're creating these alien-human hybrid programs where they want to see how we mix with one another. Or was he, an alien put into a human body to learn how to become a human? Like, it's too much, and it's too big for this movie, to be honest.
Yes.
So,
big time.
Why they decided to do this twist at the end, I don't know. I'm going with he was the target all along, and we're just not supposed to know that. And maybe he had, premonitions this was going to happen, or it's not the first time he's ever been taken. This just is the final time, maybe. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I do not to get too much into my own conspiracy theories, but if you look back, the Weinsteins are notorious for going in and changing movies as they are being made, sometimes for the better. They made a lot of, the Dimension Films and the Weinstein Company made a lot of great movies, but most of the time it's for the worse. And that especially happens in horror movies. They think they know what they're doing with horror movies, and they always like to add stupid, schlocky things to try to do a mass appeal. I know this was several years later, but it felt very Paranormal Activity twist to me. I feel like they were just oh no, we need to make the twist that he was an alien the whole time or something like that. I really have a hard time believing that was part of the movie to begin with. So much so that if you were to tell me that they finished filming the movie, the last scene was going to be J.K. Simmons adding them to his wall, I literally thought the movie was about to end. I was like, okay, that's at least an ambiguous ending. You don't really know what happened, and probably the parents got in trouble for what happened or got blamed. But instead, they double down and try to give an extra explanation in a scene that seems very thrown together, as if to just give a big twist scare at the end. And it is just not effective.
It's not. It didn't work. I thought overall, like, I appreciated trying to make a alien abduction horror movie.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot to work with there, and I
Yeah.
think they had some of those elements in there. Like it's you're feeding on a fear that some people actually have. It's just like making a horror movie out of a possession story. Like there are things people, everybody or a lot of people have a friend who knows a friend who was abducted, or has a friend who knows a friend who knows somebody who was possessed. Like there's a lot. That's a deep well to draw from. And I think that they probably had the best intentions, but because I feel like I would be very surprised to hear that this director and writer is a UFO person. If you were to tell me like, oh, this guy actually knows a lot about UFOs and UFO phenomena, I would be surprised, because like you said, it's really more of a smorgasbord of things. Like he went in, took like one sentence, and then was just like, well, I'm going to throw this in because that's kind of cool. Like it doesn't seem to have very much an understanding or a really firm grasp on the like stories it's trying to draw from. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally. Yeah. Again, I just feel like Stewart, he skimmed the first search result he found on alien abduction and just went with it.
Yeah.
You know, and he did. He took every trope, whether abduction or paranormal, he mashed them together, he threw everything into the movie, and it was contrived, but overall, man, I mean, I thought it was well written in terms of like the dialogue, and
Sure.
It had a good build, mostly up to the climax, and
looked great.
it looked good. It was very slick, and it had a style. The acting was good. I thought all the people did a really good job.
Pretty tremendous. It's you got like the main. I always love when you like the main actors were fantastic, and you even get somebody like J.K. Simmons come in and giving a very reserved and grounded performance. I feel like any other movie, and usually any other actor, would take that opportunity to be like, all right, here's the crazy that believes in everything. And instead you get this guy who's like almost like weary and burdened by the information that he has, which I really liked. Like he's just like, yeah, sorry, this is probably what it is. I've seen this before. Look, I got this behind like he's got this horrendous scar behind his ear. Like instead of being like, ooh, like he's just very, very grounded. And I think that is a testament to the director and the style that he was going for, and the kind of acting choices that he was trying to stick with from his actors. And I agree. Like there was a lot of those decisions were very strong. It's just the story itself was just kind of a little all over the place towards the end.
Well, let's look at the Rotten Tomatoes score for this movie. We've got a 41% by critics and a 49% by audience. So,
oh, wow.
Say what you may about the movie. Well, personally, Andrew, out of a rating system of grays, what do you give this movie out of 1 to 5 grays?
1 to 5 grays? I would give it probably 2 grays. I would want to give it more, but there's so much about a movie. The hardest part of any storytelling is sticking the landing and hitting the ending, and you want all these elements to try to pull together to make a cohesive story that becomes as satisfying at the end as it may have been at the beginning. And don't get me wrong, that is not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. But when you have a movie where you sit there and you get invested, and I really was like, I was on board until we got into the third act. And then I started to be like, wait, what movie is this? Like, what's happening here? And because the elements leading up to it were so scattered, it not only had a hard time bringing things together, the ending made some of the elements that we had experienced before worse, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And not as satisfying. The ending of this movie, I think, did it a great disservice. Joy, my wife, came out into the living room at one point when I was watching it. We were towards the end, and I remember her being out there, and at one point she heard me. I I forget what the moment was, but I audibly started laughing.
Oh no.
Towards yeah, exactly. Like, and and that's, listen, again, I don't want to like disparage anybody on this particular movie. I usually have no problem taking shots every now and then. I really think that there are a lot of elements in this movie that just got out of people's hands, maybe, and who knows? I wasn't there, and I've never made a movie of like a big budget, like, you know, this movie costs like $15 million to make or something like that. It's not an easy feat to accomplish, but when you have this story, it felt like the whole story, they could have taken like another pass at the script before they started shooting. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, just something to really bring everything to, it's like, just to take some element, maybe even if the birds came back, maybe if we got like some more explanation as to what was going on. But it felt like they left things purposely vague so they could just go bug nuts at the end.
I knew we could use the word bug nuts at some point in this.
I always try.
Well, that's, you know, you had.
What about you? What about you? 1 to 5 grades.
Yeah, me. I'm going with I'm gonna go with a 3 grays out of 5 on this one. It was enjoyable, suspenseful, couple good jump scares, but it was, like you said, it was pretty cliche, and it relied heavily on all the films that came before it, I think.
Yes.
But overall, I'd recommend this to people just looking for a fun, scary alien film to pass the time.
Oh man,
you know,
something to watch on like a Saturday afternoon. That's it warmed my heart that I have Hulu Live TV. No big deal. And
baller.
I was able to watch this because it's available on demand through Hulu Live TV through Sci-Fi. And while the Sci-Fi channel has become something markedly different than what it was when I was growing up, it was fun to, like, when I was in grade school and stuff like that, Saturday afternoons when I would have nothing to do, put on Sci-Fi, and they usually had on some cheesy, sometimes not so great, sometimes like cult favorite horror movies and stuff like that. So there was something a little bit like heartwarming about that, to be able to sit down and watch a movie that I ended up thinking was so-so, but like a fun kind of cheesy horror movie, and it said Sci-Fi right in the bottom of the corner, and I was like, you know what, this is nice. This is like, you know, a nice little nostalgia punch.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it brings me back to the days of, like, Mystery Science Theater 3000 and watching that on Saturday and Sunday mornings. Like, I could definitely see this movie eventually making it to, like, riff tracks or something.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I didn't think it was that bad.
Not that bad. No, it wasn't. But I could see them finding a lot of fodder in there to deal with. Yeah. But I think when it comes down to it, when it comes to this movie called Dark Skies, I would suggest people go watch Dark Skies, the television series, or I had another guy on the show who made this homemade. It was literally the first found footage film ever made, long before Blair Witch and everything else that came before it. It was called Incident. It was called McPherson Tape, and it was a home video of a family during Thanksgiving. And their home gets invaded by aliens, and they get abducted.
Ooh,
a lot of elements.
Where can I find that?
Go on YouTube, McPherson Tape,
nice.
Type it in, and then UPN actually remade it into their own version, directed by the same guy, Dean Alioto. He's a good friend of mine and a UFO researcher and a filmmaker. And this is a funny story. I'll go through it quick, but he made this movie on like little to no money. He brought it to the distributor, and the distributor's place burnt down to the ground, and they lost, like, the entire film.
Oh.
Somehow, somebody got hold of it before this happened, and it started making the rounds in the UFO community. Someone put it out there and said, this is an authentic home video of a family getting abducted by aliens. That's how convincing it was, dude. For like 20 years, this movie was going around, you know, the conspiracy realms in the UFO
without
community.
This dude's knowledge?
Yeah, he had no idea. He had absolutely no idea.
Wow.
And then somebody contacted him eventually and was like, hey, man, that movie you made, like, it's huge. It's actually, like, a big thing in these niche communities of like conspiracy nuts and UFO people. And he was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? He's like, well, I need them to know it's not real. So then he started going around and telling people. And then UPN remade it, literally a shot-for-shot remake of it with Dean Alioto directing it, with like actual actors and stuff. Not to say the actors in the original weren't real actors.
No, I feel
you know what I mean.
Sure. Yeah, I know what you mean. I got you. Yep.
And I remember seeing the UPN version on television when I was a kid, and it scared the living daylights out of me. And then I went and watched the original, which is even scarier because it looks even more raw and real. So definitely I suggest people go check that out if you want like a good scary abduction.
Have there been people in the UFO community that have tried to say that he is just trying to cover up what is a real home video?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Amazing.
It doesn't matter what he says or how, I mean, I can literally like look at the actor and point to them and send you a link to his IMDb page, and he is still making movies today. So he did not get abducted by aliens. He's not missing.
Amazing.
It's amazing. But that's the lengths people will go to believe these things. And
sure.
I definitely suggest checking that out too. But before we go, Andrew, I gotta ask you, what do you got coming next? I know the podcast is on a little hiatus, but what comes next for you, and where can we find everything you're up to?
You can find me. You can still. I post things on Half White Son of a Black Man's Facebook page. I've been doing these since I've been social distancing. I've been doing these cold reads where, like, throughout the weekdays or as many days in a row as I can, I will cold read from something that I have in my house, basically, or that I can find online, like chapters from books. I was reading something the other day called Slash of the Titans, which is about the road to the Freddy versus Jason movie and all the different scripts and screenwriters that were involved in that. It was
cool.
A huge process. Great book to track down if you ever get the chance. So I've been trying to move those over to the Facebook page for Half White Son of a Black Man as well. I think you could probably, like, if you search me, you should be able to find that on my Facebook, because I think it's public right now. That might change at one point. We'll see what happens. Go on to my Instagram, Half White Son of a Black Man. I recently put out a challenge for people. If you're a performer like myself, or even if you're not a performer and you're currently social distancing, I've been doing something called social distancing self-tape, and that's the hashtag. It's hashtag social distancing self-tape, where people sit down and they self-tape themselves doing a 2 to 3 minute monologue, just for fun, just to get more art out there while all this is going on. Also, there's things that are still coming down the pipeline, but I wrote a comic book at one point that you can read on my website, halfwhitesonofablackman.com. It was drawn by the great Joe Cabatete, one of my favorite people of all time. And yeah, just go through the Half White Son of that Black Man is on a hiatus, but definitely if you like this episode, go back and look at some of the Shocktobers. Find the ones that Ryan has. I think Ryan's done one every year almost. There might have been like 1 year where I think you didn't do one, but I had like 1 year where I got married in October, and there were fewer episodes that year. I know, right? The nerve. But there's great episodes from that. That's something that I absolutely love. We've had some great people there. Or if you just want to listen to news from a time that was like happier, maybe even like 2 months ago, just go and check out the website. I love it. Super proud of it. There's a lot of fun to be had from it, and just keep your eyes peeled. I'll pop up here and there. Check out my episode. I was like you. I was on an episode of, well, you were on several, but I was on an episode of Mysteries Decoded. If you want to see me go chase Bigfoot with a gentleman named Todd Standing. And I know a lot of people have different feelings about Todd, and I understand that. He actually has a nickname that I heard recently, which I was not aware of before.
Can you share that on air? No. Okay, fair enough.
I don't want to just. Even though he has gone to great lengths to talk shit about me since the episode has come out, I'm not going to sink to his level. We'll put it that way. But you should definitely watch that episode. It was a lot of fun. Love Jennifer Marshall, the host of that show. She's a badass, and it was a lot of fun to shoot, regardless of the aftermath.
Well, did you find Bigfoot? We'll leave that to the audience.
Oh, you got to watch the episode.
Got to watch the episode.
Come on.
Everyone can go watch that at cwc.com. It's free to stream.
Mm-hmm.
Right
you can watch it for free. Yeah, man.
Might as well with all this free
and
time.
watch your episodes too. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome, man. Well, I gotta thank you for coming on today. Please be safe, be healthy, and thanks for joining me again on Somewhere in the Dark Skies.
It was my absolute pleasure, my brother. Love to you and Jane, and please you stay safe as well.
UFOs seem to be invading both our skies and our news outlets like never before. And more people are starting to look up and are wondering who or what might be out there. In 2016, Ryan Sprague introduced the world to countless UFO encounters that had never been made public before. And now, in the second edition of his book, he revisits these events and introduces brand new UFO cases in Somewhere in the Skies, a human approach to the UFO phenomenon. How have these events changed the lives of those involved? And what might it tell us about the phenomenon? With in-depth follow-ups, brand new chapters, and detailed testimony from credible witnesses and insight from those in the psychological, academic, and scientific fields, Somewhere in the Skies, a human approach to the UFO phenomenon, weaves together a story of stories, attempting to get to the heart of these mysteries one experience at a time. Available now on Amazon in both paperback and ebook. To learn more, visit somewhereintheskies.com. This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
Today on the show, we are joined by television writer, comedian, Bigfoot hunter, and podcast host, Andrew Sanford. Hot on the heels of the exciting news of signatures of alien life possibly being detected on Venus, we are taking a look at two movies that ask the questions, are we alone? And if not, how can we make contact? Although, these movies couldn't be any more diametrically opposed with how they decide to answer these questions. First up, we look at 1996's The Arrival. Best line of the movie, Zane says, actually, I look like a can of smashed assholes. And then we jump ahead 20 years to 2016's Arrival.
The movie is sad because it's so hopeful. When the movie came out, it felt more within grasp. But I like since then, it's just gone further away from that kind of hopefulness, what humanity is capable of. And like, don't get me wrong, it was humanity under extreme circumstances, but you know, we're in pretty fucking extreme circumstances right now, and we're not doing great.
It is a roller coaster of emotions as we navigate our way through both films in all their amazing and ridiculous glory. You have arrived to The Arrivals. Welcome, everyone, to a very special episode of Somewhere in the Skies. Today, we are joined by one of my best friends, colleagues, and just all-around awesome dude. Andrew Sanford is joining us for an epic movie showdown between 1996's The Arrival and 2016's Arrival. Andrew, how you doing, buddy?
Ryan! Hello. I'm happy to be here for the, I'm trying to think of the amount of movies we've talked about, because we talked about It on here.
Yep.
We talked about Fire in the Sky. We talked about
Communion.
The other Sky Communion. Fuck, I forgot about Communion.
Yeah. How could you forget that one?
I don't know.
Well, what was the other one we did?
The other sky one, the gritty skies, dark skies.
Dark Skies. Ooh,
yeah.
gritty skies. I want to see that movie.
Gritty Skies.
It sounds like an early Oliver Stone movie or something.
Yeah. No, it's Gritty Skies. It's just that hockey mascot, Gritty.
Oh.
Or is that his name? I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to be here. I'm thrilled to be here to talk to you, to talk about these movies. It's going to be great.
It'll be fun. It'll be emotional. It'll be traumatizing and everything.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
then we'll talk about the movies.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. If anyone can't tell, Andrew is a comedy writer. Boom.
Woo. Oh, nah.
So what's been going on in your world during this continued lockdown of the world? Are you staying busy? I have a feeling we're going to have a creative renaissance after this is all done.
I friggin' hope so, man. Yeah, I've absolutely. I think that staying busy is a perfect way to put it. I've been just trying to write as much as humanly possible until I run out of ideas, which luckily hasn't happened yet. Working on a pilot with a project pilot thing with an old teacher and good friend of mine, which I'm very excited about. Or just wrote another pilot on my own, which was something that I just wanted to get out there. Just trying to, make sure that I don't to use my free time well, because while New York is not the war zone / hellscape that some people have tried to claim that it is anymore.
Right.
Even though, I mean, I don't have to tell you, things were rough there for a couple months. We talked about that last time we talked. But, things have gotten a lot better, but it's still not I'm not riding the subway every day, or I'm not hopping around all over the place. And as far as my day jobs are concerned, none of that has come back yet. So I'm just trying to make sure that I stay productive and stay sane and watch movies. My wife and I watch a movie almost every day, if not every other day. We'll just all right, it's dinner time, let's watch a movie. And at first it was a fun we'll try to watch more movies this way. And as we're in month 6 now, it's been all right, can we not watch a movie tonight? Can we?
I know
it's a real champagne problem.
It is, right? And I mean, I watched, I think, all 6 seasons of Lost within a 2-week span. So
wow,
I will never get that time back. But no. I love Lost. It's my 3rd time watching it all the way through. And I'm the same way, it's like a movie a night, or 10 episodes of The Office for the 1 millionth time. But
oh, dude, same.
Yeah, it's comforting, and I think that's why a lot of people watch these shows, Parks and Rec, The Office, over and over. I put it on to go to sleep because you know what comes next, and it's comforting. And God forbid, we feel some sense of normalcy or comfort during these uncertain times. So
I at the beginning of this watched through 30 Rock. Now recently, my wife Joy has been watching it for the first time, watching through it. She's seen episodes
fun.
Here and there, but yeah. And I was just oh, cool. I'll pop in whenever or what have you, because I've seen that show just a bunch. It's one of my favorites of all time. And instead, I'm constantly just oh, you put on 30 Rock, I'll stop what I'm doing and come right over here. It's just you're right. It's something. It hits a little part of my brain where I'm just hey, you want to feel good for 25 minutes?
Yeah, I know, man. I mean, and the next one on my list is this new show on Netflix called Away with Hilary Swank, and it's about them going to Mars for the first time, the first man or woman, I guess, expedition to Mars. So has a lot to do with what we're going to be talking about today. But I got to ask you, before we get to these 2 movies, the latest news that broke this week as of us recording this is on Monday, scientific researchers published showings of phosphine, a possible signature of life present in the atmosphere of Venus. What do you think of this, man? Did you wake up to this news just as surprised as the rest of us?
I was totally surprised. I think I saw somebody put it perfectly, which is that, like, because I even got like a little Apple alert on my phone, the Apple news of just like signs of life discovered on Venus, and it's just this quick, like, your heart palpitates a little bit. You're like, it's very exciting. But then when I looked into it, I was like, I don't know what this means. I'm gonna wait until Thursday for Ryan to explain it. So I've kind of like stayed away from it. So as someone who I'm sure looked into it much more than I did, what do you think?
Well, it's exciting. I mean, a lot of, it's not the aliens are on Venus that we were all hoping for or ever expected. I mean, Venus was not a planet that most scientists ever thought could harbor life. It's so damn hot that it would be impossible for anything to really live there, according to our standards and our, carbon makeup, as it were. So, I mean, it wasn't somewhere they were looking, but lo and behold, they found these gases floating in the clouds in the atmosphere there, and they believe that there are signatures of phosphine, which shouldn't exist there. And the scientists are completely dumbfounded and surprised, and just like we are, they're like, "What the f?" Like we've been searching for life elsewhere in other galaxies, but we never thought we would find it in our own solar system. So, hey, look, it's early stages, but it's exciting nonetheless. And it shows that, just because we don't think it could exist or thrive somewhere else because of how we were evolved and all of that, doesn't mean it can't exist. So this is pretty exciting. I'll add this. NASA, they have an extensive astrobiology program that is always searching for life. And they were quoted on this story as saying, we look for life in many different ways across the solar system and beyond. Over the past 2 decades, we've made new discoveries that collectively imply a significant increase of the likelihood to find life elsewhere. I'll add this too. As with an increasing number of planetary bodies, Venus is proving to be an exciting place of discovery. And there are missions now going to Venus to try to capture this, man, see if we can get any more information. And it is possible.
That's how some horror movies start.
Yep. And hey, look, we have brought back things from Mars or, various other places where there have been signs of life. So it's a little creepy, man. I mean, that stuff breaks free and gets out. That's how you have, like you said, these Michael Crichton stories popping up.
That's right.
So it kind of leads into what we're going to be talking about today, the possibility of alien life and the possibility of making contact. So we're going to start with 1996's The Arrival, directed by David Twohy.
Station 5.
Is my voice even vaguely familiar to you, Zane? I really don't want a repeat of last week.
Look, if I say I'm going to be there, I will be there. End of story. There is nothing more important to me right now than
Searching for ETs in this political environment is a tough sell.
I come to you with the possibility of extrasolar life. I can't for it.
They're acting like it never happened. It's like we never gave him any tape.
The first signal is definitely sky-based, but this one is Earth-based. Something's going on here, Shar. What is it that they're trying to hide?
It's a troubled young man.
Why are you telling them lies about me? I want my tape back. I want it back.
They've branded his theory paranoid.
There are some DOD guys here going through our stuff.
I don't know who these guys are, but I do know that they're lying to you.
And the only ones who believe what's coming,
if they're not here now, they will be soon.
Who, Zane?
Are the ones who've already arrived.
Right now, as much as you think you know, you don't know the half of it.
Why did they leave?
They didn't.
How do you know?
Because we aren't dead yet.
Stop watching the skies.
I know why they're here.
Start watching your back. Charlie Sheen, Ron Silver, The Arrival.
Like I said, Z, you didn't know the half of it.
Now, before we get to the premise of this movie, Andrew, David Twohy, you know anything about this guy?
I don't. I saw that it was written and directed by, and I didn't dig too much deeper. I feel like I almost did. This was one. I'll get into my watching experience of both of these movies in a minute, but yeah, I didn't. But anybody who's able to write and then direct a movie that they wrote is a hard enough thing to be given anyway. You have to have at least usually some sort of a proven track record, unless you're Madonna. But that is like half a joke. That's really happening.
I know.
But so I was kind of, I was like, oh, somebody wrote and directed this. Interesting. What do you know about him?
All right. Well, talk about a track record. You ready for this? David Twohy.
Sure.
He wrote Pitch Black.
Ooh.
G.I. Jane.
So after this, then.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
What else? Waterworld. You're gonna like these last two, though, Andrew.
Wait a minute.
You think that's bad? Wait for this. I think you like this movie, if I remember correctly. The Fugitive. He wrote The Fugitive.
Yeah. Wow. Fine. You know what? I love that. It's a great movie.
And last but not least, he wrote Critters 2.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, he's no slouch, man.
Wow. I was about to say, it does not surprise me, because I think Fugitive probably would have been a couple of, probably 2 or 3 years before this went into production.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, I'm sure, a hot property after that. That movie blew up.
It was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the cast here before the premise. We've got insane, crazy version of this man. We've got Charlie Sheen, Lindsay,
who was my same age when he made this movie. Which really, yes, he was 31 years old. Unless I read that incorrectly, he was born in 1965. And when I read that he was 31 years old, I was like, I don't know if he looks bad or if I look great. Because
Dude, trust me, the older you get, the more of those existential comparisons you'll start to make.
Yeah. Or vice versa. I was like, maybe he looks great and I look bad. Because at one point, Ron Silver calls him a young man. And I was like, Charlie Sheen's like 45 years old in this movie. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh,
oh God, don't remind me, man. Who else we got? Lindsay Krause, who I'm not
Lindsay Krause, yes, I looked her up because I thought that was Char at
Me too.
first, but it's not. It's the green woman, and she's had a pretty expensive career. Not that this defines her, but she was married to David Mamet for a while.
Oh wow.
And has like a bit, like that's a heavy. Her and Richard Schiff both being in this movie. And Ron Silver. There's some heavy hitters actor-wise in this movie.
Yeah, there are. I know. What a great cast. And you know what? Mm-hmm. Honestly, besides our main protagonist, which we'll get to, pretty damn well acted, in my opinion. They really gave their all.
Yeah, no, everybody, there's definitely something to be said for the fact that, like, everybody was taking the movie seriously.
Yes.
Which always helps, whether good or bad. You want people to, like, especially when it comes to, like, heavier themes. And it's also something where I would wonder, because the movie was, ironically enough, too, especially because having Ron Silver, who was at the time a Democrat, but the movie is very liberal and progressive in its message. It's talking about climate change. They take a shot at the NRA at one point. They say global warming at a time when I was like, this is 1996. Like, you didn't, if you talked about global warming, you got laughed off. Like, I mean, there was some of that talk was happening, but like, it wasn't, that was, I would almost call it like just as fringe of a belief as like believing in aliens.
Right. It was definitely this premise and overall theme of this movie was definitely, I think, ahead of its time. And a lot of people have compared this and the other movie we're going to talk about to, the groundbreaking film, Contact,
Oh, sure.
And very similar sort of premise, but this movie came 2 years prior to that. So, I mean, you gotta give credit where credit's due. They were kind of pioneering this idea of the making contact with aliens via the actual way in reality that we are trying to do that. And that's through, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, trying to look for radio wave transmissions or stuff like that. So I think, again, original idea at the time. Yes, we've had many movies throughout the decades of trying to make contact with aliens and this and that. But,
right. And even before this film, we had My Stepmother is an Alien, which deals with a very similar way of contacting aliens. And it's funny you mentioned Contact coming, because I would think of Contact being both quality and like kind of in the middle of both of these movies. I actually saw Contact for the first time this summer. I had never seen that movie.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. Just had never seen it, and I watched it, and I was like, oh, like there's plenty, like there's a lot of it that's really good, and a lot of like, there's some stuff that hasn't aged like super well. But one thing that movie has over both of these is that it has Jake Busey in it, and I don't get enough. I don't get enough Jake Busey in my life.
Oh man, could you imagine if Jake Busey was in this movie with Charlie Sheen? It would have been off the charts.
It would have been so good. Like hey, I'll throw a pitch out. I would have rather had Jake Busey in it instead of Charlie Sheen.
Let's do it. Retroactive movie.
Yeah. Go. Yeah, right? Yeah, we'll do one of those deep fake things. They've got basically the same kind of haircut. What is going on with this haircut? I don't want to listen. It was 1996. There's a lot of different, but I was like, I don't understand this man's weird,
the buzz cut.
It's almost like a haircut that started as a buzz cut. It's like if you take long hair and make it a buzz cut, you know what I mean? It's not a close cut. It's just, it was an odd look for him. Somebody who was, and who knows, maybe this still would have been the case, but I think, Charlie Sheen was a bit of a sex symbol for a while. And to see him like this, I was like, huh. I was like, maybe they're trying to dumb him down because he is what would his exact title be? Like a radio astrologer or astronomer?
Astronomer, yep, exactly.
It's just astronomer, but wasn't that, I feel like he added some extra qualification because he's an astronomer that's looking for sound waves. He's not looking for constellations or anything.
Right. They all add, credits, all these scientists to what they are. But, the official synopsis calls him a radio astronomer. I don't know.
Gotcha.
He's not an astrobiologist or astrophysicist or anything of that sort. So, yeah, I guess I would just go with radio astronomer.
Gotcha. Speaking of that, do you want me to read the synopsis?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So we have The Arrival. Zane, an astronomer, discovers intelligent alien life, but the aliens are keeping a deadly secret and will do anything to stop Zane from learning it.
Love it.
Ooh.
Love it. Well, let's dive right in, man. I want to talk about this opening scene because I actually love this hook. This is the cold open you'd see on the X-Files or the Outer Limits or something.
The whole thing felt very he makes a Tales from the Dark Side reference at one point.
Yeah,
and the whole story felt very much like that to me. A longer episode.
Yep, it did. It felt like it could have been shaved down to 45 minutes and called it a day. But they stretched this thing out to almost 2 hours. Jesus Christ.
Bro, and I mean, it was even more than that because I watched it for free on Bluestone
God.
TV.
So you got all
and it had commercials. Oh my God. It was I think I was texting you at 2. It's what time? It's 3:45 right now. I was texting you at 2:45, having pretty much just finished this movie because I started it at around noon, and then I was like, oh no, because I wanted it to be fresh because I had never seen it before.
So you're gonna have plenty to say then. You're gonna.
Oh boy.
Well, let's talk about the. Let's talk about the opening scene.
Let's talk about the opening. Sure.
This woman who we learn is Ilana Green.
Mm-hmm.
She is a climatologist. And she is in a field taking photos, picking out some poppies, a poppy field, as it were. And and then we get the line, "It shouldn't be here," which is okay, why? And then what do we do? Do a super zoom out, and she's in, the tundra, the Antarctic or something like that. Which, whoa, when I didn't remember that opening scene, because I saw this movie when it first came out or was put on VHS. And I don't remember this opening scene having as much impact, probably because I was too young to understand what global warming and climate change actually was. Because like you said, it wasn't taken seriously back then. So when they zoomed out and it was in the Antarctic and I watched it this time, I'm just like, holy shit, we are living this right now. Like, look at San Francisco, look at everything, all these horrible things going on in the world environmentally, and it was terrifying. So in that sense, I think the message of this movie, which we will get to, is very vital.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was one of those things where I really liked that opening hook, and then was just like, oh, cool. So they're going to be going up to the Arctic, huh? No.
Nope.
Like, it's just like, we'll show you that. Give you no, at least unless I missed something, there's no real explanation as to, she's in the middle of Antarctica when they pull back.
Right.
How did she get all the way out there? She's got no, like, I was just kind of flabbergasted by that. I was like, this is a cool hook, but then it, like, the whole movie to me kind of rested on some of these ideas that are like fun to present and then have like no follow-up or no like really like there's stuff about it later. Like if you think about it for more than 2 seconds, it makes no sense.
Oh, absolutely. The logic of this movie is just
it's all over the place.
It's all over. And we'll hit some of those plot points for sure.
Sure.
All right. So then we get our opening titles. All right. Sorry. Oh, God, I'm going to be doing this so much tonight. The Arrival.
Right.
There we go. And we meet Zane and we meet Kelvin, the odd couple of radio astronomy. And
now that signal comes. So they're doing the radio astronomy biz. Yep. They have happened what anyone in their position only dreams of, right?
Oh,
like
absolutely.
That's their life's mission is to find something like this to happen. And the way they react felt like they were reacting to like their favorite song just came on the radio or something like that. You know what I mean?
Record.
Yeah, they were just like, yeah, woo, woo. Like it seemed like such a strange. I was like, guys, you should be like, I cry at the drop of a hat, so I don't assume that everybody should just be like in tears. But I'm like, this is what you wanted. This is what you've been working your whole life towards. Like, and it's happening right now. And it just kind of like, it's not even like it's like a stunned reaction. I mean, Richard Schiff pees on his shoes a little bit, but there's like aside from that, I'm just like, guys, this is it. And they're just like, yeah, okay, record, like, and they get it, and then it stops, and they're like, oh man. All right, gotta go talk to Ron Silver like the next day. Like it's just
here's my argument to that. And I'm not defending their acting choices or anything. Right. From a character standpoint, I'm thinking, yes, they wait for this their whole life, but they get so many like false positives when it comes to stuff, and I've spoken to actual people who worked at SETI, and dude, like, yeah, they get little small blips here and there constantly, and then their job is to either figure out what it actually was, and it's usually always a radio wave or television wave bouncing back at us, from our own
I retract my criticism of that then.
So they're trained to kind of keep cool when these things do happen. In my opinion, I think that's what was going on in the scene. Is they're like, okay, we need to follow protocol. Like, just make sure it's recording. Make sure this. Let's deduce this. So that's kind of how I took it. I also think Charlie Sheen is just a terrible actor, but we will get to that. But you do make a good point. Like, okay, we're dropped into this movie where probably for most of their careers, this has never happened. And then, of course, the minute the film drops us in there, it happens, which is, that's what movies and plays are. We're dropped into the lives of these people at the most pivotal moment of their lives. And this is probably it. So, so they get this message and they are not sure what the hell to make of it. It's this really weird radio wave signal audio. And like you said, they're super excited. They get all of the data down, this, that. And they're trying to call other, radio astronomers throughout the country to make sure someone else heard this. And they can't get a hold of anyone, which I thought was kind of weird. Like, there's got to be somebody else out there hearing this or listening to it, Or
Right.
you're just telling me every university or astronomer is asleep right now while this is happening? Come on.
You know what, though? At least they do the due diligence to say, like, oh, tried reaching out to this person. They didn't answer. Oh, this person didn't answer either. So I'm like, okay, at least they answered that question of just like, why is no one else hearing this? But yeah, it is kind of silly for that answer to be like, they're asleep. Because we're the only ones that are taking this seriously. Like, so it's just, yeah.
I think rewinding a little bit too before they get the message. I think we have to give them credit for this. They show how fucking boring it is for these people.
Yes,
like they're just waiting. Calvin is asleep, drooling, and then we've got Zane, whose girlfriend calls him and says, "When are you coming home?" This is her exact line. "I want your ass in bed." That's what she says to
yes.
Which we'll get to more of that movie.
I mean, some of the dialogue is at one point she says to him, "Put your paranoia back in your pants," and I was just like, "Oh, okay."
I've got direct quotes written down. These are gonna be funny. Yeah. So this message they get, it's like 45 seconds long, and like you mentioned, they bring it to their boss at JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. And dude, this place has like a super strong mythology within
really
UFO world and the occult world as well. The dude who started JPL was working with like weird Satanists and occultists before he started this company.
What?
Really weird.
Like really, like proven? Like that?
Oh,
I hate to be that person, but
yes,
wow.
Proven. If you go back, I think it was even on Drunk History when they covered like the beginnings of NASA and JPL, and they did cover this. Oh God. The guy's name is escaping me right now, but he was big into occultism in America.
Amazing.
He lived in New York City, and the guy who started JPL was like in this weird love triangle with this guy and his wife, and they did all these weird sex rituals and like just super strange stuff, man. And then he went on to form like one of the most prestigious jet propulsion places in the world. So yeah, really weird what some of these companies are steeped in. Yeah, but moving on from that, they go to their boss to give this news. And who was this again? Their boss?
Ron Silver is his name, and
what do I know
somebody. He was all over the place, especially in the 90s. You ever see Time Cop? He's the bad guy in Time Cop.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And he was noted he was a Democrat at this time. I was looking this up because I thought, I was like, oh man, it must have been weird for him to be in this movie because he was, essentially he was somebody who was a Democrat until 9/11 happened. And then he thought the Democratic response to that and to terrorism was not strong enough. So he became an independent, started supporting George Bush, was working hand in hand with George Bush up until his death in 2009. However, it was revealed by his brother like a year after his death that he had voted for Obama because he very much wanted to see an African-American president. So he had an interesting last decade of his life. Yeah.
Interesting.
A real interesting guy. But you can see if somebody was a Democrat at the time, it almost made me start wanting to look into the political leanings of everybody in this movie, especially the director, because again, it's just very much it's very, very much a progressive movie. It has its missteps, like Kiki.
We'll get to that.
Yep. But it's the overall message of the movie centering on climate change in a time when mainstream, Independence Day doesn't even really get into a lot of those mainstream action movies and stuff, especially in the 90s, are apolitical. Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. That's a good point, though, and I think that might be why this movie didn't do as well for many reasons, but I think this is one of them, is it did have a strong stance on things that not all Americans or not all humans agree with, and that's hard when you're kind of putting your foot down in your film and saying, this is my message, this is my theme.
Right.
I think it's interesting. And again, we'll get to why global warming plays such a big part in this. But okay, so
yes, because I will need you to explain it to me, because there were a couple of times.
I can't pretend to know it all, but we will try. Zane and Calvin bring this information to their boss at JPL / I guess they're kind of working with NASA. They're not, directly related, but their boss is like, I don't know what you want me to do with this. Also, you're fired. So
right,
it's like you bring him, and I think Zane actually says, I bring you the most groundbreaking discovery we've had in forever, and you're firing me? And she's like, what the hell is going on here? Why would your boss do this?
It's even more confusing because that starts with him being like, there's nothing here. Oh, you mean the signal came on and then it didn't repeat and then we didn't see it again? And then moments later, he's like, this is a huge scientific find. This is exactly what you've been looking for. But I got to let you go. I'm just like, what? We just took like a big shift.
Yeah, it was a very unbalanced scene, I would say. But so he fires Zane, and then we see his boss destroy the tape. So what's going on there? We'll get to it. What else here? Oh, and then so Zane, he's fired, and it kind of, he tells his girlfriend, and we come to find out, he's been doing this job forever. He's kind of lacked in the boyfriend department, and the relationship is very strained in many ways. But he does immediately, God, wouldn't this be nice? You get let go from a job, and then like days later you get another job. But he starts working for like a satellite company, very run-of-the-mill blue-collar job.
Does he? Because
why do you ask?
Somebody? Well, because I was confused all of a sudden. Like, and let me be very clear about something. I was going to say this. I watched both of these movies in the last 24 hours. Okay. So last night I was a little tired, and I put on Arrival. I was like, I might fall asleep just because I was like beat. It was a long day, but I was like, you know what? I've seen this movie a bunch. I really like this movie. I put it on. And I couldn't look away. Like I was woken up by that movie. I love that movie. I was attentive the entire time I watched it. I put this on today. I woke up this morning. I went for a run. I came back. I had breakfast. I had 2 big cups of coffee. I had to write an article for Pajiba.com. No big deal. Check out Pajiba. And smooth, very smooth. And then I put this movie on, and I'm like, all right, I'm ready to pay attention to a movie. When I tell you that this thing, I had the hardest time staying engrossed in this movie. So at a certain point, and Joy watched it with me. At a certain point, I looked at the TV and I was like, wait a minute, is he a handyman now? Because all of a sudden he starts running. He runs into that little TED Talk or whatever it is that the guy is attending, right?
Yeah.
And that his former boss is attending, and he's mad because he found out that like he didn't share the tape.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. And he's got that outfit on, and the name tag isn't his name. And then that becomes a recurring thing as he's like working on other people's satellites.
Yeah.
So I just started to wonder. I was like, is this a real and this could have happened. Did I miss the scene where he's just like, well, I got this job now, or well, I got to do this for money now? Or did he just all of a sudden had this van and several different name tags and outfits?
Holy shit. I didn't, where is the connector between that? I don't know. That's a really good point, man. Like
if I missed it, if somebody wants to start flaming me on Twitter, that's fine. Like, that's why you got to really pay attention to a movie. But I swear to God, it was like I blinked, and all of a sudden he's rushing into this place with his outfit on. And I was just like, oh, okay, so he's pretending to be a handyman to get in there. And then I was like, wait, why is that not his name? Like, never once did he wear a name tag that said Zane on it.
Right.
Zane Zeminski. That's some classic name stuff going on.
That was a Stan Lee name right there, man.
Yeah, for real. Yes.
Matt Murdock, Peter Parker. I could go on.
Yeah. Bruce Banner. It's all. This is superheroes in general.
Yeah, you could tell this writer definitely was a comic book fan.
Yeah.
That's such a good point. Okay, well, let's suspend our disbelief for a moment and say he's working for some satellite repair company. So
fell on hard times.
Fell
It
on some
happens to
hard
the best of us.
times. It really does. And just like any guy, when you're that beaten down and whatnot, like it starts to take a toll on you, and you don't feel your self-worth anymore. But before he loses all self-worth, we get our first shot of Zane post-coitus, I think, or pre-coitus. I can't really tell.
Well,
out on his dock. His dock, he's not fishing. Out on his deck.
His dock, yep. Yeah.
In the nude. What'd you think, Andrew?
Well, here's a question for you, Ryan. Why was he wet, and why was she not?
He was very perspiring, yes.
During several points of the movie. To the point where I almost thought, like, not to jump ahead too far, but there's later on where he's wearing a disguise that starts to fail, and it looks like he's sweating through it.
Yeah.
And I was like, have they been showing him being perpetually sweaty for this entire movie just to set up that one bit? Because if so, that's almost kind of genius.
Yeah.
But then they don't get into, like, they don't elaborate on whether or not that's why the costume was failing. But yeah, I saw that scene happen, and I was just like, wait, why is he wet? And why is she not? I was like, it seemed like maybe she was getting out of the shot. I don't know. Yeah, that was something where I was just like, there were several times where I said out loud, what is this movie?
Yep. What is it trying to be? And we'll definitely get to that, because it's trying to be a lot of different things. But so we get our first scene of his more of his body than I think any of us truly wanted to see. But like you said, he was kind of a sex symbol back then, and I guess I kind of blacked that out of my memory. I don't remember many films he did. I did watch the Hot Shots movies.
Oh, really?
What was that other big one he did? Platoon? Is that his?
No, he was in. Oh man,
he did one of those like Vietnam movies. Yeah.
Yes, I don't want to. It might have been Platoon. I don't think it was Full Metal Jacket.
No.
But it was. Hold on, I'm going to pull up his Wikipedia right now because we're just going to be those kind of people.
Exactly. People
because it's
screaming
easier that way. Oh, it was Platoon. Yeah, you nailed it.
Okay.
86.
Okay.
And I definitely saw the Hot Shot. I loved Hot Shots Part Deuce.
So funny.
Growing up.
Funny.
And Major League, which he was in the first two
Major
League movies, I think, and I loved those.
Yeah, what was his name in that?
Oh, shoot. Let me see.
Wild Thing. Rick Vaughn.
Wild Thing. Yeah.
Dude, I didn't even look that up. I was obsessed with I was obsessed with Major League 2, so much so that the Cleveland Indians became my team after I saw the first movie. And I only liked them because of these movies. So there's your allegiance right there for a baseball team. Oh, in this scene too, we should mention on the shelf in I think his bedroom, we get a shot of Carl Sagan's Cosmos book, which is what the movie Contact is based on. So there's a nice little Easter egg or homage right there.
Sure. Yeah. I almost feel like it was like a race to do movies about that kind of stuff in the late 80s into the 90s. And it wasn't until you do one, because I would argue like of the three that we mentioned, this Contact and My Stepmother is an Alien. Contact is the most successful of those movies that directly they jokingly I think Carl Sagan's voice, quote unquote, but it's actually Harry Shearer, is in My Stepmother is an Alien, and then you have the book in this movie, and then you have the actual. I think Carl Sagan died like right before Contact came out.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Like, I think it's dedicated to him, so it's not until you get the actual man's formula going that you have more of a success story. But
right, yeah, that's a really, really good point. Okay, so all right, whatever. It's clear that he's a very insecure guy. His girlfriend's trying to build him up and be like, I think you're special, and like you've always had conviction, but like you got to just accept this and move on. Like it was a fluke, this, that. But he's convinced, like, he heard something. He found probably one of the biggest things in history, a message from aliens. So what does he do? He uses what we're saying was his new job as a repairman for satellite dish, like a dish sort of situation.
Mm-hmm.
This is pretty cool. He goes to all these houses to quote unquote repair their satellites, and he makes it so they all triangulate to like one specific coordinate so that he can now do what he was doing at his old job from, I'm guessing, the attic of his house, and set this up. So now he's got his own little mini SETI radio astronomer headquarters in his house. This is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, and it was one of those things too where I at the beginning, like there are moments through this movie where I was like, oh, I like where this is heading. Like this is an interesting kind of like, you know, like let's see, and I made the mistake of watching Arrival first because I can't lie.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. I can't lie and say that I wasn't like projecting on this movie, but I was like, oh, cool. Maybe he's going to try to still contact these aliens despite being fired from his official position. Like he's going to try to do like almost like the opposite of what's done in Arrival, where he's not getting government support and he's just trying to, he's like, well, like government damned. These things are going to trying to talk to us, and I'm going to try to talk to them. And then instead, it just gets much more confusing.
It does. It does. You know what confused me too were those steampunk sunglasses he was rocking this whole film.
Bro, oh my God, I'm so glad you just said something. Holy shit, those looked so awful. And it's so 90s. And what's even worse is at one point I feel like they were using the sunglasses to show us that like he's over the deep end, because when we see him like over the deep end, he's got these weird giant yellow sunglasses.
Yeah.
Like, but
there's one point where he's got both of them like hanging from his necklace or shirt. He's got two pairs. Like, what is going on with this guy?
I think what the fuck, man.
He's just losing it, dude. He's losing
it.
And that's a big part of this character, we should mention. He is very paranoid in many parts of his life. And he has a reason to, clearly, for but when it comes to him and his girlfriend, dude, like what a piece of shit possessive asshole he was. I mean, like, he's accusing his girlfriend of cheating on him because a guy talked to her at one point. And I'm just like, this is the kind of guy you have to stay away from because, A, Zane is not in a good place, and B, Charlie Sheen acting this part, it looks like he wants to beat the shit out of everyone he talks to. At a moment's notice.
True. And it's one of those things, too, where you're watching it and you're just like, so wait, why is he like, it's almost like, did we miss a scene? Did the the dude who's like 10 years old, younger than the both of them, like say something untoward to him earlier? Has he heard about him before? Or was that literally just a random guy in her office? And he's like, yeah, is he going too? Like, you're just going to go. Or in the very beginning, he's on the phone call. Don't talk to any strangers on your way out of the bar. Like,
he's pissed that she's out at a bar.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Yeah. He's like, you're out at a bar while I'm at work. It's like, motherfucker, you don't know her. Maybe she's not working right now. What's she supposed to do? Wait at home for you? Like, when can she go to a bar by herself? He's not a likable lead by any stretch of the imagination.
Which makes it a slog to follow him through this. But the only thing that really kept me going was, I've been there. I shout from the rooftops every day, like, UFOs are real. Please, somebody believe me. And, that's kind of happening in today's society. We're getting closer and closer in many ways. So I understand that need and want for people you want vindication. And he's been put smack dab in the middle of this huge conspiracy, and no one will believe him. So I understand that. But this is just a poorly written character. And on top of having an actor who doesn't understand it just makes it even worse. But let's okay.
No, there were several times where he's like ringing off, like saying certain like jargon as far as being a radio astronomer, and I was just like, you don't know anything that you just said.
You have no idea what you're saying.
Do a little research.
It's really funny. Before we go any further, so before we got on, I told you I was writing down notes. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've got 6 full pages for The Arrival, which makes no sense. 2 for Arrival. How does that happen?
It's because one movie makes sense and another one doesn't. And there's something to be said about the fact that Arrival is very minimalist.
Yes.
It is a big budget, it's a big movie, but it's still in the grand scheme of things, we're in 3 locations. We're at her college, we're at the site where everything's going on, and we're inside the ship. Aside from that, we really don't go anywhere else. This movie, for some reason, goes fucking everywhere.
Antarctica, California, Mexico.
Mexico, back to California, back to the middle of the desert, I guess. Just all these things where I'm just none of this is helping. And it's probably why the movie cost $25 million to make.
Holy shit.
For some reason, in 1996.
Oh, you know where most of that went to our man.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah.
and the stunning special effects, which we will get to. Let's get back to, I guess, our next character we're introduced to, Andrew. And I know you're going to have a lot to say about this, and I'm going to shut up about it. Let's get to it. So he's got his little radio astronomy makeshift thing in his house, and someone's spying on him from the window. And we are introduced to Kiki. Who is Kiki, Andrew?
Yes. Kiki is a little black boy that lives next door, but doesn't really live next door. He's there because the place he comes from in LA is super dangerous. So he's living with his grandma for a while. He makes it very clear pretty quick that he's not packing heat because he's not like the other people at his school or whatever. It's just this. It's weird. When you find out, when there's a reveal about him later, it could almost be looked at as purposeful because both times there's 2 things where I'm just going to jump ahead. Everybody knows there's going to be spoilers for this.
Oh, yeah.
So just make that clear. Kiki, it turns out, is an alien. And one of the only other times where you get 3 interactions, main interactions with people that end up being aliens. There's Ron Silver's character, his boss. There is Kiki, and there is a stereotypical Mexican cab driver.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was very lucky enough to for Joy and I to have our honeymoon in Mexico. We had several Mexican cab drivers and tour guides, and none of them spoke broken English the way that character did. So it was one of those weird things where I was just maybe it's just that the aliens, maybe in some deeper way, the guy was trying to go if aliens come to this planet, they're going to be stereotypes of whoever they are. I feel like that's giving them too much credit. But it's also one of those tough things. It's listen, and we're both, people will have probably heard Jamie Lamchick's voice at the beginning of this episode. And she imparted a great bit of a great thing to me at one point within the last year or two, where you can't, it's hard to have expectations on older movies to be culturally sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hard. You're fighting a losing battle. Some of the best movies have these blind spots, and not saying that this is one of the best movies, but some of the movies before 2005, and that needle moves all the time where you're just well, at least if you see a movie after 2010 and they don't do anything culturally insensitive, you're in, or if they do something culturally insensitive, you're just come on, man, we got black president. But it's before that, we're in 1996 is a time where I'm sure, and is it the most offensive portrayal of a little black boy? No, but it's pretty bad. It's
close.
Pretty, it's pretty bad. He's talking about not packing heat. He's like an idiot. He's got his hat on sideways and wearing these big baggy clothes. And I know some of that was the style at the time, but so was fucking Steve Urkel. So you can't there's this idea where it's just oh, we got a little black kid. Yeah, you're talking John. You're just he's you want me to press this button right here? This one that my fingers above? I'm just what is happening right now? And then, I have oh my God, I just realized something because I'm so confused about what Kiki's role in the movie is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see if it unfurls as we explore this extremely deep film. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Charlie Sheen does tell Kiki, shouldn't you be out tagging something? Jesus Christ.
Oh, yes. And that
Man.
was one where I was like, I hate you, Zane Zeminski. Like, I don't understand. Like, that's what you have to say. Like, and it's one of those tough things. Honestly, it's made even more glaring by the fact that, and unless I missed somebody, this is the only African-American character in the film.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
The only one.
Yeah.
So that's when you start to get to a point where it's like, well, what are we saying here? Like,
Yeah.
This is how you're going to interact with the only black person. Like, I don't know. It's just, it was pretty rough. That made me, like, as a person of color, I saw that happen and I was just like, it's cringeworthy. It really is.
It's bad.
But again, I can only get so mad. It was 1996. It just, at a certain point, it just fucking is what it is.
It is, and it's hard to, man. It always goes back to that whole, debate we've been having a lot lately with the Me Too movement and stuff like this. Is like, when can you separate the artist's work from like what?
Yeah,
and that's such a hard thing with a lot of people. So I understand.
I think you know what's funny? I think there was an interview with Chris Rock in the New York Times this week where he talked about the fact that Jimmy Fallon did a blackface impersonation of him in the year 2000, right? Mm-hmm. And which Jimmy Fallon came under fire for recently. Something that was 20 years old. And Chris Rock was just said that he wasn't offended by it. Because A, he's friends with Jimmy Fallon and he likes him a lot, but also he said that the intent is very important, which is something that intent and context is something that often gets overlooked when people are trying to attack somebody for a certain reason.
Yeah.
When it's not, like, if you can line up intent and context and it's like you can tell that something is like meant to be hurtful or meant to be mean-spirited or meant to be offensive, that's when you start to come into problems. But it's when something is not done for those kind of reasons, that's when you have to go, well, what are we, like, is this the hill that we want to die on?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This little kid's, I do not think that the filmmakers were set out to be like, yeah, he's going to be like we're just going to like make fun of black people with this little kid. Like, I don't think that was the intention. It's just something where it's, like I said, it's a blind spot. It's something where when you don't have any other black people on set or behind the camera, and probably the same with Mexican people, you will find yourself doing things that you don't know are offensive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you just don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hindsight is always 20/20. But
yeah, of course. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm going to try to breeze through some of these plot points because this movie honestly doesn't deserve as much attention as our next one. But so Kiki and Zane, they get the signal back, which is fucking incredible. Like, how the hell did that happen? But amazing. And within the message or signal, they hear Mexican music coming from a Mexican radio station. So that's where we're at with that. And then meanwhile, Kelvin, our other radio astronomer, wakes up and to his alarm, and he goes to turn it off, but someone else turns it off. And then we see that there are two men in suits in his bedroom, and a little creepy. And then, boom, after Zane gets the signal, he goes to Kelvin's to be like, oh my God, I got the signal again. I got the signal. And Kelvin is dead. Something's going on. Something weird is going on.
One of those men in suits, I have to. Leon Rippey is the man's name. You'd know him if you saw it. He's the one that, like, you see a little bit more of him later. Anyway, just classic character actor. Like, that's a guy. You've probably seen him before. You'll see him again. Real good stuff. I always remember him very vividly from the movie The Patriot from the year 2000 with Mel Gibson.
And Heath
Ledger, and that movie's pretty stacked. But he's in there. He has a moment where he, like, blows his brains out when he finds out his family's been killed. Just, like, real solid stuff. He was in 11/22/63. This is one of the best Stephen King adaptations that's ever been made. If you've never seen that, check that out. But just want to give a shout out to Leon Rippey. That guy's that's a classic character actor right there. Again, this cast is stacked.
It really is. Yeah. God, I just feel so bad for them, though. Okay.
Hey, they got paid.
They got paid. They probably got paid well too.
Nobody's career ended after this movie.
Except Kiki's.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can't really find anything else on him.
No, unfortunately. All right, so clearly there's a conspiracy going on. Kelvin's dead. And then Zane decides to up and go to Mexico. Yay, because that's super easy when you live in California. So he does it. And he gets there to try to figure out where this signal came from, a radio headquarters or something in Mexico. And then that's when our character from the beginning, Alana Green, comes back up. And she pops up every now and again in different scenes talking about global warming. So her and Zane kind of end up in the same hacienda or something, motel. I'm not sure, Andrew. You stayed at one of these places. I don't know Mexico.
Oh, yeah. I think it's just a regular motel. A hacienda is more of when it's a little bit more secluded. And it's just like a hacienda would be more of just like, oh, it's like several houses in one area that are all in like the same facility. Yeah, they were just staying in like a hotel.
Gotcha.
No big deal. I know. But
I know you're talking to the guy who stays at budget inns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so just to like breeze through a little bit because I have a like, and this is one of the things where the movie starts to. I was happy that they didn't take the opportunity to when he sees Ilana Green for the first time. He doesn't like something catches his eye about her. I guess because she's another white person. But and they're in Mexico. But I was just like, if he talks to her right now, I'm going to be furious because I was like, it was the most coincidental meeting possible.
Oh yeah.
But he doesn't. They save that, so I'm like, okay, that's fine. But so he is later on. He's taking a bath because we got to see more Charlie Sheen chest.
More.
And yes, and water starts dripping in. And then suddenly the tub falls from above him. It was actually like a fun, like when it happened, I was like, oh, cool. And then it starts breaking through all the other floors. And I was like,
Looney Tunes, man.
Yeah, exactly. I was just like, what is this? But okay. That was probably like, $50,000 you could have saved to not have that extra stuff happen. But whatever. So they do that. And he chases this guy who's like was there after or like who did that, and not to get like to this other point yet, but it's like an assassin, right?
Yeah.
When
supposedly.
he later on pulls another assassination attempt, he just puts a bunch of scorpions in someone's room.
Yes,
in Alana's room.
Alana Green.
So he goes from I'm going to do the biggest, messiest thing possible to try to kill this person to I'm just going to leave some scorpions here and like, hope it all works out for the best. Like, what?
He's a very uneven assassin for sure.
Yeah. And he like regresses. Like you would think that it's like, oh shit, the scorpions didn't work. Well, I'll try to drop a tub on him now.
Yeah.
Like, but no, it's the other way around.
It's so weird, dude. Oh god. Well, yeah. Okay. So we got Charlie Sheen chasing this assassin who tried to kill him with 5 tubs going through floors of a hotel, and he catches up to this guy, and all of a sudden, this guy, the Mexican assassin, as it were, we get our first special effects in the movie where his
yes, oh my god, and it took so fucking long to get to that. Again, I was watching it with commercials too, and it would be one thing if the first like 45, 50 minutes was paced a little bit better. But at one point, Joy was just like, not enough aliens for me so far, I'll tell you that much. And I was like, right?
Yep.
Like, what is happening? Where are the aliens?
Yeah. Which is funny because I'm actually the opposite. I wanted more of like the messages from space and like more of
you know what? That would have been great too.
Yeah. But instead we go straight sci-fi with this thing. And this assassin, his knees bend backwards. So imagine that your knees going the other way, and clearly he's not human. He leaps about 200 feet over a wall and disappears. So clearly we're dealing with something not human, supposedly. And he's kind of mystified, but it's okay because he still has to meet up with Alana, and they need to talk about global warming some more and why they're both in Mexico. And they kind of become a team at this point, like trying to unravel this stuff that's going on. We get probably one of the most awkward flirting things ever when it comes to these two, which again shows how much of a dirtbag Zane is,
it was so weird.
He's not quite broken up with his girlfriend, but he's like, "Are we gonna fuck tonight? Like, what's what's the deal here?"
Strange.
Yeah, with this with Alana Green. So let's see. I'm gonna kind of fast forward here, Andrew.
Yeah, that's totally fine.
Right. So Alana's out there doing some experiments, and she gets arrested by the police. Zane just happens to show up when this happens and tries to stop the police. And who does he see? But his boss. But it's not his boss because the guy has a mustache. So what's going on here?
So well, that's an excellent question because I have some because here's like something I would like. Yeah, I would like to ask you. So is the insinuation that it is literally just him in a mustache, or is the insinuation that these aliens are just like, yeah, we only got so many alien skin or human skins to use?
I think that's it, man, because later in the film he does say like, yo, your aliens, they should have broke the mold when they made you, man, because I saw you in Mexico with a mustache.
There you go.
Boom.
Perfect.
That's what I'm taking from it, at least.
Okay, good. That's fine. I guess I missed that line. But I was just like, when that first happened, I was like, even that, I was just like, that's kind of like lazy. I don't know. Like,
it is. There's so much logic leaps in this movie, but
yeah.
All right, let's fast forward. So this assassin puts scorpions in Alana's room, and I guess, does she die? I didn't even notice. Like, is she gone?
Eventually we learn that she is, but the last thing that we see happen to her is she sits up in bed and screams after they like tease the scorpion thing for however many minutes.
I think I went to the bathroom and left the movie playing at that point.
Yeah, I did that several times. So they do that, and then we jump forward later and we see her corpse when he's arrested.
Oh shit, I missed that whole part.
Yeah, because he's arrested. And the guy, the police chief or captain or detective or whatever in Mexico is just like, oh yeah, you're gonna see he's like, well, somebody was hit a drunk drive, because this is after he goes to the facility. He hits Ron Silver's character with his car, and then keeps driving because he goes into this deep alien facility underground thing, which is honestly like we can just skip that whole thing.
Yeah, it was weird. Just know that he finds this huge underground facility with all the aliens, and they're doing
this
something
hidden plan.
Yeah,
and he runs in, and that's when he finds out that the cab driver that he had is also an alien. And he pushes him out of an elevator that doesn't have a door for some reason, and is able to and puts on this really weird makeup at one point, and he finds out that these aliens, he sees aliens, and he's playing action hero for whatever reason, and he sees aliens, and it was just they're using these lights that give them skin. Oh, and I'm sorry, we can't skip it entirely because here's another thing that doesn't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So the aliens stand in their little area to have the skin put on them, right?
Yeah.
When that happens, before they put the skin on, their body starts to change. And the things that show that their body is changing is their fingers get smaller and their knees go to the way that a normal human's would.
Right.
So this has to happen before they put the skin on. But then we had already seen pretty clearly that one of them is able to do that. And we see it again later with the human skin on, and it makes no difference. So why even show us that that's what happmes?
Andrew, do not question our alien overlords. What are you doing? And by that I mean, What's this guy's name again? David Twohy, who wrote this. Do not question
David Twohy, who I was just looking it up a little bit. I won't question him because he has written and directed not just Pitch Black, but also Chronicles of Riddick and Riddick. And is supposed to be making a new Riddick movie soon. So it's like, you know what? I don't have any successful franchises under my belt. So, you know what? Like, good on you.
Oh, God.
So we're moving along. He decides to go back to California because he's escaping all the stuff that happened in Mexico. They use Alana Green's dead body to say that that's the person he hit, instead of like using the body of a police officer, which seems like would have been a little bit more effective. And he goes back to California, and now he's in crazy mode. He's wearing a big black duster. He's got the crazy sunglasses on.
Dude, I gotta stop you here. Did you ever watch Renegade on USA?
Renegade? No.
Yeah. It was like a bounty hunter show. He was like, it was basically Dog the Bounty Hunter, but fictionalized and like 10 years earlier. But it reminds me so much of this TV show, like the duster and like he's all, you know, the desert. This is all what the show is about. So no, I like this little, I'm guessing David Twohy had something to do with Renegade too, but yeah. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Continue.
No, yeah, it's fine. So they go into, he goes back to California. He calls out Ron Silver and gets him to like admit what he was doing so he can like have it on tape.
When he meets up with his boss again, Ron Silver, and he says, "Hey, Zane, not looking so good." Best line of the movie, Zane says, "Actually, I look like a can of smashed assholes." And that's when I'm like, what is this movie trying to do? What are we doing here?
Yeah,
is this a comedy? Is it, are we to take this seriously? Like, what the fuck is this movie?
Yeah, like that was one of those things where I remember when you first announced that we were going to be covering this movie on Twitter months ago, that was the thing that everybody kept saying. They're like, oh yeah, can of smashed assholes. And I'm like, yeah, is that the body you want to pull out of this car wreck? Like, that's what you're trying to say? You're just like, oh, but can of mashed assholes. Like, so what? That means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. I guarantee you that Charlie Sheen improv that line, and they were like, oh, Charlie. Fucking gold. Cut, wrap, print, save. Like, this is just done. We nailed it. Everybody go home. We'll pick back up tomorrow.
Do you think he thought, in 20 years, two guys during a pandemic are going to be doing a review of this, and that's what they're going to talk about?
Yeah, I hope so. I sure shit hope so, man.
But okay, so his boss, he kind of admits, like, I'm not who you think I am, but you don't want to dig deeper. Like, this is going to be the end of you, brother. And and he kind of does the evil boss thing and tells Zane everything. You know, like, this is what we're doing here. And Zane is kind of like, I think I know what you're doing, but I'm not quite sure yet. Tell me. And he's threatening him with a fake gun. And then we find out that he pulled a candid camera. It's like, there's a camera, there's a camera, there's a camera.
Yep.
It's just one camera. But yes, he did record his boss telling him all this. So now Zane's got the proof. Silent invasion occurring.
Yes, which I have questions.
Okay.
Because I am not sure what their plan. So are they trying to terraform the planet? Is that what's happening? So they can come here?
Yep.
Okay.
Honestly,
so it's simple enough.
I think it's that simple. And I think what they're doing is, we've got Alana Green saying global warming's real. Like this, it's gradual.
And they're accelerating it.
Yes. And they're accelerating it to the point where humans won't be able to live there anymore and they can take over the planet. So I think that's why they have these terraforming things probably all over the planet. And it's underground, it's insidious. And that's kind of what global warming is in real life. It's gradual until the point where we can't reverse it. So I think there is some good subtext going on here with how they handled it, especially towards the end, but we'll get to that. But yes, I believe, in the simplest of terms, the plan is that these aliens are disguising themselves in prominent places to gain influence and also to terraform the planet and take it over.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Let's see.
so he meets up with Kiki again, who Kiki saw. So at one point, the two guys that were in suits go to Charlie Sheen's place. They drop this little steampunk style looking ball.
Hellraiser box, yeah.
Hellraiser box.
That's what it reminded me of. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's fair. No, and then it opens up, swallows everything in his apartment, and that's like, gets rid of all his evidence. So him and Kiki are like, what are we going to do? And he's like, all right, we got to go to this satellite that's elsewhere that we're going to... I couldn't tell what his exact purpose was there. I guess he was trying to broadcast what was happening.
Basically, that tape that he had of his boss explaining the entire plan. And this is weird, too. Like, does he really think this is the be-all, end-all of evidence that this is going on? Is some guy
the movie does.
The movie thinks
The movie really does.
It does.
I was pretty floored by that ending. I was like, yeah, guys?
Okay.
That's it?
Yeah. We'll get to that. Yeah. So, Zane's plan is to broadcast this across the world using all these satellites, kind of like he did in the beginning, where he triangulated everything to go to one place. He wants to now send this message out to humanity that aliens are trying to silently take us over. So he kind of, reconnects with his girlfriend. I feel so bad. What was her name? Shar.
Shar.
Reconnects with her, and she kind of believes him, kind of doesn't, and she follows him and Kiki to this satellite place. And they get there, and boom, the goons are back. His boss is back. But how did they get there so quick and know what he was doing, Andrew? I don't know.
I got nothing. It was just one of those things too, where that starts happening. Oh wait, no, sorry, haha. So they tease at first that Shar is an alien, and I gotta say, for a half second, I was just like, "Oh, you know what? That would be a fun enough twist, I guess."
Yeah, me too.
But no, instead, it is kind of revealed, not fully yet, though, that Kiki is an alien.
Right. So basically,
and presumably tipped off Ron Silver and his goons as to where they were going.
Yes. So Zane puts Kiki in control of pressing the red button, the quintessential red button, to broadcast this message to the world. And Kiki doesn't do it. Instead, he opens the door for our goons and our boss, our big bad alien boss, and to come in and stop Zane from doing this. So we get these inklings that Kiki's not who we think he is. So Zane finds some tanks of liquid nitrogen. He freezes all the aliens. He gets his tape back. Am I missing anything before that? I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
There's some nitroglycerin or whatever, nitrous oxide. What is it? The free, something that was I feel like super popular in the 90s. It's like this. They do it in what's it called? Oh shoot! Why can't I remember the name of it?
I have no idea what you're trying to say.
Demolition Man.
Oh,
the stuff that freezes you instantly.
That movie was awesome.
Oh man,
liquid nitrogen.
But liquid nitrogen. Thank you. I feel like that was something that was popular in the 90s in action movies.
Yeah.
He uses liquid nitrogen to freeze Ron Silver to get the tape back, and then cuts his hand off to get it, and eventually and then they destroy the whole satellite because of the ball that was in Ron Silver's hand.
The ball, what do they call that? Deus Ex Machina or whatever?
Deus Ex Machina, yeah, pretty much. It's just... So all that happens, everybody's destroyed, and then they barely get off of the satellite that's out there, and we see Kiki standing nearby, who managed to avoid all the destruction. And this is where I'm already confused, right? Because Kiki, we find out, is a bad guy. Kiki could have stopped Charlie Sheen multiple times at the beginning of the movie, but instead is actively helping him. So then he's helping Ron Silver, and then Charlie Sheen's yelling at him. He's like, "This is what you wanted? If you guys wanted help, you could have asked."
Why did it have to be like this? Why couldn't you just come and ask for our help? Then you tell them You go back and tell them that I know, that she knows, that others will know. It's not going to be easy. Not anymore.
And then I'm like, so wait, was Kiki trying to take down Ron Silver?
That's
Or
what
was
I thought
he
too. I'm like,
not?
he's like the reluctant stormtrooper who realizes the error of his ways and joins the rebellion. But no, he's just an alien in disguise and went about it a really ass backwards way of
man,
monitoring Charlie Sheen when he could have stopped him from the beginning. Dude, he could have thrown him out the window. He could have at any point he could have stopped from putting all of this into motion. This entire
he
movie.
straight up tells him, he's like, oh, we looking for a big signal or a small signal? Because this is a big one. It's just like he could have just not told him that there was a signal and not sent him to Mexico, where he effectively learned everything that was happening. He also, there's that weird look between him and Phil's two goons when they show up, and he's watching them, and I'm like, I guess you could say, like, oh, he let them do it because they're all aliens, but then I'm just like, what? But
we don't get
what
that.
Yeah.
We don't get that. It looks like he's super suspicious of what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, again.
And then it also raises the question of just like, are they replacing humans? Are they able to just like, was Ron Silver's character, like, he's just been an alien for so long? And don't get me wrong, I know this is like really splitting hairs, but I'm just like, he's able to get to the top level of this facility as an alien, or did he replace the guy who was already in the top level of this facility?
Right.
Did this kid really live with his grandmother next door, or did he replace the kid? Like, or is he like sweeping just because he's just like, I'm just an alien, so I'm gonna sleep and help clean up things because I got nothing else to do? Like, it was just this. So many. I was left with so many more questions than answers at the end of this movie in a way that felt lazy.
It was lazy. Welcome to Aliens 101. It's just always more questions than answers. But yeah, so basically Kiki's knees go backwards. He runs off into the distance, and we don't know what happens after that. But let's see.
We just cut to the next thing that happens is like radio. We're seeing that like global, like whatever the aliens are doing is working because everything's like, it's like 120 degrees in California, and like, you know, it's like still 90 degrees in New York, but it's like September or October or whatever. And so all this is happening, and then it's interrupted with footage of the footage, like at some point they got the signal out, that footage is out there of Ron Silver saying what their plan is. Right. Entirely without context, entirely without like any idea of what these people are seeing. It just plays it, and that's supposed to be the big like, oh, like everybody knows now. And I'm just like, no, what? No,
because again, we have a million questions. You showed us a video of a dude saying, yeah, you're kind of right. Oh, yeah, don't dig any deeper. Like, what context are we supposed to put this in as the innocent viewer whose broadcast is interrupted? It's just like how I understand what the writer was going for. This, you know, boom, everything's about to change. The plan has been unveiled. Zane wins. But again, I would just be like, that was a weird prank that someone put on the TV. You know, this is happening before. You know, the Max Headroom prank back in like the 90s, you know, that got broadcast across England and whatnot. Like, this shit happened. So I don't know what they were really trying to do, but the overall message is global warming's real. NRA is bad, apparently, to Charlie Sheen because he got a gun really easily. And like you mentioned, that was one of the many comments in this movie that I'm like, right. Wow, you have a clear stance on the NRA, good sir. But that's it. That's the movie. We can only hope that Zane convinced the world of this alien invasion and they stop it. But Andrew, they didn't stop it because I don't know if you knew, but there was a sequel, The Arrival 2.
I saw that. Yep.
Came out in 1998, starring Patrick Muldoon from Starship Troopers fame.
Love it. Love me
Oh my
some
God,
Muldoon.
man.
That was a big year for him.
It was. I watched the trailer. Holy shit. Next level sci-fi original right there.
Hey, a fun little connector here too, because you've been on my podcast plenty of times, predominantly for like we've done some regular episodes, but also you've come on to do some Shocktober episodes.
Yep.
Right. And one time we watched a little movie called Night of the Demons. Right. So the director of Arrival 2 is a man named Kevin S. Tenney, who also directed Night of the Demons. You're welcome. It means nothing in the grand scheme of the universe, but I just thought that was a fun little connection there.
That's awesome.
So I can only assume that Arrival 2 is some Oscar-worthy stuff going on.
Oh, big time.
He also directed movies like Pinocchio's Revenge, Demolition University.
If you were going to say Demolition Man, that's a different story, but come on.
It is. No, Demolition University, and then Witchboard and Witchboard 2, The Devil's Doorway. There's just a lot of people. I think I've even said that he directed a movie called Bigfoot at one point. We don't have to get into it. That was one of the last movies he directed. But y'all, if you haven't seen Night of the Demons, do yourself a favor, ? And watch that movie. It's real bad.
I concur.
Yeah.
Right.
Oof. All right, we made it through.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Our poor listeners.
I know. Guys,
final thoughts on the Arrival.
It was a real bummer to watch. Okay. I'm not going to lie. And again, because of people like almost active, like immediately, the response when you put this out on Twitter was people saying Arrival sucks. The Arrival is much better. That's such a fun movie. And maybe it's like nostalgia for people. Maybe it's just like, I don't know. Like at this point in my life and where we're at in the world, I'm like, yo, if you can get enjoyment out of something, fuck everybody else.
Yep.
Enjoy that thing that you enjoy and stay and don't listen to a word I just said. That's awesome. Enjoy it. Have fun. There's probably people that watch this movie like once or twice a year, and that's great. If you're enjoying yourselves, awesome. I did not.
I totally understand it. Well, hey, this is going to be my new tradition. I'm going to watch this every year.
There you go.
But I thought it was fun, goofy, unhinged. What else did I write here? Good commentary on global warming and that we don't preserve our planet. And I agree with that full-heartedly. So I'm giving it 2 out of 5 smashed assholes.
There you go. I will say, like, you know what? I've watched plenty of bad movies that have nothing to say. So at the very least, this was talking about global warming at a time when that was like just becoming like, you know, something that we should have really been talking about.
Yeah.
So good on them for that, you know, like that's, and again, got some heavy hitters in that cast. It's a cast full of workhorses, like people that they are not coming to fuck around. So,
right. But they make a note of this, that this movie came out right around when they started marketing Independence Day. So, I mean, talk about stealing your thunder. You've got this kind of, you know, not, you know, huge budget movie, although it was pretty big, like you said, for what it turned out.
$25 million is a lot in 1996.
To scoff at,
you know, not at all.
I can't imagine how much
big budget
Independence Day's budget was. But look, I mean, I remember when the Independence Day marketing came out, and I was just astounded. So, again, that might have had something to do with this movie performing poorly, but there are many variables to why this movie did not do as well as we had hoped. Let's move on to brighter pastures, Andrew, and talk about 2016's Arrival.
This is the day they arrived.
The object touched down 40 minutes ago.
Mama, what's going to happen?
I don't know.
Dr. Banks, you're at the top of everyone's list when it comes to translations. You hear any words?
Is that...
Yes.
Am I the only one having trouble saying aliens?
So what do they look like? You'll see soon enough.
They need to see me.
Dr. Banks?
Now that's a proper introduction.
More objects have landed around the world.
It's their language.
Got 21 hours before we start global war.
They're not our enemy.
We need to talk to them.
It's more complicated than that.
How is it more complicated?
Are you dreaming in their language?
What does it say?
Weapon.
So how do we clarify their intentions?
I go back in.
What is she doing? You are committing an act of treason.
Do you trust me?
May I read the synopsis?
Please.
A linguist works with the military to communicate with alien life forms after 12 mysterious spacecraft appear around the world. Very straightforward. Denny Villanueva, I'm sure I'm pronouncing his last name incorrectly, but this is like...
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Dude has just got like hit after hit for the last like 3-4 movies he's made. Depending on who you ask, but we've got Sicario, I believe, was him. We've got Blade Runner 2049, and we've got
I love that movie. Loved it.
Oh man, Ryan, I'm gonna out myself right now, and I intend to change this soon. I haven't seen it yet because I haven't seen the original Blade Runner.
That's fair. I'd never seen Blade Runner until about a month ago when my girlfriend introduced it to me. And
nice.
Ooh, yeah, go watch it.
Nice,
and then watch 2049. 2049, dude, I was bawling my eyes out. I'll leave it at that.
Oh, nice.
I'm a sensitive guy to begin with, as my listeners very well know. But the fact that this director made that does not surprise me in the least. He just has a complete grasp on emotion and profundity. Is that a word? I don't know. Sure.
Yeah, we'll say yes.
Oh, he's doing the new Dune movie, I see.
Right. Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, man, which looks pretty neat, I gotta say. And that's another one. I'll out myself again. I think last year I tried to watch the 80s Dune, and I got stoned. It was like a day off. I was like, I'm just going to have a good time, watch this movie that everybody always says is crazy. I made it like 35 minutes in and didn't. I think I fell asleep, or I might have just like turned it off and it was like, I'm going to do something else. And I've never been able to get into those books because I've heard they're they're pretty dense.
Yeah.
But I just, so the new one, and it looks like it might have some more like action elements to it. Maybe people will get rightfully mad that it's just like, well, that's not what, I don't know. I don't know enough.
It looked good, man. And hey, Aquaman's in it. That's all I really care about.
Yeah. Yo, speaking of stacked casts, that thing is insane.
Oof, I know.
Yeah.
I'm so happy all these movies got made before the pandemic, because now we have so much to look forward to, man.
Yeah, even though, productions, there's plenty of things getting made right now. I will say, they are really putting money over health right now, which,
that's
I
a little
guess
scary.
Do what you're gonna do, yeah. But anyway, we're not here to talk about
art.
That. Yeah. Now, based off a book, have you read the book?
It's a short story by Ted Chiang, and I actually read it for the first time last night.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd been hounded to read it for ever since the movie came out, and I just never did. But I read it last night after watching the movie. Maybe I should have done the opposite. Beautiful. It's like 40 pages, maybe. But I was, this is what I hate when you see a movie and then read the book. You've just got the actors in your mind. You've got what the director's vision was in your mind, when you should be separating it completely. So,
is it different? Is it like a different kind of a take, or is it relatively the same?
It's relatively the same. There is, There. I would definitely suggest reading it. It's same premise and everything, obviously, and outcome.
Right.
But yeah, there's some cool stuff in between that the movie doesn't touch on, and vice versa.
Okay.
But yeah, so based on the short story, and let's talk about the cast. We've got Amy Adams.
Oh yeah,
Forrest
we got
Whitaker.
Amy Adams, Forrest Whitaker, Jeremy Renner,
Hawkeye.
Michael Stuhlbarg, baby. Woo!
Who's that? Which one's that?
Michael Stuhlbarg. He's the CIA agent.
Poor man's Joaquin Phoenix. I think he looks like Joaquin Phoenix. Am I wrong?
No, you're not, because I actually, back in 2008 or 2009, I saw a production of Hamlet in Central Park. It was the public theater thing. It was like one of those lucky times where I was able to get those free tickets for that. And he was the lead. He played Hamlet. And he was much thinner then, not that it matters. But I remember thinking at the time, like, man, this guy looks like Joaquin Phoenix, and not putting that together until later. Like, I eventually saw him he was on Boardwalk Empire. He was a big part of that show, and he kind of like blew up more significantly after that.
Okay.
But I would agree. He looks very much like Joaquin Phoenix, and he is a beast. Like, I love Michael Stuhlbarg. He's somebody who, if you get a chance, like, I guarantee you've probably already seen a movie that he's been in where he shows up, just kind of like owns and then leaves. But he's, I was super, I kind of forgot that he was in that movie. And then when I was watching it last night, I was like, oh, I literally yelled, Stuhlbarg!
Oh, that's good to know. That's good. Yeah. I saw that production of Hamlet as well, dude. That thing blew me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Talk about changing the ending to something. We won't get into it. But,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get to the plot. So we've got Amy Adams, Louise. She is a linguistics extraordinaire, I guess. And
teacher, expert, whatever you want to say.
Yep. And we start with what we perceive as flashbacks of her and her daughter, and she's giving her daughter messages of, memory is a strange thing. We're all bound by time and the order of time and whatnot. And we see that right in the beginning here, as we get these flashbacks, that her daughter is unfortunately diagnosed with a very rare disease and presumably passes away at some point. And then, boom, we're put into the present time of when this movie starts. So, this is interesting. She goes into class at her college to teach her class, and right away, something's up. Everyone's phones start dinging all at the same time, so that's never a good thing. Clearly, something's going on. There's either an active shooter on campus or a natural disaster is about to happen. Something's going on. And we learn that something or some things have landed on the planet. So, boom. We don't waste much time getting into what's going to happen in this movie.
Really don't. I mean, the movie itself, it's so wonderfully constructed. First of all, it's a little less than 2 hours, and it makes such good use of that time. There's very little fat. Everything is leading us towards the end game. And it's something where I almost wish, because there's a big twist in this movie.
We'll get to it.
Yeah, and I can only kind of remember what it was like watching it the first time without knowing the twist. But watching it the second time, it's almost like experiencing a completely different film. And this is probably like maybe the third or fourth, maybe even fifth time I've seen it, because I saw it twice in theaters. I saw it originally, and then a friend of mine was going to like a SAG screening where I actually got to there was a talk back with Amy Adams afterwards, and I got to ask her a question. I absolutely love this movie, and there's little things that you pick up on each time that you don't necessarily pick up on before, and because of course it's like Sixth Sense or anything. You're now looking for, because it's a good movie, there are clues to the ending. If anything, they're telling you the ending throughout the movie.
Absolutely. Oh, it's just so well structured.
It's wonderful, man.
Yeah,
it's well structured. It's incredibly shot. It's when they're doing the first, so she gets picked up by the government to go because they're contacting these aliens and they don't know how to talk to them. And she helped them translate some Farsi a couple years before, and she still has classified, high classified clearance or whatever. So they ask her to, and at first they don't she tells them that she needs to go there, and they're like, no, we're going to use somebody else. And when she finds out who it is, she asks them this interpretation question. I wish I could remember specifically what it was right now.
It was like a certain word.
And what does something mean in Sanskrit? And it was basically the guy who answered it for them had a more violent answer, if I remember correctly. So she's brought in, and the first time that they're flown over in the helicopter and they're looking at the ship, and the first time we see it up close is one of the most beautiful shots.
I have that written down here, man. Yeah, it's just, you get this wide landscape. It's in Montana, I believe, is where they are.
I think so.
So you see the first craft in the shot, and it's this mist is rolling over, and it's just so that's
gorgeous.
When I first saw this in theaters, that was the moment where I was like, this is unlike any alien movie I have ever seen.
Yeah.
This is art. This is high art at its finest. And well, let's so Forrest Whitaker plays the colonel who hires her.
Yes, one question I do have, and this is neither a criticism nor a concern. It was just something. What's going on with his accent?
I don't know. That's one of the things people have. Yeah.
I was just like, is he from Boston? Is he from
I couldn't
so
tell.
weird. And I'm just like, maybe it's a Montana accent that I just have never I don't think I've ever been to Montana, so maybe I just didn't recognize it. But I thought it was so strange.
It was weird.
But that's like a minor gripe.
A minor in this movie, in my opinion, has minor, if any. But we'll get to that.
For real.
But well, okay. So we have the craft in Montana, but we should mention we learned that there's 12 of these craft.
Yes.
Placed throughout the world. We don't know why they are where they are, what's in them, what purpose they're there for. So that's what we're trying to figure out, and that's why they hired this linguistics communication person. Let's not immediately assume they are going to destroy us, but that is the military's job to protect us. So, let's figure this shit out. And
well, and I will say I was happy that listen, we don't have to get into current events too much, but one of the things that is one of the things that's wonderful about this movie is it's very hopeful, and one of the things that's terrible about this movie is that now we live in such a world where we have now been proven, it's been shown how we as a country would react in a situation like this, in a situation where there is a possible world-ending scenario or whatever. Obviously, what's going on right now is not as serious as if 12 giant spacecraft landed and started hovering over certain areas, but it's not hard to think that based on how we are reacting to things currently, that there are people that would just assume that these things aren't real. There are people that would try to fly planes into them. There would be way more, we would have to stop attacks on these way more regularly, just from Joe Schmo in the middle of nowhere who doesn't want to believe. It's just, there's so much of a more hostile reaction, and it's not like we don't get elements of that in this movie, but the actual, unfortunately, how we are in real life would have been much more things would have gone much more poorly than they do in this movie.
That's a good point.
Bottom line.
Yeah. The movie is very timely, which is interesting too, because the short story was written long before the movie came out. And also the movie came out, I want to say within weeks, maybe a month or so of the most contentious election in American history.
Right.
Yeah, a very interesting time for this movie to come out. Okay, so 12 of these objects are all over the world. People start panicking, like you mentioned, a little bit. And this is interesting. They get the press secretary on the news say, regardless, we have protocol for situations like this. And I'm like, wait, hold on, what? So I go and I'm like, is this just in the fictitious world that this writer created? And no. And I should have known this as a UFO guy. And there have been rumblings of it. But yeah, supposedly there is military briefings from the 1950s outlining potential military responses to alien contact. It's called the 7 phases to contact. It's rumor, it's speculation, but yeah, it's interesting to think, yes, our governments do have somewhat protocol for things like this, but we know the minute it actually happens that's going to be thrown out the window, as we see in a pandemic. We were told we had protocol for the pandemic, and clearly we did not. So yeah, very interesting dichotomy there. But
and to see how things are reacting, it starts. What I love is we see it's a very clean operation, and we see that they are following protocol and things like that, and communicating with other countries where this is happening. And I love that it kind of starts that way, and then things start to dovetail out of control once we're actually getting information from these people. She starts doing her job, and ironically enough, that's when things start to go wrong in their eyes.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, okay, so let's get into what she's doing and with who. So we have a astrophysicist who's played by Jeremy Renner, His character name is
Mhm.
Ian, and he's being brought on because, yeah, we need someone there who can theoretically tell us possibly how they got here and what we might be dealing with in terms of the physical craft they're in, or and stuff like that. So I thought it was really interesting. I think the military did a good job of bringing in someone who needs to decipher how to communicate and someone who might decide how these things got here and stuff like that. So
Right.
yeah, what did you think of Jeremy Renner's character when he first came out?
I liked him, and I liked that. Like, I mean, he's instantly It was honestly one of those things where I was like, you know what, Jeremy Renner's a good actor.
He's not bad.
Like,
yeah.
No, yeah, like he is somebody who I think does what needs to be done for this role. Is it a little bit more of a straightforward role? Absolutely. But what I like is he's got like this kind of heart and humanity to him that it make him like appealing as a character. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he is somebody who you understand why they would get together, why he's like a good choice for this. And you understand why. I mean, I love the idea that they're bringing in like a scientist as well. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed him, and I enjoyed that character, especially because it's like it's second fiddle, and that's for somebody who's an established actor to take a role like that. Like, you know, men aren't always like. That is not all men or whatever bullshit, but it's like, obviously I don't mean that, but it's just like he was an established star and he took on this role, even though it's like it's a support system, it's a support role.
I think that's a testament to he probably was like, this is a good script.
Yeah, man. And it's something where, like, you know, we're never really hearing his side of it, especially when things get more into detail about their life together or their life after this.
Mm-hmm.
We don't ever really get his side of things. It's all about her, but he took it on anyway. So it's just like, yeah, I just thought it really worked. And he's got some of the last lines in the movie, and it's this speech that could almost, in the hands of a lesser actor, would have come across as very hokey and cheesy, and it wasn't. So I really enjoyed Jeremy Renner in this movie, and I liked the role that he played, not just like in a literal sense, but like the role that his character played in that movie and how it laid out.
And he's much more important than we think, but we'll get to that as it unravels. But let's see. Oh, this was another interesting thing. So now we need these two to go to the craft and try to communicate with whatever's in the craft. But what I thought was interesting is they show like someone in like either a containment thing or a body bag. I can't tell which, but they ask like, what happened to this guy? And the army doctor says, look, this is, some people just cannot process this. And that hit me so hard, man. Cause I'm like, yeah, what if you were hired to be the first to ever make contact with aliens, like face to face, not through radio waves as Zane would do, but like literally go up into a craft and talk to these things? And the human mind, I could imagine with a lot of people, just simply could not do that.
Right.
Yeah. So that really puts it into like, you know, perspective of how weighty this actually is.
Yeah. And it's something too, where it's a bit of foreshadowing as well to see some of the problems that they're going to face with other people. So I liked that, like that nice little tease. And we see elements of her, like, you know, things don't go great the first time they go up there. They see these things, when we see these aliens for the first time, and you only kind of get a glimpse of them at first. And I love their design too. I hate giving credit to H.P. Lovecraft. I know he did great work, but he also called his cat the N-word. And, like,
super racist. I know.
Horrible racist, like a horrible racist. And it's always funny when I see people try to. I read an article the other day that was trying to excuse his racism. Like, he was nice to some people, and it's like, no, like, I'm sorry.
So is Hitler.
Like, yeah, exactly. Like he did he cause physical harm to other people? Not that we know of. Did he make his racism part of his identity, and are most brown people in his books described as swarthy and gross? Yes. So it's I whatever. However, his big thing was that, in his opinion, aliens weren't alien enough, even in the early 1900s. And the stories that were told, they're always like bipedal and they look like they're humanoid. So I'd loved to see the aliens in this movie be like, it's something that we wouldn't be able to wrap our heads around. I don't know what I would do if I saw something like that in real life.
Dude,
I don't even understand how does it breathe? How does it move? How do they communicate? Like, it's just, it's something where it's not an easy answer. Whereas like in The Arrival, you know, it's like, ooh, their knees bend backwards. Like that.
even that's imaginative. Usually we get just these humanoid figures or these little gray aliens with big heads and black eyes. So I mean, you know, The Arrival, at least they tried a little something different, but then Arrival, like, boom, you're right. This is like, this is the epitome of the word alien. It's so foreign to us and so not human that, wow, it was, and I'm sure, I think I read somewhere, they went through so many art concepts to create these aliens and what they would look like, because the short story doesn't describe them that well. So it really was put into I mean, they were definitely heptapod in the way that like they have 7 feet or legs or whatever, however you want to define that. But other than that, man, I would love to see all the different concepts they came up with. But I think they're on something truly unique in this one for sure. But that's the other thing, dude. Like, first seeing these things, it probably was not what they expected at all. Or if they expected anything, what would you expect when you're first? They didn't brief them, which I think is weird. They didn't like psychologically prepare these two for what they were about to see. And maybe that's good. Maybe that's bad. I don't know.
I think it is like, it's something where it's almost like time is of the essence kind of a situation, because there's a competition aspect to this as well, where the countries you're trying to figure out, and it exposes like something that's like a very real problem, I would think. Where it's just like, ooh, some people like are trying to figure out things before other people,
right?
And trying to be the ones to get these answers. So I understand. Like, it's almost like they ease them in. It's like, all right, every time that thing opens, you're going to go up there and talk to them and like try to communicate with them. The first time, we don't even see the full interaction. Like, they see it and then they're brought down to be like cleaned off or whatever. And she's like kind of jittery, and Jeremy Renner just
blows jokes.
Like, I was like, that's pretty fantastic.
That's what I would have done. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, okay. So now we've got like this kind of regiment set up where these two are going to try to find out how can we communicate with this and figure out why they're here. That's the big question. Why are they here? What do they want? And that remains the way it is in the real world here. You know, we had a secret Pentagon UFO program, and their sole purpose was to figure out if these UFOs that our Navy are witnessing and our military, are they a threat? And of course, to the military, they will always remain a potential threat because we don't know what they are, who's in control of them. So I understand every side of this movie. I understand Forrest Whitaker as a military person. I understand her as a linguist. It makes perfect sense. And I think this movie just does it so brilliantly. Okay. So now she's trying to teach these aliens words, like the human interactions, like how we do things. Right. So what did you think of this whole concept of like how she did this?
I liked that, like, it brought us into that world a little bit. Something that I like, and you don't always have to do this because it's not an easy thing to do without boring your audience. But they had simple enough explanations as to why she was doing the things that she did. And like funny enough, we are kind of Forrest Whitaker in that situation where she has to explain to him why she's needs to do things the way that she's doing, and through that she's explaining it to us as well. And we find out we find out about like what a linguist would be doing, like what she would be doing in this situation to try to communicate with these things. How you have to break down, like, okay, I can't even like ask them a question unless I know they know what a question is.
Oh my God. Yeah. Like something I would never think about.
Yeah. Like when she breaks down that one sentence, though, what is your purpose here or whatever? It like the ways that she breaks it down, I was like, it's smart, it's interesting, it's well explained. Like there's so much of it where I was like, yeah, this is like, this is what it's about. And it made the movie more interesting, and it helped it rest on something that felt tangible. And yeah, I loved all of that stuff. Like I thought it was so well done. And again, like the difference between an Amy Adams and a Charlie Sheen, and maybe Charlie Sheen, and I've actually never seen Platoon, so maybe in Platoon he makes a very believable soldier or something. Like like the guy was famous for a reason. Don't have to get into that. But his character in The Arrival does not seem like he really knows what he's talking about when he talks about astronomy. Amy Adams in this movie, I believe every fucking word that she says.
Oh, absolutely.
Like she really, it felt like she studied this stuff. Like it just feels natural to her and how she's explaining it.
Right. And I remember reading they had like several world-renowned linguists come in to
that's
contribute.
awesome.
Yeah. So that right there. Yeah, and like this other idea too, like you mentioned, this one sentence she breaks down. Like, what is your intentions here? Like, and she focuses on the word "your." Like, we don't want to know the individual alien why you're here. We want to know as a race why are you here. So that again, it's just so brilliantly done.
Everything you're doing there, I have to explain to a room full of men whose first and last question is how can this be used against us? So you're going to have to give me more than that.
Kangaroo.
What is that?
In 1770, Captain James Cook's ship ran aground off the coast of Australia, and he led a party into the country, and they met the Aboriginal people. One of the sailors pointed at the animals that hop around and put their babies in their pouch, and he asked what they were, and the Aborigine said, kangaroo.
And the point is?
It wasn't until later that they learned that kangaroo means I don't understand. So I need this so that we don't misinterpret things in there. Otherwise, this is going to take 10 times as long.
I can sell that for now. But I need you to submit your vocabulary words before the next session. And remember what happened to the Aborigines. A more advanced race nearly wiped them out.
It's a good story.
Thanks. It's not true. But it proves my point.
So we get these montages of like, they're slowly learning how to communicate with these aliens who use a really interesting way of communicating. And that's this like almost like squid ink, because they have these tentacle like things that produces this ink that turns into a mist and makes these circles with all different splatters. So it's like, whoa, like this is interesting. Not how we would ever imagine communicating, but wow, we get the concept of the Zepper-Whorf hypothesis, which is the language you speak determines how you think. And we don't think about that. We always think the words come first, when in reality, like how we describe something or whatnot determines our way of thinking of it. Like a color, there's a billion different versions of yellow, but then when you say the word, then it produces the image in your head. Oh God, this stuff goes so deep.
It really does.
Yeah.
And what I love too is like our first breaking moment is you start to see, like I love when they take off their suits for the first time, because she's like, they have to see me, and she walks up to them and like she does it and they're like, should we abort? And they're like, no, keep going. And then Jeremy Renner does it and the guys are like, permission to abort, like can we leave please? Like, and they're just like, no, stay. But to see that guy, like the guy who gives them their like badges and who introduces them first, we start to see his slow mental break with what's going on and how he feels scared. And then like we have our first bit of action, quote unquote. And this is not an action movie by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh no, this is a slow burn.
Just not.
Yeah.
Yep. But he does this, he takes it upon himself after talking to his wife, like you see, or not himself, there's several of them, these soldiers that are just like, we're going to blow this thing up because it's not good. Like they're scared of it because they don't understand it. And it's because there's also, she interprets the word weapon at first because like language is tricky through these things. So he to see that happen and to see the aftermath of that, it's something. And then you start to see all the country, like the weapon thing gets out and other countries start shutting down and like not talking to each other. just on this one word that they're not even 100% sure of yet.
Right.
It's just, I thought, like, again, that stuff is just so grounded and feels so real in this unrealistic situation.
Exactly.
I just love it. And we also get to, like, not to go over too much, but when she first analyzes the way they're communicating with her, these circular squid ink things, she starts to have flashes of her daughter.
Yes, please. Yeah, touch on that.
Yeah, and it's what's so wonderful about it is if you're watching it, and this is the way the movie plays out, when you're watching it initially, just to kind of get into the big twist here, is when you're watching it initially, you're thinking like, oh, she's having flashbacks of this daughter of hers that died of this awful disease. But that's not the case.
No.
She's seeing, because when she learns this language, she gains the ability to see the future. So the first time she's really, and not even as, like they say see the future, but I feel like it's so much deeper than that. She's experiencing time all at once, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's the way their language plays out. So when she sees this, the first time she's experiencing this language and really digging into it, we see those powers and those gifts start to manifest.
Mm-hmm.
But when you first watch the movie, you think that she's just having visions of her daughter who already passed.
Memories.
But in actuality, when you're rewatching it, you're like, holy shit, the first time she looks at that language, the powers start to, like, she starts to see into the future. And I just think it's so well made. It's so subtly done. In that aspect, like the way they handle that twist and the way that it plays out, like they leave just enough breadcrumbs for you to where you don't when the daughter, they have a flash or a flash forward of the daughter asking the question about the zero sum game,
mm-hmm.
and she's like, ask your father, he's a scientist. I can't remember. If that was, I'm having a hard, because Joy was telling me that wasn't the time when I first realized it, because we had talked about it before, but I don't know. Yeah, I love the way that plays out. And there's certain times where I think at a certain point you're like, oh, duh, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
But now, like, I thought it's just a beautifully done twist, and it's incredibly impactful to the story as a whole. But then it opens up some crazy questions in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
That
then we start
were having
dealing
a debate
with
about last night.
You end up where we all do when time plays a big part in a movie.
Right.
Is you're going to have endless debate on it, and that's completely understandable. Bringing it back to the sort of circular nature of their language, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's just a concept that we create here on Earth, which is time, and that it is malleable. And there's. She even brings up, as a linguistics person, nonlinear orthography, which is language has no forwards or backwards. That's why she named her daughter eventually as a palindrome, Hannah,
mm-hmm.
Same backwards and forwards. And it's just the way they deal with all these things.
It really is. It really is, man.
Let's rein it in a little in terms of, I guess, how the plot is playing out. So they, like you said, we get the word weapon from them, and other countries start freaking out, and everyone's like, oh God, like, what does this mean? And this is when, these rogue military guys decide we're going to blow up the ship here in Montana. And we get Ian and Luis go into the craft, not when they're supposed to talk to the aliens.
Right.
And the bomb has been set in the craft by these rogue military guys. And what happens? The aliens literally forcefully get Luis and Ian out of the direction of the explosion and presumably save their lives. But boom, now we have a whole nother level to this. We have now provoked an act of war on these aliens that we still don't know why they're here. And
terrifying. And what I love too is they don't leave. Nope. They just raise like a mile higher.
Oh my! Talk about a flex, dude.
Yes, yeah. And Forrest Whitaker's got that great line of, he's just like, "Why does this feel worse?" Like this, it's such a like, and it's true. It's also almost a way of them going like, "Bro, we're not trying to hurt you guys."
Yeah. We're trying to communicate. We're trying.
Yep.
And you're right. It was maybe, I don't know, maybe 100 feet off the ground originally, and now it's like a mile and a half up. So it is. It's like the most, mentally psychological warfare at its finest. Like, well, nice try, but we're not done yet. We still have more to communicate to you, in which they do. So here's another moment I really liked. I love when Luis has this really intimate conversation with Ian while the craft is just floating in the background. And it's just like, it's the dichotomy of humans interacting while an alien craft is present, attempting communication. And then we have these two humans communicating about like, oh, I'm not so good with women, blah, blah, blah. You know, and it's just, I love this moment. You've just got a UFO floating in the background, and these two are having the most like human conversation that turns out to be something much more powerful than just like like flirtation or whatnot. But I loved that. But this is when we get all the countries who have been in really good communication and trying to decipher each craft in each region and what it's doing, what they've discovered. Everyone starts to disconnect and go offline and stop talking to
right.
one another.
Yeah, and it's because China and Russia do it first, I guess, and the U.S. is just like, well, we gotta do it now. Like it becomes this like pissing contest in this very serious situation.
Yeah.
And it just bums me out. Like
that was the moment in the film where I'm like, this is how this would play out in real life, and it fucking depresses the hell out of me.
Yeah, I turned to Joy. I was just like, and this is fictional. Like, this is not a real thing. And I was just like, this fucking sucks. Like, I just like, I get so enthralled when I watch this movie that it feels like that stuff is just happening.
God. Okay. So all the countries stop communicating with one another. Clearly, China is taking a very aggressive stance. And if they do not figure out why these things are here, they're going to assume it's not good and they're going to attack. So this is scary, man. Now we might have a war on our hands, and America, and more specifically this location in Montana, they want to evacuate the entire operation. And Luis is like, no, we have to go back and deal with this. Like, we have to continue the work we've done so much on with these things before that happens. So she kind of goes rogue herself. She goes out to the craft, and the craft sends down a pod to get her because it's like a mile up now. And what do you think of this?
And this is the moment where I first really thought about this. And this is always the tough. There's no right answer to this. Let me say that right away. But this is like a Dr. Manhattan kind of question, like a predetermination type thing. Is she has visions of herself going out and a pod coming down and picking up, and then herself in the ship. So she envisions those things happening. So because she has those visions, she goes out so that pod can pick her up. So the question is, like, did she have a choice? Did she does this because she did it already? Like, and that starts to get into that plays a little bit with the end game too, which we'll get into a little bit later, like in a minute. But that was the first moment where I was like, like she must have already done it, or else she wouldn't be having those visions.
Or did she?
Does she have a choice?
She's having visions of the future already. So it's like, this is where it's like there's so much left to interpretation, which is what language is all about. So presumably, let's say she did get up there. She's actually beyond the glass or beyond the separation that has been there this whole time. And she is in there with who we've deemed Abbott and Costello, according to Jeremy's character, which I love.
Except just Abbott.
Just Abbott, right?
Costello was killed in the explosion.
Right. Costello is in death process, is what the says here. So now, man, we're getting subtitles from our heptapods. So we're at next level communication now. She is directly talking to them without, converting anything or the symbols. Like, it's gorgeous. Like, she's having a full on conversation with the heptapod. And let's dive in, because this is the moment where we start to get some big reveals. What does they communicate to her?
That she has, so they communicate that we're here to help. They were there to help the humans because in 3,000 years, humans are going to help them. And they say to her that they're like, she has this gift to see the future because of her ability to read the language. It's like once you're able to read, and I think it's implied this way anyway, is that once you're able to read the language, you basically start seeing time differently. So once she realizes that, and she has these flashes of this daughter, she's like, who is this girl? Like, who is this daughter that I keep having flashes of? And that's when they tell her she can see the future. So it's a daughter she hasn't had yet. And it's just heartbreaking. And especially rewatching those scenes too, like I said, because there's some moments where you're like, anytime when you're rewatching the movie and you see one of these flash forwards happen, you realize like she knows.
Yeah.
She knows the entire time she has this daughter that this girl is not going to live past like 14, 15 years old.
Right.
And to make that, like, to still go through with it. And that's where I start to get so anyway, so she says that she can see the future. They tell her she can see the future, and she's sent back down, and she tries to communicate with China. She takes the CIA guy's special cell phone that he's had, which I want one of those things, man. That's
right.
The
general of China's army on speed dial.
Yeah. Well, it's not even just speed dial either. It's that she has a vision of the future, and again, we get into the predetermination things where she's at this party when everything has worked out.
Right.
And when she's at this party, the general from China approaches her and says, like, it's 18 months later, and that he knew that he needed to, the only reason he came there was to see her. And he gives her his cell phone number, his phone number to his private phone.
Right.
Because he tells her, you called my phone. She's like, I don't have your number. And he shows it to her. He's like, now you do. And he's like, you also told me my wife's dying words.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells her the words 18 months in the future. And because of that, she's able to tell him that over the phone when this happens, even though they're like under threat of death and treason and all this stuff in the military. And then, so she calls China, and then she says this dude's words to him. And then the next thing you know, it cuts to a moment. And at this moment, like, I'm even getting choked up thinking about it right now. You start to see these TV screens pop up, and you find out that things have worked. Like, everybody's decided to work together now.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to start sharing information. They're going to start communicating. And because of that, the aliens leave. Like, and what's beautiful about that is it's not even like the aliens were like, there's a pressing issue right now. It's like, no, it's almost like a more advanced Bill and Ted. It's just like, listen, if you guys start working together now, the future will be a better place. And it's like, it's so simple, but it's so effective.
Yeah.
And you find out that Jeremy Renner is her daughter's father in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And that he left because he finds out from her that she knew this was going to happen.
Yeah, would die.
Yeah. And decided to have the daughter anyway. And I will say, like I said, you have these great moments where Jeremy Renner says, like, you know what? I thought the most surprising thing about being here would be the aliens, but it was meeting you. And like, I know, dude. And that's just like fucking, again, in the hands of a lesser actor, that would have sounded real corny, but he does it real well. And then you have this moment where you find out, like, you see to the moment, like, he asks her, do you want to make a baby? And she says yes. And I love that moment, and I think it's beautiful, and that's like where the movie ends, kind of like where it begins, because we see that house in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And I will say, now this is like where we'll get a little heavy predetermination-wise, is did she have a choice in that moment?
Yeah, that's the question. I think that's what really... That's one of the biggest questions with all these time sort of ideas of time and concepts of time is like, what is determined, what is not. If the general of the Chinese army, General Shang, if he gave her his phone number in the future and then we go back and she remembers the number and calls and blah, blah, blah. Like, again, it's so non-linear and circular, like their language, that it's like, what is choice, what is free will, what is predestined, but does it even matter? I like, we could spend our entire lives questioning if destiny exists or not, or fate, when in reality we're just living it.
Right. And I mean, in this one, though, she's seeing visions of the future where she had that daughter. And it's almost like she has the daughter because, like, it's just, again, like, we could go on and on, but it was the first time that it really hit me last night.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I just love, it's just got this very simple ending where she's just like, she says yes, and that's kind of where it ends, where she chooses to live this life anyway.
Yeah.
And it's just beautiful. It's just and the soundtrack, like Joy brought up a wonderful point. Like the soundtrack, like it's so minimalist leading up, and then it's just got these big swells of music towards the end. That just really paint this full picture of just a gorgeous movie.
It is. The score was
absolutely love it.
The score was beautiful, like you said. I don't know who the composer is, but just everything. You're right. The cinematography, beautiful. The acting, spot on. The concepts, the questions. God, I cry every time I watch this because, like you said, it will mean something different to everyone. And I remember seeing this in theaters, and I was with my girlfriend, and she was just bawling her eyes out. And when we left, I said, "Well, oh my God, well, that was so emotional and powerful." And I was like, "Is that what made you cry?" And she was like, "No, it just made me so sad." And I was like, I left the theater being like, "But I feel so happy and hopeful. I think it was beautiful." But again, I think that's what's awesome is everyone finds small moments in this movie that is going to mean something special to them.
Right.
Like if you knew your child was going to die, would you still have the child? And that's
right.
Look, many parents have struggled with that choice, I'm sure, in their lives. And that is a big question, you know? Like if you knew what was going to happen tomorrow, how does it affect you today and how you live your life? And oh God.
And I would argue, I think the movie is sad because it's so hopeful. You know what I mean? Like we don't live in that kind of world, unfortunately. And at the time, like I would even argue that when the movie came out, it felt more within grasp. But I like since then, it's just gone further away from that kind of hopefulness of what humanity is capable of. And like, don't get me wrong, it was humanity under extreme circumstances, but you know, we're in pretty fucking extreme circumstances right now, and we're not doing great.
I'd have to agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's something where like you watch it and you're just like, well, shit, I want like, you know, it's a movie. So of course things work out a little bit easier, but like, it's just like a nice resolution like that would be wonderful.
That'd be nice. Yeah. But as we learn, the older we get, life doesn't seem to wrap up that way. But
no.
I don't know. What do you think, man? I'm giving this 7 out of 7 heptapods. I think this is a perfect movie.
I think that's an accurate rating. I would agree. Agree. I really like, you know, every time I watch it, I have fewer complaints.
Yeah.
Like, and not that I had complaints really to begin with. Like this time, the most I had was I was like, yeah, Forrest Whitaker's accent's kind of funny. That's it. And that is small potatoes, because I just think everything else about it, I agree, adds up to like pretty much a perfect movie. Like, I just love it.
Well, I can only watch this like once every 2 years now because it's that powerful.
Yeah. You got to let it lay for a while.
You really do. Unlike The Arrival.
Which we're 2 times a year, baby, from here on out.
Easy.
Every 6 months.
I need more Kiki in my life. Oh man, this was a marathon, but hey,
it was.
I appreciate you taking the time not just to do this today, but to watch these 2 movies. And
it was my pleasure. All of it led me to I was Amy Adams in the sense that I was like, I know if I watch these movies, I get to talk to Ryan about them, so I'm going to watch them.
This was all meant to happen. See,
exactly.
Yeah. Well, Andrew, before we leave today, I have to ask, what are you up to? Where can we find everything you're doing? Tell us all about what's coming up for Andrew Sanford.
Let's see. If you are, again, I've been writing for Pajiba.com, which is a wonderful little website. There's stuff on there that's much better than what I'm doing for them. But just check that out, Pajiba. I love that website. So it's a pleasure to be amongst a lot of really talented writers. if you're like anybody, I think it has to have like a certain kind of coverage, but a lot of my screenplay stuff is on coverfly.com. So if there's some industry professionals that just happen to be listening right now, go ahead, check that out. Of course, I have a backlog of Half White Son of a Black Man. We haven't been back yet, but the old episodes are there. You can still listen to them, including plenty with you, some Shocktober ones. And we're not going to do Shocktober as per usual this year, which is when I usually just throw out the purpose of my podcast and talk about horror movies, because we're not doing the podcast proper. What I'm going to do instead, and Ryan, I'll just like officially invite you to do this now with me, is I'm going to one movie, one guest, and we're going to talk about it on Instagram Live, pretty much. Like nice little like 45-minute to 55-minute segments. Talk to somebody about a movie that we just watched. So I'll be hitting you up about that soon. But if you want to follow along with that, my name is, it's because I didn't understand at the time how Instagram worked when I first started it. It's Half White Son of a Black Man, but there's underscores in between each word. But it's pretty easy to find me out there. And yeah, so stay tuned for that. I was just like, man, I love me some horror movies. I'm not going to let this pandemic stop me from, like, I might not be able to do the podcast right now, but I'm still going to like talk to some friends and people I respect about horror movies. So be on the lookout for that.
Awesome, man. Yeah. Hey, we need communication now more than ever. If Arrival has taught us anything, I know people out there, probably people listening, myself included, like, it's so easy to feel very alone and trapped right now and out of control of your life and what's going on. But just know that there's always someone out there to listen, as all of you have done with us today. God bless everyone listening to this.
Yeah, for real. Yo, if you made it all the way to the end of this, like, you like both of these movies, or you like hearing us talk, or you're trying to make sure you have all your ducks in a row before you give a shit on Twitter later. So either way, props to you.
But this has been an epic Arrival showdown. I hope everyone enjoyed. Andrew, stay safe, brother. I will talk to you soon, and
Likewise,
thank you
buddy.
once again for coming on Somewhere in the Skies.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Somewhere in the Skies is part of the Somewhere podcast universe. Please take a moment to rate, review, and subscribe on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. To learn more about all of our shows, visit thespu.com.
Today on the show, Andrew Sanford returns for another movie review.
Here I am, I'm naked. I'm naked. I'm talking to you like you were real. Go to hell.
That's right. We're talking about the Christopher Walken 1989 movie adaptation of Communion.
You people, you're in. I'm telling you, you're in for one big surprise. One very big surprise.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
I got a lot of thoughts. I'm excited to dig in.
Awesome. Well, we might as well just dig in. There's no better way than to just go headfirst into Communion.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So once again, I am joined by Andrew Sanford for another UFO/alien movie review. We're going to be reviewing 1989's Communion. Andrew, before we get to that, how's everything going? It's been about a month now of lockdown. So are you going crazy yet?
Oh, a little bit. You got to look at the bright side. You know, I have become king of the Morlocks while all this is going on, which was a hard-fought battle. But I think once they realized that I just wanted to get them health care, everything was it was a smooth transition.
That's all you got to do to gain loyalty.
It's true. Absolutely. Yeah, it's been going. I've just been trying to write as much as possible. I just finished. I did a spec script for one of my favorite TV shows, What We Do in the Shadows, which has which. I'll give a plug to them, I guess, but that season, like as of our recording this, that's news. Their new season starts up like tomorrow night. So excited for that. Always good to have like a nice little spec script in your back pocket. Something short for people to read. All you soon to be screenwriters out there. Apparently that's like the thing now, is to have like a nice half-hour sitcom spec script, because then it's not a lot for people to read. Most of the scripts that I have are between 90 and like 125 pages. So
yeah. Hey man, always have something in the back pocket. You might go in with a play and they might be like, hey, we don't want that, but do you have like, you know, a 30-minute television script or whatever? And you got to be ready to just throw it on the table. Exactly.
And always go to people for feedback. I had sent it out to like I felt good about the first draft of this to begin with, but then I sent it out for feedback, and then I honed it down, so, you know, gave it a nice little cleanup, and now like I have something that I can show to people that I'm pretty proud of. And if people out there feel like reading any of my stuff, I actually think you can read some of the screenplays that I've submitted for things on a website called Coverfly. A lot of my stuff is listed as discoverable. So if you look up Andrew Sanford, you can see things I've submitted, including a horror comedy that's like just got me into the semifinals for something. I forgot to tell you about that.
Nice.
So it's like, yeah. So it's like, you know, it's always, I've just been trying to keep writing to keep myself from going crazy.
I wonder at the end of this, I shouldn't say the end, this COVID-19 thing is going to be our new normal.
Right.
Once this first wave of it passes and we're allowed to go back into society again, how many new books and screenplays and pitches are going to be out there? We might see a whole new creative renaissance. I mean, look at some of our greatest artists who came up with their masterpieces during the Spanish flu or the Black Plague. Like, it's crazy to think that such amazing stuff can come out of something so horrible, but hey, that's life.
Yeah, you even have just recently Kevin Smith talking about how he wrote COVID-19 into his new draft of the Mallrats sequel. So, you know, the greatest art.
I do wonder what the first, mainstream representation of this entire thing is going to be, whether a movie or a documentary.
I hope nothing.
Yeah.
Documentary would be fine. I would like some nice, like, you know, or our like Chernobyl for our version of this, essentially. But I want movies and TV shows and books that take place almost exclusively outside. Yeah. It's just people being able to go outside, hugging one another, just going to the grocery store without having to wear a mask. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Well, hey, we need things to distract us now, and that definitely happened with Communion. So let's sort of paint the picture here.
Buddy.
We've got 1989 drama horror film based on the book of the same name by Whitley Strieber, who most of my audience either know personally or know of him. This was
Could you fill me in a smidge? Because I will say I did like a little research, but I assumed that you would know this guy better than I do. So who is Whitley Strieber?
So he's mostly known for being a horror novelist. I mean, he's written some really, big horror novels that were turned into movies. The Hunger, where like this dude's trapped in a love triangle with a vampire, and
now that is a movie.
Yeah, right. That's a movie right there. But
well, it is. I think that if I remember correctly, there's one with David. It's got David Bowie.
Yeah, so I mean, dude, he's no slouch. I mean, this guy, pretty much every novel that Whitley Strieber was coming out with were being made into movies, even as recently as The Day After Tomorrow, that big disaster movie based on his book, The Day After Tomorrow.
Whoa, that's wild.
Yeah, so I mean, he's got some street cred for sure, but this is what's interesting is in when he wrote this book, Communion, it was supposedly a true story. So you have this guy writing these fantasy dark worlds of werewolves and vampires, and then boom, he comes out with this novel saying, here's my new book, it's a true story. So you're like, what the hell is this? And I'm not kidding you, man. Communion, the book, it took the world by storm. It became a New York Times bestseller within like weeks of its publication.
Really?
The book I'm looking at right now, the cover is the most iconic image of an alien to date. And it just became such a staple in the UFO lore and history. So and
not until when did the book come out? Was it close to 1989? Was
let
it
me
in
check.
The 80s, 70s?
Yeah, let me check. I'm gonna say 80s. What do we got? 1987. So I mean, the movie wasn't that far after, to be honest. So yeah,
I wonder why they couldn't get a better production company to make this movie.
What are you talking about?
Not to like take shots.
Oh, we'll get there.
Oh man, that's so crazy to me. It also seemed like it had such a small budget, even from things that I've read. And it only made like $2 million, which isn't like anything to slouch at in 1989, but it's like also not. Like 1989 was a huge year for movies too, as well, though. So that's a tough.
Yeah. So okay. So let's give some of the technical stuff here. Communion was written, the screenplay, by Whitley Strieber, same guy who wrote the book. Directed by Philippe Mora. The cast included Christopher Walken, Lindsay Krause, Francis Sternhagen, and Andreas Katsoulis. It's quite a cast. I mean, this is a talented cast, man. And
Andreas Katsoulis is one of my. He plays the one-armed man in the film adaptation of The Fugitive.
Yes,
starring Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones, and he's great in that movie too. He's great in this one. It's yeah, you're right. No slouches in here.
Yeah, Frances was like a huge Broadway actor at the time. She played the doctor in this movie, the hypnotherapist, which we'll get to. But so, oh yeah, Andrew, do you have the official synopsis for us?
I sure do. Based on what author Whitley Strieber described as true accounts, Communion tells the tale of a writer who encounters aliens while on a working vacation in a remote cabin.
Boom. Very simple. But the movie, not so much simple. So I guess we'll kind of just dive right into it. Yeah. So...
Which is one of my favorite things to see in a horror movie, which is a little kid acting like a little kid. Just walking around. Oh, with that fun, like, dressed like a 1950s cab driver.
What was up with that? You say acting like a little kid, but Whitley Strieber's son in this movie, his name is, what's the kid's name? Alex? No, that was the friend.
I think it's Andrew, isn't it?
It's Andrew. Nope, you're right. He looks like a 40-year-old.
He's making such like weird faces. Like they clearly, I listen. And nobody to get a child actor who can stand still for more than 5 minutes is amazing. To get one who's actually a good actor is a miracle. So I'm always surprised when that happens.
Oh yeah.
This movie, I feel like they really had a tough time.
Yeah, I think the direction of this movie is going to come up a lot, but let's paint the picture. Our first opening images in this movie is the Manhattan skyline with the Twin Towers, which was, anytime you see those now in a movie, you're like, wow, like this is really putting us back in a certain time.
Yeah, and they were such an integral part of the city skyline and the city itself. Like it really is something where you just realize how ingrained in the city it was, and like not to go off on too much of a tangent, why they were such a target.
Yeah.
Like why it was something that like it really, they had no choice but to kind of represent what people think when they see New York City, or what they see when they think of New York City, because they're just there and they're glorious. And it's true. It's always a little bit like, oh yeah, like
I forgot
just a damn
about
shame.
those. Yeah,
and a tragedy, and just awful. But.
Yeah, right. Well, okay, so Open on the Skyline, and then we get the smooth guitars of none other than Eric Clapton. Did you know he did the music for this?
I did, only because at first I was just like, why does this sound so much like Lethal Weapon? And then I was like, oh, because it's the same guy who did the music for Lethal Weapon.
There you go.
Like, that's just that kind of like, it's
spot on.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That was my first thought. Like, the first thing I looked up about this movie. It's just so great, and it does. If this movie is anything, it is a time capsule for 1989. Ooh. We're in that weird transition from the 80s into the 90s. Shoulder pads are big, but they're not like all big, because people are starting to get over that slightly. New York is still kind of gross. Like, it's right before it was starting to get cleaned up. It is. And the music is that time period in a nutshell. And I believe Lethal Weapon came out like the year before. I want to say the first Lethal Weapon is like 88. So to get it's either like 88 or 87. It might be 87 actually, because I think Richard Donner did that movie instead of doing Lost Boys. No big deal. I know that. But so to get Eric Clapton to do the music for this movie is a pretty big get.
Yeah. Same with Christopher Walken.
Yeah. Like, there's honestly a lot of things that are I didn't know how big the book was. And it makes a lot of things make a little bit more sense, and make other things make less sense. Like, again, why they got the director of The Howling 2 and Howling 3. But apparently that dude was just like working during the 80s. So they might have just been like, listen, we just need a director.
Yep. Yeah. I do wonder. And I know that Strieber was good friends with the director. I don't know if this was prior to the film. I could see the relationship being a little torn apart after the film, but we'll get to that. But
yeah, or not, and you know what, or not, because again, it's like, if there's something about how mundane this movie is that made it feel more like a true story to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Completely. Like, it was so pared down. Nothing was like over dramatized. Like, don't get me wrong, there are some things. And apparently, from what I read, Strieber had a problem with how crazy Christopher Walken was being at a certain point.
You are spot on. Whitley Strieber did not care for Walken's performance, and he told him, he went up to him in the middle of a cut scene, and he said, "Hey, man, you're playing me a little over the top, and honestly, it makes me come off a little crazy." And Walken's reply to him was, "Well, if the shoe fits." How perfect is that? So you do have to wonder, what did Walken truly think about this role he was playing and the story and the fact that it was supposedly true? I do wonder that, but
absolutely, yeah, because especially on a film set, when you're doing something that is that some people interpret as true events and some people, I'm sure, question vehemently. You have to think like, well, what was that film set like? Was like, did the cinematographer think that this was real while the key grip did not? Or did the director even believe Whitley Strieber? Did people, even though apparently and this is one thing that I will say, I remember reading something where I believe it was the director. I think him and Whitley Strieber are friends, because years prior, when Whitley Strieber had this happen to him, he said to the director, explained what happened to the director, and the director just said, yeah, something along the lines of, when you want to make a movie out of this, come call me. Well, that was it. He wasn't interested in the reality of it, it seems, at least. And again, I don't want to speak for the man. And as I said in the last review that we had, making a good movie is an incredible feat in and of itself. So to have to do that while towing the line of something that is inherently fantastical, but is supposed to be true, has got to be tough.
It's got to be tough. And I mean, There's a lot going on with this one, but let's I guess we'll rein it back into the plot. We see this, to me at least, a very loving family. I think Whitley Strieber's relationship with his wife Anne, as portrayed by these actors, it was very compassionate. It was very endearing. Yeah, and I loved seeing that.
Absolutely. I think that helped ground the movie, is that it became about this family's relationship almost pretty quickly. One note I do have, and I think you'll agree with me here, we're both writers. Writers are the worst. And nothing is more evident as when he's, I forget what he was saying at the beginning, but he's just like waxing poetic about what he was working on. And I was just like, my God, she's got to deal with this all the time.
There were wolves in the closet, wolves in the basement, wolves all over the place. They work in advertising, they sell junk food and beer.
They eat gigantic hamburgers and they drink cold beers with the baseball games on the TV and the bags of the potato chips that are big enough to feed a horse. They have a lot of fun.
Okay, so I have an exact note on this because I want your opinion, Andrew. We get these montages of Whitley Strieber trying to write, and it's interesting. You know, he's listening to music. He has a television monitor on himself, staring at himself, and this is where you really begin to see Christopher Walken and his acting process rather than Whitley Strieber in his writing process, I think. Right. Although I guess they could be interchangeable. They're both artists. So I do wonder, like, how much of this is how Whitley Strieber actually did his process and how much of it is Christopher Walken just doing what he does best.
Get up! I'm cooking. I'm on a roll. What's the matter with you? Boom!
Or even the director, you know, because nothing is harder to make look interesting than someone sitting at a computer writing. Yeah. Like, it's tough. It's hard to make that something that you want to look at visually, especially when it's got to be such a driving point of who your character is. And I wouldn't, you know, I would not pretend to understand anybody else's process or like go by anybody else's process. But if you wanted to film me writing, it would be the most boring thing that you could possibly catch on film, especially now. Now, like, because I'm trying to just switch things up most of the time and like give my poor wife like time, like not having to sit there with me just like hunched over on my iPad, which is where I do most of my writing. I'm in my room or in our room, just like on the bed, just with it in my chest, just clacking away. It's incredibly boring. It is nowhere near as much as like him standing up and dancing to music and like tapping on the notebook and like you said, filming himself, which I really thought was going to come back a lot more later and didn't. Like all this stuff where I'm just like, this seems like a very involved process. And hey, if that's how Whitley Strieber writes, he's got more New York Times bestsellers than I do. So who cares? And that's great. But I would be very surprised if that wasn't a choice either by Christopher Walken or by the director to make those scenes interesting.
Right. And you know what? I mean, if you hear Whitley Strieber in person, he's poetic, he's eloquent, but at the same time, he's a little drab and monotone. So, like, to bring out that life in a character that you're portraying, like, yeah, you got to bring a little bit of yourself to that. And I think that's what Christopher Walken does really good, and maybe not so really good in this film. But I do agree with you. I think to understand a writer's process, everyone's a little different. And one of the lines that really stuck out to me, and I think what's important about this scene of how does a writer write, is that he doesn't know how to write at this point. He's doing everything he's always done to try to inspire and get motivated, but nothing's coming to him. So this is a severe writer's block for this guy. He has no idea what comes next, what he's writing, and he even tells his wife, how did today go? And he said, I lost a day. And that's so I feel like I have said that so many times. Like, I feel like I just lost an entire day of my life. I'll never get back, and I didn't do a fucking thing with it. So you understand that frustration of a writer who is at that point in his career where the pressure's on. Like, how do you keep topping yourself when you've hit the top so many times in your genre? So,
yeah,
what does he do?
Absolutely.
You know,
yeah, and we see that even in this, we see that he is, very successful. Like they live in an amazing apartment on the Upper West Side.
That's what I was thinking too. Yep.
Yeah, like even in 1989, like that's nothing to sneeze at, to say the least.
Yeah, for anyone out there,
somebody outside my apartment, and they're either dealing drugs or toilet paper, and I can't tell which.
Oh,
Sorry.
they're one and the same.
Just gonna
now.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something to behold, to see somebody try to be so eccentric and show the perils of like being a writer at the same time. It's very interesting. And so you're saying Whitley Strieber is more of like a reserved human being? I assume you've seen interviews and stuff with him before.
Oh yeah, I mean, I met him face to face several times.
Nice.
Yeah, he's a really interesting guy, and we'll get to that. I think after Communion came out, and everything he did after that is it's a fascinating journey, which we'll get to, I think, towards the end. But
sure.
Okay,
cool.
So we have Whitley. He has no idea what's coming next in terms of his creative process. So what do? You leave. You go somewhere else, and that's what he and his family do. I forgot another really colorful moment. So he's so caught up in his process that he burns dinner, and the FDNY shows up too. And this is what I thought was interesting. That the guy comes in, like the fire chief or whatever. He's like, "Hey man, you've been warned. Like how many meals does Whitley Strieber burn enough where the FDNY shows up and says, this is like the 8th time you've done this, dude." I do wonder.
Yeah, and I love that they have the same response to him burning dinner that they have to him getting written a $200 ticket, which is a very yuppie, like, oh man, like they're all like laughing it off. It was such a strange thing to have happen. But again, it comes into that weird thing of, like you're saying, like, did this happen to this dude a lot? Like, did he burn dinner several times, and to the point where the fire department got called?
Right.
Why did the fire department get called? Like, my smoke alarm goes off if sometimes if the oven gets like slightly too hot. Like, the fire department never gets called on me. So it's like one of the, that's a whole other can of worms. But I did think that was funny. You're right, to see that's just like, oh, that's how they show that's how distracted he was.
Yeah.
That he left a chicken in the oven for too long, or a turkey or whatever.
I think it was a duck, but we're splitting hairs.
Or a duck, sure.
Yeah, whatever. All right, so he almost burns the apartment down. It's time to just calm down, and they go to their I guess vacation home, this cabin in upstate New York.
Right.
And I think Whitley is looking at this opportunity like, I'm going to bring some friends out there. We're just going to have a good time and let whatever happens happen. And I don't think what he expects to happen happens. But yeah, let's get to, all right, the cabin scene, the first one. So it's nighttime, everyone goes to bed, they had a nice dinner and everything, and suddenly the cabin is enveloped in some sort of blinding white light. The alarm system disables, just like in Dark Skies, the last movie we watched, which I thought was interesting. Yeah. And then Whitley wakes up abruptly in one of the creepiest scenes in a movie, in my opinion, and he looks in the doorway, and he sees this teardrop-shaped faced thing with big black orbital eyes, and it peeks in and then it scampers away.
Yes.
What did you think of this initial appearance of quote unquote the alien, Andrew?
I appreciated how it kind of like built up tension wise, but also how like very sudden it was.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to happen kind of that quickly. I will say this brings me to one of my first questions, and I see that it's this way on the cover of the book as well. I have heard of Greys, especially in conversations with you, and even just talking about the last movie that we talked about. I have never heard of them being flesh colored before.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
This is interesting. It's not really a portrayal we're used to seeing. I mean, the image you see on the movie, in the book, this is exactly what he described to the artist who made the drawing. So, I mean, we're talking like a tan, beige colored alien. Yeah, this is a unique portrayal, I think. I think a lot of people expected to see these aliens and they'd be like the little grays as we've come to know them. But no, this is not how he described it.
So then I guess my next question would be, were there things that looked like, aside from the color of it, were there things that looked like that mentioned in UFO sightings before? Or was this the first time that we get what has kind of commonly come to know, or we've commonly come to know as what aliens look like in kind of like pop culture and things like that?
So there had been reports of these sort of grays prior to this event, but this is the one that really, really shaped the UFO abduction narrative.
Interesting.
So, I mean, there have been others who said they saw, big-headed aliens with, like, big, almost insect-like eyes and whatnot. But this was the first time where it really came into the mainstream. And I think a lot of that had to do with the book becoming a bestseller. I mean, after this book came out and people saw that image on the front cover, like, thousands and thousands of reports started to come in from all over the world of people saying, I saw the same thing. That book cover terrified me because I know exactly what he's talking about. Now, is it chicken and egg? Like, which came first? Were these people influenced by the book and the cover? I can't tell you. But yeah, we get this first glimpse of an alien, and then it scampers away in the bedroom, and then we cut to his son in his room and the friends in the other room, and they all see this light like enveloping the home. So I mean, this isn't just Whitley Strieber hallucinating, and like something is going on, and which is interesting. Usually these things they only happen to the person having the experience, but we're kind of getting an objective experience here. Like something is going on.
And I thought that was fun too. And you do kind of, it creates this kind of joint narrative that they don't really, it takes the wife having to go through a therapy session later on to even remember what happened.
Yeah.
And it also makes the true story aspect of things a little bit more engrossing, because then I started to wonder, well, have people ever, I'm sure Whitley Strieber has had interviews, have those other people been interviewed before or talk about this? Like his friends, are those like characters that were created for the movie, or are those like, did he have two friends that he went into the cabin with that are now kind of forever part of his narrative from when he was visited by aliens?
I mean, I specifically remember, I haven't read the book in a really long time, so full disclosure, like, I really wanted to come into this review being like, I'm going to compare it to the book, but I can't. First of all, I'd never seen the movie before. The first time I saw it was watching it for this review. But I do distinctly remember him recalling the friends being there during this initial experience. Now, whether or not they've gone on record in their own words, I can't tell you. I do find it interesting, though, that again, the light happens, Whitley sees this weird creature, and then boom, the next morning, before that, he goes into the son's room because the son's screaming, and he calms the son down. They have this weird, like, insensitive moment of like Native American chants to one another, which I didn't really understand. And everyone goes back.
It was 1989.
It was 1989, exactly.
All you can do, if you watch any movie before the year like 2010 even, you can just hope that they're going to be sensitive. That's really the most you can do.
Yeah. It's so true. All right, so the next morning, this was interesting. The friends, they get out of there. They're like, something weird happened. We can't explain it, but we don't want to be here. We're uncomfortable. Whitley's like, no, what are you talking about? Like, it was the moon. It was this. Nothing happened. But it gets to the point where they force him to bring them home, which was really uncomfortable,
he seems pissed.
He's pissed.
Which I really appreciate.
Yeah, I would be too if, like, I invited my friends here, I paid for everything, they're in my home, and then they're saying, we want to go back to the city, bring us back. Like, it's an awkward position to be in, because Whitley doesn't remember any of this stuff happening the night prior, and flat out denies it, or doesn't remember it, which we'll get to. So yeah, this is where I think things sort of start to unravel. They go back to New York, and almost immediately, all this weird shit starts to happen. We go to a night of Halloween, where Whitley and his family, they go to a costume party, and Whitley's dressed as a guy in a suit with an elephant trunk, which was pretty interesting. I don't know if that was a Christopher Walken choice or what.
Well, I think that was trying to show, like, that to me felt like, oh, this isn't a guy that, like, you know, makes things up or takes things lightly. They have to, like, force him to wear a Halloween costume. Mm-hmm. And the most that he'll wear is he's like, look, I'll put on this trunk. And they're just like, well, you have to at least wear something gray with it because elephants are gray. Like, so that to me felt like a moment to be like, this is a guy that takes things very seriously. He's not going to just, like, make up wild and crazy things.
Right.
So if somebody that's, like, very serious and takes himself very seriously presents this kind of story, they can't be making it up. Like, that felt to me as kind of a way to be like, look, this guy's not crazy. He won't even wear a Halloween costume. Like,
that's a really good point. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it is showing the nature of, he's, you know, he writes these fantastical stories of, like, horror and dread and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, like, he's an eccentric guy. He's an artistic guy, but he's not crazy. So I think that's a really good point. But okay, so in terms of being crazy, this is the first moment where we get this scene where he sees a pumpkin in the hallway and he goes up to it with his son. A woman pops out, and it's this huge, giant praying mantis. And he freaks the fuck out. And then it cuts to this woman taking her mask off and being like, what? Like, what? I was just, like, it's Halloween. So, but, I mean, he's pissed. And he's, like, traumatized by this. So this is kind of the first moment where we're like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah, no, and it was, I loved that effect. A lot of the monsters and stuff in this movie, I think, look fantastic because they're all done practically for the most part, like, because you didn't really have a choice at the time. But it does kind of show, like, oh, like, I appreciated that aspect of things because I was like, oh, it's a trauma for him. It's like a PTSD type situation. Mm-hmm. But in that same event, in that same vein, it both makes things seem more credible and less credible. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, because it's something that's like, oh, do you have a trauma from being visited by aliens, or do you just have a trauma and this is how it's manifesting itself? It comes up even more later when you find out that he's going to see a therapist that specializes in rape victims.
Yeah, that was a crucial moment, I think, in terms of raising the stakes of what's going on. Like, we can be like, oh, interesting, alien abduction, like, kidnapped, experimented on, but then you get to, holy shit, like, these physicians and doctors, they're saying, we think you should talk to someone who works with rape victims. Like, that's a huge step. Mm-hmm. And I don't know quite what to make of that.
I'm talking about it, and I have no idea. I have no idea. I have no idea why I'm here. I don't know what I'm doing, talking about this. I saw something, they saw something. There was a lot of light.
So after this initial thing, he starts to become very paranoid, and he's waking up in the night saying that something's in the room, and also his writer's block is still there, he can't concentrate, and all the while, the son is also having weird memories and images.
Right.
And the tensions really start to rise, because the wife is like, what is going on with my family? Like, did something happen, or is he hallucinating and it's influencing our young son? Like, what the fuck is going on? And clearly something's wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
And I love, we see like a time jump here too, which I thought was interesting because it goes from like Halloween to Christmas almost immediately. But I did think it was kind of interesting that the son's thing, like where his feels like it's more in his head, the son is just like, I don't want to go near that spaceship thing because there's like a playground the kids are playing in. And it's got something that kind of looks like a spaceship that's like a jungle gym they're playing on. And he's like, I don't like that spaceship. And I was like, huh. Like it is, that was interesting. Yeah. Because, and again, it's something where it's just like, it's like, you know, a kid, it would make sense for a kid to be like afraid of spaceships, depending on what he's watching and intaking. Not that it looks like these people are like watching a lot of TV from what we're seeing or what have you, but it was a cool juxtaposition to see how each of them are having their trauma manifest itself, which is that one is having actual visions and one is seeing things and things that are already kind of there, which isn't like, you know, which isn't unreasonable.
Yeah. So, I mean, okay. So this is where the movie starts to, we really hit a U-turn, I think. Now, initial experience, fine. Like, maybe something happened, interesting. They go back to the cabin in the woods, like you said, for Christmas, hoping things will get better. But this is where shit really goes off the rails, for me, at least, man. So,
yes.
What do you make of this? Yeah, the Christmas cabin incident, I guess we can put it.
Right. Yeah, I thought it does start to call things into question for a couple of reasons. I am more of an observer to a lot of the lore surrounding UFOs most of which I've gotten through you and this podcast. So it strikes me as odd that somebody would have an experience with aliens and then go back to that area where they had their first experience, and then they have an even more intense experience.
Yeah.
That, to me, sounds like it would come from somebody who's lying. It's like, no, the first time I had this very surreal incident where it was like I was like touched by light. I thought I saw something, this light engulfed the house. That's like, okay, that's a weird phenomenon. And he's like, yeah. And then I went back to the cabin and I got pulled up in their ship and they jabbed something into my head to like, they gave me a shot of something while I was up there. And I saw, not only did I see a gray this time, the flesh colored gray, I also saw little monsters that are like dressed like men that look like oh man, it's hard to even think of something to compare them to. Not Jawas. You don't see Jawas faces.
Yeah.
But that was another thing where it's like, okay, this is cool looking, but when you tell me that this is what this guy actually experienced, now I'm just like, well, hold up. Like, so this is something that happened to you that you were comfortable enough to put to screen, and then we see a physical representation of what you had happen to you, and you're like, yeah, that's it. That movie monster that this person was able to develop, as cool looking as it is and as creepy as it is exactly what I had to deal with. That's crazy to me.
Okay. This is interesting that you say that, because we get these little small blue aliens, like you mentioned. They're like in these cloaks. They look very impish, and they look so original that I'm like, who can really make this shit up in their head? This is okay. I'm gonna full disclosure. I interviewed a woman about having been abducted by aliens when she was a kid, and she described these beings as almost identical to these little blue creatures in this movie. And of course, Andrew, of course, my first question is, well, had you read the book or had you seen the movie? And she said, no, I hadn't. I had a boyfriend who threw the movie on one night. In the minute that little blue creature showed up in the movie, I literally leapt behind the couch and started crying, and I made him turn the movie off, and I've never seen it again since. So, I mean, again, had she subconsciously seen that image before in the movie, or had she read the book and she, I don't want to say lied to me. I believe something firmly happened to this woman. She's one of the most trustworthy people I've come across in this field. But I did find it interesting that she said she saw these same creatures and never had seen this movie or, read the book. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
Because then don't get me wrong, there are incredible artists that exist in this world. There are people whose job it is, the job is to recreate a possible criminal based on someone's description. And those people in those positions are able to do incredible things and amazing recreations based solely off somebody's description, which is something I can't even fathom, to have somebody describe to you a human face and you to be able to recreate it. So it's even a little bit more understandable that somebody could describe something more fantastical than that and you would be able to recreate that.
Yeah.
But when I hear that somebody, an author especially, of a novelist, and again, I know that's one of the toughest parts about this, is this guy makes fiction for a living.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy describes these monsters, does not draw them himself, to my knowledge, correct? You said somebody else drew the cover of the book.
Yeah. Literally, it was like a sketch artist situation where he sat down and described it, yeah.
So he describes that, then he describes these other little blue men in robes and stuff, and then that process is even taken from a drawing and recreated by a studio's special effects department or costume department or what have you, or effects department, and to have that be something that somebody says is exactly what they had the same experience with is a tough pill to swallow for me personally.
Yeah, I totally...
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And I do...
And I don't want to disparage this woman either, because if this was something that was so traumatic that it made her shut off the movie and drove her to tears, like, that's awful. But it's just the idea, like, we live in a world where things are so often not, like, coincidences, but like that are that specific, but who knows, that's just wild. That's like Cthulhu type stuff, where I don't know if you've ever read The Call of Cthulhu, not to give any credit to racist H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah, I said it. But the whole point of Call of Cthulhu is this call goes out one night and this is a time before social media or movies or anything like that, or well-made movies anyway. Advanced movies. I don't want to say not well made. Anyway, you have this phenomenon where people throughout the world who have never met are drawing and sculpting this monster exactly the same. Which is like a solid work of fiction. Like, there's H.P. Lovecraft inspired a whole generation of writers and creators, and continues to inspire people to this day. So it's always that kind of stuff that makes me go like, it's just that's wild to me. That's the most wild thing that I've heard about this movie, is somebody had an experience that they considered to be so similar that that aspect of this movie freaked them out. That's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. It's not even just that it's unbelievable. It's just it's wild.
I agree with you. And again, it goes back to the cover of the book. So many people said they cannot pick up that book to this day or look at it because it's so strikingly similar to what they saw. So again, I don't want to ever strip anyone, a witness or an experiencer, of their experience. I myself struggle with it greatly, Andrew. I mean, on the record and off the record, I'm a very skeptical person of all of this UFO stuff myself.
Absolutely.
But it's those rare cases where I have no other choice but to be like, something happened to you. I can't say it was an alien. I can't say it was an interdimensional creature or, a spirit or this, but I can firmly say I'm seeing how it's affecting you, and you believe this happened to you. And it's affecting you in ways that I can not even begin to described.
And that is...
It scares me that we can't just shove this in a box of they're making it up, or it's regressed physical abuse as a child, and this is the way you painted it to be as an alien abduction to deal with it. Like, that's the biggest way that skeptics will come at these alien abductees is... You clearly were abused as a child, and this is the way you, put the memory down and painted it into something different.
Yeah.
Sure, that can be said for some people, of course, but end of the day, not all of them. Thousands of people are describing these things who are sane, credible, straightforward, were never abused in their lives. So what is that? What is that? I don't know.
Right.
Hey y'all, Ryan Sprague here. As you all know, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast is always free to consume, but it isn't free to create. That's why I've started the Somewhere in the Skies Patreon campaign. On a monthly basis, you give what you think the show is worth. You'll be helping the show continue, grow, and to be something truly communal. And remember, there are rewards for each level of contribution, and the list is only growing. So please, help Somewhere in the Skies now by becoming a patron. To contribute and to learn more, visit www.patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you for your support. And now, on with the show.
And it's one of those things, too, where it was such a time where it would be hard to even recreate something like that. It was a time when books were a main source of entertainment for people. Bookstores were thriving. Something like this could come out and get traction in all corners of the world easily. And then you also have something where it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to go to the bookstore and specifically go to the section that's about UFO fiction. Not even just fiction, but like UFO fiction or nonfiction, sorry. And find this specifically. This, more than likely, especially if it was a New York Times bestseller, just came out and had its own section in the bookstore or had its own display in the bookstore. And that's just what people saw. And it would also be crazy to think that, like, there's a movie in and of itself is somebody walking into a bookstore and seeing something that has haunted their dreams for years, that they very truly believe that they experience, on a shelf, like in multiple copies of it, just staring them right back in the face. Like, that in and of itself is an experience where it's hard to deny someone the feeling that they have from something like that.
Yeah,
because we weren't in the room, and we weren't even there, not even just in the room to when they were visited. I would have loved to be in the room when this woman saw this movie for the first time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, to be the only person that can really vouch for her being so frightened by this that she had to turn it off is the boyfriend that was there at the time. Because aside from that, it's hard to even prove that that's true. But if somebody feels that strongly, especially somebody that you claim is honest, that you've dealt with, and I know you've dealt with a lot of not honest people and people who you like. The more you deal with unhonest people, it's easier to figure out who the ones are that are being honest.
Exactly.
So you saying that you think somebody is honest and truthful is honestly worth a lot to me. And yet still it's just crazy.
I know. It is. And it's hard to, take that leap over the wall to be like, okay, yeah, I firmly believe you were abducted by aliens. I totally get that, man. And my biggest defense always is I was not there when it happened. And you said the same exact thing. And that's what it comes down to. These experiences are so personal, so subjective. They come with so much baggage and the lens and perception that you view it from, that we can't tell up from down, left from right. And, bringing it back to Whitley Strieber, this is a moment where it's so dreamlike and nightmarish that he literally gets a gun and tries to hunt down this little blue alien that that took him at one point. And we come to find out that he shoots at the alien and then boom, comes out of some weird dream state, and he almost shot his fucking wife and killed her.
Yo, is that in the book? Is that a real thing that almost happened?
I'm pretty sure.
that part too. I was like, whoa, like it is.
That seems like a
say,
big thing to make up in terms of
yes,
the
exactly
book to screen adaptation. Now, whether or not it actually happened, we can't say.
However, to put something like that, you are a popular novelist who is at maybe the height of your career. Now, you could argue that he was having writer's block at the time, so maybe he was really reaching for a story to tell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and I say height of his career, but I don't know if like maybe I noticed that, at least from what I recall, there's nothing in this movie about like publishers breathing down his neck, being like, you're going to lose your job if you don't give us this next book, things like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing in there that would make it seem like, oh, he had to make this story up or else he wouldn't have anything to push forward. But to do something, or to put out something that you are claiming to be true, that not only might make you look crazy, but make you look like someone who almost committed manslaughter, is something that you don't do lightly unless you truly believe it. I don't know Whitley Strieber, but you don't say like, hey, guess what? I was so thrown off by this that I almost killed my wife, unless you're willing to take whatever heat is going to come with that as well. That was a big turning point for me, because I was like, oh man, we just saw this crazy shit, but then wow, he shows that he might have like these problems are more than just things that he's seeing. They almost made him murder somebody that he loves.
Yeah. I think you're right. I think this is a turning point for the movie and for Whitley Strieber as well. I think he now realizes whatever's happening, it's not just a figment of my imagination. And even if it is, it's causing me to almost harm my family. So I got to approach this. And for him, it came in the form of going to get these temporal lobe epilepsy tests, which is really interesting. This is kind of what they think, oh, this could be it. Like during these bouts of epilepsy, you can have these hallucinations and this and that, and the tests come back negative. So it's clearly not that. It's something else. And I think that's not the answer he was looking for. He wanted it to be that. So when it's not, it's like, fuck, now I still have to go on and struggle with what this is.
Yeah.
So,
I appreciated that they tried to come up with a like, oh, I can't get a scientific answer for this. Like, this isn't a tumor that I have that's making me see things. This is not like something where I could literally pinpoint it. And what I liked about that even more is it showed that he was, because I feel like a lot of people, their first step might be therapy, but he went the other direction. Yeah. And it's just like, no, there's probably some scientific reason as to why this is happening to me.
Yeah, and I respect that.
Yeah, same. Absolutely. Yeah. That's not an easy thing to go through. And especially, you have the wound behind his ear that even his wife claims to see. Mm-hmm. And then you have a doctor being like, yeah, no, there's nothing there. You're fine.
Yeah.
2 days later.
And here's another part.
I will say, any doctor who's going to be working 2 days after Christmas, I'm going to have to call into question a little bit.
That's the most questionable thing about this movie. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where I was like, no, hold on. Full stop.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can't really talk about Whitley Strieber's experiences, Andrew, without acknowledging that this was the first case that came forward where someone said that they were basically, raped by an alien. They had a probe of some sort inserted into their rectum, and it was extremely painful and traumatizing. And for Whitley Strieber to come forward and straight up be like, yo, I got raped by an alien. Like, that's a big deal. That's not just saying I was taken, I was experimented on, they messed with my head. He's now saying something that could completely ruin his reputation if it hadn't been ruined already by trying to murder his wife, apparently.
Right.
So, I mean, yeah, we have to talk about that. That's where this trope of aliens sticking stuff up people's butts, where this whole thing came from. And again, we can laugh about it, but at the end of the day, like, this is an extremely traumatizing thing. It's painful.
Yeah, and if anything, I appreciate that they didn't, when that scene happened, it's not funny. There are things that they play for laughs in this movie, but with that, they took it very seriously, even though it is something that is kind of inherently absurd and something that people do make jokes about quite often, especially when they're talking about people who have experienced trauma from UFOs or claim to have been abducted and claim to have been probed. That is something that for a long time I feel like has been easy to laugh about, and even almost only recently is something that I feel like people are starting to say, like, well, that's not funny for one of two reasons. A, if it did happen to this person, it's something that's going to be incredibly traumatic. And B, if it's something where they were possibly raped and this is how they're dealing with it, then that's also awful, and not something to laugh at. But I feel like for a long time, that's something that people have just actively made jokes about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, in the balance, that delicate balance in this movie of what's funny and what's not, really plays out in these abduction scenes, I think. And, here's an exact quote from Whitley Strieber in the movie. Quote, "These little blue fuckers took me, stuck a needle in my skull, and put a probe in my rectum." I mean, that line alone, it carries so much weight in terms of it's so absurd. I realize that, but they literally, they stripped me of everything, my entire being, myself, my control, my it's traumatizing, and you don't even know if these aliens realize what they're doing to these people.
When the doctor hypnotized me, I was supposed to recall prowlers or something, but in fact, I recall something else. I sure do. What? Little blue fuckers about that big.
And this is a time too where it's still we're still in an era where men have to be men.
Exactly.
And you can't most men who deal with sexual assault don't report it. Even to this day, the percentage is very low for people that will actually come forward about something like that. So for somebody to come forward about something like that during a time when that was much less likely and on such grand a scale is pretty significant. And I do think adds to the credence of what he's trying to say. Now, I could also argue that if you are somebody who is smart enough to write fiction that is critically well received and liked by the general populace, you would know, hey, I got to add in some of these extra details to make me not seem like a crazy person. But it's that's just where the most difficult part about all of this comes from. It's hard. It would be hard for me not to say that if this story came from somebody who wasn't a fiction writer, I might believe it a little bit more. You could literally present this movie exactly how it is, and he's a doctor and not a novelist, and I'd be like, you know what? There's a lot going on here. There's a lot that could ruin this person's reputation. But when you say it's also a novelist, you're like, yeah, this probably makes for a pretty good book.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is the biggest criticism people have of this. And I'm sure that's tough for Whitley as a person. And I stress if any of this actually happened. If it didn't, wow, man, kudos for creating this huge social experiment that completely changed the entire perception of aliens and stuff moving forward and has become a part of pop culture. I mean, this image of the gray is just so fucking iconic at this point. So the trauma happens, he's experimented on, and these aliens are just, they're I don't even know how to describe this. These experiences he's having are so dizzying and confusing. He kisses one of the blue aliens at one point. Then he's in this room with these little kids and they've got the masks of the aliens, and he's, half naked reading a magazine in a waiting room. It's just so fucking weird. And that's what always gets me about this story specifically, is how weird and imaginative in every sense of the word it is. And whether this was a choice by the director and the designers of how to convey these experiences, I don't know, but it is so out there that I couldn't tell left from right. I just felt so disoriented when these abduction scenes happened.
And it is also something that is very dreamlike, which kind of takes away from the credence of it. I myself recently in the last few months have been having incredibly vivid dreams, and just this morning had a dream where I was riding in a limo, got into a limo with my wife to with these two little people that were in costumes. At least I thought they were little people. More on that in a second. And I was in this limo with a guy that I used to work with who was driving the limo on the right side for some reason. And also in the limo was professional wrestler Chris Jericho, and we were talking about the AEW that he works for currently, and how he thought like there was some event that he was going to where they weren't paying him enough, and it turns out they weren't paying him enough because the coronavirus is currently striking the nation. And then when we get to where we're going in the limo, we take these little people up to this apartment, and they're actually monkeys that we are paying to play with in a very Tiger King-esque type situation, except instead of playing with tiger cubs, we're paying to play with monkeys. It's all this weird, surreal combination of things that have happened in my life recently, and also things that haven't happened recently, that it is hard to look at something in this movie as not being a dream because it plays out so much like a dream. And, you know, dreams very rarely make perfect, coherent sense. They just don't.
I think that's what Whitley Strieber is struggling with most in this movie is what's the dream, what isn't. And I think this is where I do have to give props to the director and Christopher Walken. Like, we never can really tell. And I think they do such a good job in those moments of, is this a dream or isn't it? And does that even matter? I mean, we have moments where Whitley Strieber's claiming that images were implanted in his head of the world being destroyed or his son dying. And he doesn't know, like, why these images are coming to him, what the aliens are trying to convey. And it's maddening. Again, we can't tell what is and what isn't in this movie.
And again, that could be things that are brought on by the stress of not being able to do your job that you usually get paid for. His world is going to end and his son's going to die because he's not going to be able to feed him. Like, you know, there are so many ways that you can interpret that. But in the same note, I got to say, I really love that this is a very interesting movie to discuss for a lot of these reasons.
Oh, my God.
But I do appreciate, and I appreciate that they not only show it in a more mundane sense, they don't shy away from portraying any of this stuff the way it is being portrayed. That it is being portrayed as dreamlike is kind of a testament to Whitley Strieber, who wrote the film. Who knows what was changed while they were directing it. Ideally, the director was going to be making a lot of those calls on that day. He couldn't get, Whitley Strieber couldn't get Christopher Walken to not, quote unquote, act crazy. But there is just, it again adds more credence to at least this guy being not that crazy.
So in order to not feel crazy, he then starts going to this therapy group, an alien abduction support group. And these are real. These are happening across the world right now. I guarantee. Well, maybe not right now.
Sure.
Obviously, pre-COVID and post-COVID. But these things, I've been to them. I spent a weekend in upstate New York myself with a group of abductees and experiencers. And these people get together and talk about their experiences. And, Whitley I don't think this is really for him. He doesn't want to be a victim like a lot of these people claim to be, and it wasn't really for him. But it was interesting to see that, okay, he's open to the fact that maybe I'm not the only one that's experiencing this, and this could be real. Other people could be experiencing this. So that was interesting. And the fact that his wife was with him. I think that's another important part of all this, too, is his wife, Anne, and what she's going through. Having to deal with her husband just spiraling out of control with all this, almost killing her, scaring their son. And is he going crazy or not? And, she's a supportive wife in one sense, but at the same time, she's like, I'm like ready to take my son and get out of here if this dude keeps going crazy. So that's got to be a really hard role to play as an actress, but also in real life. Like, what did Anne Strieber think of her husband coming forward with all this? Like, how would it affect them as a couple? And as we see, not very well.
My question, and this may or may not have any bearing on what's going on. I want to make that clear. Are they still together?
They were together until her dying day, which unfortunately was a few years ago.
Awful.
Yeah.
Awful.
And she fully supported him. She supported him through thick and thin. He went on to write another, 3 books in the Communion trilogy, as it were. And we'll get to that. But,
really?
Yeah. Communion was not the only book about this.
Whoa!
And she was with him, man, until we lost her. So, yeah.
Wow. No, that's awful. I mean, hopefully it wasn't anything too terrible. People do pass, but that's very unfortunate. It's nice I will say that is nice to hear that they were together until a point like that, because it's gotta be, it couldn't have been easy for her. It just couldn't have.
Exactly.
Like you were saying.
Yeah. No matter if it was real or not, like that struggle had to always be in her head every single day of, wow, either this is happening or my husband is a complete fraud. And like, what do I do? Do I stay with him? Do I not? Like, where's the moral compass here? But again, neither of us were there and we don't know. So that's what's most frustrating about this whole thing, I think, is that like, we can debate whether this actually happened or not till, our dying days ourselves. But it's frustrating to know we will never know if this truly happened or not.
Sure.
I mean, if anything, that's what he's going through as well. He wants to know if this is real. And he finally confronts the aliens himself about, I want to know what the fuck is going on with me. So he goes back to the cabin alone, where this all started, supposedly.
Right.
And
brings his video camera.
That was cool. He brought his video camera with him. He's like, if I'm gonna prove to anyone this is happening, I gotta get these fuckers on film. So he brings his camera. He is dressed to the nines again. He's got his suit on, his fedora. This is one of the most amazing images in this movie. He approaches the woods with the bright light, and I just love this back shot of him. Like, he's looking like almost like a Men in Black type guy, and he's like about to venture into the belly of the beast to finally confront the aliens, which was interesting. And I love some of the imagery in this movie. It was just beautiful in that sort of 80s gritty way. And I think anytime we were out at the cabin, like, I just loved it. I loved the cinematography and the visuals that they brought to this. But yeah, back to like the plot. All right, so final confrontation with the aliens. Well, not so much, I guess, not so much. But he enters the quote-unquote craft, and here's the little blue guys, here's the tan beige guys, and this was one of my favorite moments. The little blue guy sees the camera, and he's like, Nah, man, no filming. Yeah. I loved that moment. It was
such a weird, like, it was cute, but it was kind of fun. I feel like they were shooting most of the movie and then realized, like, he's got his video camera out quite a bit. We got to make that comeback, but there's no footage of this, so let's just have the alien put the kibosh on. I kept wondering the whole movie. I was like, oh, especially when it's somebody who's written, like, it's something that's written by somebody who knows narrative structure. It's Chekhov's gun. Like, you don't introduce something like that unless it is going to serve some sort of purpose. Otherwise, it's not good. It's not good. It's just not good screenwriting. I'm sure there are some people that argue that it is, yada, yada. But that is a principle that is used for a very good reason. You don't introduce something like that unless it's going to come into play. And it just kind of, it does in a way that is funny, but also just very anticlimactic. I was like, oh, okay. So we had that there the whole time just for him to be told to turn it off later. Like, it could have not been in there at all.
Or have him film the entire experience, and then when he goes to play it back, it's, like, gone,
Yeah. See, there you go. Boom, look at that.
Look, we just rewrote Communion. Well, okay, so he's in the craft with the aliens, and this is the most, like, David Lynch-esque weird scene I've ever seen in a movie. It's so absurd. It's cool. It's unapologetic. It's everything. And I love it. I absolutely love it. He starts dancing with the aliens, communicating with them in like sign language almost. What did you make of this final sort of confrontation with the aliens?
I appreciate it. Again, I would love to. This was something where I would want to like read the book, or at least read that section and that account to see how close it was to what he was dealing with, because it felt so bonkers, but so specific that I was like, like this is not like it's not something that anybody would. I don't want to say it's not something that anybody would make up, because that's just not true. But it's something that is hard to make up. It's something that is hard to just be like, no, this, like, listen, you can't say that this didn't happen to me, because just look how batshit crazy it is. Look how unique it is, at least as far as I'm concerned. Are there a lot of UFO stories about people dancing with aliens?
Not that I can recall.
There you go. Like,
this is what I love about this, though. This scene is walking, or I should say Whitley Strieber has this line that he says to the alien. He says, quote, "I am you, you are me, and we are here. I'm the dreamer, and you are the dream." And that alone,
which is a callback to an earlier scene, too, right?
Yep.
It's almost like he's it's almost like he's looking into the future earlier on.
Yep. Exactly. And I love that about this, where he's taking control of the situation that he did not feel in control of throughout this entire journey. And he didn't get the answers that he sought, I think, but he confronted this presence that had invaded his life, and he said, look, whether it's a dream or not, I'm a part of this. And that's where I think the whole idea of communion comes in, is if you're going to do this to me unwillingly, and I'm never going to truly know what you're doing, I'm at least going to I'm going to lead every now and again. And I think that's what he's kind of showing, is like, if you want to do this, like, I have a say in it. And I think that's good.
Yeah.
You know, he's taking back control of all the shit that's happened to him, almost ruined his life, his family. And, look, you can do this. We can meet up. Maybe you'll slowly give me answers or not. But like, let me be a part of it. And I respect that as a character study, at least.
Yeah. No, and it's also interesting in that, again, we have somebody who had an experience, goes back to the place that they were, where they had that experience, and has a more intense experience, and then goes back again and has an incredibly intense and vivid experience, which is, it's almost so insane. It's saying that it's believable, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy to me. Like, but again, he's like actively saying this. Narratively, it works out pretty well. The rule of threes applies to a lot of things, not just comedy. But to have that like heighten every time he goes back, it's just crazy. It's crazy, man. Yeah. It's crazy. I like, how often do people who claim to be abducted revisit the site where they are abducted? And if they do, are they abducted again?
Right. Rarely, if ever, at least in my experience with interviewing these people. It is something they try to regress or forget about. And even if they embrace the experience, they're not going to try to put themselves back in that situation. So, yeah, I mean, again, if this is all true and Whitley did keep going back to the site where it happened, I credit him for really, again, taking control of the situation, facing his demons, as it were. Again, you're right. Storytelling wise, it's awesome. Like, yeah, let's figure this out. Does he? I don't know. He wakes back up after this experience in his car, and it almost seems like it was all a dream again, but we will never truly know. But I think what's really, really cool after this final kind of confrontation is, he goes back home, he's at an art museum with his wife, and they start really talking about what it could be and and what it could represent. And then it dawns on Whitley Strieber, oh my God, this is the story I have to write. And boom, we've gone to that meta level where everything that's happened to him is now going to be his new project. And hence writer's block is gone. And he says, Whitley is back. one of the most Christopher Walken moments of the movie.
Yeah, and a very Forrest Gump-esque kind of moment, too, of just like, oh, I'm going to, like, hey, who knows? Maybe that conversation happened exactly the way it happened between him and his wife. But it was something where I was like, man, this is pretty convenient.
Yeah, it is. And again, like how the story unfolds, we'll truly never know. But okay, so he starts writing Communion, the book, and he is on a fucking roll. And then boom, the alien shows up in his home in New York City. And big alien head floating in midair, and what does he do? He embraces it. It's finally this moment of, you are me, I am you. Wherever the story's going, I'm now a part of it. And we get Eric Clapton coming in again with the guitar. Strieber and his wife and kid go on the roof to look up at the sky, and that's Communion.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was the movie.
I like that last shot, especially because, weren't no drones back then, so you would have had to get somebody in a helicopter and get up there to get that shot, which is, pretty impressive.
I want to get to some conclusions, Andrew, what we think of this thing overall. There's one thing I want to bring up. There's one part during the last alien encounter where Christopher Walken is dancing with the aliens, like we mentioned, and he literally shrugs at what looks like someone off camera or to himself for the aliens. But I think whatever he was shrugging at, to me, that one moment, it encapsulates the feeling in the world of this movie for me overall. We can't tell what's real, what isn't. If Walken is acting so well that it's Whitley thinking, what the fuck am I doing here? Or Walken saying, what the fuck am I doing in this movie? Like, I don't know. But it's just so weird, and I loved that about it. It's messy. I think we can both agree this is kind of a messy film. Never quite hits the mark I think it wants to, but I don't know. What do you think, man? It just felt so organic to me, this movie.
Yeah. Yes, I would agree with that. I also think that it's interesting that the movie doesn't try to make it a movie. Like, narratively, of course, it works out, like we said, in ways that you would expect a movie to work out, but they don't try to. It didn't, at least, except for the moments that are purposely fantastical, him being on the bus and him being like, even that's another one. Like, it felt so grounded, like this woman crying and asking if he knows if this bus went to the end of the line, and then him imagining her or not imagining her as a praying mantis, and then seeing everybody as praying mantises, is very dreamlike, and again feels not like it's fantastical without being fantastical, without embellishing too much. It feels like something that this guy might have experienced, and it could be the experience of someone who is not well mentally. So because of that, because it didn't shy away from a lot of that stuff, there's elements of this movie that really worked for me. Like, I don't know why my voice went up right there. But there's things about it that I feel like somebody who is trying to put their experience to film without making it seem unbelievable. But then there are elements where it does just feel wholly unbelievable. I will say, unfortunately, a large part of that is Christopher Walken. And it's not even like he's a bad actor, but I realized while watching this that I haven't seen a ton of movies with Christopher Walken in it. I'm honestly more familiar seeing him in, like, I watched the episodes of SNL that he's hosted hundreds of times. I've seen him more of being like the Christopher Walken that we all know. So it was interesting to see, and like I have seen like Deer Hunter, where he's much more reserved, and it was earlier on in his career. So it's interesting to see that like, oh, it's very Walken-esque kind of designation of him doesn't come from nowhere. Like, this is a movie that should be taken kind of seriously, and it doesn't seem like he does take it very seriously, even as an actor. Like, he's just kind of like goofing around and doing his shtick.
Yeah.
That happens to a lot of actors from that generation, especially where they get older and they become almost caricatures of themselves, like Pacino, or even to a lesser extent, sometimes like De Niro. But even De Niro can like reel it in. Like, there's elements of this that just felt like, it's like, wow, nobody really had control over him, and that kind of takes credence away from the story that they're trying to tell, for me.
There are moments where I think Walken is very genuine in his portrayal, especially during the more traumatic parts, or like the moments with his wife. I think he was able to rein it in and take this thing seriously, but all the other moments, I do wonder, like, how tight of a leash did the director have on this guy? And I don't think any. I think we saw a lot of improv in this. In the script too, there's scenes in this film where I'm like, they're just letting the actors go to see what comes out, and I appreciate that and I respect that. Yeah. But then there are times where you're like, guys, the screenplay was written by the writer of the book. This is his story. Like, let's at least explore that. And I think there are moments throughout this film where it was just Walken testing his acting chops, not in the best of ways, because I think he loses sight of the character he's playing. And like you said, he becomes a caricature of himself. And I think there was a lot of those in this movie, but it almost made the more serious moments for me more powerful. I have a quote here from the filmmaker, which I wanted to share too.
Cool.
He says, the director, I should say, says, quote, "At the time this movie was made, as filmmakers, we had to fight for the right to make it ambiguous and agnostic in regard to the issue of the alien presence. Various powerful film companies wanted a straight horror film or an outright affirmation of alien existence, which would have undermined the unbiased point of view. The psychological dimensions of Whitley Strieber's extraordinary book, upon which the film is based, continues to fascinate me, and the issues raised in the film continue to engage millions."
I really appreciate that. I'm not going to lie. That does give the movie a lot more heft for me to know that they were going in to try to make it ambiguous. And I think that did shine through in a lot of aspects. That's pretty cool.
I like that, yeah. And it almost mirrors the book as well. One of my good buddies, Greg Bishop, he's a UFO researcher. He said this about the book. He said, "Whitley's book was a watershed document that made millions aware of the phenomenon of UFO abductions. It defined and codified the experiences for thousands of people, many of whom wrote to Strieber and his late wife, Anne, with their own stories. His influence can truly be described as iconic." And I have to agree with him on that. I mean, this is one of the most iconic books ever written on the topic of alien abduction. I think it always will be. And the damn book cover is what always gets people. So,
yeah, man.
I mean, no matter what actually happened to Whitley Strieber or not, his place in UFO literature and the phenomenon overall is solidified. And I think this movie, although I'm looking right now at Rotten Tomatoes, it has a 20%. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
wow.
It didn't do well at all. It didn't make a lot of money either. I mean, it's to the point where it was hard for us to even track this movie down, as we discussed.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like,
impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
like,
it's tough.
It was difficult. Like, unfortunately, the easiest way that I saw is to buy the DVD on like a DVD, not even Blu-ray, on Amazon, which don't do that to a poor Amazon worker right now.
Yeah.
Don't make a group of people that are only supposed to be shipping out essential things wrap up your communion DVD and send it out to you. For the love of God, please. Like, I wouldn't say... I wouldn't tell anybody to torrent it either. And I'm not sure how big your UK audience is, but if you get a free week subscription to Stars Watch, you can watch it in the UK, I believe. I was really excited because I was like, oh, I just sign up for Stars and I get that for like a week and then I can watch it there. I think it's much more easily accessible. I think even Google, like when I looked up like renting it through Google Play, even I could only do it through Euros. So you can't, I think it might have been a bigger hit overseas than it was here.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because the book was so successful. That honestly paints a lot of this in a whole new light for me. I did not know the book was that successful.
1,000,000 times more than the movie ever was.
Crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, which was, probably the opposite of what they wanted, but it has become a cult classic. And this was, like I mentioned, my first time seeing it. And I mean, it stands on its own, I think, aside from the book, as being one of the strangest movies out there on this topic.
Yeah, dude.
And that's more real to the phenomenon and how it plays out with abductees, I think, than anything, than any like horror or sci-fi movie truly could. It's confusing, it's murky, and we'll probably never know what actually happened, and that's where we find ourselves today, I think, with alien abduction more than ever. So I gotta ask you overall, Andrew, out of 5 alien dance parties, what do you give this movie?
Ooh. I would give it a 2.5. There are elements of it that I really enjoyed, but I will say watching it was a smidge of a slog for me. There were more down moments in the movie for me than there were up moments. I will say in the last half hour or so, it really starts to pull itself together. But if there was somebody, I can't believe I'm even saying this, somebody other than like a Christopher Walken, who would have been great in this movie? Like Richard Dreyfuss, somebody like that, somebody who you really want to believe. But because it was Christopher Walken and because of the performance he was giving, that dragged down a lot of this movie for me. So I would give it a 2.5. There are still elements of it. And honestly, that's just in watching it. Discussing the movie, it would get like 4 out of 5 alien dance parties for me. Because I can only appreciate how much we got out of this discussion was much more than I expected. It really adds to the discussion in a way that I think is undeniable. And I'm sure we're not the first ones to talk about this. You know what I mean? Like it really brings a lot to the table as far as the UFO lore and the discussion and the things around that. Just as a movie, I'm not going to disagree with that 20% on Rotten Tomatoes. Let me put it that way.
Hey, that's fair, man. I think you're right. I think as a movie overall, I'm going to go with a 3 on this one.
Nice. Sure.
There were things about it I loved more than I probably should. And a lot of that had to do with the cinematography and that sort of dreamlike feel throughout. I was willing to take that journey. But I think you're right. I think Christopher Walken was the biggest roadblock in terms of this story being portrayed the way it probably should have been. But at the same time, I thought his performance was endearing in some sense of the word.
Sure.
And I thought I get that. He brought a unique and I don't know, a unique approach to Whitley Strieber as a character. And maybe that's what this thing needed overall. I don't know. But end of the day, I think I'm going to go with 3 out of 5 alien dance parties. But I would suggest if anyone can watch the movie, just watch it. It's fun. It was
absolutely
interesting to explore, but I would recommend reading the book first and foremost before ever watching this thing to get a more accurate portrayal.
And you know what? As far as like getting movies made is concerned, who knows if actually no. I was gonna say maybe without Christopher Walken, this movie wouldn't have gotten made. It is interesting to me that the studio would have such pushback. As far as like what they were trying to portraying the novel as straightforward as it seems that they did, especially with the novel being a success. I would love to see like a full-on investigative report or documentary about this, just the process of getting this movie made, because it's interesting to me that something that could be a New York Times bestseller that would lend itself to a movie so easily would have as much pushback and then have what seemed to be like a smaller budget than you would expect for something like this, and yet still have somebody like Christopher Walken. And it's that aspect of things is very interesting to me.
Yeah, I would love
just
to see
knowing what I know about getting movies made.
Right. You do have to wonder, like, how did all these elements come together? And I'm sure that would be a story on its own. But for anyone out there who's been on the fence about alien abduction, read the book. Just read the book. That's all I'm going to tell them. And then come out on the other side with, the possibility of watching the movie. I'm babbling right now. I don't even know what I'm saying. That's how dizzy this entire story is. Just read the book Communion and take it for what it is. And yeah. Well, before we go, Andrew, I gotta ask you, my man, what do you got coming up? Is there anything you can share with us? I know you're doing a lot of stuff digitally right now. Yeah, what are you up to?
Mm-hmm. So I work a lot with a theater company in New York called Random Access Theater, who are wonderful, wonderful group of people. Been very good to me and have been great to work with. And they do a series known as the Drunk Texts, where they take either a classical text or a new text made classical, and they do semi-staged readings of them while getting progressively drunk. They are drunk, or they play drinking games as they're doing it. They encourage the audience to play drinking games along with them. And if you hear something like that and be like, man, I wish I could make my way out to New York to see something like that, that is no longer a problem currently, because they just launched doing those digitally through Zoom calls, and it's just as crazy as it sounds. They started at the beginning of this month with a drunk reading of The Importance of Being Earnest, which they just did that text of, on the Facebook page of the People's Improv Theater in New York City. And coming up on May 1st, they'll be doing a reading of a Shakespearean version of the Star Wars prequels, which is just as fun and crazy as it sounds, as they're getting drunk. And then on May the 4th, they will be doing a drunk reading of a Shakespearean version of the first Star Wars film, A New Hope, which I adapted for them. I took A New Hope, and filed it down to 20 pages of Shakespearean dialogue. It's going to be silly and fun, and we're going to get drunk while we're reading it, and you can watch it for free. You can, of course, donate to them as you're watching it if you feel so inclined. They love that. But yeah, on May the 4th, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, log on to Facebook and go to the Facebook page of the People's Improv Theater in New York City. I'm also in a podcast that's been coming out pretty regularly called Buried Stereo, which is a play on old-timey radio. It's like a satire of old-timey radio shows. They've got 3 different shows that they made up specifically for this podcast that you'd almost swear were real radio shows at the time. So if you like old-timey radio, definitely check those out. They're super fun. If you want to check out my podcast, Half White Son of a Black Man, we are on a smidge of a hiatus right now, but the old episodes are still a lot of fun to listen to. We play some improv games, all that good stuff. Yeah, I'm out there. Just keep your ears peeled. Follow me on Twitter at Sanford-Son, or check me out on Instagram at Half White Son of a Black Man. But yeah, May 4th, that would be the biggest thing. If you like Star Wars, if you like Shakespeare, have we got something to you or for you?
That's awesome, man. Yes, for anyone listening, Andrew and I are both in the theater world, and we're taking a big hit right now. I mean, movies and television shows are too, but we are a live audience medium, and that's really tough for us right now. So we're adapting. Companies are trying to figure out how they can still thrive and do what they do best, and that's make theater. So I'm glad to see that company's doing that. Definitely people go check that out.
There's some of the hardest working people I've ever worked with before. I can't say enough nice things about them. So give it a peek. It's fun, and it's even more fun if you're having a couple of drinks.
Always. Everything is, especially communion. So, brother, I got to thank you again for doing this, for coming on.
Thank you, buddy.
This is one of the longest reviews I think I've ever done of a movie, but it deserves it. I think it truly does.
Yeah.
And I know this isn't the last time we're going to be doing this. I'm probably going to hit you up in a week or so to do another one, but...
That sounds amazing. I want to throw something to your audience, a little bit of a, what's the word? A survey. Ryan had talked about doing another Alien movie. And I pitched The Faculty, and I think rightfully so, because it is a little bit more fiction. It's entirely fiction based and more off of it's basically just like a modern retelling of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. But I would say, what movie would people like us to cover? Because I felt bad not having any suggestions. But if there are more abduction movies out there, maybe especially ones that can create such a discussion like Communion did, I would be totally down to dive in, and especially because they will probably be things that I have not seen before. So I would say to your audience, if you have listened to this entire almost 2 hours of this episode, and maybe we can put this on Twitter as a survey or something like that too. Totally. What movies would you recommend that are abduction films that we could check out and pick apart like we did now?
I absolutely love that. I will definitely put that survey out when this airs, and we will. Yeah, let's hear from the audience. What do you guys want us to review? And maybe we can invite some people on to give their own thoughts and opinions as well, so they don't have to listen to us babble for 2 hours. But dude, this was so much fun. Thank you for helping me not go insane. And to everyone out there, stay safe, be healthy, and we will see you on the other side. So thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, buddy. Anytime.
I'm Ryan Sprague.
And I'm Andrew Sanford.
And we love pro wrestling.
It's the best.
Headlocks, elbow drops,
scathing promos, and chair shots.
We just can't get enough of it. So we started a podcast.
You can join Ryan and me as we dig into the ins and outs of pro wrestling like the rabid fans we are.
We've got interviews, previews, predictions, news, and so much more. And we're going to cover all of it on Somewhere in the Ring.
Oh, yeah.
Is that supposed to be Macho Man?
Nope, no good.
We'll work on it. Join us every Wednesday, wherever you get your podcasts, for all new episodes. And we'll see you somewhere in the ring.
Somewhere in the Ring is part of the E1 Podcast Network.
Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and welcome to a very special live stream tonight. If you've been paying attention on our social media, you know what's coming at you tonight, especially with that intro. We are going to be reviewing John Carpenter's The Thing from 1982, a movie that I admittedly have never seen. And both of our guests tonight, two of my closest friends and colleagues, couldn't believe that. And a lot of you couldn't believe it either. But I finally watched The Thing. What did I think of it? What did they think of it? We're going to get into all of it tonight. So without further ado, I only have them for a limited amount of time. So we are going to get through this thing. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So thank you for joining us, guys. Without further ado, let's bring them in. We have Nicholas Westermeyer. We have Andrew Sanford. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome. I can't believe I have you both in the same digital room. This is the first time we've done this since, I think, the found footage one last Halloween.
The three film.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a while ago. So I know Nick and I did Halloween recently, which was okay. The movie's very controversial, I guess, for many horror fans, but this one's going to be a lot of fun. Alien themed. So I know a lot of our audience is going to dig that, but let's get into it, guys. What is your history before we even get to it with this movie? Have you seen it? when was the first time you saw it? Nick, let's start with you.
So I actually was kind of like you. I didn't watch this movie until Halloween. So because I miss both of you guys and especially Andrew at Halloween time, I started just watching horror movies because I was at home working. So I was like, oh, I haven't seen The Thing, and my brother's like 47 years old. So obviously this is peak him, right? Like this is one of his favorites. So I was like, I gotta watch this movie. So first time I had seen it, I loved it. I have a lot of thoughts about it, but I thought it was just brilliantly executed, except for one thing, which I'll bring up later.
Ooh. We'll get there.
One story.
Andrew, how about you, buddy?
Thing.
Okay. What's your history with this movie?
I did not really go on dates or hang out much in high school. I spent a lot of my time going to the Best Buy in my local mall on Friday nights, buying a couple movies and heading home. And I particularly remember purchasing this one. It was a special edition DVD that was like when they actually used to care about like what the box was like. And I remember watching it and being absolutely blown away by what I ended up seeing. I apologize if you hear my children in the background, but they're great, so I don't super apologize.
They're awesome.
So I saw it relatively young, and it's been a real favorite of mine ever since.
Sorry, no spoilers in the chat.
J. Ellen Heineken says no spoilers. J. Ellen Heineken, this might not be the time to watch this, man, because we are going heavy into spoilers tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these movie reviews are for. I apologize, buddy, but go watch the movie, come back and watch this. It'll be here forever now. It's now on the internet.
In perpetuity.
Yes, exactly. Cool. All right. Well, that's cool. I just saw this for the first time a couple days ago, and then I watched it again today. So it's fresh in my mind. I'm ready to talk about it. I'm such a professional. I have a slideshow.
You've come so far, Ryan, so far in these things.
Don't you love it? I go all out for these movie reviews. I should probably be doing this more for the actual Summer in the Sky show. But no, I love doing this. You guys know
my birthday present.
Exactly. This is like the other side of me that a lot of the people who follow my work don't really know about. I'm a screenwriter. I'm a playwright. I'm a huge sci-fi nerd too, and I love movies. So I really do like going all out for these, as you guys know. So why don't we just go through the quick, really quick kind of, I guess, history of this. This is from 1982, John Carpenter, directed by John Carpenter, written by Bill Lancaster, music by Ennio Morricone, who was mostly known for Westerns. So we'll talk a little about that. The effects were by Rob Bottin. I think we're going to be talking a lot about him tonight, who worked with Carpenter on The Fog and is known for the effects in The Howling as well. 23 years of age at the time when he made the effects for this movie.
Wow.
Doesn't that make you feel like, what the hell was I doing?
That's impressive. That's yeah.
That being said, he was a little in over his head with this movie, and they had to call in someone to come help him with the effects on some of the scenes in this. And who was that? None other than Stan Winston came in to kind of save the day on a lot of these effects too. So yeah, a lot of people worked on this movie, which is really, really cool. Let's get to the cast, starring Kurt Russell, A. Wilford Brimley, the diabetes guy.
Yes, thank you.
T.K. Carter, David Clenning, Keith David, who I love. I didn't know this. Andrew, you might know this. Keith David narrated the entire Monday Night Wars series.
Oh yes, yeah. He
for WWF.
Mm-hmm.
WWE.
He did a few of them too. I think there's a couple DVDs. I think he did narrations for them because
his
you just need that voice.
Stellar.
Yeah, it's incredible. I when I was watching Monday Night Wars, I recently rewatched it. I'm like, that voice sounds so damn familiar. And then when I looked it up, I'm like, yep, there it is.
Yep.
He voiced because again, children. Frog, the Princess and the Frog. He was the main villain in that too, wasn't he?
Was he?
I think so. And also, I think in Mass Effect, which I'm playing right now, replaying. I think he's also one of the voices in that.
Okay.
In which one?
Mass Effect, The captain.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It's like stellar.
He's also Gargoyles.
Oh my God, yes.
I tried to
David
get
is
that.
like, I don't use the term legend lightly, but he's a legend, and he's also this is his first of at least 2 Carpenter collaborations.
What's his other one?
They Live.
Yep.
I have not seen
with
that.
That iconic fight scene with
yeah.
Roddy Piper. Another. I knew we would get enough wrestling references into this episode. Well, and what's really cool too is this entire cast, except Kurt Russell, I didn't know this, were all stage actors prior to this.
Oh, interesting.
Which you kind of get that,
Really?
from the feel
Richard
of this
Masur?
movie. Yeah. Let's go through a quick plot synopsis before we dive into the actual movie, guys. In remote Antarctica, a group of American research scientists are disturbed at their base camp by a helicopter shooting at a sled dog. When they take in the dog, it brutally attacks both human beings and canines in the camp, and they discover the beast can assume the shape of its victims. A resourceful helicopter pilot, played by Kurt Russell, and the camp doctor, Richard Dysart, lead the camp crew in a desperate, gory battle against the vicious creature before it picks them all off one by one. That's the official plot synopsis on IMDb. I think that covers it pretty well.
Yeah.
Let's see. History of this. Let's just get to that.
Well,
just to show that I did my research.
Amazing.
We've got, this is a remake of 1951's The Thing from Another World, which Carpenter was a huge fan of. It's based on a 1938 novel, Who Goes There? Which actually Carpenter stayed more faithful to that than the actual first original movie. Toby Hooper was originally at the helm of the project, but ended up leaving, and that's when Carpenter was brought on board. What else? The entire cast, like I mentioned, were stage actors. And last but not least, and we'll get to the end of the movie, obviously, but Universal Studios wanted a happy ending when they filmed it, but Carpenter refused to put that in. We'll get to that actual ending in this review. Let's do it, guys. Hello to everyone in the chat. I need to just get through this, so I'll try to put your chat up. Guys, if you really want me to see them, put them in the super chat, help out the show, and we'll be sure to shout you out here
Super
in
chat,
this
super
review.
chat,
The supple. Did I say supple?
No, I said supple because I can't talk. That's that theater
fair.
training right there.
Speaking of which, I'm drinking a winter warmer beer from Bedfordshire. I thought it was appropriate for tonight.
Okay.
I'm drinking a Blade and Blow. Blade and Blow, because whiskey in this movie is heavily relied upon.
J and B. Yep. What do you got?
A pomegranate cherry, Canada Dry.
Ooh. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Going all out, buddy.
He's the responsible
Going
parent
all
in this group.
Whatever. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
I've got some of the behind the scenes images here too. If you're watching this on YouTube, this will be an audio format too. So in that case, we're doing a lot of visuals tonight, guys. So
Look
if
at
you're
that
listening
sweater.
to the audio, go watch this YouTube version right now. The sweater, I know.
Carpenter in the bottom left. Like, what a looker, man.
Where was this
He's a
filmed?
good-looking dude.
Where did they film this? Like the actual set?
So, they filmed a portion of this in Alaska.
Okay.
And I've got a clip actually that I might play of how miserable it was filming.
Oh,
so they
no.
actually did go to
looks
Alaska.
fucking brilliant.
Dude, amazing.
Brilliant.
And then they also shot on a soundstage in LA. You see that lower image there of Kurt Russell where he looks like really sickly and frozen. The soundstage, they actually put the temperature down to like, I think -10 or something to keep them in character and make it like actual freezing in the soundstage.
Right.
So again,
That's
they
brutal,
went
man.
all out for this thing.
It's one of those things where those kind of stories I feel like got romanticized for so long. And like, look, I think the results are like undeniable of how great this movie is. But man, the idea of somebody being like, look, don't tell the actors, or maybe do tell the actors what they did, but just crank it down. Crank the temperature down. Take it, crank it right down. Make sure. I want them to know they're called. But John, they're actors. They're gonna act. No. I want them freezing.
Andrew, I shot a horror movie where I did a scene. It was in Ohio. If any of you are from the Midwest, you know that Ohio in like February is just fucking brutal. And we did that. I had to be shirtless in a unheated warehouse. And I can tell you, that's not, at least they had coats, because like, holy shit, it's not good. Like
Nick,
all the pain is real. It's just real.
Have you been in a movie where you weren't shirtless?
No, why would I ever get cast in something I wasn't shirtless in?
I swear to God, every movie this guy's in, they're like, can you take your shirt off? Hired.
Listen, you just gotta pay the bills, buddy.
Yep.
I get it. I get it, man.
Know your strength.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Know your talent. My talent is
the nips, baby.
And then
we can all
just do things.
only aspire. I know.
Yep. Nips
awesome.
to hips, or we ain't eating.
Oh, there's the group. There's our group photo, guys. Our whole crew.
They're so happy.
Isn't that they look so happy?
So
before
happy.
This starts. Let's talk about the opening scene. First of all, the actual opening scene, which I'm going to be honest, I didn't really dig. We're in space and a UFO is flying to Earth.
Oh my God! And I know you hate those things.
Yeah, UFOs are
it completely, I don't know. It wasn't what I was expecting this movie to open up to. I just wanted like a shot of like desolate Antarctica. That's how I wanted this movie to start. I have a feeling that opening UFO coming to Earth was definitely like not a John Carpenter choice. I could be completely wrong. But I feel like they're like, we need to establish aliens are coming to Earth. So let's literally show the UFO coming to the planet. I don't know. Am I wrong on that?
Because you see the UFO later. So it's like, I mean, it's there and it is, but like, it's not necessarily, I think, a shot that's needed in terms of establishing story.
The only reason I would say yes, keep it is because yes, we do see that ship later, but it's a while. Like it's a while before we get that information, and I do think it kind of at least gives you because I think we see this a lot in other story, because a lot of the TV shows, movies, and things like that have ripped off this story ad nauseum at this point.
We'll get to
I mean,
that.
technically, this is you could call it a ripoff or knockoff or whatever. But the idea of finding something under the ice, I don't mind them almost immediately clarifying, like, hey, this thing isn't from here. Because I do think you could easily have that other, almost even like confusion of like, well, has this thing been here for whatever's attacking them? Has it been here a while? Is this like something that they unearthed that's been hiding, or something that's new? What I will say, like, I could understand there being some confusion in the fact that we don't find out until later that spaceship was landing millions of years ago. I think they say, like, it's pretty, it's pretty
10,000
or 10,000. Like it's, you know, it is established that whatever it was has definitely been here for a while, but it's not from here. And I do also think that opening could be looked at more as like a nod to the original film that Carpenter loves so much. So, like, you know what I mean? Kind of
got that B sci-fi movie feel.
Yeah, and it also is just like, it's like, look, he does something vastly different, both in tone and a well, not vastly different in story, but tonally especially, and the way that they portray the monster. So I think it's almost like him going like, hey, you know, I still love that other. I love that other thing. I love the other.
Like you said, paying homage.
Yeah.
To the thing that it comes
Yeah.
Good point.
Like,
Very
and,
good.
you know, as far as like an establishing image goes, the story is about an alien being out in the middle of nowhere, so they show us an alien out in the middle of nowhere.
Out in the middle of nowhere. Good
It's
point.
so funny because
that's fair.
I agree with all that. It's just I'm so basic. Like, and again,
No, there's not.
No.
There's no right or wrong way to watch a movie.
I'm gonna own my basicness in this. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I'm basic. Then I'm like, because I know these movies age, and so the practical effects in this, I'm sure we'll talk about, are so fucking good. Like they're so good, and they have.
Yeah.
This movie made me again appreciate practical stuff, as I always do. Like, but that was like the one scene where I'm like, oh, that didn't age well.
No. Yeah.
But again, I know that like that's just a product of, which is why I said it's basic. It's a product of just what it is.
Sure.
But in totality of all the effects in this movie, it's always like that shows up. I'm like, oh, because the practical of the ship in the snow looks great. Like I know Yeah, it
Oh,
looks
the sets on this are pretty good.
Oh,
They
man.
feel lived in and real, and
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, even the helicopter
Absolutely.
stuff, like since we're kind of the beginning, like I love it's funny how much you forget what that looks like as a viewer in watching movies, like to see an actual fucking helicopter, like them using a real helicopter as opposed to something that is digitally altered or CGI or CGI not real. Like you feel it, all that grittiness and realism built this world really quickly. And I forgot how much I miss that watching movies, like how much I miss real shit in a movie.
Well, to be fair, sir, Marvel does get all their military equipment real because they do not take any shots at the U.S. military whenever they portray them in their films.
I did not
Never.
So, look, you're seeing some real stuff because it's being loaned.
Well, I'm just, you guys finish this review. I'll peace out.
Bye.
No, but
you're not going anywhere.
I think to your point, like I'm just being a jerk. I think you're 100% right, and it's tough as well to play slightly devil's advocate because I've also been what was it? I was watching Andre. I don't disagree. Yeah, nothing beats practical effects, but it does come to, and this kind of gets into the idea. The conversation we were having about the temperature, messing with the temperature, is that sometimes it's like we're growing to a certain point where it's just like if this movie were to get made now, the dogs would probably be CG. And I don't think that's a huge problem, mainly because, and I think it comes down to what would you prefer, that you see a dog on screen when there's supposed to be a dog on screen, but you know that dog probably did not want to be there, has no idea where it is, got shoved into a truck when it was done and taken home to be taken to another set the next day? Or are you just happy that, like, oh, it's a CG, it doesn't look great, but no animals were we didn't force labor on anybody.
I wonder if it would be both, though. I'm one of those things where, like, I wonder if they'd go the Del Toro way, where it's like both, where you get a real dog for those things that aren't like super intensive, and then CGI, because that always is what I love the most. But
let's talk about.
But you're right, Andrew.
We could talk about the dog for 10 hours. Probably the best actor in this.
That
movie,
dog fucking killed it, man.
That dog deserves an Oscar right
they
here.
Do, and if you give it like joint, like him and Richard Mazer, who we're seeing in the picture right now, the eventual president of SAG. For a while, he was also in. He has a great turn as Stanley Uris in the It miniseries from the 1990.
That's who he is. Thank you, Andrew.
Yes, I know. He has that face.
He's great. He's like, that's a journeyman's actor if there ever was one. But and actually more than that,
he's fantastic.
But his chemistry with those dogs is so wonderful, and he's probably the most like the most tragic character of the whole film.
I know,
because
I know
you'd have every reason to believe that it's him that's been turned into an ad. No,
it's not. He's literally like one of the only ones not. We'll get there. Let's talk about this dog. The movie opens. This helicopter is coming in. It's trying to shoot this dog.
We
don't know why.
Really
very
bad
poorly.
shots.
He missed like 10 shots. I know. To the point where he's like, screw it. I'm going to throw grenades at this.
Which also
this
poorly.
Dog. Yeah. And we don't know why, which I love. I love this idea that like, okay, why is this happening? What's up with this dog? So we come to find out, the helicopter that was chasing this dog eventually crashes. Pilot dies. The guy shooting at the dog gets out. He's speaking Norwegian to our Antarctica group here, this Navy research group, and they have no idea what he's saying. And he starts shooting at them. They shoot back and kill this guy who was trying to kill the dog. And then that's kind of where this all starts to unfold. Our dog, wrangler here takes in this husky. Clearly it's traumatized because it was just being shot at, and it becomes and they take this dog in, probably the biggest mistake they could have made. So that's kind of our opening of the thing here. We've got the UFO coming to Earth, and then we have the scene with the dog. Who wants to take it from here? What comes next? What stuck out to you next?
Yeah, well, next we kind of meet everybody at the facility, right?
Mm.
Like we kind of get
Yeah, let's talk about that a
like,
little bit.
yeah,
We got
like all the
12
characters.
different guys.
Yep.
Each
all just laying
how
out
did you think they did? Well, we've got 12 guys stuck in the middle of Antarctica. How'd they do character-wise?
I think they do. I think everybody gets a nice little establishment. Everybody feels different enough that you can track everybody, which is really key. With dog was actually Daniel Day-Lewis. When you are, trying, because you're trying to be quick here, like you want to get everybody to know everybody, but you don't want to linger too long. You definitely want to connect with everyone, but then you want to get a 10 cold angry man. Everybody's killing it in the comments right now.
That we got some good commenters.
Yeah. Everybody's doing a great job. But yeah, I think the character work is really strong, and I think it's why the movie stays endearing throughout. And you get Kurt Russell getting an incredible introduction where he's drinking and playing chess and is losing to the computer chess, and then just destroys it in the response, which is really just gives you what you need to know about him for the rest of the movie right off the bat.
Absolutely.
And
you kind of get the impression that these guys have been here for a while. We don't really know what their research is, but I almost don't
not
need
important.
I just assume, as many do, that we always have people military involved up in the Arctic doing weird
Science
shit.
stuff.
We know
Science.
sciencey stuff.
Science.
The US has a presence there. Canada does.
That's where Space Force is located, and that is not a joke.
Wait,
it's
I'm learning
like
so
Greenland.
much today.
Yeah. Because it's I think it's more like Greenland, but I guess that kind of it's Greenland.
That's North Pole. I mean,
yeah, but they Space Force is up there is basically like to keep an eye on
space
missiles,
space and forces.
Space. Something that with these characters I felt really strongly, and again, looking at like time, is it felt, again, I agree with Andrew. Like I think you get a really good they establish all these people really well, and I think that one thing they do successfully is that everyone's kind of like an 80s caricature. Like I was like, oh, I've seen all of these characters in an 80s movie before. If I'm watching Dawn of the Dead or any of those movies, like it feels very similar and not in a bad way.
Sure.
Like it allowed me to be like, okay, I know who each of these guys are. Like you have like the stoner guy. You're like, oh, he's the stoner guy. Copy. Got it. You got Kurt Russell, who's like the anti-hero hero guy who is fed up with where he's at, but he's going to do it anyway. But I think that what Carpenter does so well in this is gives you those characters, but you like all of that, which is what I liked about the dog trainer. Like you said, like for him, that character is one I was just like, oh, you like him immediately because there's this very different relationship with the different people in that camp, or like the general who like nobody likes, and you can tell off the bat nobody fucking likes him. I just feel like it was a good use of stock characters in a creative way. Like they could have been less than they were. And Carpenter does a good job at like building that out. So you feel for, or so you clock, which I'll get to later. So you start clocking each of these people, because 12 is a lot of people to fit into, like, to cram into a movie like this.
Sure.
Right. And I'm not going to lie. Like, they started to kind of blend together for me. Like, I did get confused on who was who at certain times and whatnot. But I think that kind of plays into this, because you've got a quote unquote alien, a thing that assimilates or I guess becomes these people. So I think that kind of plays to the aliens' benefit, that we don't really see a ton of character in each of these individuals, because then they eventually become quote unquote the thing, and it almost makes it more suspicious to figure out who's who, because they don't have these very specific character traits. So when they're acting a little weird, we're kind of like, that wasn't like the person I saw in the beginning of the movie. They're clearly the thing. I don't know. I could be totally wrong on that.
No,
but again, you're balancing a
a
huge cast.
Well, it's a huge cast. I think a lot of that plays into the acting as well. And like, look, they're all. It's not like they're not like Power Rangers. It's not like each person wears a different color, or it's not like they're all dressed similarly. They're all reacting to things in a similar kind of way, which is panic. And I think they've been there long enough. There's a lot going on, and I think that has to I think everything that you both have brought up are like great points about them, and they both work in the positive, which is that we want to know these people, but not know them too well, but know them well enough that we can tell them when they're acting strange, but also maybe not be sure that they're acting strange because, like, oh, maybe they're just like they're, a lot of that is tension and tone, and it's the acting and it's Carpenter. It's a lot of things working at the same time. So I think it's I think you guys are nailing that on the head.
I also might be looking too much into this, but I feel like this movie starts off immediately with questionable decisions. And what I mean by that, and this is where I'll get into like my plot thing, the fucking general, the main guy, the main like military dude, older guy, breaking the goddamn window to shoot his gun. I'm like, you are in the middle of the Arctic and you're breaking
not the best choice. Yeah,
but like,
there were some.
Like there's some choices going on with this thing, and I'll get into it. Like we're like that to me is like a theme, like people making not smart choices, but not smart choices.
But what would you do? Like we have the benefit of being in our nice little
break the
cozy
window.
apartment.
It's freezing fucking cold.
Yeah, but you don't have someone shooting at you, Nick. Come on, man.
Just let me replace that window. It'd be great. It's easy.
I know what you're saying. I get it. Well, let's kind of get into so Norwegians. They're, we don't really know.
Yes, please, let's get into Norwegians, finally.
Let's break down Norwegians
man.
review. They're dead now, and we don't really know what's going on. We adopt their dog.
I mean, you will if you watch the prequel film that came out in 2011. Thank you very much.
We're not going to watch that film.
Yeah, we'll get there. I've got a little tidbit on that. So the dog... They put it in with the other dogs. They got a bunch of dogs here at this research facility to, live with his own. And this is where the movie just goes to 100. They put the dog in this little canine cage with the others, and immediately, best acting again I've ever seen from an animal.
The slow dog like slow walking in is fucking great.
And the other dogs start barking at it and growling because they know something's up. And then we get our first kind of John Carpenter moment. Who wants to describe?
Well, at first it goes into the room, right? They have the little moment where it goes into the room.
It sneaks in the room.
Oh my god!
You don't know who's in the room. You just see a shadow.
Good.
And what's fun about that too, and I could be wrong on this, but if I remember correctly, for that particular shot, they use like a key grip or somebody
just so you
like
couldn't
that.
recognize it.
Yeah, they purposely
so nobody could recognize him. Yep.
Yes, they use a shadow of somebody who was not a cast member in the film. Oh, Andreas,
we're so sorry, buddy.
So
we meant nothing by it.
Great.
I love Norway.
You just can't. You're just not here shooting from helicopters.
Andreas, what would be a Norwegian cuisine that I could make here in the U.S.? Get back to me when you get the chance. I'm trying to cook other kinds of foods lately, and I don't know what's I don't, I think there are I don't know why I'm hijacking the podcast for this. I don't know. There are certain, like if you go to Mexico, I'm going to try tacos, or if I'm going, and even that sounds more basic than it actually is, or like certain regional foods. I don't know what there would be in Norway, but I would love to know.
Can I get a Norwegian?
Oh, never mind. I actually, maybe I'll finally try it. I like fish.
Hey, what about Norwegian bake? Because I like baking. So give me let's know.
I think you bake lutefisk. I think that's baked like.
Is that baked? I'm on it.
I think it's like a bake. Andreas,
what the hell is happening here?
Right. I think that lutefisk, and this is based almost entirely off of an episode of King of the Hill that I love. That lutefisk is not only a Midwestern Minnesota kind of delicacy as well, but it is like fish that you bake like a casserole.
This is why we talk for like 2+ hours when we do this.
I know.
This is it.
We don't have the time tonight, gentlemen.
Look, this movie's perfect. What are we gonna do?
It's a perfect film. We're
trolled on my own show. All right. So, despite Norwegian cuisine, what do we think of this first kind of Botine special effects we got going on, where the dog just gets destroyed?
It's fucking great, man.
It is great.
It's incredible.
It is paced really well. Like just with the transformation, it is horrifying. Like one thing I love about all the transformations, like the just like texture of it, the like wet, like goopy, like So you're sucked into this thing that's happening, and you're just both horrified and disgusted in the way that it should be. I feel like, you feel bad for the dogs, but you're like, what the fuck is this thing gonna do? It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely
And
brilliant.
it literally just annihilates these other dogs.
Oh, man.
It's really sad. I knew going into this movie that I was going into a quote unquote like kind of body horror movie. But I didn't know to what extent. And I was eating chili when I was watching
buddy.
this.
No.
Wonderful.
Biggest mistake I could have made. I'm not, and like I'm not exaggerating when I say like I almost threw up. It was the first time I've watched a movie besides Hereditary, when the scene where
Hereditary made you throw up.
Almost at the head
Wait,
part.
Andrew, question before you. Were you a parent when you watched Hereditary yet, or no?
I was not. No, not yet.
Okay,
Not yet.
just I'm letting you know.
Yeah,
that shit real. Like that
Totally
happened. My
different
wife
movie.
was upstairs, and I was like, "Oh shit!" She's like, "What happened?"
Yeah, sure.
That was the only other
I had
movie
a
that,
hard
like-
time watching Clerks 3 last night, so I'm already.
It gets worse, dude.
Oh
It
man,
gets
that
so
one.
much worse.
Well, that one. I mean, Clerks 3 is heavy.
I haven't seen it yet. So.
Yeah. Oof. If you haven't
It's-
done it, I think yeah. Clerks 3 is great. I really enjoyed it, but it's heavy. Watching horror with kids now. I have if anybody wants to, I write for a website called Pajiba that I love, Pajiba. And if you look up if you do Google Pajiba, Andrew Sanford, Child's Play, I wrote a piece about watching Child's Play for the first time.
Did he mean to say that? I'm sorry.
I don't know.
Sorry to distract you, gays. I think he meant guys. I don't know.
Watching Child's Play as a new dad was the first time that I felt specifically affected by what I was watching because of having children. And I have purposely not watched films that I usually watch. For instance, like Pet Sematary. That being said, I did listen to the Pet Sematary audiobook in October, so I was
okay.
So I'm still steeped in there a little bit.
The
But
movie
dog guts getting sprayed on. That's another thing, man. Those poor dogs didn't want to wake up that day and get sprayed in the face with whatever the fuck they were spraying in their face.
It's nice we CGI. Back to your initial point.
ASPCA announcement of the night. Yes,
but
I know.
But it's incredible, and what's great too is and this is the case with the monster. All we know about it is that it can mimic and copy other people. We don't know how it does that. We don't know. We do learn at a certain point that it's at least on a very base molecular level, because they can even tell if it's if it has recreated your blood, because it would have had to do that. So there's something very it is what is going on is beyond our human perception, and because of that, it frees the movie of doing too much exposition. It allows us to stay firmly in all of the main characters' POV, which is very effective. So we feel confused by what they are confused by. Nobody has all the answers, which ratchets up the tension, except for Wilford Brimley. But the having all the answers kind of makes him go nuts, which is it's very Lovecraft in that way, the whole movie.
That's a really good question. Something I thought about watching this movie, because I was trying to track when people get infected, if you even can, right? Which I know is very ambiguous. And I was wondering, so I was like, is Wilford, is he infected from the beginning? And the breaking of he starts doing all the analysis, right? How long will it take? The likelihood of someone else being infected is 75%. How long will it take for the world to get infected? It brings those numbers up. And so the first time I watched it, I was like, oh, he's running these numbers and he freaks out because he realizes where this is going to go. But then rewatching it, because he clearly, spoiler towards the end, is infected, right? I was like, well, shit, is he infected then? He's doing the numbers of how long it will take him to do this, which then explains why he starts breaking fucking everything.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Flips out.
Yeah, I was I could be wrong, but I was like, well, maybe he already is. Maybe that's a choice he's making. I don't know.
The only reason I would say no is because I don't think it's an infection. I know where your head's at, and I think that makes a lot of sense, what you're saying. But because it gets down to the fact where if they, like when they test their blood and they find out who is actually in fact, or who is taken over or a recreation, the blood moves like it's its own organism. So by the time we are seeing a version of them that is the thing, they are no longer them in any semblance of the word. Now, that being said, I can see what you're saying because they still talk and act like them. So it could be within that thing's nature to say, I am pretending to be this guy, so I have to keep freaking out. So maybe I'll just say this stuff.
And you never see when he gets taken. Like, that's the other thing. I was trying to talk, like, when he's in this secure room, everyone's inside that building, which I'll get to in a second. But all of a sudden he is like, he's it, man. He's like building fucking chips and like, and so I was like, man, is he like, is he this monster even into that autopsy? Because like, I always think about the autopsy and the dude's hand gets fucking cut off, but like during that autopsy, he's taking shit out and he's very chill about it. Like, this thing isn't alive. And I'm like, well, man, maybe he's an alien, and that's the long game. It starts there. I don't know. Like, I'm looking too deep into all this.
No, I think it's a fair question to ask, and I think what's kind of fun is there almost isn't an answer. Like, that doesn't mean that, like there's
this is
like Schrodinger's
this
cat.
is the beauty of the script. Again, what was the scriptwriter's name? Bill Lancaster. I love that everything is so perfectly paced in this movie. You know, like I had some issues with overall story, but like script wise, the pacing, and that has a lot to do with Carpenter too. The way scenes are set up, you have these fade outs in this movie, which you didn't see a lot in movies at that time. That was a very old school kind of technique of using fade outs.
You have that homage to the original, like the homage.
I think it was. They did that too in the original, but I also think it sets up like these are little scenes playing out. So the minute you kind of are comfortable in a scene and trying to figure stuff out, it fades out, and then we're thrust into the next scene that's about to unravel and figure out who is the thing and who's not. I do want to step back a little bit here with you guys before we move on. We got to talk about when they actually, so they retrieve these videos from the Norwegians and it shows them, you know, going to this site where this craft was, this UFO, and they actually go to it, and this is where they start to figure out, whoa, okay, something's messed up here. There's a bunch of, you know, just crazy shit going on. They end up getting this creature or person that they bring back to the research facility, and this is kind of where things really get batshit crazy, in my opinion, where we start doing the autopsies and trying to figure out what's going on. Brimley, like you mentioned, is doing this autopsy, and I love it because he's like taking out these human organs and whatnot, and he's just going, ugh.
He's so good, man.
He's incredible. Like,
okay,
his
first of all,
guttural reactions.
How old do you think he is?
Why would you wear a mask? Why is no one wearing a mask during this bullshit? I would not want like alien shit flying in my mouth. I don't know.
No gloves, no mask.
No, just like reach in there and pull that shit out. Boom.
He put a pencil inside that guy and then put the pencil behind his mother effing ear. Like, that's how much he doesn't give a fuck. Yeah. So again, that kind of plays into like, oh, he doesn't care. Like, is he a thing already, or is this just the way biologists worked back then, very haphazardly? I don't know.
I'm sorry. I need to ask, how old do you guys think Wilford Brimley is in this movie? No looking.
Like 45.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say like 40. I'm gonna do the prices right. I'm gonna say 46.
Fuck you.
Okay. Well, I'm actually kind of annoyed because I think it's like 48, 47, something like that. So
I gotta be honest. The only reason why I guessed low is because I read it, because I was reading about him. So I'm like, is that the Quaker Oats guy?
Gotcha.
And then I started reading like that he was in some movie. He was cast way older. He's like the youngest of all of the cast. But he was cast way older. And then he was like a rodeo person and a blacksmith. That dude had a crazy fucking life.
Yeah.
Crazy. Go look him up. It's worth the time.
Yeah, Wilford Brimley is the man.
But I was like,
he's awesome.
I was like, is that the diabetes guy? And I was like, oh, he's the Quaker Oats guy too.
Mind blown. So I mean, we don't have to go through the movie beat by beat. I know we don't have a ton of time, but okay.
May I mention a moment real quick before we
Yes,
get it?
please.
Because it might actually
Yeah.
be
Let's do
my
it.
favorite scare in any movie, specifically
okay.
because I remember the moment that I first time I saw it. I'm sure I'm there's no way I'm the only person that thinks this. Maybe not even on this podcast, but the defibrillator going down. A couple, I think it goes down like once, maybe twice, and then goes down again, and the man's chest opens up and bites off the hands of the person coming down with the defibrillator.
Ugh.
It is pound for pound one of my favorite practical effects ever. I think it still looks amazing. It's so perfect at the point of the story that it's at, because I mean, talk about like the through the looking glass kind of moment. Like from that point on, like that's when it starts turning it, like with the dude's head coming up and like it's shooting up into the roof, like everything. It's almost like the monster keeps hitting a reset button on what we know about it,
right?
Which just makes it even scarier. And it's I
Yeah.
just love it. Yeah, all of this. Ugh, just incredible, insane stuff.
It's so fucking cool. The other moment with that, because I agree, Andrew, like I love that part. The other moment I love, like with effects that is a little bit simpler, but not when you think about it, is when the dude's fingers go through the guy's face.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man. I just like every time I watch him, it's like, but it's so fucking well done.
Yeah.
Like in how long you see it, like, all of it. Sorry.
It's amazing. No, I was going to say a little bit of trivia. I just found this out today. The scene where, the defibrillators go inside and the stomach eats the guy's arms. They hired an amputee who didn't have arms. And they threw a mask on him. So if you pause during that part, you can tell it's a mask. But in the moment, you have no idea.
Amazing.
They actually hired a guy with no arms.
Brilliant filmmaking.
That's great. I always love they did that. One of those for the remake of Dawn of the Zack Snyder and James Gunn's Dawn of the Dead movie, where there's somebody with no legs.
Love that movie.
Yeah.
That movie.
Yeah,
so good.
It's good stuff.
Okay. Well, I mean, we could talk about each body horror moment.
If we're here,
this is kind of a good example, right?
If we've jumped to kind of these parts of the movie, can I please tell you my one issue with this movie? My one issue with storytelling this movie, where I was like, God damn it, guys! So like at this point in this movie, you're like, okay, there's a fucking alien floating around that's going to like kill us, right? And it looks like us and it acts like us. Why would you let anyone ever not go in parties of 3? Like there are people floating around by themselves. There's people floating around in parties of 2. I'm like, my first thing is like, first of all, stop drinking. Number two, parties of 3. Always parties of 3. If you have to go anywhere, no one's going fucking anywhere. And they're just like, Kurt Russell, you can go to your shack. It's cool. Go to your shack. Go get some ice cream. Take one person with you. And I'm like, well, if there's an alien, he attacks you in the shadows, you're fucked. So why are we not doing parties of 3 all the time? Parties of 3. I was like, you're all stupid. Everyone in this camp is stupid. Stupid people. Sorry.
Again, I understand it. The only defense I have is like, we weren't there. Like, decisions are poorly made. Every one of them at some point make a poor decision. And I think that kind of is a testament to the situation, the isolation, the paranoia. Like everything is so uncertain to a point that it will drive you crazy and you're not thinking logically. And of course, we have the helicopter pilot who kind of becomes the leader in all of this when it should be Wilford Brimley, in my opinion, who goes
unless he's already an alien.
Exactly, and they end up putting him in a shack and saying like, "You're on your own, buddy."
The shack with the fucking noose, the noose in shot. I was like,
and then he's like,
"Guys, here's a noose."
And then he's like, "Hey, I'm okay now.
That's so great.
I'm totally not.
Oh man, I love that. I love that.
I'm not the thing.
I think that's the best. That's the best acting in the movie.
I'm good.
Oh my god!
It's so
another moment, probably my favorite moment in the movie, is when Wilford Brimley's character is shooting at one of the other guys, and he runs out of bullets, so he just throws the gun.
Yeah, that's great.
I saw that. I thought there was an old SNL skit where it was like Superman, and they're like shooting Superman. He's like, haha, haha, and they throw the gun at Superman. He's like, whoa. That's all I can think about.
It's those moments. Like there are some moments of levity in this movie. Again, with the spider head part. Probably the most iconic moment in this movie, in my opinion, when the little thing is like skittering across the floor.
Sure.
And we get the famous line, as someone pointed to in the chat there, like, you gotta be effing kidding me. Like, this is where we're at.
Yeah.
I love it that Carpenter put those in there. And there were a few others, I think, in the deleted scenes. Like, you know, the big question in this movie is how come there were no female researchers? And like, take of that what you will. This is a movie in the 80s. Like,
I didn't
it
even
might
think of that. I'm a bad person.
Yeah, like maybe people were thinking, oh, there's one woman there with like 11 other guys.
I could honestly see that being against military regulations at that point.
That might be. You're probably right, actually. But apparently there's a deleted scene where what's his name? Kurt Russell's character, McCready. He finds a blow-up doll in one of the guys' rooms, like a sex doll.
Nice.
God, I wish they kept that in there.
Sure. Yeah,
I mean that would have explained so much.
Right? God, I love the thing. I love it so much. Like I love it. But you know what? It doesn't have. It doesn't have a sex doll. And God,
but it
just
does.
I would love the movie so much more if it had a sex doll.
I need parties of three, but I need the sex doll. That's where we're at right now. Andrew sees it as a perfect film.
Someone's gonna clip this audio and be like, "All Ryan wanted was a sex doll." Thanks.
Oh,
That's my own fault.
The Kathy comic is always her going like chocolate, and with Ryan's it's sex doll.
Oh my god. What am I doing? Let's okay. So we have all these scenes where like no one knows who's the thing. Maybe a few people, maybe none. Who freaking knows? Everything's all flipped upside down. And that bottom right-hand corner image you see there is probably my favorite scene.
So good
in this movie.
So good.
Where McCready decides to tie the remaining people to, you know, these chairs. And even the dead people he tied up, which I think is hilarious in the back there.
Well, someone's getting their hands bitten off, so it makes sense to me.
Yeah, good point.
Isn't it? Yeah, and also the defrosted body they bring back is also like part of it. Right?
Yeah,
that was
No, they're not fucking. They'll go in groups of two, but they're not fucking around with the people.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, I also know because I think it also speaks to like the maybe why they don't always travel in groups because they don't trust each other so much that he's tying these people down, and it's one of those things where it's like you understand that impulse, but it also gets those people killed when the shit goes down. So it takes like wonderful,
sorry, Andrew. It takes every fiber of their being to like even like be loyal to one another in the tiniest of ways because they just don't know. And that's the tension that just kept my anxiety going this entire movie. And it was so incredibly paced. And then you get to this scene where McCready's like, all right, shit, like I'm done. We're testing blood. We're going to figure it out. If you're one of these things, I'm burning you to death and we're going to, you know, figure this shit out. And this is probably my favorite part of the movie, honestly.
It's
no music, nothing behind it. And he starts testing their blood one by one, and literally every second. And again, this is my first time watching it. I had no idea what was about to happen. I will never have that luxury again. But even watching it a second time, my anxiety is still there. Oh my God.
Yeah, dude.
Of him testing each person's blood. You can hear it. You can hear like he's using this little electric shock thing to see if the blood reacts.
Heat it up away. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's incredible. Just the tension. I've never seen a scene like this in a movie.
Maybe
in like a Tarantino movie, but other than that,
it is one of the best pop scares because it's such an underrated pop scare that you're not like. Because you didn't know. Because again, even watching it, like you watch it the first time, you don't know what's going to happen when he nails the blood, and to have it like explode in that way, it was for the thing I love about a lot of John Carpenter films. Like even if you look at like the original Halloween, is that like he doesn't build it on pop scares. He builds tension, which I love. And I think is really, really effective in this movie. Tension and like claustrophobia and tight and being in those tight quarters. But like, if he's gonna do a pop scare, it is simple yet really effective. I think about the hand hitting the glass in the first Halloween movie inside the car when he escapes, or this, right? Like when he touches that blood and it blows up, and you're not, because you have no idea what that reaction is going to be. And I think it is, in terms of building tension for that moment, it's really well executed. Which I'm just saying, everyone knows that John Carpenter is a fucking master of horror. But
and before we go any further, I do want to bring up what Grant Levac is probably one of the biggest Kurt Russell fans ever. My buddy in Australia, who's in the chat here, he clearly loves this movie, as I do too. Now I'm a huge fan now. He brought up the AIDS epidemic, which actually, in terms of like social commentary, was a big thing when this movie came out.
Sure.
And I think it does play into it a lot. This idea of something, spreading, and you just don't know who has it. And everyone was paranoid. We didn't know, like, was it
blood.
Was it transmitted? Could you get it from coughing on some? Like, you just don't know. So I think that's. And I think that played against the movie, actually, and why it did so poorly when it came out. We'll get to that later on. But I do think the AIDS epidemic played a big part in this, whether it did subliminally or like on the actual surface of the Burt Lancaster writing this script. I don't know, but you can't deny the parallels between those two.
I think we were just talking about this I'm a college professor too, for context, but like we were talking about this in a meeting. Like whenever we teach art, right? You teach theater, teach art, you teach like anything within, really anything, right? When you're going in to teach, like you can't separate. It's really hard, I think, to separate traumas of the world that are going on, right? So like if we're looking at this film, like whether that's purposeful or not, like that is a real trauma that is happening at that time. So like you can't take that stuff out of context. Like people always will contextualize what's happening. And so when you talk about this, like I think about a friend of our, Ryan, Wayne, like talking about living in even New York City in the 80s and walking down the street and seeing people dead, right? Dead of AIDS. Like they died on the street in the village or in like the Lower East Side. And so I think that's a really good point. Like you can't separate those things. Just like I think for us, right, as we watch things, like I was watching The Last of Us, right, or my wife and I were. And they talk about like the funk. Did you not like it? We can.
Oh no, I loved it. Oh god, no, that was a
that when
I haven't seen it yet.
When that show's done, we should talk about that. But
good stuff.
But the intro, without spoiling anything, the intro of that show literally talks about like they're talking about pandemics, right? And I think if you had not lived through a pandemic, you'd be like, oh man, yeah, that shit's scary. Because the game was made before the pandemic, and so, but now that we've lived through a literal pandemic, you're like, oh, fuck yeah, exactly. And so I think that like you're right, like the AIDS aspect of this, whether it's purposeful or not, like that is a thing that people are dealing with in a very real way, especially like when you think about like who's writing and acting, people coming from New York and LA where a lot of this shit is cast, right? And dealing with this stuff in an everyday type way. You can't separate those things, right? You really can't. And even I think about watching this film in a modern sense, living, going through what we've all gone through. Like that still plays in, right? Like what is like a sickness, or like who is sick, who isn't sick? Like, is it a cold? Is it COVID? Is it, like all these unknowns, like that's so fresh to us now as a culture that I think that you can't pull those things apart, whether it's intentional or not. Like it's always there. It's baked in. It's baked in trauma, I guess.
Yeah.
Baked in trauma.
That's the most academic thing I'll ever say in your podcast.
Thank you, Professor Nick. I love it. Well, I guess let's get to kind of the end of the plot,
video game,
quote unquote. Yeah. We'll get there.
Video game.
It was a great
so
video
like game. We have the famous, the thing. We're seeing more and more of the thing as more and more people die. And then we finally get to, I guess, the final moments where McCready is like, we got to blow up this whole place. Like this, we have no choice. This is the only thing we can do to stop it from spreading. We're blowing up the base. So we're
all going to die. I think he says like, we're all going to die.
He literally says we're all going to die.
Whiskey into the computer, maybe.
Yes, exactly. So him, Childs, who we haven't really talked about a lot, because he is very unassuming throughout the film. We kind of see him as having a really good relationship with McCready. Um, and they have a moment of tension, I think, at one point, but they are
They have
kind
like
of
a couple moments of tension.
Yeah,
They
there's definitely
do.
like it's all a dick measuring contest at a certain point.
It is.
They're
It
the two
is.
tough guys.
Exactly. And him and a few of the others go down into the basement of the place where who was it that was kind of planning this big was literally building a new spaceship.
Isn't
Was
it?
It's Brimley. It's Brimley's character.
Yeah,
Brimley's
that's why I thought
character.
he was a fucking alien from the beginning.
Yeah.
He's trying to build a spaceship. I don't know if he is he
Out
planning
of old
on
parts, out of the old
escaping?
helicopter parts and all that shit.
Yeah, which is the most unrealistic part of the movie, I think, but also hilarious. But so they see this, and then we get the final moments of the
The
final
most
people
unrealistic part. A dog sprays liquid on another dog and becomes that dog.
That's scientifically sound, Andrew. I
Yeah.
checked the science before we got on here.
This is
tonight,
somewhere in the
so-
skies, Andrew. That shit is actually in the Pentagon paper.
Yeah.
Liquid dog.
No, you're rolled there, buddy. Yeah, that's that was factual. So okay, so our final characters start getting picked off, and we finally kind of see the thing in its big form. I don't have an image here, but guys, go watch the movie if you haven't. And it's pretty grotesque, and we're kind of left with a final showdown between McCready, our helicopter pilot, the hero of the film, and the thing.
That monster is very moist. It's a very moist monster.
Very
It's a moist monster,
Very
man. It's been
moist.
down there. It's sweaty. It's
Dripping
it's got a lot
stuff.
going on. And that's when McCready decides, all right, just gonna blow it all to hell. And we get these final moments, right? Am I missing anything?
No.
We'll get to the very last scene because that's the
Yeah.
Oh God,
Yeah, I
I
think
have
that's-
so many thoughts on the actual ending.
I
But,
love the tunnel scene in this movie. I think again we talk about like another really tense scene of this film. I think the dog. So we like go through like really well constructed tense scenes. The first the dog cage scene, and dog walking in, that happening. The autopsy scene, the first one. The second autopsy, like the hand ripped off scene, bite off scene. The blood scene, and then the tunnels. The tunnels, I feel like the way that's shot and the way it's paced, it's so both frenetic and built. Like you feel that climax coming, and you're just waiting to see like how is this going to unfold. Because now I always get this feeling they're out of their element, right? They've gone like the buildings are their element. Like they understand that, they understand the space, they've lived in it, and when they leave that and go underground, now they're leaving their environment, their turf. And I think you feel that really distinctly as they try to like set up this explosion. I think that's really smart too. They take them out of their environment into a brand new environment, even though it's the same place.
Right.
Which I liked a lot.
Interesting. I want to thank Arik very quickly here, Ortiz Film. Should the Among Us movie just be the Thing remake in space, since Last of Us is very Walking Dead?
Oh, can I do another shout? Eric, he's a filmmaker I've worked with. That dude is awesome. So if you get a chance to check out his work, you should. He's a good dude.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the super
Some
chat,
log
Eric.
rolling.
I'll definitely have to check out his work. Thanks for being here, man. Thanks for checking us out. Hope you'll become a subscriber. Subscribe below. I had to do it. Sorry, guys.
We know what this is.
Okay. So,
What?
Andrew, take it, man. McCready blows this shit all to hell.
Yeah. He blows it up, and then he's left with Childs. And I think we already got the question in the chat, which is whether or not Childs is an alien or if he's normal, which I think somebody said it could be answered in either way. I personally think no, and I will explain why. Two things. We're going very base with it. By the time it's just the two of them, the alien has no reason to remain Childs in that moment, or to have it be the kind of tense, quiet moment that it ends up being. The other reason I would say no is because I think it goes against the themes that are being established in the movie, particularly when it comes to trust. and how humans especially can often get in our own way when it comes to trusting people down to our own detriment. And I think that happens several times throughout the movie, where you see if if people would have just calmed down and talked and not turned on each other so quickly, or maybe tried to trust each other a little bit more, things wouldn't be as bad. I think I think the true poetry of the movie would be that these two humans are left together. Both of them are fine. But the trust is just not there. So they freeze to death. And I mean, they're going to freeze to death anyway, but there's not even any solace that they're going to die together as the last two humans. They just kind of die bitter and afraid and alone.
This is the most nihilistic ending to a movie I've seen, and it was
up there.
Perfect. These are the last lines in the movie.
Best line is, let's just sit here for a minute.
Yeah,
is that what the line is? I thought that. I think it's fucking great, and you're just
wait here for a little while, see what happens.
Oh man!
When I saw that, I'm like, oh my god, I wish I could write an ending like that.
And then the thing, and then that credit, and then like that's the other thing in terms of good editing and filmmaking, and then boom, the thing. I just like it ends on such a nice period in a way that I think is just like you're like, oh, it hits you, and you're like that, yeah. Yeah. Whew.
Period is I would agree, Nick, but clearly the franchise of the thing didn't think so, because we actually got
we got a sequel
and we got a prequel.
What's the sequel?
The sequel's the video game.
The video
game.
There was a video game, Nick. Let's talk about this for just a moment. That came out where the U.S. military comes to figure out what the hell happened here, and then it kind of unfolds from there. Clearly, something lived on, something of the thing survived, and then we see the military fighting the thing, and that's the game. It's a first-person shooter game. It's actually pretty good.
It's third person.
Oh, it's third person.
There might have been a first-person one that came out in conjunction with the prequel movie. Okay. Don't quote me on that, but this one was third person. I had it on my PS2. I actually played through it twice. And both times the ending was very difficult. Super good. It was a lot of fun. I'm not sure how it holds up now, but one of my favorite things about it, especially at the time, was there was a mechanic where you would basically be collecting team members kind of as the thing was gone on, because you would be going through, and the game is really good, Eric. But you would be like collecting team members, and then having to they could end up getting too scared, and you had to have to try to calm them down, and you would calm them down by giving them a gun, or trying to give them a pep talk, or trying to give you would give them a first aid pack that they could hold on to. So you'd be trying to earn trust from the people on your team, and then you could also test people's blood if you weren't sure about them. And there was a big emphasis on using flamethrowers to fight a lot of these things, which is super fun mechanic. And now I never got to witness this myself, which is kind of because I remember both times I played through, there's a moment in the very end that I just could not get past for whatever reason, and did not have enough space on my memory card to attempt it enough to actually PS2 might not have PS2 have memory cards, doesn't matter. I couldn't get past it, but at the end of the video game, when you succeed and get helicoptered out of there, you are picked up by someone who helps you escape, and then introduces themselves as being Bear McCready. So in the world of the movie, of, at least in the video game, he did survive.
Well, we should mention too, John Carpenter has said that this video game is unofficial.
Really?
Oh, cool. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? I'm there for it. John Carpenter said so.
He fully supported the game, and he said, "Yep, I'm all for this story playing out." And I love. Yeah.
Before we dive into I will say I think I have to get going, unfortunately.
Oh, absolutely, man. No worries at all. No,
I can hang out for a little bit longer.
Okay, thanks, Nick. Hey, Andrew, before you go, buddy, I got to put this up. First of all, a very happy birthday to you guys.
Happy birthday, Andrew!
Yesterday.
Thank you.
Hey, and to celebrate, tell us about your short film before you get going here.
It's a short religious horror film called Pay the Tithe. It's about two couples who go to celebrate an engagement. out in a house in the middle of the woods, and then a wounded priest arrives and starts turning everybody against each other. And as he does, his wound begins to heal. Very proud of it. I wrote and directed it back in November of 2021, and we premiered at the Atlanta Horror Film Festival back in October. We'll also be at Pensacon in Pensacola, Florida in February, the end of February. So we're out there, still waiting to hear on some other dates or other festivals and things of that nature. And then we'll eventually get it online so everybody can see it at their leisure. But if you're in Florida near the Pensacola area, we'll be at Pensacon. I think it's like the 24th and 25th.
Andrew, before you leave, I was very lucky to both read this script and get to see an early cut of it because Andrew is a lovely human being. It is incredible, and it is beautifully done and executed. And so kudos to you, Andrew. And if you can see it, check it out. It is worth every minute you watch.
Thank you.
Yep. I had the pleasure too. So
thank you both.
Check it out, guys, when it becomes available. You can follow Andrew on Twitter, right?
Twitter at Sanford-Son. I have Instagram, but it's private. So
Andrew's the only reason.
Unless you know me, don't worry about it.
That's fair, buddy.
Yeah.
Any final words on the thing before I
find the video game if you can track it down? I'm sure you could probably find an emulator of it at this point. Watch the movie if you can get it. See it. They actually, I think there was a whole thing that Mick Garris was talking about in 2022 because I think Fathom Events did something for the 40th anniversary, but the screening did not look good. So if you're gonna go see a screening of it someplace, make sure you're watching a good one. Apparently, and don't do Fathom Events or sorry if you work for Fathom Events. And just I love the thing, and I've never seen the prequel. You guys can fill me in later, but I just know one of the dudes from Dumb and Dumber is in it.
Yeah,
one of those dudes is from where I grew up, so I don't know which one though.
And so the one I'm thinking of was also in quite a few episodes of Community. He's funny. He's perfect.
Is he the one that played Jim Carrey's character?
Yes,
he's. From He's from Davenport, Iowa.
I know who you're talking about. We'll get to the prequel
as well as of that movie where no one can talk.
That's true. That's fair.
Quiet.
I'll let you go here, buddy.
Bye, Andrew.
Love you too.
You're amazing.
See you guys later.
Thank you for joining us, buddy.
Of course.
Take care.
Thanks for having me. Have a good weekend.
You too. Happy birthday.
Is it even worth continuing with Andrew gone? I mean, I'm worth nothing. I'm literally worth nothing.
We just cut it now.
All
what do you guys think? Let us know in the chat. Should Andrew? Should Nick and I keep going? Yeah. Well, Nick, let's talk about. I did not.
A real
see the
conversation
prequel.
begins. Let me just.
Yeah, let's talk about Andrew. I did not see the prequel. Apparently, it follows the story of the Norwegians, and we get to see their story play out. And it's one of these Rogue One-esque sort of movies where we see it play out, and then the final moments of the prequel lead right into the first moments of the 1982 thing. So it's cool. It's a cool idea. It's a cool concept, but it kind of demystifies the whole nature of it all, in my opinion. And here's the other thing. The prequel was all CGI. They did practical effects for everything. And the practical effects looked amazing. I watched it behind the scenes of it. I haven't seen the actual prequel, but I watched it behind the scenes.
That's
practical
all you
effects.
need to watch.
I know, seriously. They were incredible, and they wanted to do it to pay homage to the original. And then, of course, the hands of the executives and the producers at Universal got their tentacles around it and said, "We don't like it. It looks too 80s and retro." And this is before the 80s was cool again. And they changed everything to CGI. And it was horrendous.
Something that I was having this conversation with my wife because she just worked. Oh, I can't. Never mind. She worked something that was. My wife does events. That's almost it. But anyway, they were honoring a filmmaker that we all like a lot, and something I like about that filmmaker is that the blending of CGI and practicals. I will go to my fucking grave standing by that they are the best thing to watch, and I understand doing a prequel and wanting to smooth things out with CGI because CGI is great for that, right? When you watch something like Hellboy, right, which has all these practical effects to it, or Cabin of Curiosities, if you like that kind of stuff, things can get smoothed out with CGI and look great, but like there is something about practicals that are really tangible. And for a movie like this, right, where what makes that alien so great is that it feels real. Or even like I'll even go to like, because Stan Winston, right? Like go like the original Jurassic Park. That shit holds up because it is this really nice mix of practicals and CGI. So I think that like making that choice, I get it, I understand, and CGI has come a long way, and you can do cool stuff with it. But when you can use practicals, I really think that it allows your film to stand up more. It's one of my biggest things with like the Star Wars prequels. Like when I watch them, is like it's so overly CGI'd and green screen that like you feel it because it doesn't age. Whereas like you watch Jurassic Park, where obviously not all of it aged perfectly, but shit holds up. And the thing's the same way. Like even the stuff that doesn't look real, like when they use like a stuffed dog or animatronic dog and some of that in the scene where the dogs are getting just massacred, but like the fact that like that alien is so visceral in the way that it's created, it just draws you in, right? Because it's one of those things where you can like, it sounds strange, but like you can feel, taste, like you get all your senses are engaged because you don't have any disconnect by knowing it's a computer. Right. And I love CGI. CGI has made some amazing movies that I love now. Like superhero movies are at our peak because of CGI. Like you don't get that cool shit without CGI, but there are just things where like sometimes it's better to just create it. It just is. And there's magic to that.
There is, yeah, and it's a magic we don't see that often anymore. We did see a lot of it, I would say, in stuff like the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah, and they hold up.
Then
and they hold the fuck up.
They hold up so well, but then you get to the Hobbit trilogy, and it's all CGI because they just didn't have time, and they got rid of everything, all the costumes, all the props.
Well, and Peter
they
Jackson
were
was
all
supposed to
gone.
direct it, so that also makes sense.
That's a whole other story. I know.
Yeah.
Well, while we're on effects, I've got 3 quick clips that I want to run through with you, if that's cool, buddy, because I know you got to get going too.
Yeah, I got about another 20 minutes. So
okay, perfect. That's all I need, if even that. Here's a clip of John Carpenter. Yeah, here's a clip of John Carpenter talking about the effects in The Thing. I did want to play this.
The Thing can look like anything. It doesn't have to look like one creature. It could look like every life form it's imitated throughout the universe because it's been on its travels for a long, long time. So it was a chance to create a monster that was design-based and based on the movement we can give it and based on some really crazy kind of offbeat ideas. I don't know that there's been a monster done like this.
Yeah, there hasn't. This movie, just everything about it. I'm so happy I finally have been introduced to it.
It's a masterclass in filmmaking. It really is. I mean, I wish this is where I wish we still had Andrew as someone who is like a behind the camera. I know he's a writer too, but like a director. It just like you said, my only pet peeve was the 3-person thing. I was just like, why would you not be traveling with 3 people? And that's kind of being nitpicky. I was like, what can I nitpick about this?
If that's the gripe, then that's my gripe.
That's my gripe. It was like, you're drinking a lot, which I guess I get, but I was just like traveling 3s. But like the pacing, the character, everything that's tangible about it, just what he said. Like one of the things I love, following Somewhere in the Skies or listening to the stuff that you do from my perspective, like, and looking at like aliens, right, is I love when it's just fucking out of the box, right? Because when it's not like a gray or something that is really, that we can really connect with as humans, we're like, oh, we recognize that and we can like, it's humanoid and we can contextualize it, which is what you see a lot of aliens in pop culture, video games, movies. Like that's how they do it because it's relatable, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right term. This is where I'm out over my skis.
It fits into our box of comprehension.
Right. Thank you. And so I love what, especially what Carpenter was saying, like where you have a monster, like an alien that is a monster that is just so far beyond anything that we can even like understand. I think that the creature creation in this does that so well by just being almost nonsensical. Like there's fucking dog heads popping out.
It's ridiculous.
And like, yeah.
Well, and it plays into the biological aspect too. Like it's trying to replicate cells, and clearly, it's having. Excuse me, guys. I apologize. I'm still getting over the what, not the thing, the other thing.
The other thing.
The other thing. Biologically, like it's trying to replicate, impersonate, and it's having kind of a hard time doing that. So that's why you're getting like the dog popping out, and also like the head of one of the guys, and it's just like it's like AI. It's trying to self-learn as it's replicating.
It's brilliant,
and grotesque. It's brilliant. It's disgusting. It's beautiful. It's God.
And with this film in general, like this is the thing that I really appreciate. And I appreciate about this with almost everything I've watched from John Carpenter. Like as I move through his library, as I watch films, because I think we've talked about this with Andrew when he's been here. Like Halloween is still like a pinnacle for scary movies for me. Like it is my like foundational horror movie, the one that I will always go back to. Like that is what did it for me. And what I love about, and he mentions like, his stories are complex, but yet they're so very simple, right? So that thing, like the thing can be anything because it's a thing. And so that allows him as a filmmaker and the people that are creating this film around him to just go fucking crazy. And like, it really it unlocks this, like, it gets them out of that box. And I think it's beautifully executed. And then within that, everything else in the story is simple, right? Like it is people trapped in a remote location in a small area in a very where like it's person, like we talk about themes and storytelling, right? It's person against environment, it's person against a thing like an exterior force, and people against people. And so it's such he hits on all these themes of storytelling that we look at when we study theater, right? Beautifully, because you have people fighting people, and you have people doing things that make that conflict worse, drinking or having internal conflict, or people who are just in general like McCurdy. Like he's not the person you want to put in charge. Like everything about him when they set that story, like this is not the dude you want in charge. He's already at his wit's end coming into this. And so it just sets all these forces in motion before you're even dealing with like the monster, right? And so I think that Carpenter does that so beautifully, and like he does it in Halloween, he does it in The Thing. I mean, it's always like these very simplistic stories built upon tension, built upon people fighting against different things in their environment, but he never overcomplicates things. And I think that works so well in this film. There are so many questions that just don't need to be answered.
Yeah.
And I think he just does it. It's great.
He does it, and he does it at the end too, leaving it so ambiguous that people left the theater pissed, and others were like, "Oh, that was brilliant." Timing is something we brought up earlier in the conversation. The context of the time, the AIDS epidemic, this, that. When The Thing came out in theaters, it was the same week, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe like a week difference, with E.T. Steven Spielberg's blockbuster film of a very lovable alien and his little buddy. And then you have this come out, this thing, this extremely dark, desolate, nihilistic, like I said earlier, film that takes a different approach to the whole alien thing. So you had these two competing things. I keep using the word thing. I apologize, guys.
Ryan, when did First Encounters come out? When is First Encounters in this timeline?
Oh, gosh. That is a very good question. I don't know the answer to that.
That's 70s, right? Like late 70s?
I want to say late 70s, like 78, 79 maybe. So, someone will definitely correct me in the chat.
I would love to know. So that's interesting to me is you have things like First Encounter, and then you have this movie, like this idea of aliens and like how we approach it differently too, because even within ET there's aspects of horror. I mean, I think about like I just watched it with my son like 5 months ago. Like when ET dies, right? Like ET's kind of scary. Like ET's that movie.
There's some moments in it when he throws the ball into the he throws the ball and then the ball comes back. It's like pinnacle horror right there. But then you've got some moments. But
I wonder
it was more of a family-friendly film.
I wonder what the connection of doing these like 77. Thank you, Grant. I just wonder why thematically that was carrying over, because that's to me, very telling. You have these three from two from the same director, right? Dealing with this idea of space and aliens and something coming to us, right? I don't know. Sorry, I'm spinning.
No.
I think that's
Very good
interesting. I
point.
think it's a very interesting thing to think about thematically.
It is. And again, it is thematically, and I think Carpenter did that so brilliantly. But clearly audiences did not want that at the time. I have a clip of Carpenter talking about how poorly The Thing was received, which is insane that all three of us love this movie. It's considered like a masterpiece by many
film. It is a
horror people. Yeah.
The only other perfect horror film I can think of that did a genre perfectly, Insidious. Insidious is another horror movie that I think like nails its fucking genre of like haunted house type genre, like nails it. And this nails like an alien, like a alien monster movie. Nails it.
Yeah,
like,
sci-fi horror movie.
Yeah.
Let me play this clip. This was Carpenter talking about, many years later how the film was received. And it didn't bomb. Let's say that first of all. It made 19 million in the box office against a $15 million budget.
So it's like
it made exactly. Yeah. So it didn't
Andrew's
bomb, but
gone,
it was
so I can bring
not
up DC movies.
Yeah. Critically and audience wise, it just was people hated The Thing back then.
That's crazy.
Let's watch this clip.
Yeah. Over the years, people have asked me about The Thing because on its release, it was not particularly successful with audiences or fans. But years later, because of home video and so forth, it got to be known a little bit better. But my reaction, I was pretty stunned by it at the time because I made a really grueling, dark film, and I just don't think audiences in 1982 wanted to see that. They wanted to see E.T. And The Thing was the opposite of that. The thing that disturbed me about it was that the fans turned out hating it so much. There was a famous magazine back then called Cine Fantastique, which was loved and hated by various directors, and they had a story that said, "Is this the most hated film of all time?" Which didn't do a lot to assuage my ego, but I'm very proud of the movie. I've always loved it. It's one of my favorite of my own films.
That is heartbreaking to hear.
Yeah.
I mean, he is so proud of it, and it was so hated when it came out. It astounds me. It absolutely does. I mean, the reviews were terrible. And until like we got out of the idea of like Spielberg and these, which you see in my background here, these are some serials I have.
Grant
you don't have this lovey-dovey feel.
Well, Grant brought up a good point too. This is coming off of Alien too, which is interesting, right? But
didn't think about that. Yeah.
I mean, Alien is also fucking great. I can't lie. I mean, I can't lie. Alien is also fucking fantastic, but it's a different kind of horror film. It's a different, it's a different beast, right? But maybe that has to do with the two. I don't know. I still like, I can't fathom it. Like watching it now, I don't understand what you would like about this movie.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I think a lot of it came down to timing. I think it really was the time the movie released and what it was going up against. You hear that all the time when movies come out with like a Marvel blockbuster and they just tank, and it has a lot to do with your release date. And then it has a lot to do with those, writing these reviews and whatnot. And he just got ripped apart. I mean, to the point where, dude, like he says this film ruined his career. He was never taken as seriously after this movie came out, and people thought, he this was it. Like he had his one shot and he was done. So
I wonder. Sorry, now that I'm thinking about this. Like I wonder too. Like the only thing I could point to, and this is something that like I think we appreciate, right? I think people probably appreciate, is because The Thing is so. The actual monster in this movie is so non-corporeal. I mean, it is corporeal, but like it's so. Sorry, I'm trying to think about it's not a set thing. I keep using the word thing. It's not a set being, right? It is this like really like it changes all the time. It's not this like an alien. Like we look at the other horror movie that Grant brought up, like you have Alien, right? Like Alien, like you understand what that monster is. You see that monster makes sense. You can understand what it is to fear it and fight it, and like you can get into that mindset, right? Or you even look at like E.T., which is not a horror movie, but like that alien makes sense. And this alien does not, which is what I think is fucking brilliant about it. But like there's no, like it doesn't, it's so outside of our concept of what it is as what it is of something to fight or be in contention with, that I wonder if that comes into play. Is it's like, well, this is so fucking out there that it doesn't even make sense to us as a storytelling apparatus at the time. Because like it doesn't make sense that Alien would be so successful, but then this wouldn't, right? Because again, I will stand by. I mean, you can all hate me now. I will take Sigourney Weaver's main character over Kurt Russell. I think she's a better written character. But aside from that, Kurt Russell is great. But there's just like a less, because I think he's doing something a little more complicated. Like Sigourney Weaver is like, she's a pinnacle hero, right? Like you put her into that, she's an underdog. It makes her a pinnacle hero, even if she is still those themes, right? Fighting against an alien, fighting against place, and fighting against people, right? She still has the same three themes, but she is so likable and so well written. I mean, she's one of the best. Ripley is one of the best written female action characters when we look at this genre, in my opinion. So she's so easy to root for. And like Kurt Russell's character just isn't. I like him. He's charismatic, but it's not the same kind of like hero. He's not the same kind of hero. Then put up against a like understandable villain, right? I think it's almost like too smart in some ways. Or maybe that's part of it. Like it's harder to like to engage with it in the same way. You're muted.
I was just you were just having a conversation with yourself. No, what I meant to say is I agree with you. I think it went over people's heads. It was ahead of its time. You had like kind of the tail end of the Cold War happening still. And like that could have played into it too. Like this fear of like, you know, the Red Scare, blah, 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 blah. There's so many ways you could put this movie into context of why it worked and why it didn't. And I think that's what any good film does.
Yeah.
And I think that's why, like people in the chat said, we're still talking about The Thing today.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
people like me are just getting introduced to it.
And then it holds up, right? That as a film,
oh God,
it still holds up. I think
this is better than 99% of the horror movies out there right now. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. I mean, you rewatch. I remember again, my brother was like, "You've got to watch it." So I'm like, okay, you know, because he loves his 80s movie. Like my brother's like a true child of the 80s, and so and he's got good taste in my opinion. So you know, I watched it. And I'm like, oh yeah, this shit. Like sometimes I'll watch. Like he's like, you gotta watch Fright Night, and I was like, oh yeah, Fright Night's okay. Like it's okay. Like, right. You know, I get why you liked it. Like, I like it, but like this one, I was like, no, this shit holds up. This shit is, like Andrew said, like it just, you rewatch it. I watched it again and it had a whole different, like, I was like, wait, you know, like my mind started like spinning on who is the first person to be the alien. But there's all these things that Carpenter does, which we've talked about, that I think just aren't utilized in film. The scene fade outs, right? That's another thing that just, where I think we appreciate it, we're like, oh, that's great, especially as people who have theater backgrounds. But I could see someone watching that and being like, that's stupid. Why'd you do that?
Exactly. Yeah. It's interesting. Well, you know who did love this movie? Two people. The first one we're going to briefly go through is Chris Carter of The X-Files. So much so that he made an episode of The X-Files titled Ice, which, dude, if you haven't watched it, go watch it. Were you an X-Files fan? I don't know if I've
Yes, but not like you. X-Files scared the shit out of me. So I was like, I watched it like with bated breath.
Okay. They did an episode called Ice. It was in the first season, I believe. And it was in homage to this film. I want to play a quick promo of when that episode originally released. I think it was back in 1993.
Deep beneath the Arctic Circle, an ancient terror sleeps.
Nothing can survive for 250,000 years.
Waking it was their first mistake. Trying to stop it could be their last. The X-Files. Don't watch it alone.
Put it down!
Friday at 9, 8 Central.
Those
Dude,
night teasers are the
how
greatest.
much do you miss that Friday at 9?
Oh, love it.
Don't watch it alone.
Shoot,
One of the
shoot,
best
shoot.
episodes of the X-Files, but clearly, like, down to the dog, down to like the Antarctic sort of feel to it. Just a total homage to it. I highly suggest people check it out.
Can we
if they
mention
haven't
just
seen
how
it.
like fucking so sorry, not an X-Files
Nope.
note. Just how fucking good Gillian Anderson is. Like that woman has come into her own. Like I think when that show ended, people were like,
So
who's she?
amazing.
And now you're like, no, she's fucking brilliant. Sorry.
She's incredible.
I also have a
dude.
big crush on her, so I have a talent crush and an actual crush. Don't tell me.
Who doesn't?
My
Who
wife
doesn't?
does too. It's fine.
She was even pretty not bad looking as Margaret Thatcher too. Let's
She's
be
good in
completely-
every. Well, that's the thing when she played Eleanor Roosevelt. I'm like, she's too pretty to be Eleanor Roosevelt. That woman.
Yeah.
Nothing against Eleanor Roosevelt. Brilliant woman, but like historically was not a looker.
Yeah.
And she just is. I don't know what to tell you.
She did it.
She's just
We could
talented.
do a whole episode on Gillian Anderson.
We should. Just talent crush Gillian Anderson.
Bring back the X-Files, Ian says. That voiceover too was great. I love it. Nick, how much more time do you have, buddy?
I got like 5 minutes. You got me for 5. Got me for 5.
Okay. I got you for 5. Perfect.
Yeah, 5.
One more clip from our very good friend who absolutely loved this movie. We didn't have him tonight, but he did send us a message.
Is
This
it Dennis?
one of his-
Is it Dennis?
It's one of his favorite movies. So
Oh,
I'm going to go
my
ahead and
buddy.
play the clip right now.
I was hoping he'd be.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dennis Callow. I'm a photographer and a filmmaker, and I'm also a YouTuber now, I guess, because I make documentaries about horror films and put it up on YouTube. And one of my favorite films that I just covered, there's part 1 and part 2 that's on my channel right now, is The Thing, which is what you guys are talking about right now. And the reason why I love this movie is not just because it is a complete and total masterclass and masterpiece of filmmaking, but there's a really sad story that comes along with it. And the story of John Carpenter sort of being called a hack after this movie was made. And it's kind of incredible to think about that now in hindsight, but there was a lot to do with time and timing, which I talk about in my series, that affected the film and that affected him as a filmmaker. Other than that, this film is just a masterclass in tension and dread and winter horror, which is my favorite type of horror. I love cold weather, and I love cold weather horror because it just adds another layer cake of tension in that. And when you get a bunch of guys in a research station in the Antarctic who have been going stir crazy with nothing but like computer chess and whiskey to keep them company, you're going to get a nice little recipe for disaster there. But it's really just a fantastic, fantastic film. I can't say enough about it, but I do say enough about it on my YouTube channel with the documentaries that I made on the film. So I hope you enjoyed this discussion, and I'll give it back to Andrew, Nick, and Ryan Sprague, the king of the hour. Take care, fellow believers.
I love him.
Can I log
so
roll?
much?
I'm all about log rolling people that I like. So I log rolled Andrew as a brilliant filmmaker. I log rolled Eric, who's here, as a brilliant filmmaker who I've been lucky enough to work with. Ryan, I have made a movie. That dude, Dennis, you guys go check out his stuff. Check out Ryan's podcast with him if you haven't seen that when we all chatted. He is a great man, a great filmmaker, and loves himself some horror in a beautiful way.
Absolutely.
Go check him out because he's great.
Go check him out. There's a link right down there, guys, in the show notes for Dennis's 2-part series on The Thing. Go check it out right
his
now.
Halloween part 3, which I had not seen to that, is also brilliant.
Season of the Witch. Yep.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Oh,
He's an awesome guy, guys. Be on the lookout in the future for projects, maybe having to do with Dennis and Nick and myself. More to come on that.
my
Stay
shirt
tuned.
might come off. You never know. My shirt came
never
off in
know.
Eric's film too. You never know. I mean, really, goddamn, it does come off in everything I do.
It came off in my film too.
I
Come
know.
on.
And your sister thought I was hot, which I'll never let you forget.
Oh, God, don't remind me.
It's a great
Awkward
shape.
times.
That's in great shape. Anyway.
Nicholas Westmeyer. I
Can
know
we do
you
The
got
Last of Us
plans.
when it's over? Can we actually do that? You should nab Chris Moss
Yeah.
too. It's his favorite video game.
Absolutely. I got to go watch it. I'm probably going to watch that next.
I'm just gonna message you about doing a side thing. Because
Okay.
this should be monthly, right, guys? Chat, should it be monthly? It should be monthly,
Should
right?
we do a monthly movie review, guys?
Yeah,
Let us
I'm
know
also
in the
here. Look at
chat.
his face.
Look at that face.
Look at that face.
You know what would get us some super chats? Take that vest off, Mr. Westermeyer, if you will.
I wore flannel for you today. This is my flannel for you. I got the same
Looking
haircut
good,
and
buddy.
flannel.
Looking wintry. I love it. I love
Yeah,
it. Hey, before we go, any last words on the thing that you want to leave the audience with tonight?
I can't sound as smart as Andrew or you. I think it's a great film. I really do. I agree with everything that Dennis said. We use the word masterclass a lot, and I mean that. Like it is a damn near perfect horror film in what it is, like in the genre that it's doing and what it's trying to accomplish. It stands up really well. It was enjoyable in multiple viewings, which I always think is another thing about horror films. If you can go back and rewatch a horror film when you know the plot points that are happening and it's still good, that's when you know it's well done. Because horror that doesn't have rewatchability, not that it's not enjoyable in the moment, but I think doesn't have that same lasting impact. And this definitely is one that like you can keep going back and revisiting and like picking out stuff and making like thoughts about and trying to figure out what's happening. And I think it just in that way, the fact that John Carpenter is not considered, I mean, I know he is, but that anyone would ever think he's a hack blows my mind. There's like one John Carpenter movie I don't like. And I should go back and rewatch it just to make sure that's true.
Well, and this film makes me want to go back and watch everything he's done. I haven't seen that many. I've seen the Halloweens, and that's about it. I've seen Vampires, which is a whole.
That's the one. That's the one where I was like, I need to go back. It's like when I first watched, I was like, what the?
I'm sure I would find some stuff to appreciate about it. I heard The Fog is really good, so I got to check that out.
I got to check that one
and
out too.
I haven't seen They Live, which I heard is another brilliant film as well. So I'll definitely have to go check those out. But Nick, where can people check out everything you're up to, buddy? And give us any updates.
So for me, you can find me primarily on Instagram, which is @nwestermeyer. I'm on Facebook and Twitter. I'm very not active on Twitter. And Facebook I'm active on, but Instagram is probably best. Also for my own log rolling, Somewhere in the Skies. If you want to check out the movie Ryan and I worked on, please do. It's on his YouTube page and also on what's that site?
Vimeo.
That one. It was something that we spent a lot of time, a lot of love on. But also I love baking. So if you like baked goods, and then Voyage Theater Company, which is a New York-based theater company that I'm a part of that's always producing new works. And Ryan and I have worked with them before. So go over, give them a like on Facebook. We'd love to have you. But yeah, Instagram is where it's at.
Absolutely. Yes, Voyage Theater Company was such a pleasure working with you guys. And Nick and I come from a theater background, and The Thing is a straight up play, my opinion, which I appreciated so much about it. It's 12 angry men in the Antarctic.
In space with a giant alien monster. They can eat
what else can you ask for?
Or your head. All right, guys. I have to go be a parent now.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you for having me, Ryan. You're great. All the people who came, thank you so much. Keep looking up. Is that what it is?
That is. You got it, buddy.
Oh, Thanks. You can find me on your podcast when I was doing voices.
Absolutely. You'll hear Nick very soon in some upcoming episodes as well. Thank you, my friend. I always appreciate your time, value your opinions, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me. Bye, everyone.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
And then there was my huge special thanks to Nick and Andrew, both fathers and have a lot going on. It's still a little early on the East Coast where they are. So they got kids, they got stuff to do, but they gave us their time tonight to talk about The Thing. And I'm just going to say it. This is now one of my favorite horror movies. I absolutely loved it from start to finish. Everything about it, the writing, the direction, the special effects, practical effects, I should say. It's just a brilliant, brilliant film. I don't understand why it wasn't received at the time as well, but it is now. And sometimes that's what happens with movies. They don't really gain traction or get their legs until decades later, when you can take it out of the time that it was made in and when it was released and all that stuff and look at it with new, fresh eyes. And that's what we did tonight for you guys. I hope you enjoyed this review of The Thing. This will be a film I go to every winter now to watch. So there's that. I do want to share a few things before I let you guys go here tonight. see if I can pull this up. This was a poster that Grant Levac in the chat made. Grant, I cannot thank you enough, buddy, for being here tonight. I know it's really late or early in Australia right now. So thank you for being here, man. And thanks for making this fun little poster with me taking over as the helicopter pilot. I absolutely love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to let you guys know about what's coming up on Somewhere in the Skies. We have a new episode airing this Monday. It's going to be a brand new episode of Witness Accounts, where you, the listeners, call in and tell us your UFO stories. And we got some good stories coming your way in that episode, guys, coming to you Monday. We have a other UFO podcast host that a lot of you are familiar with telling their UFO story on the show for the very first time. We also have a Navy serviceman who had 5 different triangular UFO sightings over a naval base in California. So be on the lookout for that episode coming to you this Monday. It is available right now for our Apple Premium subscribers and our Patreon subscribers. So if you want to hear that episode early, you can do that right now at patreon.com/somewhereskies, or you can become an Apple Premium subscriber. You just go to your Apple feed and it should be right at the top. You just click subscribe and it should take you there to get the early edition of this episode and bonus episodes. I'm dropping a ton of new bonus episodes over on Apple Subscriber Premium and also at Patreon. So check those out. Excuse me. Again, guys, still getting over COVID. So it's been rough. I'm not going to lie, but I had to do this tonight. And let's see. What else do we have? Operation Saucer and the UFO Island will be our episode the following week, where we travel to Brazil to look at a ton of UFO cases in Brazil. And on the Patreon and Apple Premium subscriber feed, we'll have a bonus episode called The Mystery of the Lead Masked Ufologists. A crazy, crazy mystery that happened in Brazil that involved UFOs and 2 gentlemen who were unfortunately found dead. And who went to investigate this case? None other than Jacques Vallée. So that episode should be premiering on the bonus feeds on Patreon and Apple very soon. So be on the lookout for that. And I think that's it, guys. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight on this very special edition movie review of The Thing here at Somewhere in the Skies. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to our super chats. I really appreciate the support, guys. All of the money that you donate to the show goes right back into making it bigger and better and everything in between. So that is always appreciated. Again, if you want to support the show, you can do that in the super chat. You can become a YouTube member below, or you can join our Patreon and our Apple subscribers. My special thanks to Nick and to Andrew, and I'm going to leave you with a little funny clip that I put together here for you guys. And other than that, I'm just going to say, as always, keep your feet on the ground, but never stop. Wow, messed that up. Let's take that again. And action. Keep your feet on the ground, but never stop searching somewhere in the skies for the thing. Have a great night, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Take care. Greetings, everyone. Ryan Sprague here, host of Somewhere in the Skies. For over 7 years and more than 400 episodes, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast has always been free to listen to, but it's not free to create. So we offer several ways to help support our efforts and get rewards in return. If you listen to the podcast on Apple, you can click the subscribe button at the top of your Somewhere in the Skies feed to become a premium Apple subscriber. Or you can join our Patreon campaign with several tiers available. Both of these options give you the same benefits and rewards: ad-free episodes, early access to the main show, and bonus episodes and content. Help keep the lights on at the Somewhere in the Skies HQ, and help us continue to grow by becoming a Patreon subscriber at patreon.com/somewhereskies, or by clicking the subscribe button at the top of your Apple feed. Thank you for your continued support, and keep looking up. Hey guys, Ryan Sprague here from Somewhere in the Skies, and tonight we're going to be reviewing the 1975 film, The UFO Incident, about Betty and Barney Hill, and joining me is none other than Andrew Sanford. See you on the other side.
This is Somewhere in the Skies with Ryan Sprague.
What's up, guys? Ryan Sprague here again from Somewhere in the Skies. And like I said earlier, we're going to be talking about the Betty and Barney Hill UFO incident, which surprisingly, I haven't done a full episode of the show on yet. So I thought, who better to bring in than my good friend here in New York City? He is a TV writer, a screenwriter, which we're going to talk about at the end of this episode, and just an all-around amazing person. And he is skeptical of the UFO question, which is what we desperately need in this field. So it's going to be a lot of fun to break down this movie tonight and the alien abduction phenomenon with him. So without further ado, let's bring him in. Andrew, welcome back to Somewhere in the Skies.
I almost don't appreciate that you outed me as being skeptical right at the top, because I've seen the YouTube comments about me before, and I don't want people to lose their faith in me right off the bat.
Everybody.
You don't have to be nice. Just don't talk about my glasses, because okay, just be nice. No, Dad, do what Ryan said.
Let's rewind. I'm going to start the intro over. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm going to say hello to everyone in the chat. What is up, Cindy? We've got NFSTR Z34. What's up, Justin? Benji is here. Lisa, Grant, Skinwalker Dressing, Jason Faye. Welcome, guys. Yeah, isn't that a good one? I love that name. Skinwalker Ranch Dressing, I think.
There you go.
Did I say that wrong? I did. I did.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
Now I haven't become Death is here. David Blaine. What? Ooh, interesting. We were just talking about magic about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. But Copperfield. No Blaine stuff.
No Blaine.
Nice try. No Blaine. Copperfield. This is a Copperfield show.
We are
I think I can say that officially. I'm wearing one of the Somewhere in the Skies t-shirts, which you can purchase at TeePublic, I believe. Still,
that is correct.
Maybe not.
Thank you.
You can get this handsome.
You're such a good model. I also have the official Somewhere in the Skies mug right here.
Yep. Oh, I love that. That looks awesome.
Thank
you. Who did that artwork?
So this was a gentleman that did a few different ones on my site. His name is Ben Scarborough. He's an incredible artist. Let me see your team. Well? He did not do that one. That was a gentleman in oh my gosh, where does he live? I believe Denmark.
This was one of the first ones too.
Yeah. That was one of my first shirts. So thank you. Thanks for
of course.
for doing that, my man. TeePublic.com, everybody.
TeePublic, Somewhere in the Skies. I thank you for having me. I am very excited to talk about this movie and to hear about the case. As I told you beforehand, you had done your due diligence and sent me all this wonderful stuff to read, which I did read a little bit of, and then I think somebody puked, and then I had to clean that up. And then, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. My kids, I have 2 13-month-old twins.
Yeah, we should probably say that. You were not the one who puked.
I have children. I was not the one who puked. My wife was not the one who puked. She would appreciate if I clarified that. I did not get to read the extra stuff, but as people who may be familiar with me on this show are, I love learning stuff from you. While I may be a skeptic, while I may be somebody who needs, just not there. Just not there. I think my thing is always, I would love for something like a spaceship to show. Who wouldn't? That would be awesome. I think that's just not, I personally do not see that happening. However, I always love listening to you because you're passionate and you do your research and you talk to people and you get this, as you've always said, human perspective out of things. And I'm excited. I just thought instead of trying to read through that while I'm trying to get some kids to eat squash, which they do eat squash pretty happily. I would just wait and listen, and maybe some of the people who are watching as well may be not as familiar with the case, and they can learn along with me, and we will keep an open mind and all that good stuff. Because based on the movie, I have some thoughts.
You and me both, brother.
I have
for
a couple
sure.
thoughts, just a couple.
Well, let's see here. Now I Become Death asks, there's a Betty and Barney Hill movie. Yes. So
Yeah.
that's what we're discussing tonight. This was a made for television movie, actually.
Mm-hmm.
It aired on October 20th, 1975 on
Mhm.
NBC. And yeah, this was, as I'm going to say it right now, kind of as accurate as you can come when it comes to adapting certain events for television or movies. When it comes to UFOs, a lot of people, Andrew, you included, were introduced to the Fire in the Sky movie. And that is a huge departure from what supposedly actually happened to Travis Walton, the logger in Arizona. So far as him coming forward after the movie came out and being like, yeah, like none of that actually happened. They wanted to make a horror movie. They wanted to set it apart from other movies that had come out at the time about abductions. So they kind of straight up like went with a horror-esque aspect. And that's really not what he experienced. But with this movie, as we're going to talk about tonight, a lot of this dialogue actually comes directly from the transcripts of the hypnosis sessions that both Betty and Barney Hill went under with their abduction experience. So, I mean, we're getting like, we're literally getting it from the mouths of the people who claimed that this happened. And I'm actually going to play a little later some of the audio clips from the actual hypnosis sessions, which are they're tough.
Even in the movie, they're pretty wild. Even in the movie, they're intense. There's some good, and again, that has to do. I think we'd be remiss if we didn't mention that in this movie, playing Betty and Barney, you have Estelle Parsons, who, for me, she's done a million things for me personally. Maybe for some others, I know her best as the mom on Roseanne. And James Earl Jones is in this, a younger James Earl Jones, and they're incredible, and they make a lot of stuff really work. And also, I was going to tell you this before. I would just want to get this out of the way because I'm too darn excited. The director, Richard A. Cola, directed a lot of television, and it's always like one episode, like MacGyver, Chips, Wizards and Warriors,
Miami Vice.
But he directed the original Battlestar Galactica movie.
Yes.
After this, about just a few years after this, as well. And then directed. Probably the pilot, maybe more of the television show as well as the original TV show. So there's just it's and then with the writers, they went on to one of them wrote like Children of a Lesser God, I think. And the other one wrote a Bob Hope special, and there's just some it's interesting to look at like a TV movie, which I even think at the time would have garnered some kind of stigma, but it eventually, TV movies can be hit or miss, and see just some heavy hitters like this. Like it's I love seeing stuff like that. I love seeing people these people, almost everybody involved went on to have very solid careers. Some even, way more than that. James Earl Jones just had a theater on Broadway named after him. So there's just it's just awesome that all that was involved just for a TV movie on,
Well, I think that kind of goes to the credibility of this case. Now, this is a case that a lot of people in the UFO field, when it comes to abductions, myself included, I am a skeptic believer, and I have interviewed hundreds of people who've claimed to have been abducted by aliens, but I'm not going to flat out say that I buy it, 100%. The people that have spoken to me, I believe they believe this happened to them, but did it actually happen in the reality as we know it? I couldn't tell you. But this case, Andrew, is really one that I turn the skeptics to look at and be like, huh. Because first you have this dynamic of two people experiencing it. A lot of these cases, it's one person claiming they were abducted, kidnapped by aliens, experimented on, brought back, and You know, there's no one else there to really corroborate the story. Here you have a couple, and we will talk about that couple in just a little bit, under different regressions and together, but first separate, telling very strikingly similar stories, which is controversial, and I'm sure we can dive into that as well. But you did mention the writers. I do want to also add that one of the writers on the screenplay was a gentleman named John G. Fuller, and he actually wrote a book. He was the first to actually make this story go public.
Wow.
It was featured in a Boston newspaper, but this book was the first time that this story really broke and went international. And Betty and Barney Hill became like, you know, names across the world, not just in the United States. And John wrote a book called The Interrupted Journey. And he would go on to also help write the screenplay because he was part of the original investigation of this case, meeting directly with Betty and Barney Hill, you know, garnering relationships with them. And really, they put their trust in this guy to do their story right. And the book did incredible. So much so that there eventually came this movie not too many years later.
How, like, what was the visibility like on this? I mean, I know, like, obviously it must have been pretty strong. I've got a movie. Like, I'm trying to think of something else to compare it to that I've had experience talking to you about. Like, I think Communion was like, wasn't Communion a big seller? Like that book, and that's the one with the gray on the cover. Like, was it that kind of big? Like, was this something that everybody was kind of like, you know, when they say like literally everybody, or was it more of like it was, you know, it was popular?
Yeah, to an extent. Douglas Sprague is here, by the way. I just want to say hello to my father. Thanks for joining us, Dad. Appreciate you being here. Hang around, Dad. Hang around. This story gets pretty crazy. We got Winston here from Australia as well. Let's see. We got Jake here. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
What time is it in Australia right now?
Good question. It's got to be sometime in what?
I don't feel like
Are they ahead of us or behind us?
I believe I believe it's 2 days from now over there.
Oh my gosh. You're living in the future. You're living in the future. Grant is too here. Grant's here from Australia.
Hello. And yet I'm not getting any answers about what time it is in Australia. We've got 2 Australian
Let
people.
us know in the chat.
Nobody, because look, again, I'm not Googling unless I'm looking up the IMDb for this movie. IMDb, yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Let's go with that.
What
was your question? I totally got you. Thanks, Doug Sprague. You got me all frazzled
about how
my own live stream.
Like how popular was this? Like how like are we talking like really, really huge, or was it more?
I mean, honestly,
I know that's a tough question.
This was like the first case.
Yeah,
this was the first case. This is what put the gray alien into popular culture. The image that Whitley Strieber has on his book, that went crazy as well in pop culture. But these two were kind of the first to really bring this story forward of alien abduction.
So when you say first case, you mean the first like recorded American case of alien abduction?
Yes. To go on record and really go public. I'm sure there were others deep in the, bowels of UFO history. Yeah, dude.
It did 1961. Like, even when was Roswell? 57?
47.
47? Nothing between 47 and 61, even after like that got into everybody's.
Right.
I would even think there would be some people that would lie about it.
Right. So we have throughout the late 50s into the 60s, we had the what is kind of coined the contactee movement. You had a lot of these space brother stories where people claimed that they were visited by aliens who would bring them on their ship and bring them to Venus and bring them back to Earth within seconds. Or these people would go out to Joshua Tree in the middle of the desert in California and like channel in UFOs and aliens and talk to them. But this whole idea of aliens kidnapping, like unwillingly by the humans, taking people and experimenting on them, really came forward with this Betty and Barney Hill case. Yeah,
that's fascinating to me.
It's pretty interesting.
Until I would have expected, I don't know, like even like in the early 1900s, at least, like when that stuff was like popping up in pulp novels and stuff like that, like War of the World, like even around War of the Worlds time, nobody ever. That's so. Sorry, this is
pretty crazy, man. I know. Well,
That's
and again,
wild.
like we got to think, this is 61, so we're living in the atomic age, and
Sure.
let's kind of paint the picture.
Okay. Yes, please.
And welcome. We're featuring the New York City sirens in this episode as well. Apologies to everyone out there. 61. So we're kind of in, the throes of the Cold War. We're on the brink of a nuclear threat. Hopefully that's not what's going on outside right now. Which is startling because, we're living in an age right now where the thought of nuclear threat is bigger than it's been in a long time. So I do wonder, are we going to see an uptick in UFOs and this idea of abductions happening again? We won't get into that. That's for another episode. But this idea of others invading, of others having more power than us, of others just doing things against our will. This is something that will play out in the Betty and Barney Hill case. So does the time period have a lot to do with this?
Absolutely, because I would also say that we are very heavy in the civil rights movement at this point. And speaking of others and people not wanting people to get more power than they have and things of that nature, I just think that was also on a lot of people's minds at this time, and I believe will be very relevant to to this particular, and especially again, at least the way the movie presented it. I do think from what I read, the little bit that I did read, it seemed like that is out there as well. But yeah.
So here we have the actual Betty and Barney Hill. I did want to, before we get into the movie, this is them, and this is the actual couple. And like we mentioned, the civil rights movement, this was an interracial couple in the early 60s. So as you said, you can imagine this was not easy. They also lived in New Hampshire, so I'm sure it was even harder. And that is kind of where we start this story. Let's kind of, I guess, we'll start from the beginning with the movie. Let's move to our next slide here. So September 1961, we kind of start the movie where, like you mentioned, Barney played by James Earl Jones. Estelle Parsons playing Betty. They are with their dog in the car, and they're going down this road looking for something. They seem to be obsessed with trying to find a certain road that they were on where they don't remember something that had happened to them. And constantly they find themselves keep going out and out to look for this road and try to bring back these memories of something that happened to them that they just don't seem to remember. And that's kind of where our story starts. And
it wasn't it like they were driving someplace and all of a sudden they're like 15 minutes away, even though they had only just started driving.
Yes. So we have what was called missing time, which is a phenomenon that was coined later on by a alien abduction researcher named Bud Hopkins. And this happens with a lot of quote unquote abductees. They feel like there was time missing between something. Either they black out and wake up somewhere else, or they're just missing chunks of time in their life that they cannot account for. And within those gaps in time, through such things as hypnotherapy and regression, supposedly real memories are brought to the surface of what could have possibly happened. And that's kind of what we see play out in this movie. Betty and Barney end up going to a psychiatrist and a gentleman named Benjamin Simon and try to retrieve the memories of what happened to them. But it's rough, man. I mean, this couple is just like at each other's throats because they both know something happened, but they don't know what. And they keep kind of like bickering at one another and having these really hostile arguments about, why do we keep doing this? And we got to move on with our lives and this and that and this and that. So like, all right, we got to talk to someone. And they end up finding this doctor and he puts them both under hypnotic regression. And lo and behold, this is where our story plays out of Betty and Barney Hill, which we'll get to. But yeah, anything you want to cover before we really get into the meat of all that?
I think I'm trying to remember when they showed them having dinner with their friends. Was that before or after the psychiatrist?
Now, the movie, we should say, is a little choppy. Now, we
Sure.
don't really know. We kind of jump between timelines of, is this from the past? Is this in the
Right.
future? Is this like, what's going on? So that's a little critique I have of the film is
Mhm.
I wasn't exactly sure how the story was playing out at certain times, which could also play into the fragmented memories that they had if the
Sure.
writers and directors were really going down that route. But what you're referring to was a dinner party that they had at their home.
Mhm.
And I believe this was after the event because we really start to see
Well, no, I knew
the
it was
two
after
go at
the
each other.
knew it was after the event. I just didn't remember if it was after because we're going right to the psychiatrist. I didn't want to like not bring that moment up.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. Because that's when we get some of the first bits of the like racial tension going on between them,
Right.
and
Yeah.
how he says something about those white people or like the white, and she gets offended that he lumped her in with these other people, these other white people. But
Right.
she is like saying that she's different. It was a really interesting. So I am half white and half black. My parents are mixed, and I have always been kind of fascinated by mixed relationships, mainly because I love them. But I also know that there can be there was a time where it wasn't easy, and I think this is a great. I think this movie shows that in a very effective way. Again, that's a lot of that is the actors involved as well, but I think it's just getting across something that coincidentally enough at the time that we were able to handle a little bit better in like a public television kind of way. It didn't feel forced. It didn't feel hokey. It didn't feel like a movie of the week. It didn't feel watered down. Like it felt like a very real conversation that they were having. And I think she did that very well. I think everybody in that scene handled that very well, but I just love that. Like, and again, like I do think there's a little bias on my part, I guess, but there's also just this idea that I do think that's what the movie is pushing at the end of the day, because I think it's one of the scenes that it even slightly illustrates the movie's bias towards this being a shared hallucination from the two of them, possibly brought on by an incident or like a hate crime or something like that, but also or just the pressure between the two of them building and just kind of exploding at the same time, and then maybe some kind of shared psychosis like Randy Quaid and his wife.
Yeah. Not to make light of it, but yeah, that was a good comparison for sure.
Sorry.
No. I want to thank
Nothing.
Danina.
Yeah, Randy Quaid wishes.
Yeah, right. I know. Oh God, what is up with that guy? Where is he even anymore? In a bunker somewhere.
I think he was going to run for office somewhere. But
Oh God. Please no. Dania, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Dania.
Super chat is open, guys, too, if you want to help out the show. Put your comments up here. We'll answer your questions the best we can. But yeah, well,
and before you ask again, yes, the shirt I'm wearing is available at tpublic.com. tpublic.com/ somewhere in the skies.
I love you. Well, okay. So let's talk about they go to their first session, hypnosis session. Let's see if I have a slide for that.
Try already. Nothing more reliable than hypnosis.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. So we have Benjamin Simon, played by a gentleman by the name of Bernard Hughes, very well-known stage actor and film actor as well, and does a great job of playing this psychiatrist who is extremely skeptical about what is eventually uncovered in these. But
Sure.
yeah.
No, and again, not a bad actor in the bunch. Like this is all everything. This movie is really well made. T to B. Like there's a lot of good stuff going on.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess what we can do is let's talk about the meat of um, Barney's first hypnotic regression. This is where I think James Earl Jones really shines in these hypnosis scenes.
Absolutely. There's when
Yeah.
he starts to when he's trying to grab for his gun, or where he's just like terrified. There's also something, I'll say exciting because I can't think of another word, but it's also like kind of frightening, and it's just like, I guess, titillating maybe. And I don't know. But he's a big dude, and to see somebody that big get that scared is scary. Like there's an extra impact to that. You're seeing somebody who's afraid, who you'd think could take out a whole room full of aliens if he needed to. Like it's, I don't know, like it's just that's a big, even at one point, like he was walking around shirtless, and I looked over at my wife. I was like, this man was a beast. Like he was huge. I think he was like 39 when they made this, something like that. But he's yeah. So those scenes were so effective, and again, it didn't feel hokey or weird. It didn't feel like, it felt very honest, and they really felt afraid during that. Both of them, during both their, like it's. I think that's what helps make the movie successful to begin with. It's also, I can see why the case is so alluring as well, not just on a extraterrestrial level, but on a human level. Like you feel for these people, because no matter what, they're going through something.
Yeah.
You know, even if, whether it's real or not, there's something wrong. And neither of them are, once it's really brought up to the surface, neither of them are really ready to handle it. And it's I'm sure everybody's had something like that in their life.
Right. Well, yeah. And so I guess with Barney, the hypnosis brings out kind of the beginning of the encounter.
Mhm.
Now they hear this weird beeping noise, they see these lights over their car, and then they stop and they see a craft come down from the sky, and these beings coming out of the forest towards them. And I actually, Andrew, now, like we mentioned, a lot of these hypnosis scenes were actually from the transcripts from the hypnosis sessions that were recorded and are available to the public. And I would highly suggest, if you haven't seen this movie, go watch James Earl Jones deliver this monologue.
Yeah, and look, it's an hour and a half. It's on YouTube for free. Like, you got nothing to lose. And again,
You got nothing to lose.
It's not boring by any stretch of the imagination. Like there's
now. Have you?
Gripping.
It is. Have you heard the actual tapes?
I have not.
Okay, I'm gonna play a partial section from Barney's first hypnosis session when he saw the beings. And I want to get your thoughts on the other side after you hear this. All right?
Cool. All right.
Cool.
What did he tell you?
Stay there and keep looking. Just keep looking and stay there. And just keep looking. Just keep looking.
Could you hear him tell you?
Oh, I gotta pull these binoculars away from my eyes. Because if I don't, I'll just keep staying there.
Could you hear him tell you this?
Oh, no, he didn't say it.
You felt he said it.
I know.
You know he said
Just there, yeah. Just stay there, he's saying to me.
All right.
I'll take in my head. Just don't pull the binoculars away. God, give me strength.
All right.
Pull them down. Run! Pull these binoculars down and run. God, it says my God, give me strength. I gotta get away. Oh, Betty.
All right.
You gotta get away, Betty.
All right. Calm down.
I'm driving. I gotta get away.
Yeah. So initial thoughts. I mean, just hearing that one section.
As we had said at the top, my mind is usually one that tends to go towards skepticism. To me, to see, to hear I have heard that tone. I have heard that terror. I have heard that horror before, and it can come when you are, when somebody does something to you based something harmful, something hurt, and that is racially motivated. And this, we're in 1961. They're driving down the middle of a highway. If I had to guess what probably happened, if I thought, because my mind would not go to aliens, is that somebody probably stopped them and did something to them that they mentally could not reckon with, and both came up with it. Because I do hear that terror in his voice, but I don't. That doesn't immediately scream alien to me. And again, that's if that's the story that they're telling, and they were the ones that were there, and it's always something where I'm never calling bullshit necessarily. I think it's just I think there is probably a more likely explanation, and I think it's something that happened to a lot of people back then, especially people who dared cross that racial line.
I get it. I understand. Now, that's a good way to kind of set this up. Let's just play Betty's section as well. Now, you can see in this,
and I might need another detail filled in for me too, because something I was having a hard time with in the movie itself was the flaming car, or the car with the flames on it that was chasing after them. It seemed like.
Yep.
What was that? Is that in reference to something that happened, or is that?
So in the beginning of the film, we get this weird choppy scene, which actually was when I realized what it was very startling. It's a group of greasers. It's straight up greasers, white teenagers in their car, and they saw this interracial couple drive by them, and their immediate reaction is to get in their car and start chasing after them and giving them shit about it. And as this is happening, Betty is actually having snippets, remembrances of aliens chasing after them. So that was pretty effing terrifying, and also goes exactly to your point. We don't know what's up from left, up from down, left from right. White teenage greaser or alien. Which I think really plays into what you're saying.
Yeah, like that, because that's what I was thinking. I was like, well, and hearing that explanation of it, it almost sounds like, oh, somebody is committing a hate crime against her, and she's, because of it, is remembering this other hate crime that happened, which she has since cloaked in an alien abduction. I think that's where my mind goes with that, and I apologize to anybody who came here for something a little bit more lighthearted.
I know. Well, it's just
on analysis.
This is not a fun story.
No,
again,
really
this
not.
is very traumatic. No matter what happened. I mean, look at her face.
Yeah, man.
I mean, something happened to these two. I want to talk a little about, before we play her audio, the aliens that are shown in the movie.
I thought they looked great.
Oh my god, man! Look at these things. They're so vapor wavy and simple, and I just
love the big weird eyes. Those are great. And look, sometimes it's all about what you don't show. They're covered in shadow for a good chunk of it. I thought that was really effective.
I thought they did a great job with the practical effects. I mean, almost no very early computer generated effects in this movie. They built that spaceship. They built this set. I mean, that forest looks like it was built in a studio, which I love. Look at that fake moon too. It's so simple, and It reminds me of like a comic book almost.
Sure.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I know. Like I said, there's a lot of good craft that went into this. Like, it's just, I'm interested to hear more about the actual case. I'll put it that way. Like,
Right.
Because yeah.
Well, let's see here. Now I Am Become Death asks, what initially triggered their belief it happened in the first place? Again, I think it was in the movie really shows
The
us it
hypnosis,
is
right?
the hypnosis,
Yeah.
and also just this feeling, this void in both of them
Mhm.
of they came home. We should mention this. They come home the night that this event supposedly happened, and Betty's dress is ripped and torn, and Barney's shoes are all scuffed up, and they've got like weird marks on them, and they just don't remember. They don't remember what happened, or they didn't want to remember what happened,
Right.
which again is what we've been alluding to all night so far. But yeah, that was what kind of initially triggered them to reach out to a psychiatrist and then try to unravel these memories. And then with Betty, her first hypnosis is like extremely
Yeah. Oh yeah.
vivid, and we see this one image up there at the top of the aliens kind of doing weird tests on her and stuff. And you know what? Let me play the audio, Andrew, because that's kind of where I think I got the clip, is when she's talking about what happened once they're on the craft.
Sure.
Now they're dragged into this craft, and Barney goes one way, Betty goes the other, and they don't even really know what happens to one another during this. So let's go ahead and play this small clip of Betty's actual abduction experience, according to her.
And the examiner has a long needle in his hand, and I see the needle, and it's bigger than any needle I've ever seen. And I asked him what he's going to do with it, and he said just a simple death to won't hurt me. And I asked him what, and he said he just wants to put it in my navel. And it's just a simple test. And I told him, no, it will hurt. Don't do it. Don't do it. And he said, no, it won't hurt. And he sticks a needle into my navel. And he says, I'll be all right. I won't feel it. And all the pain goes away.
Again, like it's hard to listen to this, no matter what happened. But I mean, what do you think? What do you think after hearing that?
That she was likely sexually assaulted and whatever happened to them. It's hard to hear it any other way, personally. Like, and I think again that they just had a really hard time dealing with it. Hi, Robert. I'm glad you're here. That they had a real hard time dealing with it. Even saying that it's something like that happening to her belly button almost feels like changing up a slight detail, like almost like in a way to make it feel better for herself as to what happened to her.
Right.
And
Boy, I know.
and it's even the language, even with what the guy is saying to her in the moment, like, it won't hurt, don't worry about it, like, it's not, you won't feel anything, like, it just all feels too familiar, unfortunately. And I know that there's a possibility for the brain to just not, to kind of like shut down to protect you from things like that when things like that happen to you. It does, and I didn't even really pick up on it as much, or that aspect of it. No, I think when I was watching the movie, I thought, I was like, is this some kind of like abortion thing? Did she maybe have an abortion and couldn't deal with it? Or but then no, like especially hearing her there on the recording, I'm like, I think something else happened.
I understand. Now this is what a lot of skeptics turn to in terms of the alien abduction phenomenon. These are memories of childhood trauma, of sexual abuse, of anything to put a mask over what actually happened. And I completely understand what you're saying. And my only, not even defense, what I want to do, Andrew, is because I understand everything you're saying, and
Mhm.
it could very well have been a situation like that. But there is a lot of evidence that has been brought forward about kind of what happened and
Does somebody
things
have the
that,
book? Did
I
somebody end up
mean,
getting their hand on the book?
let's talk about that. So Betty says that these aliens, when she was aboard the craft, that they
Mhm.
gave her a book that would explain who they are, where they come from, why they're doing what they're doing, and a lot of this stuff.
So interesting.
They kind of slide it over to her and be like, all the answers are right here. And then they're immediately like, psych, take it back.
We
And she's
talked
like,
about
no,
it. And, yeah.
this is the only way that I can prove that this happened. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And the other big thing was they showed her this star map of
Yes.
where they are
Yes.
from and where we are in relation to them. And I thought this was pretty funny in the movie and in the actual hypnosis session. She says that the alien said, do you know where you are on this? And she's like, no, not really. There are people on my planet who know where all the stars are and planets and stuff, but I'm not really one of them. So you probably picked the wrong person. She's like, but where are you guys from? And the alien's straight up like, if you don't even know where the hell you are on this map, you're not going to understand where the hell we're from. So we're not even going to bother with this. You're wasting our time, putting you back in your car, sort of situation.
So I will say that was a detail that piqued my, because she redrew the star map. Yes.
Yeah. So
but
let
now
me get
here,
to that actually.
because
Yeah,
my
go ahead,
question
go
that
ahead.
is like, is there a specific way to draw us? Like, is there a format for a star map? Oh, this was her drawing.
So her drawing is on the top left. After hypnosis, this is the sketch she came up with of what she remembered. And that was in 1963.
Right.
Astronomers in 1969 discovered this star cluster near Zeta Reticuli 1 and 2. And just look at how similar it is.
Yeah.
And most of those stars were not discovered until years later.
Right.
So this is something that a lot of people turn to and be like, huh, like how the hell could she have known that?
Look, no, that's to me that's more like the fun stuff, because there's really is no, like, there's no good way to explain that.
Right. Like how do you? And I'm sure there are skeptics out there who can explain it away somehow. Like maybe she had some knowledge of it beforehand, or
I was about to say, was she perchance college educated?
I believe so. I mean, she was an extremely intelligent woman. So is Barney was also extremely intelligent. He had a crazy IQ from what I recall.
I'm realizing now that I don't really know much about their lives before all this, aside from the fact that they're both divorced.
Yes, so they were both divorced. Betty grew up in New Hampshire, her entire family for over a century.
She got that accent. She got a little bit of the New Hampshire.
It's crazy, dude. Estelle Parsons knocks it out of the park too. Almost to the point where you can't understand some of it.
Yeah.
Reminds me of another person from Massachusetts who's going to be featured in an upcoming episode of Somewhere in the Skies.
Hey, that
might be teasing a little something there. Cindy says, didn't scientists recreate? Never mind, Ryan's on it. Yep, we got you. We got you, Cindy. Finzer says, makes a lot of sense. Good points. I think talking about what you were saying, Andrew. But yeah, so the star map is definitely one of the more convincing aspects to all of this. There's a few other things that, if you want, we can jump to. In terms of,
yeah. No, because
cool. Let's do it.
I think people should check out the movie. I think, but I also think, like, I think we've gotten into all that we can really get it. We talked about the aliens. Aside from that, it's just kind of rehashings of the case. So I would love to hear more about the case itself. And ask some questions on my own while I bite this small piece of Twizzler that was on my desk. All right.
So here we have the University of New Hampshire actually set up an exhibit at their school about this incident. It did make New Hampshire on the map. It put them on the map when it comes to the whole alien thing. And what you see here is
Do they still have that up?
I believe so. It might still be up there. That is the actual dress. If it isn't, if I am mistaken, someone might correct me. It is a replica. The bust is of the alien that she supposedly saw. You've got a few other things in there, a sketch that she did, some letters, I'm sure, that were about the case. But this is pretty interesting. The school thought it was credible enough to make this. Let's see what else they have. I think I have a little section on that here. This is in the Diamond Library. And it's got journals, essays, newspaper clippings, slides, films, audio tapes, all relating to this case. And
did she go to the University of New Hampshire?
I don't know that. I don't know. Someone in the chat might be able to fill us in on that. But yeah. I'm not too sure about that. But the dress, let's talk about that for a little bit. This was another piece of evidence. Apparently, after the night that this event happened, Andrew, she thought, something's going to come of all this. I know something happened. Maybe I'll figure it out. I'm not doing anything with the dress. And she kind of rolled it up. And you see this in the movie too. Rolled it up in a ball and put it in the closet. And, didn't really bring it forward until people started asking for evidence of what happened.
Right.
And she brought out the dress, and it had, when they did like tests on it, they found some sort of substance on the dress that could not be explained. They had Ohio State, I believe, look at it. Their scientists. They had police look into it, other scientists as well. And there was some sort of residue on the dress that could not be explained in terms of a earthly explanation. And if you don't mind, last clip I'm going to show, I promise.
No, please.
Okay. While we're on evidence, I'm going to show a clip of Kathleen Martin, who's actually the niece of Betty and Barney Hill. And she's kind of taken the reins on the case and kept it alive and kept the legacy of her aunt and uncle alive too with this thing. And she's done an investigation on it herself. But I actually found a clip of her talking about the dress with a local news station, I believe either in the UK or Australia. But let me go ahead and play that.
Still don't know what time it is in Australia, listeners.
Let us know. Grant, you're in the chat. Let us know.
Yeah,
buddy.
people in the chat. That's going to mean nothing to hear the people who hear this as a podcast.
Betty's dress was torn in several locations. There was a 2-inch tear in the zipper fabric, the stitching at the top of her dress, a 1-inch tear in the thick zipper fabric. The dress was torn from waist to hemline, and the hem was torn down on one side. It indicated that something had happened that Betty could not remember. It had been in fine condition when she put it on that day. She folded the dress up when she arrived home and put it in her closet, knowing that she would have to repair it. The next time she took the dress out, it was covered with a pink powdery substance, not the entire dress. Some of it remained blue, but the pink powder discolored the fiber in the dress and degraded the fiber.
Did you have it analyzed? What was it?
It is one of the pieces of concrete evidence. It has been analyzed in at least 5 scientific laboratories to date. And the finding is anomalous. They have found proteins on the dress. They have found oils on the dress. They know that they did not belong to Betty. The dress is most deeply saturated with the pink substance in the areas where Betty stated that these non-human entities actually touched the dress.
Is it of this planet?
They were not able to determine whether or not this was of this planet. Certainly some of the material on that dress was. There was dirt, there was bacteria, there were those sorts of things that would be on any article of human clothing, particularly after it had been sitting in a closet.
So, yeah. I mean, that's Kathleen Martin, the niece, talking about it. They found this pink residue that couldn't be explained. And there also, people in the chat are mentioning, I did not mention this, and this was not talked about in the movie. There were marks on their car. There were radiation tests done on the car, which I
no, they mentioned the marks on the car in the movie.
Did they? I must
on
have
the back
missed
of the
that.
car. I think, or
Yeah.
she's, but they mentioned something being on the car.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I love how subtle the New Hampshire accent is. It's almost like a Massachusetts accent, but it only comes in. No, I appreciate that she's still doing that, and I also think like the stuff I love, like physical evidence when it's something that can be with it that's kind of like hard to explain. Like because again, rips and tears in a dress, it could just go along with the things that we've mentioned already. Once you add in an unknown substance on there, things start to at least get a little bit muddier. Was it a substance on the back of the car, or just like
I believe it was like physical markings. I don't know if any
Mhm.
sort of if it was some sort of residue or something like that, but I do recall, and again, correct me in the chat, guys, I'm not an expert on this case. I can fully admit I haven't looked into it as much as others. I believe they did like Geiger counter tests, and they did find trace amounts of radiation higher than normal on the back of the car.
She does that with the compass in the movie.
Yes, that too. Yeah. Starts spinning out of
'Cause
control.
She has one of my favorite lines, which is my sister said the compass is basically like a Geiger meter, because you just kind of you talk about those things with your siblings.
Yeah,
I think
just
it was
comes up
sister.
naturally.
I could be misquoting that, but it was just kind of so funny to me. I was like, somebody casually told you that a compass works like a guy. Hey, okay, zombie saint, look. Okay,
Look.
y'all,
We got a
look,
time. We got a time.
we got a time. 12:19. Thank you, Grant.
Wow, it's getting late. Thanks for being here, man.
Wow. Well, no, it's 12. It's like noon. 12:19.
Or noon. Oh, there we go.
Come on.
There we
Yeah,
go.
no, Ryan. Australia is 3 hours or an hour, 2 hours ahead. What are you doing? What are you doing, Ryan?
My math is
What are you
horrible.
doing,
I'm
Ryan?
sorry, guys. It's getting late over here on the East Coast too.
Thank you, Grant.
Says the guy
Grant,
with not twins and has to be up in the morning to work. Like
all that
you do.
matters right now is Grant is my favorite Australian, and I've met Hugh Jackman. So,
I did too. I actually met him 2 weeks ago. I'm working at Music Man on Broadway.
that was
he's
a
doing
lie.
the
I've never
same
met Hugh
thing. He hands out lottery tickets to
On
employees
Fridays?
at the theater. Yep.
On Fridays?
Sundays now. Sundays now.
Amazing. What a cool dude.
Yeah.
What a cool dude.
He's an awesome dude. Wow, that we got off track there.
I don't even remember where we were. I'm just so happy to know what time it is in Australia.
Yep. The biggest mystery of this episode has been solved. We're done. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Good night to
let's I guess, Andrew, because again, man, I don't want to keep you too long. Again.
Oh no. So let me see
gracious
if
for your time.
I have any.
What questions do you have?
I guess so. We know that he died of a stroke, and she mentions a stroke earlier on in the movie, but the line kind of like went over my head. Was there ever an implication that she predicted his death?
I don't believe so, but we do
Okay.
see in the film that Barney Hill is constantly thinking about his mortality.
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, this has to do with he was depressed after this event happened. He had these thoughts of like a nuclear fallout from the Cold War happening. He thinks he's going to have a stroke because it runs in the family. And he, as we find out at the end of the film, was right. He died at the age of 46, unfortunately, of a stroke. Died in 1969. And then, I mean, look at this portrait of Betty. I mean, 85 years old she lived to.
Yeah,
she was still smoking that cigarette, dying of lung cancer, which she would eventually die of. In 2004. It is.
Awful.
It is. But I mean, dude, until her dying day, she stuck to this story, which is interesting. It's interesting.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't have as many questions as I thought. Like the tapes kind of make me feel one way, but I also like, people, was there anybody in particular that publicly like came out to rebuke this? Anybody of that time? Yeah.
Now you have Carl Sagan famously tried to debunk the star map at one point. I believe that's something people would have to look up on YouTube. He sort of had an explanation for that, but also there was another famous skeptic at the time named Philip Klass who didn't believe any UFO sightings were legitimate and everyone was crazy and kooks and stuff like that. So he obviously would hop to these abduction cases and be like, see, these are the psychopaths or these are the crazy people making this stuff up.
Right.
But yeah, there was a lot of detractors, as there should be. But one thing I do want to mention, actually, I totally forgot about this, and we got a small part of it in the movie. Benjamin Simon, the psychiatrist, he meets. This is hilarious. He's at like a beach with a dude
I
in
love
full
that scene.
uniform
Yeah,
from the
yeah,
U.S.
yeah,
Air
yeah, yeah,
Force.
yeah. I loved that scene.
That
was
was
great.
hilarious.
He
It
was
was a
like, "Well,
good
I need
scene,
some
though.
information." It was good, but it was just kind of. It was. You're right. It's like I called my old buddy from the high-ranking member of the Air Force to just tell me if this could have possibly been a UFO. I liked. I liked seeing the psychiatrist like kind of do his due diligence. I was like, he's just kind of like,
Well, and you mentioned this. This film is not out to convince you this happened and this was aliens.
Not at
They
all,
actually did
which
the
I was,
opposite, which I
which was
really
really,
appreciated.
yeah, it was really refreshing because there's
Yeah.
even with the way that they present it, which I do think has a heavy bias towards it being some sort of hallucination or something.
Mm-hmm.
They are still the things that they are presenting are still terrifying, and they are still like, you want to believe, because Estelle Parsons is a wonderful actor, you do want to believe this woman. Like that's as I think can be the hard thing with a lot of this kind of stuff. You want to believe them,
Exactly. As the famous X-Files poster says.
Yeah. So here's a question for you. Were there, because I thought the book was an interesting detail, but then now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's not as like unique as I took it as. But were there, if this was the first, were there like copycats? Were there people who like basically kind of said like almost the same thing happened to them?
Wow, what a great question. Yeah, I mean, this was like the OG story.
Sure.
So you start hearing after this happens and this comes forward, dozens and dozens of people claiming the same thing. We saw the same beings, the same thing happened. We were kidnapped and brought on the craft. So again, chicken and egg scenario. Are these people
Right.
telling the truth, or who was inspired by what? And I should mention, Andrew, and this is going to piss a lot of people off, but Betty Hill did have a history of being interested in UFOs prior to this incident.
What? Oh, that blows the whole that.
I had to put you full screen for that.
Of course she knows how to draw a friggin' star map then. What? How interesting.
Well, I wouldn't go.
Well,
I wouldn't
okay,
go
so
that
how
far.
interesting.
I can't draw an effing star map, and I've been studying UFOs for half my life.
Whose fault is that, Ryan?
My parents, Doug Sprague, who's in the chat, didn't sign me up for
kids today.
Star Map 101.
No work ethic. If it was 1961, you would have been drawing star maps all over the place.
We have to acknowledge that she did have an interest in it.
I will say, I would need more detail on that. Otherwise, I would strike it. That is something I would need to know. Like, look, anybody could be interested in something, but is this something that, like? That being said, my threshold is very low. Like, if she's read like one book, everything is disqualified.
I understand that, and again, but at the same time, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Like, you can have an interest in this topic and still have a legitimate experience. A lot of people could argue that too, but
absolutely. And
but it doesn't help. It does not help the situation.
It doesn't. And I would be sooner to dismiss it now than I would then. And the reason I would say that is because now I feel like it is more, our pop culture has been more saturated with UFO stories and UFO things, like it's harder to not Doug. But
Doug.
It's harder to not know what a UFO is at this point. So I would almost that's where I would have to be like, there you go. Okay. Fair, Robert.
That's fair, Robert. Also, sorry, Andrew. I just wanted to say thank you to Mark for the super sticker, man. Thanks for being here.
Yeah,
he's
thanks,
a huge
Mark.
supporter of the show.
Oh, thanks, Mark. So, oh shoot, I totally lost my train of thought there.
Just this kind of preconceived interest in UFO.
So I think, but I think back then, especially for it being them to be so few and far between, it's almost like, oh, I'm going to break new ground here. Like, we're going to get attention this way. Well, no, and I'm sorry, I don't want to say that, because I do think these people went through something genuinely horrible. I do really believe that something bad happened to them.
Yeah.
I just don't think it was UFO related, but I do.
Okay.
I do believe that something. It's there. Like, for what it's worth, I do believe they went through something horrific.
Totally understandable.
Oh, is that
you
on
know,
the actual highway where it happened?
Yes, that's where it happened. They
Oof,
have this
man.
marker there that you can go see. They're very proud of
Sure.
this event, as many
Sure.
small towns are of UFO events. You know, Roswell has a festival every year. Flatwoods Monster in West Virginia. Hopkinsville Goblins, which I think you and I talked about at one point.
Yeah.
They've got like a little marker
Oh, yeah,
for
that's
that.
right. Yeah.
This can make a town, these events. So
Yeah, sure.
of course they're going to embrace it. You know, if it brings people in and brings tourists in, all the power to them. I
Yeah.
think it's great to do something like that. A lot of people think it's exploitation, but hey, you know,
Like,
we live in a capitalist society. That's all I'm
yeah,
going to say.
yeah. Oof.
Yeah. Let's see. Grays are not chill. Someone said, "Yeah, they are not. They are the
Nah, they
the
are
scary aliens."
Grays are sus, if anything.
I love this. Steven says, "If I get abducted when I wake up, I'm going to say I'm from Detroit. Give me the keys, and no one gets hurt." Gonna land the ship on Ryan's lawn.
All right,
Steven,
good.
thanks, man.
Good luck finding a lawn in New York City.
Yeah.
Queens, you might have a little bit more luck.
Not as much as you would think, but yeah. Let's see. What is this comment here? Skinwalker Ranch dressing. I really want to see a parody of people being interviewed and looking crazy for regular daily experiences. He was outside my house touching things. Insert blurry photo of guy turning off the gas.
Like Skinwalker Ranch dressing. Just as one pro tip. When you get a pitch that hot, man, you keep it to yourself. You don't put.
You
that
got
out
it. I
there.
know. I'm
You
stealing.
don't put that. You go make that. You go make that.
You're talking to two
Skinwalker
writers
Ranch.
here. Our job is to steal.
Whoa. Ryan is not speaking for me on that one.
Oh no. I'm just kidding. It is not. It's not, guys. We don't steal. We don't steal.
Oh,
We
God.
borrow, and we are inspired by. What else do I have here? Oh, I met Kathleen Martin at a UFO event,
nice.
actually. Yeah, I got a
Okay.
little photo of me here with her and Dr. Lynn Katai as well. She's another woman in the UFO field who saw the Phoenix Lights incident, Andrew. I don't know if you're familiar with that case
I
back
am
in
not.
97 or 96. One of those 2 years, 97, I believe. She took some crazy video of a huge UFO event that happened that thousands of people saw. But yeah, I got to meet Kathleen Martin and talk to her all about her aunt and uncle in this case. And look, man, she believes it. She,
Sure.
of course, sticks by her family and has done a lot of investigation. So all the power to her.
Yeah, no, there's
for
something
doing
very
it.
noble about that. I can't
Yeah,
can't be mad
yeah.
at it.
Absolutely.
Oh.
I think really the only thing left to talk about, I guess, would be Project Blue Book, the official U.S. Air Force investigation unit, did look into this case. And
Interesting.
yeah, I think that's what that scene in the movie kind of represented.
Sure.
The one where the Air Force guy on the beach, where was that?
Yeah.
Talking to his buddy Benjamin Simon, that yes, the Air Force does look into UFOs, and there's a 5% that we can't explain and that we need to look further into. And this guy even says, we looked at the Betty and Barney Hill thing and we can't explain it. We can't come up with a conventional explanation. But what I found really interesting, this was not in the movie. The U.S. Air Force did track a UFO on radar the same night that this event happened. In the same exact location where they said this
Whoa.
event happened. Tracked on radar.
Whoa.
That's a mic drop, I think, in terms of convincing evidence that something happened. There was at least a UFO there. And we
Huh.
have to remember, Betty and Barney Hill only remembered having seen something in the sky.
Well, I
originally.
think somebody said, and I think somebody said in the chat they remember the abduction, but not the UFO, or like being on the UFO, but not like seeing it or anything like that.
I think it was actually the opposite. They did
Oh.
remember seeing the UFO. They did not remember the abductions
maybe I
until
read it
after
wrong.
hypnosis.
Sure.
I'm wrong.
No, I said maybe I probably read it wrong then. is
Oh,
what I
okay.
said. Yeah,
I
no,
don't
I'm
know.
wrong.
Someone correct us in the chat. But either way, there
I
was
know.
a UFO
I think
tracking
that's
related. And
That's
again, like,
interesting.
did
How did-
Betty and
how-
Johnny Hill somehow know about that? And then they were like, oh, we can use this to our advantage to create this, concoct this story. There was a UFO.
Or-
There's documentation. I don't know.
Or, and allow me to play devil's advocate to my side a little bit right now. When did the Air Force reveal that they spotted a UFO that night?
I don't know. I apologize.
I would
don't know.
no, it's okay. It's okay. I would just love to know when that happened, because if I was a government agency that was trying to keep people focused on stuff like that, corroborating a story like that every now and then might keep people invested and keep it, because it's like it's big. They're not saying they didn't say anything directly. They don't have to claim like responsibility for it or anything. It's almost like the perfect kind of like
right
tugging along, like, or like a little poke, just like, oh, what a coincidence! Like they had this very part that was publicized, and we just happened to I don't know. I think we may or may not have just absolutely spotted a UFO like in that same area that same night. That's crazy. Like, I don't know. Moving on. Like,
Good point. Hey, I mean, yeah, it could have been Russian. It could have been a Russian spy satellite. Could have been a top secret U.S. Aircraft. And when they heard that this interracial couple was going around telling people they were kidnapped by aliens, there's your cover story right there. That's going to keep people thinking all that stuff. And meanwhile, look this way while we do this on the other. I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't think about that.
It's also one of those things where I just
I'm trying to. I want to make sure I have this date. Yeah. Just to make it like very clear, like how fraught it was to be in an interracial marriage in 1961. The Loving v. Virginia case hadn't even happened yet. Like that's not until 1967. So interracial marriage was still like essentially outlawed in a lot of places. So like it's just not so it's just not great.
Yeah.
So
It's a good point.
But anyway, but again, that UFO stuff is mighty. That's a mighty big that's a lot.
Yeah, like there is some interesting evidence to this case, and a lot of people still turn to it as one of the most documented and credible cases. But there's a lot working against it too. I mean, like you said, a lot of what this sounds like was some sort of probably racially ignited assault on both of them in some way, shape, or form. Being dragged around, scuff marks on Barney's clothes, ripped dress on Betty, like, and not wanting to remember and this and that. Like, it makes sense.
Yeah,
it does. I'm not saying that's what happened. I don't want
No,
people
sure.
to think, that I'm immediately discounting this entire event. But these are the conversations that need to be had when it comes to something like this.
Yeah.
And one I think the movie actually approached in a very smart way.
Yeah.
I really respect them for doing that.
I will say I've been on this show quite a few times.
I don't think we've gotten, at least with me, too nitty gritty into like certain real cases or anything like that, aside from things based on movies here and there. This is one of, and I've known you for at least 10 years at this point now, I think. This is one of those cases. This is one of the first ones where I'm just like, you know what? I don't really have an answer either way.
Yeah.
I know what I believe, but I don't, it's pretty wild. It's something that it's like really interesting, and especially like I don't know. This is one of those first times where I'm like,
yeah, good. That's all I could ask of you, man,
all
is
I got.
to keep
That's
an
all I
open
got.
mind.
Yeah,
Again,
absolutely.
I love having you on the show because you are willing to hear me out and willing to like hear what people
Always.
see and experience and
'Cause
think maybe it's possible. But
And
we have to look at all the other explanations first.
Yeah, and at the very least, even if I don't think that something was possible, I get like there's often a lot of very human, emotional stories attached to these things. There's a lot. That's why one of the many things that I love about your perspective, and that's one of the reasons that I like your work and like your investigations your investigations into these type of phenomena, is that you're going for a human perspective. I said at the top too, like it's just that's the interesting part to me. And that I think what I love about this particular story is we still have that human aspect, and that makes me not more susceptible to like the UFOs, but like it makes me, like I said, I think it makes me want to believe them a little bit more.
Yeah, right.
So
I completely understand that. Again, I think, this movie did such a good job of humanizing these characters, and that really has to do with the actors. These were, for a TV movie, these were top-notch performances.
Yeah.
They did their homework. They invested all of themselves into doing this accurately for the real Betty and Barney Hill. No matter what James Earl Jones or Estelle Parsons think of the case, they went into this movie saying, we need to tell the story according to what they believe, and that's your job as an actor. Like, you are that person. You're not, you're faking it, but you're not faking it. You truly believe this happened to you, so you got to go into it that way. And I just think they did, oh God, such an incredible job. I have to really praise the director, the writers, and the actors on this. This was my first time seeing the movie, actually. Having never watched it before, as soon as I thought about it, I was like, I got to get Andrew in on this. I got to see what he thinks of this. A, as a movie, and B, as a credible UFO case. Credible being a very flexible word, but
hey, no, look, again, I think this is. I would recommend this movie. I would recommend this case. I think there's just a lot. There's a lot to it that I think is really interesting.
Yeah, we only unpacked a short amount of it. But
Sure.
Listen, my man, we're gonna wrap things up very shortly. Now I Am Become Death said, Andrew, if there's a case you really want to look into, it's the Ariel school incident. Andrew, I'm gonna have the director of this new documentary coming on the show in a couple weeks. This was a case in Rua, Zimbabwe in '94, where 62 school children witnessed a UFO land on their school ground. Beings come out and try to communicate with the children, get back in their craft, disappear. I've spoken to several of the witnesses to this event. As adults, they stick to this story. It's incredible. And we're finally, after like a decade of waiting for this documentary to come out, we're finally getting it in the next week or so. So I would love to have you watch that and come back on and talk about that. But again, there's so many cases out there that people don't know about, that don't really think about the UFO topic, that I really just want to be like, look at this and tell me something didn't happen. Something. Right. And I think that's true about the Betty and Barney Hill case as well.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, hey, my man, before we go, I have to ask you, as a screenwriter, is there anything you can tease about projects you're working on, or maybe a little movie that someone is having made? I don't know if that's public yet, but yeah.
No, yeah, I think that's well, there. First of all, if there's anybody watching that's in New York City or is in New York City adjacent, this Wednesday at QED in Queens, and then this Friday at Duplex in off the Christopher Street stop of the 1 train. I work with.
You were getting so hyper local. It's
yeah. Like, it's just the easy, because I'm not sure what all the areas always get renamed all the time. I basically work with this theater company called Random Access Theater and they do a series called The Drunk Texts, which is where we take classical texts or current texts made classical, and we translate, and we have some drinks, play some drinking games, and do a staged reading of them. And I've adapted several movies for them, where I did Ghostbusters and Halloween, and also A New Hope, and now Empire Strikes Back. And New Hope and Empire Strikes Back are both going up this week. May 4th is at QED in Queens. at 11:30 p.m. That one I will not be in attendance. But the Friday one, if you come to see Empire Strikes Back at the Duplex, I will be playing Han Solo, and you do get to see me in a wig. And come on by. I Am Become Death. They're fun shows. We play drinking games, and I'll be playing Han Solo for the Empire Strikes Back one. Called The Empire Doth Protest.
Nice.
So there's that. There's I didn't even tell you about this, but there's no, I won't say that one because it's not confirmed yet. And then we'll talk about it later. But I have a short film that'll hopefully be dropping this year called Pay the Tithe, which is a horror short that I'm very excited about. We're heavy into post-production right now. I got to hear some of the first bits of the score yesterday, which was done by a good friend of Ryan and I's, and very, very excited. I'm excited for everybody to see it. I'm excited for just all the work. Anybody I have had involved on the short so far has just brought every bit of themselves and every bit of their A game to it, and just so much passion and hard work and creativity, and it's going to make it even better than I could have imagined. So it's very exciting. And I wrote and directed it, so it's a nice little passion project.
Amazing. I did get to see a rough cut, and man, I'm not just saying it because you're my friend and my colleague, but I was blown away by what I saw. So I can't wait to see the final product. We'll have to get you back on to talk about it because it dives into some of the realms we cover here on the show. A little bit of supernatural, maybe. We won't go too much into the
personality kind of stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely. So we'll definitely talk about that.
Awesome.
Ooh, yes. Now I Become Death says sounds interesting being a fan of horror. So you got a new fan.
Hey, thanks, man. You can follow me on the tweeters at Sanford minus Sun, right underneath there. Also the
there we
go. Yeah. And my Instagram is Half White Son of a Black Man, which was the name of a pod for a while. So if you want to, if anybody, Ryan was on that quite a few times on that podcast, and several of the times were to come on and talk about horror movies with me. So if you want to hear me and Ryan, I think you could fill up a solid 24 hours if you went and found all the times Ryan and I have talked about movies via podcasts. So we should
do a megasode where we just put them all together. That'd be pretty fun. Okay. No, that was such a fun time. So definitely I suggest people go check out Half White Son of a Black Man archives.
Shocktober episodes.
Yeah,
you can listen to the other stuff too, but if you're looking for the movie conversations, it's on Stitcher too, which I'm always have. They have and I only say that because if you have Stitcher, they have a really good search engine, so you can
find it easy
to find stuff. Yeah,
for sure, man. God bless Stitcher. I'm glad they're still going strong in the age of Spotify.
Hey, man, they get my money.
Apple.
Stitcher gets my money.
They're great. And they host our show as well. So thank you.
That's where I get the show.
Somewhere in the Stitcher. Love it. All right, my man. Well, hey, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to talk shop a little bit with the crowd here, but I do want to thank you for taking time out of your crazy, hectic life, both as an artist and as a father and a husband. And please give my family your best, and we will definitely talk soon.
Doug, you got my best there? Thank you, Doug. You said give my family your best, which I'm doing if Doug is still in the chat. Or you said it doesn't matter. Anyway, buddy, I love you so much.
Your family.
Yep, yeah. Thank you. That was a dumb, what an awful note to go out. I could have said nothing. I could have completely.
Who are you, George Costanza?
Jesus. Come on. Anyway, what a ruin. Nobody has to follow me. I just ruined everything. I love you, bud. I'll talk to you soon.
Love you too, my man. We will talk soon. Have a great night.
Thank you, everybody, for coming and joining and listening and fun stuff. Yeah.
All right. Thanks. There he is, guys. Andrew Sanford, one of my best friends here in New York City. We've seen and done a lot of things, and it's so amazing that we can still connect, in our adult lives and do stuff like this. The podcast is just an excuse to catch up with my buddies here in New York. So thank you to Andrew for taking time to do that tonight. We really appreciate it. My best to your family, Douglas Brooks says. Steven says, thank you for the review. Thank you guys for checking this out tonight. If you haven't, you can watch the UFO incident from 1975 right on YouTube. Just type in the UFO incident 1975 and it should pop up. I know that's how Andrew and I watched it. And let us know what you think. Put your comments below on this video about what you thought of the movie, what you thought they did a good job with, maybe not so much with, and yeah, what you think of the Betty and Barney Hill case. Now, I know we touched on some controversial aspects tonight, and you know, the idea that maybe this isn't all it seems to be or appears to be, but hey, it's an open case, as every UFO case usually is. So yeah, I'm glad we got to dissect that tonight. I'm glad that you guys got to hang out with us and do that. But before we go, I do want to talk a little about this. This was a comic book called Blue Book, based on the Project Blue Book files and other UFO incidents. And we actually had Michael Oyming, the artist of this comic book about the Betty and Barney Hill incident, on the show. So if you go back into the archives, you should be able to find that episode with Michael Oyming, where we talk all about the Betty and Barney Hill incident and what inspired him to make this comic book series with a few other friends and colleagues of his. And you can find it at readbluebook.com. The entire Betty and Barney Hill volume is done and out to the public. So go to readbluebook.com. It's a gorgeous comic book. And I know I just talked to Michael. They're working on the next case. And they actually reached out to me to help consult on the next volume. So I'm super excited and honored about that too. But yeah, definitely check out this comic. They did such an incredible job with researching it and really conveying what Betty and Barney Hill went through, just like the movie The UFO Incident did as well. Titus and Layla are listening. Douglas Sprague says, those are my dogs, my family dogs back home. Please give them my best, Dad. Mick Gray says, you kicking in NYC, brah? Yes, I live in NYC, actually. So yeah, that's how Andrew and I met here in New York City in the theater world. And we've just become such good friends since then. So much that he comes on this show as a skeptic and takes everyone's hits. So I love him for that as well. Comics are dope. I agree. And last but not least, we have a new episode premiering in just a couple hours, guys, of Somewhere in the Skies. It is another volume of Witness Accounts, volume 19. We're almost up to 20 volumes of witness accounts. And if you're not familiar with the podcast, this is a series that I do where I'm not even in these episodes. This is you listeners and viewers of Somewhere in the Skies come on and tell your UFO stories. And we had a really interesting collection of different stories for this volume that you're going to hear tomorrow. It is available right now in early edition for Patreon subscribers. So if you do want to become a Patreon member, you can do that at patreon.com/somewhereskies. And with that, you get early editions of the podcast. You get bonus content and a lot of other cool stuff. We're going to do Patreon hangouts where we just hop on and talk to one another all about UFOs. But yes, new episode premiering tonight or this morning, wherever you are in the world, of Witness Accounts. We go to outside of London to hear an incredible story of a UFO. We go to the Highlands of Scotland to hear several different UFO stories from a gentleman in Scotland. And all across the United States as well. We're going to hear stories of spherical objects following fighter jets. And what else? We got a really interesting triangular UFO sighting that two brothers had in their home in, I believe it was Texas. So yeah, very powerful episode. I hope you will check it out. You can get the podcast wherever you get podcasts. And speaking of that, please, if you haven't, rate and review the show wherever you get podcasts. I know Spotify now has a rating system, so you can rate it on there. Apple Podcasts is still the biggest platform to find podcasts and support independent podcasters like myself. So please go to Apple and give it a 5-star rating, a review, or give it an honest rating and review. I don't care. But yeah, please just head on over to one of those avenues and do that. It truly, truly does help the show. Other than that, let me see what we have here in the chat before we get out of here. Steven says they need to turn the splash page into a poster. Absolutely. He's talking about the Project Blue Book comic book. It's so good. So good. Let's see. Mark says, forgot to mention how much I like my Tic Tac Attack and Foo Fighter shirts I ordered from your store. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, my man. I'll show it one more time. Oh, we've got right here this incredible mug. I'll go full screen for this. The Tic Tac Attack mug by Ben Scarborough is in the shop as well. I know it's a little blurry. So yeah, I got some really, really cool designs in the store. I think I just released a new one, actually, maybe a week or so ago. So you can check that out as well. It's a really cool blacked out document, redacted document, as many of the UFO documents are that come out of the government. So yeah, you can check that out in the store now. We have sales all the time. So yeah, you can check those out. I think t-shirts are usually 35% off when the sales do happen. So go to tpublic.com. You can check out all our merch and help support the show in style. Let's see. Oh, Mark says, and your coffee blend. Mark, you're like my publicist, man. You're repping all of my merch tonight. Yes, I do have a coffee as well, the Somewhere in the Skies coffee, which is available through blacktrianglecoffee.com. So go check them out as well. Amazing roaster out of Arizona. And yeah, let me know what you think of the Somewhere in the Skies coffee. Let's see. Robert says, great show. Thank you. Cool merch. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the super chats and super stickers tonight as well. I really appreciate that, guys. Any support for the show goes right back in to the show as well to keep it going and keep it running. There's so many unforeseen costs that go with doing a free show every week. So that's what the Patreon and our merch store and all that stuff is for as well. So yeah, if you haven't, click like on this video, subscribe, do all that. I'm done talking shop and promoting. That's all I got. So thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight to explore the Betty and Barney Hill incident. We will go into it further in depth in the future, maybe do a full episode on it, and finally just cover this case in the way it truly deserves. But again, thank you to our guest, Andrew Sanford, for tonight. Thank you to all of you for being here. And with that, I'm going to give you our little Patreon promo here and say goodnight. So thank you, guys. Keep your feet on the ground, but never stop searching somewhere in the skies. Take care.
Somewhere in the Skies is part of the Somewhere podcast universe. Please take a moment to rate, review, and subscribe on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. To learn more about all of our shows, visit thespu.com.
What is up, guys, and welcome to a very special Halloween edition of Somewhere in the Live Stream, where we are going to break down the movie No One Will Save You tonight. Tonight, I say, here in the UK, it's 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard for my guests today. So how they are reviewing a horror movie at 1:30 in the afternoon is beyond me, but I thank them immensely for doing that. I thank all of you for being here, whether you're on the West Coast, East Coast, UK, wherever you are, Australia. Welcome. We're going to be taking your comments tonight, guys, getting your thoughts and opinions on No One Will Save You, this kind of sleeper movie that came out of nowhere and has become kind of a cult classic for us here in the UFO field very quickly. But before we even get to the movie, I'm going to bring in our guests for today. You know them well. They do our movie reviews here every year here at Somewhere in the Skies and Somewhere in the Live Stream. And that is my actor and filmmaker friends, Nick Westermeyer and Andrew Sanford. So let's bring them in. Gentlemen, what is going on?
Ryan, you only see my hat? That's
yes, I can.
All right, and the fighting nun behind me. She'll make
I
it.
love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Man.
This is from my sister-in-law. She gets me.
Oh my gosh, that thing is a little scary. I'm not gonna lie.
It is. It's pretty terrifying.
The face looks extremely hyper real.
Yeah. Oh, she's ready.
Bringing back really bad flashbacks of all my education.
Yeah, dude. I don't know about you guys, but our nuns at my Catholic school, they were a little a little punitive when it came
Don't
to
say it too loud,
wearing
they'll find
hats in school. Yeah, I know.
I'll find you, Ryan.
I didn't go. I went to a public school, but I did attend CCD on Sundays until I got my confirmation, and I primarily remember having a teacher that got really mad when somebody questioned George W. Bush. I don't even know how he got brought up, but yeah. So that's what I learned about the Bible.
Wow, love it. The name I didn't think would come up in this conversation, but it did.
I'm only going to talk about Bush for the rest of the podcast.
Fair enough.
That's
Fair
the
enough.
plan. Yeah.
There are some. Let's be fair. There are some religious undertones in this movie, which I think we can maybe touch on. Little bit of allegory, maybe. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Before we get to the movie, did you guys know about this? Like, had you heard anything about this movie coming out prior to me being like, "Hey, there's a new alien abduction movie out. I would love to know what you two think as filmmakers, as actors, as writers." And before I threw this pretty impromptu review session together, did you know anything about No One Will Save You?
No, you go ahead, Nick, because now I have to check it.
I knew it was out only because I have another filmmaker friend of mine who's doing kind of like we used to do like a Shocktober thing, but he just watches a bunch of horror movies and then posts just his review on them. And so this is one of the first ones he did. Where he was like, "Oh, I really liked it." So that's the only reason why I had known about it. And then you started watching it probably like 2 or 3 days after that. So it had been on my radar because of that. But otherwise, no. I'm also admittedly a little behind on my scary movie watching.
That's fair. That's fair.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Fueling me anymore.
I work for a pop culture / politics / a little bit of everything website called pajiba.com. PAJIBA. And so I had seen the trailer for this ahead of time, and was really new. It was one of those things where actually I think I didn't see the trailer. What I think happened is I saw people start to talk about this about a month ago when the trailer came out. And I was like, ooh, interesting. And then I remember seeing that there was kind of an overwhelmingly positive response for it. Mm-hmm. And if something like that happens, I will stop watching trailers or looking up things or anything like that and kind of just take the movie as is. Sometimes that'll happen too if there's an overwhelmingly negative response to something. But when there's kind of no like middle of the road and like I'm not interested, I try to like cut myself off. So this one I did that for, and then I think it's funny. I think I might have watched it the day you texted us about this last. So it's, yeah. So I was I was ready to go.
Well, and I mean, let's just say it up front here. We're looking at like an 82% certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes right now. It's pretty damn for a movie like this that had no fanfare, really, no real true marketing, came out on a streaming platform, which is something I want to talk to you guys about. And yeah, just kind of really came out of nowhere. And again, whenever these alien abduction movies come out, and I know we covered, I think maybe 2 years ago, the found footage film, alien abduction found footage films that we watched. Very scary, very, some of them brutal, which is this film as well. But whenever they come out, I think us in the UFO field are like, oh no, it's just going to be another big Hollywood horror movie where the aliens are hunting people down and it's going to be torture. And when in reality, a lot of the abduction cases that have been on record as, you know, quote unquote credible and whatnot, aren't like this. They're not terrifying. They're not like Fire in the Sky or stuff like that. Or like this movie. So when this came out, I think all of us were immediately a little on the defensive. And then I watched it and oh my God, like this, I again, I know I'm kind of putting the cart before the horse, but I was thoroughly impressed by this, not from a UFO researcher standpoint, but as a film enthusiast, as someone who hopes to and inspires to create films like this someday. Yeah, really blew me away. So that's kind of my cart before the horse. But let's not do that. Let's start from the beginning, right? Let's get the old stream, or excuse me, the old
great poster.
What do
Great
they call that?
poster.
Slideshow. Yeah, right.
Yeah, there you go.
Very good initial marketing, I think. But like I said, this came out on Hulu, and not everyone has Hulu. And this film, in my personal opinion, I think needed to be seen on a big screen.
See, I disagree. I think Hulu is the right place for it. As you were saying all that, I think that anyway, I think that a streaming platform for a movie like this was the right venue for it.
Oh, okay.
Which I can talk about as we get into the movie, why I feel that way.
Okay.
From like a movie going perspective.
Cool. Yes.
Yeah, I think I kind of fall somewhere in between on that as well, because I also would have loved to see it on a big screen, similar to Prey, which was also put on Hulu last year. That also has a singular female lead fighting against monsters from space. So Hulu has clearly found their niche. But
good point.
I do think that there is a chance that it wouldn't have reached as many people if it wasn't on a streaming service initially. I don't know how this would have done in theaters.
I think, like, dovetailing off that, like what Andrew said, especially with Prey, like, I would agree with Prey. Like, Prey, I would have loved to have gone and seen in the theaters, but Prey still felt, maybe because it's Predator, maybe because it's this very, like, marketable, known franchise, like, that, it feels more big budget to me in that way. It feels more like I'm watching a Hollywood commercial movie. I know they did a ton of risks and different stuff, but, like, because it's the Predator, this movie to me takes a lot of, like, indie risks, does a lot of underlying risky filmmaking things that I think being not on a big screen, being on a streaming service, allows it that opportunity, because you don't have to cater to, like, bring in as much money, right? It's not looking for revenue in the same way. And so they can do a lot of stuff, which I'll talk about with that actress. I think for her, especially, who I think is great. It being a streaming service movie allows it to take these chances a little bit more, which is what I like.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
it does make sense in a very depressingly accurate way.
I know, totally.
Because there used to be a point where studios would take risks on stuff like this in theaters, and it could probably surprise them. But I thank you, Nick, for being our studio representative and accurately saying that this wouldn't have made enough money. So
it's true.
Look, I think about a movie like Insidious, right? Which was made on, like, a really small budget, but made, like, tons of money. And at the time, I think it was a pretty risky studio movie, right? But you still had, like, Patrick Wilson. You still had, like, some names, and I'm forgetting her name at the moment. And, like, I know her from both
Rose Byrne. I would argue neither of them were very big names with that movie.
Really? Patrick Wilson
at the time?
Yeah.
Patrick Wilson, what had he done? He had done The Conjuring.
Conjuring wasn't out before Insidious. Insidious was before that.
Insidious was before The Conjuring?
I think as far as, like, bigger things are concerned, Patrick Wilson had done, like, Watchmen.
Yeah.
Had he done? The real question is, had he done Phantom of the Opera yet?
Yes,
he had.
Okay.
So he had.
And he'd done Angels of America, and then
I remember specifically for Watchmen, Zack Snyder went about casting that movie with actors that were, like, actors, like not really named people for the most part. Like, you had Jackie Earle Haley in there, but even he was still kind of like a longtime character actor. But it also. Insidious, produced by James Wan, written by Lee Wannell. I just don't think that one in particular was as much of a risk, if that makes sense.
I get totally. It didn't do as many risky things as this did as a film.
Yeah,
sure.
I think what we're all trying to get at is that, like, there were no big names in this.
Just
writing wise, director wise, acting wise. But Caitlin Dever, who we'll get to, our main protagonist, had a very, very challenging mission in this movie, which we will get to. It's pretty much the one thing everyone's really talking about with this movie. But let's give I'm going to give a little plot synopsis before we start really digging in. No One Will Save You. This came out, just about a month ago at this point on Hulu. Yeah. This introduces Bryn Adams, a creative and talented young woman who's been alienated from her community. Lonely but ever hopeful, Bryn finds solace within the walls of the home where she grew up until she's awakened one night by strange noises from decidedly unearthly intruders. What follows is an action-packed face-off between Bryn and a host of extraterrestrial beings who threaten her future while forcing her to deal with her past. I love that. That's a very clean, concise thing. Yeah. This was written and directed by Brian Duffield, who is known for Love and Monsters, Underwater, which is the only one of his I've seen, and The Babysitter. Were you guys familiar with this guy's movies at all?
I know The Babysitter. That's the only one that I've seen, but that movie is phenomenal.
Okay.
I have seen Babysitter and Underwater and did not particularly care for either film. Oh. But I do think that Underwater was less him. I remember the spoilers for I won't get into spoilers for Underwater, but I remember very specifically that movie felt like something that it was changed in post. That wasn't what it was originally. All of a sudden there's this like Lovecraft angle that almost by the director's own admission is kind of like forced in after they filmed the movie. And this is, I will only say this because I'm about to say that I absolutely loved No One Will Save You. And I'm a big horror comedy fan. There were some elements of The Babysitter that I found to be very racist. So that was a little bit harder.
That's fair. That's fair.
And it's kind of one of those tough things that just happens when you're doing comedy. But at the end, Ed, he didn't direct that either. You know what I mean? I think what we're seeing now, I'd heard Love and Monsters is pretty fantastic. And sometimes when you write a script, especially for Netflix, which Babysitter was written for, it's handed off to somebody else and you're probably not involved in the slightest, right? Yeah. So with No One Will Save You, and I've also heard Love and Monsters is very good. It was kind of like a surprise hit. I think it's nice to see this guy just really fully control of what he is doing. I like this. This movie has a kind of confidence that I think personally those other two movies do not have. And he's done a lot of work too. He's a really smart guy. He's really funny. And I don't think the other stuff was his fault. So I was very excited to watch this movie and just kind of enjoy it.
It's so hard when you see written and directed by, because you're immediately like, okay, well, what could this have been? How could this movie have done if it was seen through the vision of someone other than the writer? You know, so I always think it's very risky when someone writes and directs their own film. But I think you're right, Andrew. I think with this one, this was him in complete control of the story he set out to tell with not a ton of studio backing. You had 20th Century Fox, obviously, but we're not talking, you know, this control like Netflix has over sorts of things like that, or huge Hollywood studios. They kind of just let him make his movie, which 20th Century Fox is pretty well known for doing. It's kind of letting their creatives go off and do what they want to do, at least in the history of the stuff I've seen from them.
Well, and that's the whole point. We'd come back earlier about like where the medium, where we get to watch it, right? And I think that's where like streaming is lucky, because again, you can be like, all right, fine, go make this. And listen, if he makes this movie and it doesn't do well, and you're like, it kind of sucked, then it lives forever floating on Hulu with a small audience that maybe really likes it. Like they're I mean, I know there's always, but their risk reward ratio.
Maybe it lives forever. maybe. But
like the risk reward is so.
Go watch Willow, the TV show.
Oh God, don't hurt me that way. Why would you hurt me that way?
Which is also Disney, by the way.
Oh, don't.
Which is also what 20th Century Studios is. I'm just saying.
Why would you took dagger? And you know why? Because I never got to finish it. I was like 3 episodes away from finishing it and didn't get it done. Anyway,
well, welcome to Willow.
Willow
Tower. Yeah, Willow Memorial here.
So one thing, can I?
Go ahead, Nick.
This doesn't matter about the storytelling. I loved the costumes in this. Her costuming in this film, I just loved. Like she came out and I was like, "That's cute. She looks cute." Like whoever the costume designers did a really great job with her. Because one of the things about this actress that I like is she's one of those actresses who's going to look way younger than roles she plays for a very long time. Because she still looks like a teenager, and I know she's in her 20s in this because of something I'll bring up later, which made me feel old. But I thought the costumer did such a great job at like tying her aesthetic into the house that she lives in, like making the way that she dresses and the house were all, to me, characters in this film. And I thought that was fantastic. And that's like a huge kudos to that design team. And I really, maybe it's because I'm teaching design right now in my class, but I just noticed that I'm like, she looks great. It aesthetically looks really good. It sets a clear vibe for who like she is or who she wants to be. And the costumes just popped, especially at the beginning and at the end, which I'm sure we'll talk about.
Yeah. I feel like the aesthetic really popped, like bookended in terms of like how the movie starts, how the movie ends. And yeah, it was so colorful. It was so rustic. It was so, it really served, I think, the beginning of the story, which is we don't really know who this girl is. We just know that she lives in this big sort of almost farmhouse, and she's very kind of what's the word I'm looking for?
Isolated,
eccentric. You know, she's got a dollhouse, so immediately you're kind of like, this is interesting. Where is this story going? Especially when you know inevitably what is going to happen.
Right. Well, and I think too, Nick, I actually think it does do some stuff storytelling wise, because they have to endear you to a character that we get details about very slowly throughout the film. Like they have to give you on somebody's side while also hiding why no one is on her side. Because I think if they revealed like kind of the twist earlier on, which I think they easily could have, and maybe a less confident filmmaker might have, it would have been hard to be on her side while she's getting chased. I think it's not the only reason you can. And look, there's also there's stuff that happened, like the big incident that necessitates her loneliness happens when she's like 12. And I think anybody would be like, well, clearly that was a mistake. But we're we're removed from the situation.
Yeah.
But it was a nice, they spent her, like she's dancing by herself.
Oh, and making the food. Like I love that moment.
It was all stuff that was very, you just kind of get on her side pretty quick, or at least I did. You just kind of, it makes you go like, oh, here's a fun, quirky person that's doing things alone. And, just a year and a half, 2 years ago, we were all doing a lot of similar things.
Yeah. That's such a good point, man.
And very cute yard. Her yard decoration on point. It's not old now, guys. This is where I'm at.
I think you guys bring up so many good points. We're thrust into the life of this young, lonely girl who's, writing letters that we're not really sure why or to whom. She has, as someone pointed out in the chat, a diorama of the town. It wasn't a dollhouse, excuse me. It was sort of this really cool diorama that she made. So clearly she's very creative. She's a seamstress as well. She makes a lot of her own clothes. These are clearly things that she does to fill her time and essentially fill these voids in her life of loneliness, as we will slowly find out why. Right. But let's kind of go there before we really even get to, the crux of the film. We see that she's having a lot of trouble stepping outside of this bubble, of this home, of this yard. And when she does, we get kind of our first glimpses of something's off. Like, I think she first sees it's the postman, maybe, or somebody.
She sees the postman, and then she sees a neighbor that just kind of like stares at her.
To mail the dress.
Yeah,
right. And you're immediately like, why are these people like so standoffish to her? What's going on here? And that was the first moment where I'm like, okay, something's up. I'm sure we will slowly learn why. And
I'm trying not to interrupt, but before she goes outside, because it's been, I think, about a week or more since I watched this, is that because we do see the letters but then she said something about like, or she read something about like, I thought it was my fault, or like I still feel like it was my fault.
Yes,
so I
that
had
is
kind of started. I assumed it had something to do with that, but it was still, again.
So just because I watched it last night, so you have that, and then also I think in that beginning, if I remember right, you see some of the pictures of her and her friend. So you get this illusion, and then she does the thing, which again, the acting work that she does in this, when she's doing all the stuff around her house, and she like practices smiling, like to be able to like get right. Like, you see her prepping to go into the town, and it's just like you can. I mean, those little things, like you were saying, Andrew, are such a nice setup for what's coming later on. I liked her so much. Like as we've gone, even before like the aliens, like I felt for this character so much. I got to the point in this movie where like I didn't care what happened. Like I got to that point too, where I was like, something bad happened, and if I don't find out, then I don't find out.
Right. Because I mean,
really well
at the front of this is a quote unquote like alien invasion movie, and I think that's kind of what even I went in wanting. Like I was, and they waste no time. Like I know
really
we've spent some good time setting up this character, but we spent more time than the movie did. I mean, these were very concise snippets of this girl's life before she is thrust into something literally unbelievable.
Which is great storytelling, because if you can do all that, I mean, it's really, especially with film, I think, Andrew, you can attest to this, like to do all that, like that's from the hallmarks of film, right? You can do all this storytelling really fast through pictures and moments, and to get an audience to connect to her and to relate to her and to root for her with spending very little fat on the bone, like really, did not waste a beat to get you to like the action that's happening, because it's really just her in this movie for the most part. I think that the director did a just great job at that. It's executed really, really well.
Let's get to it. So we see that she has a pretty routine life of kind of whatever, selling these dresses or whatnot on like Etsy or whatever. This is how she kind of makes her living. And then, she goes to bed one night, and this is where it all starts to happen. You get this kind of prototypical beginning of a alien abduction scenario. A craft of some sort appears over someone's home, or a light shows up in their yard, and then boom, we start to see shadow figures going past windows and whatnot. She starts hearing things in the home, some sort of intruder, and it was very, very well done. I mean, this is how a lot of these abduction scenarios basically begin. But again, the film really wastes no time with ambiguity. We're not going to see that this is like someone robbing her house. We're not going to see that this is like an animal that's snuck in. Almost immediately, we are shown that this is an alien. So what did you guys think of the first, I guess, reveal?
I was actually, and I was going to ask you about this as well, because I know you and I have talked about the image of grays specifically on here before, me being a little bit more of a layman when it comes to some of that stuff. And I thought it was a smart choice to go with something that is pretty universally recognizable as a design, and then kind of doing variations on that design. Because again, we don't have the time to be like, these are the Clarks from Revlon 7. Like, we don't have the time to get into their mission or any of that stuff. They need to be like, these are aliens and they're invading. So you go with the easiest kind of, easy being a relative term. The most recognizable design options, and then kind of play with that as the film goes on, which was very smart, I thought. And it does kind of, not that I think they weren't focused on that stuff, but they were like the important part of this movie. And I think the better genre movies are this way, is the story that it's telling about a woman dealing with a tragic accident in her past and dealing with kind of just being stuck that way. the alien stuff is secondary to a certain extent, at least as far as like what their main focus is. So because of that, I thought that was a very smart reveal. I thought it was still very scary because I thought they looked scary, and I just thought it's really it just kind of smacks you, like, you know what I mean? Like, like you said, it happens so quickly, and then you're just kind of off to the races. And then, I mean, as soon as we see one of these things for the first time, she kills one. So it's like,
yep, there we go.
Within minutes.
Which is like, I expected this to be one of those movies where they're hunting her throughout the entire film, and then finally she gets the comeuppance and escapes. But no, like almost immediately we see almost the I guess you could call it like the fallibility of this supposedly advanced race of aliens coming to abduct her or whatnot. She immediately takes a piece, like you said, Andrew, from like the diorama and stabs this thing straight up in the side of the head and essentially kills it. Does it die? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it dies.
Yeah, dead. It real dead.
Yeah.
It dead.
Yeah, you know, it's something that with the alien design too that I'm sure we'll touch on as we get more towards the end, but I like that they took a very recognizable design concept and then even in this first one then did like little things with it to make it unique. Yes. Like I thought the way it stood up on its appendages, like on its toes.
Oh man, what a great, holy shit, what a great shot.
Right, because it just, those little things that like make it off or make it off to us, right? Like it also allows you, I think, a little bit of leeway in the budget since you're doing a CGI alien. Like you make these little things that feel off so they can be a little less realistic, but like that movement work. The other thing I love that I thought was such a good choice along those same lines was the movement of the aliens themselves. That was very like almost in a different, would be a frame rate. Like they moved like a clock almost ticking. I thought like that unnatural movement, like almost out of time with her movement or our movements was such a great choice. Like it just makes it makes this humanoid thing, right, that we are used to seeing seem different in a way that like I don't know if it creeped me out, but it just was like it was just off-putting. You're like they're not. It isn't right. Like it's
know what?
Radically. Would you maybe say that they're alien?
Alien.
Hey. You know what that reminded me of? I'm so happy you brought that up. Like it seemed like the alien was almost at a different pace. It reminded me so much of that and I know he's controversial, but that Casey Affleck movie, the Ghost one, A Ghost Story, I believe it was called.
Ghost Story,
where they literally filmed Casey Affleck, who is the ghost. They filmed him at a different frame rate from the rest of the movie and then digitally inserted him into the scenes because they wanted to show that, you know, a non-entity, a non-human entity, even a ghost could be considered that, would not be moving in the same sort of space and time as we are, as we know it. And this reminded me so much of that when you saw the aliens moving like they traveled vast distances. They probably are able to sort of bend space and time to get here. So it is going to be a little different the way they move or interact with our environment. And
too,
that
like,
really stuck out to me.
Like they're not anatomy, like they're not flesh and bone in the same way. So like their bodies aren't going to work and mechanically work the way that like things on this earth do, which I thought was interesting as well. Like you don't know, are they bone, are they muscle, are they, because there's a lot of like turns, the way it turns itself is not anatomically how like we can turn. And I thought that just those little like details in the creature design or alien design were just real nice.
Let's touch on the sound for a minute. Not the dialogue, but the sound. I watched this with like my stereo headphones, and that is really the only reason I thought this needed to be seen in a theater. I would have loved to have seen this with like real big Dolby surround sound sort of feel, but it was the sound design, and I think I have the guy's name here. Sound design by Smokey Cloud. That's the sound designer's name. Smokey Cloud. At least he was the head of sound. Oh my god, I loved it. Everything from the score to just the house, the way she interacted with the house, and then like the sounds of the alien when it first shows up, and the creaking and the kind of grovelly, I wouldn't even know what to call it, like almost breathing that the alien did when it first arrived. And then when eventually she kills this first one, I mean, you feel that diorama piece going into its head, and you hear every single moment of that like penetration into its head and its last dying breaths. It was just so visceral. Ugh.
Yeah, with that, I think one reason that makes that so important, and we haven't talked about this, but might as well, like, there's also almost no dialogue in this movie. Does she speak? I mean, does she have more than...
There is. I think they said there's collective, like, three lines of dialogue. I have one of the lines here, which I think is the most important, but we'll get to that when we get to it.
But so,
let's go there.
Right, that's right. No, she talks.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say she talks. Yeah, she talks at a point when it's in her mind, essentially.
Yeah.
But like, there's no,
But I think that it reminded me a lot of what's the oh god, I'm forgetting his name. He's like the Netflix horror guy now, and he made the whole movie with the deaf person who's being
Mike Flanagan.
Flanagan.
Yes. So thinking of that movie too. So anytime you're doing something, I think when you have an actor who doesn't speak, or you're doing something that where you lose dialogue in a film, the sound, right, becomes another, just like the setting becomes a character in and of itself. So I think that like stuff like that, what sounds the aliens make, what sounds the house makes, what sounds she does make, like all that stuff becomes really important. So your sound designer, to me, the sound designer and your cameras are taking place of all that dialogue.
Right.
And because of that, I think it's got to be just perfect. Again, we talk about the aliens, like even when they move, the sound of their movements, right? That like creaky, like, I don't know, unearthly alien sound, as Andrew would say. All that stuff pops out at you because you're not listening, because you're not listening for anything said. And this designer did a great job at that. I mean, just there's so many good ambient sounds throughout the film. And then she, as the actress, like when she does create that dialogue, but sound, like just like her emoting through non-dialogue.
Her panting, her kind of small, like
all that
sort
all
of
that
breath intakes. Everything was just so spot on. I can't imagine the work, like the physical work that the director had to do with her, and just what she naturally brought to that role. When you show up for a movie and you see that you have no dialogue, I can't even imagine what she must have been thinking. I mean, either this is terrifying or this is like the role of a lifetime.
Yeah, and more likely than not, too, she is spending 80% of the movie, 70% of the movie reacting to a tennis ball on a stick, or like maybe somebody in a green suit if she's lucky. So it's a lot of enough can't be said about how much heavy lifting she does as well, just with her expressions. But it is, I think, all that is right, especially like there is so much needed to support the dialogue-less nature of the film, and I think every piece is holding it together really nicely.
Yeah, and also just from like an audition standpoint, like doing commercial auditions where a lot of times you have very little dialogue or you might have no dialogue, and it's all like, here's a camera, like you're saying, Andrew, like, okay, act, pretend like you're doing like that work as an actor. I don't think people realize how hard it is, because we rely so much, especially if you come from like a theater training, you rely so much on that word, right? The ability to speak and use language. And when you lose that, like on a film set, you're doing a close-up shot or reaction shot, like one scene, two scenes, like you still have that language to fall back on. So, Andrew, you're 100% right. Like acting without something there, right? A tennis ball, and to be able to have to tell that whole story, I mean, yeah, you have a good director and you have a good, DP who's capturing these moments and they're going to edit that together. But like that is super challenging for an actor. Like, great, you don't have to memorize lines, but like the weight you're going to pull on camera is monumental. I mean, it's a whole other type of masterclass.
I'm going to show a page of the screenplay. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It kind of went viral.
I'm familiar.
Okay.
Yeah,
we will show that in a little bit, just to show how you write a screenplay like this. Because if anyone knows, I mean, most of a screenplay is dialogue.
Right.
There's
And
a lot
I will
of
say
white
this-
on a page, but not with this one.
This page in particular sparked a little bit of debate, and it was also I remember seeing a similar thing happening with Promising Young Woman. In short, when you are taking screenwriting classes and you are looking at things, and a lot of what you're taught at the beginning is the exact opposite of what this guy did for this script, which I think is pretty hilarious. And it was the same for Promising Young Woman. And look, there are different. Duffield already had a career going. The writer of Promising Young Woman, Nepo baby. So like they have ways to get in that are a little bit easier. But it is kind of one of those things where one of my favorite quotes about writing is from Len Wein, who is a comic book writer who was also editor on Watchmen and did all kinds of incredible things over at DC Comics. He said he spent most of his early career learning what to take out of his work and the rest of his career learning what to leave in. Because there is this kind of, it's one of these things, yes, you need to get the format down. You need to have the basics, your exterior, interior, all that kind of stuff. But you also still need people to read your script, read and be entertained by the script. So it's kind of this, it's a constant fight.
It is. I've been working with a couple screenwriters on one of my scripts right now, because I did go to school for playwriting, but I took like one screenwriting course, and essentially like that's what the world is now, movies. And I wanted to adapt to that. And I've worked very closely with a few of these screenwriters, and them sort of showing me like, you're coming from a different world now, dude. Like, you're showing instead of telling, where in plays you're telling instead of showing. So it's such a fine line when you're writing a script as opposed to what you actually see on film. Let's show it. Let me just show the page. Why not?
So what
it is kind of,
oh my God.
This looks nothing like what your typical screenplay will look like. I know it's a little small. Let me see if I can actually, I'm going to bring it full screen.
And I will say, I had seen this page before I saw the movie, and the scene that is being described here
is much later in the film, right?
Yes, it's much later. Since we'll probably have to jump ahead a little bit anyway, it gets to a point, she's fighting all these greys, and then she sees that there are these, it almost looks like a watery dragon fruit with octopus tentacles. There we go. I think I was pretty spot on. And they that are going into people and like possessing them, and it's very Black Mercy plant for my DC fans out there. We come to learn, but the script page is describing one of these things going into her mouth, and you could very easily say it gets in her mouth, but instead, if I may do a dramatic reading. Shikamu, it's all got the grays. There's Camu, slowly move towards the Camu, rising up to Camu, face to face. But something's coming out of his fucking mouth. Out of his fucking mouth. Like that to me, if I had been reading a screenplay like this, got to that page, and I'm sure there are other examples in the screenplay of him doing stuff like this. Maybe there's not. I would have been all in at this point. I think he does such a great job setting us up to this point. And you're so entrenched in what's going on that this is such a great way to keep momentum going while also offering a little bit of this is almost like visual writing in a certain way.
Yeah.
Like there is something.
This shows what. Yes, thanks, man. You're like saving the director a million steps. You're showing them the intensity of the scene, what's going through the character's head. When, you know, a lot of screenwriters say, no, you got to leave that up to the actor. But when you have such a specific moment where, you know, these things are happening to her, I think this is fantastic.
This is up to the actor, though, because if I pick that screen up, if you're like, you know, Andrew, if you're directing me, you're like, here's your script. I'm like, all right, dude. And I get to this scene, like, that's all up to me. There is nothing besides that I cannot move. Like, there is nothing there that's telling me, like, what that camera's going to do. What, you know, like, you know, you pick up some scripts and, like, I can see, like, ideally, I think about, like, I was reading about James Gunn and his writing process. Like, James Gunn will have, like, his script and pictures, right? Because he's going to direct the thing, probably. So he's drawing his storyboards in his script. So if you're an actor and you get that, you're like, oh, well, okay, I know roughly what this shot is going to look like and what they're going to try to do. And, like, for better or worse, like, I pick that up and you're just like, oh, cool. Okay, cool. So you're capturing this moment, but it's completely open at that point between me and my director and my DP, like how this moment is going to play out or what you need to see from it. I think that's really, really crazy, but also kind of brilliant. I mean, I think I would pick it up and be like, I don't, what do I do?
Yeah.
What do I do?
The main debate came from, and this happens a lot with quote unquote screenwriter Twitter, which is you just get a lot of people who have been told, especially like, you know, younger writers, earlier writers and stuff, like you are told not to do shit like this. Yeah. And then you see successful people doing stuff like this, and then it becomes this kind of like, there has to be a point in your career where you, as a writer, where you realize like, I've learned what I need to learn. Now I need to do. And if that comes out one way or it comes out, it just kind of, you kind of have to take over your own process at a certain point.
It's like anything with acting too. Like you, again, with auditions, right? Same when you move into audition, they're like, here are all things you never do in an audition.
Right.
Ever. And then you read about someone doing it and you're like, well, mother. But I think that you're right. But it's also knowing, like, it's knowing time and place, right? Like there's a time and place where you need to write, I'm sure. Again, I'm not a writer, but like write a clean screenplay that is standard to like, I'm going to turn this in and the studio that's reading this is going to be like, oh, I know what I'm reading. Just like there's a time when like you go into an audition room and you're like, okay, the risks and chances I'm going to take are risks and chances that I understand that this casting director is going to like. And then there's other times where you can do the actor from Stranger Things, who was also in Power Rangers, because my son's watching it. He's from Australia. Like they talk about his for Billy, his audition for Billy, which is a great choice. Like he went on camera and he just stood there silently for like 2 minutes, I think. And like the cast director was like, that's when he booked it. It was in that moment of him just, but like you could send that same self-tape to something else and a cast director could be like, I wanted 90 seconds. Totally. And you gave me 2 minutes before you talked. Nope. It's just, it's knowing time and place, right? Knowing like when you can do it.
And keeping in mind, like he knew he was going to be directing this. So we do have to wonder, what would it have been if this was just a spec script that he was selling, you know, trying to pitch.
If anything, I think it's out there, but I would like to see the first 10 pages of this script, especially because my assumption is with how quickly it moves and how little dialogue it is, the aliens are probably showing up by like page 9 or 10. So that's like, they always say like, you want to grab people by 10 pages.
Well, and I will say this, I watched an interview with him, and then I do want to fast forward a little bit through the plot before, because we're going up on the hour already. I knew this would happen. I knew this always happens.
Every time.
You guys are too acty and directy and righty. No, I'm kidding. That's why you're here.
That is in my bio.
I'm gonna put that in my bio now.
Very specifically.
But in this type, just one big block of words.
Love it. What was I saying? Oh, God damn it.
Moving forward to the plot, I would actually like to help with that because you said something at the beginning here that made me feel like such an idiot, which is the Cain and Abel aspect of this, which I didn't even catch on to. Yes, because the biblical allegories. Yeah, because it's, she basically has the mark of Cain on her because and not only that, so we come to learn through this thing going inside of her, or like right before that,
the dragon fruit.
Yes, the dragon fruit. That the thing that everyone is mad at her for is that when she was 12, Her best friend pushed her. She grabbed a rock and killed her best friend. Like just one hit, and it killed her best friend.
Done.
And then since then, everyone in the town has despised her. Like again, she has this mark of King because in the Bible,
It's a small town.
God
Everyone
told,
probably knew them. Yeah.
God told Cain to slay Abel, and he did with a rock, and then wandered here for the rest of his life with this mark of being a murderer. I think in the Bible, it's the first murder. So I didn't catch that at all when I was watching it. It literally just took you saying at the beginning of this, the biblical stuff.
And then what does she do to this alien? She takes one swing with something and kills it. I mean, the mirroring of a lot of this is so interesting. Well, and we'll get to the allegory a little bit later, because I have a quote from Guillermo del Toro about that, because he actually tweeted out about how much he absolutely loved this film and the religious undertones he found in it. Stephen King as well, I think, commented on it in some respects. But Andrew, thank you. So
Stephen King compared it, and I think this is actually a great companion piece. And I would imagine that a lot of your audience has already seen this, but there's a Twilight Zone episode that is also almost entirely silent.
Yep. We will get to that.
Yep, and Stephen King compared it to that specifically.
Which,
I cannot think of a higher compliment for a filmmaker to receive.
Absolutely. From Stephen King, from Rod Serling. I mean, this guy's getting the top horror people out there saying how much they enjoy this movie. And I would have to agree. There was someone on my Instagram when I posted we were going to be doing this, and they said, why would you cover such a stupid film? What a waste of time. And I just feel sorry for that person. I'm just going to say everyone's entitled to their opinion. Right. And I know a lot of people probably didn't like this movie.
You could do a poll that says, do you like having money? And you will always get that person who's like, no.
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 Anyways, I have to learn to not take those things so personally. But okay, so we find out that she, through all these reveals, the town's not talking to her, whatnot. We also see that it's not just her home that was invaded.
Right.
We're seeing a full-on invasion happening. We start to meet all different types of these gray aliens that come to hunt her down.
Did you like that? That's what I want to ask both of you guys. Did you like the variety of grays, especially Gymo praying mantis gray?
Because the praying mantis one, especially because it coming over the house, I thought looked incredible.
And like signaling to the spaceship, I thought was interesting.
Yep.
Special effects also were amazing. Let's just say that off the bat.
I agree. And I would actually, I'm a little bit curious about what the budget will be, because I would be surprised if it was that low. 22 million. That's not super low. That's around what most movies should cost.
Can I say something? $22 million is the exact amount of money that was given to the secret Pentagon UFO program.
Wait, really?
There's got to be something to that. I'm just saying.
God damn it.
I'm just saying, guys.
But I think the different designs of the grays, having the different kinds of grays, there's a beautiful simplicity to it, because you are still upping the stakes while not getting into, you just kind of immediately go like, all right, that little one is kind of like their attack animal, and this one is its like bigger one, and like there's, I personally really enjoyed that, and I thought it was a smart, simple way to keep raising the stakes, because we just, we start with a gray, and it's like, all right, well, where do you go from there? Like, we have aliens within the first 15 minutes, so where do you go from there? It's like, what do you make them?
I was curious, because I was on the fence. Like, I liked it. I was on the fence about it. I just wasn't sure. Like, I was once like, oh, this is cool. Again, I like the one was like signaling to the ship, which I thought was really a cool like touch. But then there was also part of me that was like, man, that is a big old alien. That's a big ass dude.
It was a bold choice. I mean, because when you think of the gray aliens, they're often thought of to be very prototypical, very robotic, very uniform. So they all look like the same exact thing. A lot of people believe they're just like drones. They're just like AI robots that the actual intelligence sent here, like we would send a probe to another planet. So you would kind of expect them to all be the same. But what I'm seeing in this movie is the writer did not see them as just I do think he sees them as a type of drone, and I will get to that as we start to wrap things up. But I think he wanted to give them some sort of uniqueness, and he said in a lot of interviews, I wanted to give these aliens like some sort of culture. Like they're not just a typical gray alien. They have motives, they have agenda. It's not just to eradicate these people.
No,
and
I mean they don't even really seemingly get pissed until she kills, like starts knocking them off. You know what I mean? Like it's almost
and
like
I think
getting
that's why they
annoyed.
really, Sorry, Andrew. I think that's why they paid attention to her. Like they saw, oh, whoa, she's not like just praising us and like becoming mind overpowered in the mind like the rest of these people are. Like she's fighting back
like
against us.
Yes, thank you. Yes. Yes. And that was something that I actually loved too, was the aliens seem to, at least like you have the gray that dies, you have the gray that's the other gray who like seems a little more advanced, to like throw when she goes to stab and like pushes her away. Big old mantis gray, and then tiny little tack dog gray. I just like that each alien felt
I love that little one.
Yeah, like, but they had personality, right? Like, it was a really nice, like the little alien when I was like, that little dude is here to like mess some people up. Like, it is not messing around. It just like, I just liked it. I like they were a character in of themselves too. And you're like, I thought that was cool. I thought that I actually really liked that. Like, like, oh,
I would like to get a little bit into the ending if we can. Just
yes, let's do it.
Go in a couple minutes.
Let's do it.
So we get through. She has this thing go in her throat. She's shown a vision of what her friend, like basically her friend now. And what I love, this is again like Black Mercy. If you ever read one Superman comic book, read For the Man Who Has Everything, written by Alan Moore. And I can't remember the artist, right? Curtis Swan, maybe. But it is about this plant that basically gives Superman the life he always wanted, which is he grows up on Krypton and has a family and all this stuff, but it's all fake. And it takes him realizing that it's fake because he knows he doesn't have that to escape it. Sorry if I just spoiled the comic book for you. But it's still incredible to watch. And they actually did a great adaptation of it in the Justice League cartoon. Or Justice League Unlimited.
Justice League Unlimited.
Yes, thank you. So she sees this grown-up version of her friend. She realizes that's impossible and pulls this thing out of her, at which point the aliens kind of like leave her alone, and we see her at the end now dancing with the rest of the town, being accepted by all of these people who have no control of themselves. I thought it was incredibly dark and fucked up. Yes,
oh my God.
Like, really wonderful, like really messed up, and really because the twist already, you're just like, oh God, she killed her friend. Like that's heavy. And then
super
it gets
dark,
kind of and it's even darker where she's just like, oh, okay, well, everybody was really mean to me before, but now, because they all have zero control over themselves and these aliens like me, I get to dance with people instead of by myself.
How perfect. How, like, to me, that's like, how human do you take this person who's like never had anything, and like you had like, again, like a really loved pet. These aliens are like, no, all right, cool. We'll make it good for you.
Ray, if she was telling them how to be human, she's doing a very bad job.
Ray, well, I actually,
that's just a joke. I agree with that. Yeah.
I agree with Ray wholeheartedly. Because the big thing about these gray aliens is that they lack emotion. They don't understand emotion. They don't understand a lot of what humans are, and that's why they are here and curious and experimenting and doing these things. So I loved this idea that they were trying to figure out what is different about this girl from the rest of these people. Right. And you kind of see them on the ship as they have her in their grasp, like trying to understand, and they kind of look into her past and see what had happened and that she has become so isolated and, forgive the pun, alienated. And they kind of make her confront that. And oh my God, this is twist, but also the fact that these aliens who are here to take over the planet gave this person the finally a
the light
way
of
to
humanity.
confront her quote unquote demons, confront what she did, and find that forgiveness in herself. I think really that is the core of this story,
Yeah.
right? Is kind of learning to accept something and I guess overcoming tragedy, overcoming guilt.
Wait.
And
Does she overcome it though? Because she lives in a town where everyone's now nice to her because they're made to be nice to her. Like, I don't know if that's overcoming as much as it's like, again, I'll come back to like, we're gonna give like, here's your atrium. Like, here is like, you are our dog now. And you got lucky and we are nice to our dog. And so we're gonna give you all the things that we think our tiny little human dog wants, which is to be accepted, to be loved, to be happy. Here's all these things you've been doing on your own. Now you get to do them with people. Like, I don't know if she finds forgiveness as much as she finds happiness because she's been so ostracized.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and I think that's why the aliens give her happiness. But I think it really depends on how you take this ending. That's kind of, I think, Andrew, I talked to you offline a little about this. I still don't know if this ending is real or not in terms of the reality of the movie that just played out. Like, did this actually happen at the end? Is she really happy? Is she really amongst these people? I thought like we were going to get this happy ending and then we were going to find out she's still on the ship and she's still like being experimented on and the world is still being taken over. But that didn't happen. So you're kind of left wondering.
Well, and I think I would err more on the side of the darker version of it, which is that these people are all slaves. And she's okay with that now because they're treating her nice. You know what I mean? No one's going to spit in her face if she goes to trial and file a police report anymore. You know what I mean?
That moment, I think, is really important to this ending working, right? Because again, you have to like her. But like to me, I remember watching it, the most horrifying part of this movie is when she gets spit on. Because to me, there is nothing more like degrading and just dehumanizing than like to be spat on. And so at that point, I was like, well, like I couldn't imagine doing that to like even again, we're both, you know, Andrew, you and I are parents. Like that to me is my greatest fear. Like like you losing my kid would just crush me inside and out. I still don't know if I could spit on some. I don't know if I could do that because it's such a like dehumanizing thing that when you get to the end, you're like, well, okay.
Yeah. I mean, who's right behind her dancing? It's those parents. It's hilarious.
And she lets everybody else get literally dehumanized. So, gentlemen, on that note, I have to run.
Yes.
Bye, friend.
Thank you both so much. I love you both.
Love you.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us today. You guys are in good hands. And I'm around. You'll find me.
Thank you, buddy. We'll put links for all your stuff in the show notes. Thank you.
He's amazing.
Thanks. You're amazing. Get out of here. Thank you, Suzanne.
Bye.
Bye, Al.
Bye.
And then there were two. Nick, how long do you have, buddy?
I have some more time.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm trying to think if there's nothing we really need to rewind back to. We are sort of, towards the end of like this story, but yeah, what do you make of what is like your overall, I guess, what's your takeaway from the story that played out? That's a big question, but yeah. What do you think?
No, I mean, overall, kind of like I think Andrew was talking about, and you were talking about, like, I liked it. I mean, I did not find, so in some ways, because we've watched these alien abduction movies together, and I know that, like, from listening to the podcast, like, the controversy you talked about, like, around these type of movies and how they paint these incidences. So, like, it didn't scare me. Like, it didn't feel, the movie in itself, the monster movie part of it did not feel revolutionary to me. Right? Like, so I watched, I'm like, oh, okay. Yep, monsters come down, she fights monsters, she takes out some monsters. Ultimately, like, monsters kind of win, I guess, because you're not going to beat the aliens one-on-one. And so, like, in that way, I was like, okay, this feels nothing, like, I'm not watching anything revolutionary, but I did love, like, I loved the nuances of the aliens. I love the nuances of how it was set up and how it was executed. So to me, like, it's a really, really well executed film that I enjoyed. It's like, it's not the best thing I've ever watched, but it definitely, like, it would merit me saying, like, you should watch this movie if you like movies. Just the silence part, just the way that like that director executed the whole storytelling without dialogue. Anytime a movie does that, be it the Mike Flanagan film, which I'm forgetting the name of it off the top of my head,
Was
or
it
this,
Hush?
like, yes. Whenever there's no dialogue, and I think that it's such a challenge to watch a movie do that, and then to do something like this and do it successfully. I also, again, said this earlier on, the thing that I loved about this movie that I think it did so well is by the time we find out what happened, I didn't care. I was like, I know something bad happened. I figured that somehow someone died. Like I got to that point, and I was like, but if I didn't find out, I didn't find out, because I was too invested in like, how is she going to get out of this? What's going to happen to her? Like, it no longer mattered to me. And I thought that was really interesting, that's where I went as a viewer. But it was great. But again, I don't know if I would have seen this movie in theaters. When I talk about like it being accessible as a streamer, I don't know if like, if I'm choosing in my time when you have a kid and you have to make those decisions, if I'm choosing a scary movie, I don't know if like this is the one that like I'm going to the theater to watch. But having it on a streaming platform, I was like, well, yeah, of course. But this is great. This is a great way for me to watch this film.
Yeah.
You know,
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm the more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, this is meant to be like, I had to watch it twice. Because the first time I was like, what? Like, wait, what? And those last like 20 minutes, I think, is where people are really having big debates about like if they like the movie or not. But I stress to people, like, go back, rewatch it first as like a fun trying to escape an alien invasion film, because that's what it is. Most primarily, this film is like her fighting against the aliens and whatnot. But then go watch it again and look at the bigger picture and sort of these allegories we've talked about and what the filmmaker was trying to sort of get across. I think you're right. Being able to go back and stream this again, you do gain a better respect for it. I think, it didn't like break any barriers. It's not like revolutionary, but what it did and the form it took, I think it knocked it out of the park.
It's executed really well. And I do think, and this is why I wish we still had Andrew, like, to me, it's a really risky film. Again, not because it's, but just by like, for that director to be like, okay, so here's the deal. I'm going to make this movie and like, we're not going to say anything. And someone could be like, okay, but there's so much storytelling that happens to make that choice in a monster movie that is not like The Quiet. Because even think about The Quiet Place. There's dialogue. That movie is based around being quiet.
Yet there's
dialogue.
Good point.
Everywhere. You know what I mean? And so to really be like, I'm going to lean into this. And the only dialogue you really get are aliens that you can't understand. And I just think that the execution of that is great, because it never dropped. It's always moving. It's always frenetic. The aliens are all unique characters. She does a great job portraying her character. The world around her is a character. All that stuff that you're looking for when you lack other actors and dialogue, the director creates. It to me, in that way, it is filmed remarkably. It's not too short. It's not too long. Like it runs the right amount of time as a viewer. And that just makes it a really good movie. Was it scary? I mean, there's some moments, but I just thought it was just a good movie. I just really enjoyed watching it.
Really surprised me. Surprised me. The one line that is spoken, I do want to bring up.
What is it?
It's her. I have it here. I'm sorry, Maud.
Okay. Nice.
Which, you could have even done without that. Like, she was such a good actor that she could have conveyed that. But again, the fact that the one line we get is kind of the pinnacle of the crux of the entire movie is feeling sorry about what you did, confronting it, and finally moving on. I really feel like that's what the aliens wanted to do. They wanted to give her something.
See, that's
because they found her so incredibly unique for some reason. And maybe it is because she killed one of them. And as they started to hunt her down, they realized, oh, interesting. the choices she's making. Let's go back and see why she's making those
the
choices.
will too. I think that's what I got out of it too. Was like just her will to live, her will to fight.
Yeah.
I think is what like when I was watching like the aliens making this decision, right? Because that's the other thing that's really well done from a directorial standpoint, because the aliens are all CGI, so that's all, you know, your animators and your director is watching them make that choice, like watching them be like, okay, because I knew when it was over, like she was gonna live. Like I was like, she's gonna make it out somehow, whatever this looks like. And I felt that conclusion coming, right? And to me, it was more about like she had so much fight in her. She had so much will to live beyond what the other people had that they encountered in this town, that then sets her apart. Right. And that's what I like. That's what I liked so much about it. And again, I always harken back. I'm sure this is not like I'm gonna get into controversial territory, but like I wish I was better with names. He's the physicist. He's a black dude. He's very smart. He's very funny.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse, thank you. Like, and he always talks about like, well, if there are aliens, they're gonna if they're that smart, can do these things. Like we're bugs to them. And I know that can be a controversial statement, but this I liked because they kind of did that with her, where it's like, okay, we are beyond these emotions, or our emotion, we understand emotions differently, right? Because we're putting human stuff on something that would be inhuman. And that's kind of how I always think about it. It's like, well, if they exist, then it's more like how we view animals that can be incredibly intelligent and experience things similar to we do, but it's so different that we constantly strive to figure that out. Like I think about dogs a lot because I have an older dog, and it's funny how little studied dogs are. Like we really don't know a lot about it. Like how like we do and we don't. We equate them to wolves, but that's not 100% correct. So we're just kind of like, here's this thing we know is smart and we know feels emotions, but like we do our best as pet owners, and if we should have pets, to like create a life for them. And that's the feeling I got. They like have this person who has gone against some of their conceived notions, and like, okay, well, let's create a life for her and see what happens. Like, and we can just watch, and then we can just hang up here and watch. It's like a
great experiment, right?
A great experiment, but they are caring for her.
Yeah.
Right, but then we as people be like, but wait, isn't that caring for her? I think that's like the pet debate, right? Like,
well, and I think that's the genius of it,
right? Because to them, the aliens are like, no, yes, that to me, doing, like, we are caring for her. Like
they feel like they're doing the right thing,
right? And then as people, there's gonna be some people who be like, yeah, I mean, that's what a person would want, honestly.
Yep.
Like, and then there's gonna be other people who are like, absolutely not. All those people are mind controlled, right? And it's that like. I was reading this article about like having a pet, should we have pets? And some people are like, well, yes, it's love and companionship. And other people are like, well, absolutely not, because is your pet's life really that great? Even if it's a good life. I was just thinking a lot about that because it's not parent-child, but because the intelligence level is different.
That's interesting.
I just thought that was cool. That's to me the ending. Like that's what I grapple with. Is like, is this a happy ending? Is it not a happy ending? Like, what is this choice being made? What is, because she is also basically a rat in a cage, right? After that point, it's just for her at that moment, a great cage until she realizes that she is ostensibly alone.
Then what? Yeah.
Yeah. How long does that last? Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
I just think those things are really, I think that's a lot of stuff to play with, which makes it a much more advanced film to me, storytelling wise, than had it not had that ending.
Agreed. Yeah, this is so much more than what you would think it would be, and that's what I loved about it. I want to play, Nick, before we wrap this up, because we both got to get going soonish. A very brief clip with the director Brian about his inspiration for making the movie. I'm going to play that really quick. It's like a minute long. And then, we'll get some final thoughts. I do want to touch on that Twilight Zone thing that Andrew brought up too, because it is pretty strikingly similar. So we'll get to that. But let me play this clip really quick, and we'll talk about it.
It started with the character that Caitlin Dever plays, Bryn. I had this idea for the character. There's some spoilery inspirations for her, but I was just like, this is such an interesting character. She's so young to have gone through so much. and what does that person look like in the day-to-day world? And as I was kind of working on that, I have like the movie theater in my mind that's playing all the different ideas I have. And, the walls crash down between these two movies. And I was like, that's really interesting. It's the idea of like, if this event happens, it's going to happen to everybody, no matter, it's going to happen on someone's wedding day. It's going to happen 5 minutes before or after someone dies. It's just going to happen. It doesn't care what you're going through or who you are. And that felt like a really fun way into an alien invasion thing, from the least likely person possible, this kind of recluse girl who is going through quite a lot in her life already, and then has to deal with this other layer of drama on top of it. So the ideas just got married in my mind, and then it was kind of off to the races, man.
I love that. I love that he's like, this could have happened to anyone. This is who I chose to highlight, and that's the story he wanted to tell. And such a good point too, of like, those who claim these alien abductions or close encounter experiences, like, it's not, most of them don't expect it. Like, it happens at the least expected moment, or it just happens in their life, and it dramatically changes them forever. And it doesn't care. It doesn't care what you did before. It doesn't care what happens to you after. It's just, they're doing it for their reason. And, the aftermath of that is for you to wrestle with. So I kind of like that he said, like, yeah, this will happen on this could happen on your wedding day. This could happen after, like, oh, that was so cool. And it can happen to the person you least expect. And he chose this very interesting young character to base this around.
And when we talk about storytelling, I think, you talk about some writing perspective, or like when I'm teaching theater or teaching intro to theater, like that's kind of what I think good storytelling does. Like, I feel like there's two ways you tell a story. It's either like an exceptional person in an exceptional time who steps up, right? Like, so even when you have like, I'm watching From right now, which is great. But like that character in that film, in that show, like he was an army person who, like, his whole thing was problem solving. So like, while he's an everyday person, like he has this exceptional trait, right? I think that's one way to tell stories. Like, it's this moment. But I also think when you can take, much like life, where you think about like things happen in your life that are not movie-like. Like the biggest things happen when you like least expect it, or like it doesn't matter. So I always think, like, recently, you and I were all talking beforehand, and I said like I had gotten COVID, like, and my wife is traveling for work for a month, so it's just me and our small son. So I'm single parenting, and like in my mind, I'm like, the worst possible moment for me to get COVID would be like while she is gone. And sometimes that's how it happens, and that's like out of the script. And sometimes like you get COVID randomly when you're like, it's just, that's how life. Like, it just, I think that he plays with ideas that it can happen at any time. It can happen to an extraordinary person or unextraordinary person. I think that going either direction, I think, is really good storytelling. Even if she is kind of extraordinary, because she is such a recluse that lives that's creating a life for herself. I'm rambling. I'm sorry.
No. It's such a good point. Like, it can happen to anyone. And a lot of people are like, well, then why don't like presidents get abducted by aliens, or like these nuclear physicists? Like, why aren't they the ones that aliens are interested in? And
I mean, that's the big question, though, right? When all of this is like,
it's a great question.
So for someone who's more, I mean, you and I have talked about this. Like, I definitely believe there's life beyond us, because to me, mathematically, there's no way that there isn't. You know what I mean? Like, however that aliens exist, I think that, you're silly to think that there is not something else beyond us. But that is always the question, right? Like, why is it only people like lesser, like people who aren't in these high positions of notoriety? Not that some people do experience that, to be fair, but like, it's always like the person that you least expect, right? And I think that that's why it can be hard for some people sometimes, because they're like, well, why is it Joe Schmo down the alley as opposed to me, or like,
right?
Said, like
why me, or why not me?
Exactly.
I think that's what a lot of experiencers ask themselves, and even asked me. So
I think that's why the military ones are such a big deal. Like, when you have like, which as you follow news, like when a pilot, for all intents and purposes, like when you have to like talk to like hardcore military person, my brother was in the army, or someone like that, when they experience that, you're like, oh, okay, well, something's going on here, because they have no horse in the race to have that experience. Like, there's no benefit to them. Not saying there's benefit to other people, but like, if I'm like, oh, I had this experience, well, like, I'm also an actor, and I'm also like, you could be like, well, that dude just wants attention, so he could, but like, a dude flying a jet has no, like, there's no incentive there to me to be like, by the way, I saw this crazy thing, and
for sure. I think that's why military witnesses lend so much credibility to a lot of and we're seeing it play out right now. I mean, the
I need
Pentagon
to talk
is
to you
now.
about that separately, because I'm fully in the weeds and trying to figure that stuff out. But
we'll go through it. I do want to touch on the Twilight Zone thing because I also have to get going too. But let's
I'm here for you guys. I'll stay.
Nick's gonna continue the
stay
show
the whole time.
You're amazing. I love you. So this was an episode, season 2, episode 15 of the Twilight Zone, called The Invasion. And this revolves around an old woman who lives alone in a remote cabin. And after hearing strange, deafening noises above her kitchen roof, she's accosted by small intruders that come from a miniature flying saucer that has landed on a rooftop. 2 tiny figures, which appear to be robots or beings wearing pressure suits, emerge from the craft. Small figures attack the woman. Let's see here. With pistol-like weapons that leave radiation burns on her skin. And after following her into her cabin, slashing her ankle and hand with her own kitchen knife, she eventually kills one, wrapping it in a blanket and beating it until it's still, then throwing it into the burning fireplace. She follows the other to the saucer ship on a roof, which she proceeds to attack with a hatchet. This is kind of this last paragraph is the twist, the Twilight Zone twist, as they always do. A voice speaking in English emanates from within the craft. The intruder frantically warns that his partner, Gresham, is dead, and that the planet is inhabited by a race of giants and impossible to defeat. The side of the ship reads, U.S. Air Force Space Probe Number 1. The tiny invaders were human from Earth, and the woman in the small farmhouse belongs to a race of giant humanoids native to another planet. She finishes destroying the ship and then climbs back down from the roof into the house, exhausted. And the distinctive features of this episode include a near solo performance by one character and an almost complete lack of dialogue. I mean, this clearly had to be the biggest inspiration for this movie.
I mean, 100%.
It's crazy, the parallels.
Twilight Zone is brilliant in of itself. So
yeah, and I love those twists. Like, there was another episode where like these people are trying to get off of a planet because they know the world's about to end, and they're like, "Oh, who are we gonna bring with us? Who are we gonna bring with us?" And then they finally get off the planet, and they start heading to this new planet, and come to find out that new planet is Earth. So they were aliens all along, and their planet.
The apes have taken over Earth, and Soylent Green is people, Ryan. Soylent Green is people.
But yeah, I mean, we have a clear example here. This isn't the first time this device of no dialogue has been used. However, what isn't inspired by the Twilight Zone? And a lot has been, and a lot of it has been complete and utter shit. But when you look at something like No One Will Save You, I feel like this is done right. This is homage to something that came before it, done almost to perfection, in my personal opinion.
Well, it's like anything we talk about, like writing or performances, or it's like playing. I think Shakespeare's great, right? Because like you got to play Hamlet, right? And there are, Hamlet has been played by the most amazing actors ever. And so you watch that and you have to think like, well, how do I do this? How do I tackle this? And I think one of the ways when you do something that's been done, or you're doing something that's an adaptation of something else, you need to keep what works about it, right? So that's what I think he did. This person alone in a cabin, very little dialogue. So it's all about like creating the characters in the world around you. But then understanding like, well, what do I bring to it that makes it unique and makes it new? And again, I think this is why theater acting is so important. So if you're playing Hamlet, right? Hamlet's this very intellectual character and thinks through all his feelings. Well, there's a level of that that's inherent to the story. But then if you're an actor who isn't that, right, like you are a physical actor, someone who isn't as cerebral, like you can do that. You just have to make it your own. You have to find those things that then make it unique. So in this film, I think that's what this writer did, is like, okay, there's this idea that's inspired me about it. I'm going to do a story like that, but I'm going to add in these other dynamics that make it different. And then I'm going to execute it really well. It's in the execution that I think it works. An example would be, you look at like the Honeymooners, the Flintstones, and the Simpsons, and then Family Guy. Let's do all four, right? Like they're all kind of the same thing.
Right.
And they're all variations of the like stupid dad sitcom family type thing, but they're all executed if you like those shows. I mean, the Simpsons, I think we can really lay down as a very well executed TV show. It's how they are executed, right? Or, a really good cover of a song. Mm-hmm. It's all in that execution of it. Like it's the same thing. It's the same notes, it's the same lyrics, it's the same, all that jazz. But it's just a matter of like, well, how am I going to put a spin on this? And how am I going to make sure it works really well? It's why something like the Vince Vaughn Psycho doesn't work, even though it's a shot for shot remake. You can't do that. But you can do something like Let the Right One In or Let Me In versus Let the Right One In, which is not shot. It's very similar in terms of the American adaptation to the Swedish adaptation. Denmark.
I'm not sure.
Danish. But either way, and I'm reading the book right now too, like that adaptation is so well done because it makes just enough tweaks to make it its own thing for an American audience while still adhering to what made the first thing so successful. And the Danish movie does just enough from the book that makes it still successful. I think that with a movie like this, taking that idea, executing it really well, understanding how to tell a story, making it really tight, and then making the tweaks you need, like different sized aliens or, how the aliens move, like those little things, those little touches are what makes such a good story. And a good twist too, right? Like a really good twist that you can think about. You can parse out, like, is this happy? Is this sad? Is it?
I'm still thinking about it, which is key, dude. Like, if you can leave watching a movie or a play and think about it for days, weeks, months after, like, you've done your job. I mean, how many plays have you been to or movies where like you leave and you're like, yep. Wait, what did I just see or what happened? Yeah.
Well,
so
I mean, even if we think about like the movie that we did together, like that ending, when you talk about like, is this a happy ending? Is it a sad ending? Do two people still come together or not? Like letting as an audience kind of feel that out. But I do love it's still an ending, right? Like you get a definitive, like there's a period, right? Like I know the ending of this story. It's just a matter of like, how do I feel about it? Right.
Yeah.
How do
you get there?
And right. And what does that say about me as a human? I think that someone said it earlier. Was it Ray? Like, what does it say about me and how I feel about this ending as a human being? Like, how does it paint me as a person? Because if I'm like, no, this is a happy ending, well, then does that mean that I think all these people should be enslaved?
Should be. Because does my happiness override, the unhappiness of the rest of society?
Freedom of society.
Yeah, there's a lot of big questions to be asked, and I think the movie did it brilliantly. All right, man, let's wrap it up. Would you recommend No One Will Save You?
Oh, 1,000,000%. I also think it's a really good movie for if you have like a teenager. Like it's a really good scary movie for like a 13-year-old too. If you want to give them something a little scary and fun to watch, and like you can, because I think about stuff as a parent, like, and you want to have a conversation later, because I think that's something that's fun about plays and movies and TV shows, is stuff that you can talk about. And I think this is a good movie that you could like watch and then talk about it. And so yeah, I would recommend it just for fun, but especially like if you're a parent who wants to like get your kids into like kind of scary movies, that is a little bit on the safer side, but still deals with a lot of like complex things, both like with the death of her friend and like the ending, and also loneliness and isolation. I just think that it deals with a lot of stuff that I think are good conversation starters if you're trying to get a young person into horror.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, like a lot of these struggles as the character in the movie, who's maybe a little older, but
She's in her
does deal
20s
with a
because
lot
her
of
friend dies, and the date on the gravestone is
2000,
2000 to
right?
2012. Which
They
means
made that
she
very
is
simple.
23 years old. And I watched that going, my ass is old.
Yeah, I know that
Yep,
feeling.
born in 2000. Just let that
Don't
land.
remind me. I just
Oh God.
The X-Files just celebrated their 30th anniversary. So I'm going through a lot of existential crisis right now, buddy.
Me too. Oh, you're older than me. Well, that's okay, buddy.
Ugh, I hate you. No, I love you, Nick. I love you. Before I let you go, my man, where can we find anything you're up to? Are you visible on social media or
Cool.
what
I'm
you got
primarily
going on?
visible on Instagram. That's probably the best. I mean, Facebook too. Both those things are live. But like Instagram is probably the one if you're looking for more the less personal follow. I have a Twitter X, whatever. I don't use it though. I'm gonna be honest.
I don't blame you.
But yeah, Instagram. It's just N Westmeyer. I'm the only one. That's where I put all my baking and stuff that's going on with acting, or just pictures of my daddy and my dad life, which is just me posting memes from the dad.
I love it. It brings so much joy to my life. Unlike this movie. No, I'm kidding. I recommend this movie wholeheartedly. Thought it was fantastic. Whether you're into UFOs or not, guys, it tells a very human story from a very non-human perspective. So
it can
I
be an
thought
alien movie or a monster movie. It really can be either way you want to look at it. I think that's what's nice about it. If you were into like a monster movie, it's that too.
I love that. I love that, brother. All right, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to debrief with the audience here for a little bit, but thank you so much for sticking.
Of course. Thank you, man, for having me. You know I love doing it.
All right, we'll talk soon.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right, guys, that is it. My special thanks to Andrew Sanford and Nicholas Westermeyer. This was awesome. I always tell them this would be 45 minutes, maybe an hour. Never happens. That's what happens when you get friends together who have a huge appreciation for film. And this is definitely, I think all three of us could agree that we appreciate this film. And it really did a lot in the amount of time that we had with it. So definitely check it out. No One Will Save You, available on Hulu to stream right now. I saw that Suzanne started a couple things here, so I'm going to go ahead and check those out, and then we will wrap things up, guys. We have here, Bill says, Ryan, is Ryan going to watch the Tom DeLonge movie Monsters of California? Yes, Bill, I have watched it. I did a mini review of it, actually, on last week's live stream. So if you go back and look at last week's live stream, towards the end, I do give a mini review of Monsters of California. But for right now, I liked it. It was fun. A lot of inside baseball for those of us in the UFO field who have been following Tom DeLonge's work. It found its way subtly into, and not so subtly in some ways, into Monsters of California. It's a total dude movie, total Blink-182 skater, West Coast sort of movie. But yeah, I thought it had some heart to it. Acting was fantastic all around. The story was interesting. But yeah, I would definitely recommend people check it out. It was a lot of fun. It was a labor of love for Tom DeLonge. And as his directorial debut, thought he did a pretty good job. I think he will learn and grow as a director from here. And hopefully that will influence his future projects. But yeah, I thought it was a good first time out for him as a director. And the soundtrack was amazing. The cinematography was gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Special effects were good. There's some UFO stuff, some Bigfoot stuff. I thought they did a really good job. So definitely check out Monsters of California as well, guys. And then let me just go right back up to the chat one more time here. Then I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. Do you recommend No One Will Save You? I'd love to know what you guys think. Let me see. Susan says the actress has every talent to tell in her emotions with her actions. That's why it's so amazing. Different for sure. I agree. Bill says, I like Nope too. Nope is one of my favorite movies, Bill. It's skyrocketed up in terms of UFO content for sure. All right, guys. I think that's going to do it for tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. Again, go check out No One Will Save You right now on Hulu. My special thanks to Nick, to Andrew, and of course, as always, to Suzanne for running the chat tonight. She did an awesome job. And that's it, guys. And just to let you know, there will be no live stream this upcoming Sunday. I will be somewhere in the skies flying to Nova Scotia to hunt ghosts for the next month. But you can be there on my social media to follow my endeavors over there in Canada as I investigate some of Canada's most haunted locations for the television show Haunted. So be on the lookout for that, and be on the lookout for a brand new episode of Somewhere in the Skies premiering this upcoming Monday, where we explore the Exeter UFO incident. And we've got some awesome interviews coming your way. After that, we've got an astrophysicist, Diana Walsh-Pasulka. We had an incredible conversation, so I can't wait for you to hear that. But other than that, guys, I will leave you, as always, with our mantra here, and that is keep your feet on the ground, but never stop searching somewhere in the skies. Take care. Keep looking up.
There's nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide at all.
Greetings, everyone. Ryan Sprague here, host of Somewhere in the Skies. For over 7 years and more than 400 episodes, the Somewhere in the Skies podcast has always been free to listen to, but it's not free to create. So we offer several ways to help support our efforts and get rewards in return. If you listen to the podcast on Apple, you can click the subscribe button at the top of your Somewhere in the Skies feed to become a premium Apple subscriber. Or you can join our Patreon campaign with several tiers available. Both of these options give you the same benefits and rewards: ad-free episodes, early access to the main show, and bonus episodes and content. Help keep the lights on at the Somewhere in the Skies HQ, and help us continue to grow by becoming a Patreon subscriber at patreon.com/somewhereskies, or by clicking the subscribe button at the top of your Apple feed. Thank you for your continued support, and keep looking up.